Chen Yi found himself in a realm of immortal cultivation, awakening amidst the struggles of a lowest stratum. In a desperate bid for survival, he became the lackey of the most notorious scion in Luo City, enduring every menial task and earning a reputation that stank to high heaven. When others derided him as a vile servant, he merely smiled, for living was far preferable to the alternative. Then came the day when the celestial master descended, radiating with a brilliance that illuminated the skies. Chen Yi's gaze fixated on the figure soaring through the air, igniting a fervor within him. To hell with morality and reputation. This immortal, he vowed to cultivate it. From that moment forth, he could either remain a lowly ant, pleading for a sliver of life, or evolve into a dark star, ascending to the pinnacle over the corpses of countless beings. Chapter 1. The forceful abduction of a maiden. In the state of Zhou, within Luo City, a sudden uproar erupted in the streets. A group of 7 or 8 robust men clad in blue garments and black boots surrounded a young man in a form-fitting silken outfit, charging through the crowd like ravenous wolves. Vendors scattered, their baskets overturned, were strewn across the ground. Any pedestrian who hesitated was met with shoving or scorn. "Filthy commoners, clear the way for us. We are the servants of the Ding family, and anyone who dares obstruct us will regret it," shouted the leader, a man with a brutish visage, his voice booming as saliva nearly splattered onto an elderly vegetable vendor. No one dared to respond, and none were bold enough to intervene. In this border town of Luo City, the Ding family reigned supreme, and their vile servants walked without restraint. At the center of this raucous entourage stood Chen Yi, appearing to be around 17 or 18. His features were not particularly menacing, even bordering on handsome, yet his eyes, when cast upon the crowd, were devoid of any emotion, the slight curve of his lips sending chills down the spines of onlookers that he was the most competent servant of the Ding family. To put it bluntly, Chen Yi was merely a dog, albeit a dog with power and influence. As for shame, what was that? Could anything be more humiliating than the winter 5 years prior, when he lay curled like a wild dog in a corner of Luo City, awaiting death? 5 years ago, he had crossed over, becoming a 13-year-old beggar. He had believed that with his superior knowledge, he could rise above his station, at the very least becoming a wealthy gentleman. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to his face. Here, without strength or status, he was powerless. At that time, he was so hungry that his vision blurred, fighting with wild dogs for scraps of half-rotten bread. Any morsel he managed to procure was swiftly seized by stronger beggars. To survive, he became as resilient as a stubborn weed, as squirmy as a maggot. He learned to beg for mercy, to endure, to ingratiate himself. He could crawl beneath others' trousers, call them grandfather, and would sell himself as a punching bag for a meal. Compassion, loyalty, dignity, such useless notions had long been buried alongside his nearly frozen body in the snow of that first winter in Luo City. Yet, his memory was sharp. Every insult, every sneer, every trampling was etched into his heart. "Wait!" Chen Yi suddenly halted, raising his hand. The clamor behind him ceased, and the servants turned to catch his gaze. "Ego, what is your command?" inquired a fleshy servant who stepped forward. Chen Yi did not respond immediately. His eyes slowly drifted toward a dilapidated shop by the street. The establishment bore a thick wooden door and a sign, darkened by smoke, reading Zhang's blacksmith shop. The forge seemed recently extinguished, wisps of smoke still lingering. In an instant, Chen Yi's memory transported him back to that bone-chilling afternoon 5 years ago. It was at this very shop where he had stumbled upon half a bun, as hard as stone and reeking of rot. He had clutched it tightly, ready to take a bite, only to be met with the wrath of the burly blacksmith who emerged, cursing and kicking him for being filthy and obstructive. "Get lost, you little wretch. You don't deserve to eat. You should die in a gutter." 2 of Chen Yi's ribs had been broken that day, but he had remained silent, curled on the ground, fiercely guarding that half-bun. Yet, the blacksmith, in a fit of rage, had snatched it away and tossed it into the dog bowl of the neighbor's yard, watching as a mutt eagerly devoured it, even spitting in his direction. "Pa, you're worse than a dog." He had trembled with pain, yet his mind remained clear, etching that face, that shop, the fate of that half-bun, and the chilling sensation that seeped into his bones into his memory. 5 years had passed. The dog that had consumed his bun had long since met its end at his hands. Yet the blacksmith in his shop remained unscathed. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Chen Yi's lips as he pointed to the closed shop door, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "This one. I remember, the blacksmith's daughter is particularly charming. Kidnap her and deliver her to young Master Dingzhen." "Understood." The fleshy servant's eyes brightened, and he shouted with excitement. "Ego has spoken. Brothers, did you hear that? Smash it open. Drag her out." The pack of servants, like wolves on the hunt, rushed toward the blacksmith shop. Heavy boots slammed against the thick wooden door, creating a thunderous sound, dust cascading down as the door groaned in protest. Chen Yi remained motionless, observing quietly as sunlight filtered across his face, casting half-shadows. Inside the blacksmith shop, muffled cries of a woman, shouts of a man, and the sound of objects crashing to the ground echoed in chaos. Amidst the turmoil, he could almost smell the icy air of that winter 5 years ago, mingled with the sense of rust, cold dust, and blood, and the lost aroma of that half-rotten bun. This was a reckoning 5 years in the making. Today he would reclaim what was due, with interest. Let go of my daughter. Let go of my daughter. She's already married. Inside the blacksmith shop, Zhang the blacksmith roared, his eyes wild as he attempted to wrest his daughter, Zhang Suihua, from the grip of two servants who had seized her arms. Suihua's hair had come undone, her face streaked with tears, her beauty marred by despair. Married? At this, the servant holding her tightened his grip, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he turned to his companions. Hey, did you hear that? She's married. Laughter erupted among the surrounding servants. Who doesn't know our young master Dingzhen has a particular taste for that? Indeed, a married woman is far more enticing. You beasts, you are less than animals. Zhang the blacksmith, in rage, his eyes bloodshot, swung his fists, ready to fight. Yet he was no match for these robust men, bolstered by years of labor and injury. One servant seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal kick to his abdomen, sending Zhang the blacksmith crashing against the anvil, blood spilling as he crumpled to the ground. Unable to rise, old fool, dare to resist? Beat him to death, the fleshy servant grinned as he commanded. Instantly, fists and feet rained down upon Zhang the blacksmith, the sound of cracking bones mingling with muffled groans of pain. Stop, please, don't hit him anymore. Zhang Suihua, held tightly by the servants, cried out, tears streaming down her dust-covered face, her expression heart-wrenching. Father, father, don't hurt him. I will go with you. I will go with you right now. Please stop. Chen Yi coldly observed this scene, his gaze briefly resting on Suihua's anguished face before shifting to the bloodied Zhang the blacksmith on the ground. 5 years had elapsed. The boy who had once been beaten and could not protect even a half-rotten bun now possessed the power to decide the fate of his father and daughter. This feeling was quite satisfying. Cultivation system regarding spiritual roots, Spiritual roots, the bridge that connects one to the ethereal energies of a universe, determining one's aptitude for cultivation. Quality, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, heavenly spiritual roots, attributes, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5-element spiritual roots, as well as ice, thunder, wind, and other mutated spiritual roots. Chapter 2. The sect accept disciples enough. All of you, cease at once. Chen Yi finally spoke again, his voice low yet commanding enough to halt the flurry of fists and kicks. He approached Zhang Kuo, his gaze falling upon the feeble figure of Zhang, the blacksmith, sprawled on the ground amidst the wreckage of his forge. This woman, I'll take care of her. Chen Yi murmured, then added with an indifferent tone, Brothers, this expedition has been arduous, and our efforts must not be in vain. I've heard that the old man has 2 young concubines hidden away in the back room. Go line up one by one, but do not overdo it. Perhaps we can even sell them off to the brothel for some coin. Long live Brother Yi. Brother Yi always thinks of us. The retainers' eyes gleamed with lascivious fervor as they erupted in cheers and surged toward the forge's rear quarters with eager haste. For them, following Chen Yi meant not only wielding power to bully, but also enjoying certain illicit pleasures and spoils. This was one of the principal reasons why these fierce retainers bent their will to him. Once the courtyard emptied into the backyard, only Chen Yi, Zhang Kuo, and the barely breathing Zhang the blacksmith remained in the front. Chen Yi's face remained expressionless as he raised his hand and delivered a precise palm strike to the nape of Zhang Kuo's neck, causing her to collapse into unconsciousness. He had come to seize Dingzhen's women. Hence, she had to be brought back alive. Having done this, he slowly approached Zhang the blacksmith. The old man's face was smeared with blood, his breath shallow and labored, yet within his clouded eyes still blazed an intense hatred. Fixed unwaveringly upon Chen Yi crouched down, roughly grasped the old man's graying hair with one hand, lifting his head from the ground and forcing him to meet his gaze. Old man, Chen Yi's voice was calm, almost casual as if engaging in idle conversation. Do you remember me? Zhang spat a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva and rasped, Bah. You're nothing but a dog of the Ding family. A wretched beast. Chen Yi paused briefly, then understood. Indeed, the old man had forgotten. Who would have imagined that the filthy little beggar beaten like a wild dog 5 years ago, one who was even robbed of stale buns meant to feed dogs, would transform into the Ding family's foremost brutal enforcer? Striding arrogantly through Luo, forgetting can sometimes be more ironic than remembering. CH in the chamber, Dingzhen reclined, languidly on the couch, allowing two maidservants to massage his legs and shoulders, while he toyed with a string of jade beads. His countenance imbued with the unmistakable air of ennui characteristic of a young scion. "Young master, I bring good tidings. Dzień hostili aproajhed, boink deeply." His face adorned with an exaggerated servility. "As I ventured out today, I chanced upon a remarkably beautiful woman, a married one at that. I thought you might fancy her, so I took the liberty of bringing her back. She is currently waiting outside." His eyes narrowed in delight, reminiscent of a tail-wagging lapdog. "Oh, a married woman?" Ding Zhen's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Well done. Truly, you are my most capable servant. Go, fetch 10 taels of silver from the storeroom as a reward." "Thank you, young master. To relieve your burdens is a blessing I have earned through many lifetimes." Chen Yi responded, lowering his head further, though his tone carried a subtle hint of complicity. However, while bringing her back, one of the underlings accidentally killed an old man. "What of it?" Ding Zhen waved his hand dismissively. "A mere commoner? Does that warrant a report? Hurry, bring her in. I wish to see her quality. At once." Chen Yi turned, his voice rising with the characteristic bravado of a sycophant. "Bring her in." Zhang Kuo was thrust into the room, tears streaking her face and her hair disheveled, adding to her desolation. Ding Zhen scrutinized her, and a fierce desire for domination ignited within him. "Excellent, very good." He rubbed his hands together, excitement flushing his cheeks, and seized the woman, dragging her toward the inner chamber, casting back a final command. "Chen Yi, guard the door. No one is to enter, not even my father." "Rest assured, young master," Chen Yi replied, bowing and retreated to the threshold, standing erect like a silent sentinel. Soon, the sounds of garments being discarded and muffled sobs filled the air. Chen Yi lowered his gaze, maintaining a stoic expression, as if he had heard nothing. This was not his first encounter with such events. He had grown accustomed to it, knowing it would soon come to an end. After the passage of a brief time, the curtain was lifted, and Ding Zhen emerged, adjusting his trousers, a satisfied demeanor gracing his features, still bearing the languor of indulgence. Less than 3 minutes, truly a waste. Chen Yi thought scornfully, yet his face radiated awe and flattery as he approached. "Young master, your prowess is unparalleled, a veritable force of nature." I could hear the commotion from outside, and felt that woman was indeed fortunate. "Ha ha ha." Ding Zhen reveled in the flattery, patting Chen Yi's shoulder. "You know how to speak. Of course, I am formidable. By the way, I must inform you of a significant event. The decennial recruitment of disciples for the Immortal sect commences tomorrow." "Immortal sect?" Chen Yi's heart raced, the words striking him like thunder. Could it be that this was not merely a mundane dynasty? Were the legends of celestial beings soaring through the skies and achieving immortality indeed true? His heart was tempestuous, yet his countenance betrayed nothing, instead revealing a curious blend of bewilderment and humility as he cautiously inquired, "Young master, what is this apprenticeship at the Immortal sect? My knowledge is limited. I have only heard of the great Luo Immortal and the chaotic demons in the tea houses. Could it be that immortals truly exist in this world?" "You fool, what do you understand?" Ding Zhen chided with a hint of pride. "The Immortal sect is none other than the King Yun sect. Tomorrow, a genuine immortal shall grace our Luo City to assess the spiritual roots of eligible youths. People from other cities are flocking here in droves. As long as one possesses spiritual roots, they can enter the Immortal sect and ascend to great heights, learning the extraordinary arts of summoning wind and rain, soaring through clouds. Such beings are true immortals, cultivating immortality. This world truly harbors the potential for such transcendence." A fervent desire, nearly explosive in its intensity, erupted within Chen Yi's heart. It was not entirely his fault for being so uninformed. For 5 long years, he had struggled to survive, rising from the brink of death as a beggar to becoming the most formidable of the wicked. The most powerful individuals he had encountered were merely stronger fighters. Immortals? That was but a legend from another realm, something he had never even heard of. "Chen Yi," Ding Zhen suddenly turned his head, his voice tinged with uncertain hope. "Do you think I, your young master, could possess such a fate and become an immortal? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi recited a set of flattery he had long mastered, his tone earnest as if it sprang from his very soul. Young master, how could you speak like that? You are the chosen one, a dragon among men, favored by the stars, blessed with abundant fortune. If such a fate were not to fall upon you, it would be a grave oversight by the heavens. I would stake my very eyes on it and declare that you shall surely succeed. Well said. Ding Zhen's heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood Chen Yi was merely flattering him. After all, even his father had said that such fates were rare as a needle in a haystack, hardly worth contemplating. Yet even so, he couldn't help but beam with pride at the praise, heartily patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. Truly my loyal servant. Now, ensure that the woman inside is dealt with discreetly, leaving no trace, lest my father discover it and begin his incessant nagging. Rest assured, young master. Chen Yi bowed his head, concealing all emotions beneath the surface. I will ensure that not a whisper of this reaches the family head. After a moment, in a secluded corner of the backyard, Chen Yi swiftly ended the life of the unconscious Zhang Kuo, then silently buried her in a shallow grave he had previously dug. As the earth gradually covered her, concealing the bloodshed, his hand trembled slightly as it gripped the shovel, not from the act of killing, but due to a heart that could not find peace, almost ablaze with yearning. The word immortal spiraled wildly in his mind, like a solitary light in the darkness, like a rope dangling from a precipice. He slowly raised his gaze to the unchanging expanse of sky above Luo City, divided by towering walls. It dawned on him that the pinnacle of this world extended far beyond the affluent households, far beyond the realms of gold and power. Indeed, there existed a path that could utterly liberate him from this wretched fate, a path that could reach the very heavens. A cold yet fervent determination quietly crystallized in his eyes, more resolute than ever before. He yearned for immortality. He aspired to transcend the mortal realm. Chapter 3. The testing of spiritual roots. The arrival of the esteemed young master Ding Zhen commanded respect. As he bellowed, "All idle folk, clear the way." Chen Yi led the charge, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the streets. Behind him, a cadre of sturdy servants, fierce as wolves, wielded their clubs indiscriminately, sweeping them forward with reckless abandon. Vendors caught unawares suffered the brunt of their assault, collapsing in pained cries. Those who managed to evade were soon pursued, receiving blows that sent them scurrying in terror. Their approach exuded an unrestrained arrogance, an embodiment of brazen entitlement. Before long, a path was carved through the bustling thoroughfare. Ding Zhen, with a fan in hand, ambled leisurely, adorned with the haughty demeanor characteristic of a scion of nobility. "Chen Yi," he remarked, gesturing towards the throng gathered at the testing square, a hint of uncertainty betraying his otherwise composed facade. "I must admit, I feel a twinge of anxiety about this assessment. What if I lack the destined spiritual root?" "Fear not, young master. Your noble fate ensures you possess a spiritual root," Chen Yi replied, though inwardly he felt a deeper trepidation. He had resolved that even if Ding Zhen were to lack such a gift, he would devote his entire life to the pursuit of immortality. Should he fail to cultivate as an immortal, he would embrace the path of the demonic, regardless of the outcome, even if it led to death. He vowed to perish on the journey of cultivation. The square for testing lay ahead, alive with a cacophony of voices. Chen Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the fervent madness roiling within, reconstructing his visage into one of subservience and flattery as he bowed to Ding Zhen. "Young master, we have arrived. Please proceed." Moments later, a streak of light descended from the heavens. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a pristine daoist robe, glided gracefully upon a cerulean flying sword, his garments billowing like those of a celestial being, hovering serenely above the testing square. A hush fell over the crowd. The elder's voice, though not raised, resonated like an ethereal current, swiftly infiltrating every ear and instilling a profound pressure that sent shivers down spines. The once boisterous square fell into a profound silence, as countless souls involuntarily held their breath, their knees trembling. Chen Yi, too, felt a chill ascend his spine. A primal fear instigated by the overwhelming presence that towered above. Yet this fear was fleeting, swiftly consumed by the fervent blaze ignited within his heart. Though he had gleaned the answer the day prior, his spirit screamed, "This is the art of sword flight, immortality. This world truly harbors the path to transcendence." He nearly erupted in exultation within his mind. Such a loss of composure was forgivable, for in his past life, as a Chinese individual, his obsession with the notion of cultivation had reached a fevered pitch. "I am Zhang Zhug, the steward of the Qingyun sect," the elder intoned, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the crowd, which appeared as mere ants beneath him. "I am responsible for this assessment of spiritual roots. Those endowed with a spiritual root, irrespective of their station, may enter my Qingyun sect to cultivate. Now, those aged 15 to 25, please form an orderly queue. All others, depart at once." As his words echoed, the crowd first fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt into a tumultuous uproar. Those who meet the criteria advance with elation, while the aged lament as if mourning their own demise, with voices of discontent and grievance rising around. Boldly, Zhang Zhugong furrows his brow, casually sweeping his robe sleeve. Several invisible blades of wind silently slice through the densest part of the crowd. With a soft thud, a head rolls to the ground, blood splattering forth. The headless corpse stands for a moment before crashing to the earth. Silence. A more profound and chilling silence envelopes the square. The heavy scent of blood permeates the air, leaving all faces pallid, each breath taken with trepidation. Ding Zhun, overwhelmed, feels warmth in his trousers, succumbing to panic as his legs tremble uncontrollably. For the first time, he perceives how casually and closely death can approach. The prominent family heads of Luo, too, are ashen-faced, trembling and retreating, wishing to vanish into the earth. Amidst this suffocating fear, Chen Yi's mind races, realizing that this immortal has come alone. Thus, he resolves to act. Drawing a deep breath, he steps forward decisively. Kneeling before the immortal, forehead to the ground, his voice clear and respectful. "Esteemed immortal master, I am Chen Yi, willing to assist you in maintaining order and ensuring the smooth execution of the spiritual root test." An opportunist at heart, he clings to any chance of engaging with the divine as a starving wolf would its prey. He lifts his gaze slightly, allowing the immortal to see his respectful yet composed face, refraining from any hint of offense. To everyone's astonishment, the immortal who had just dispatched with a wave of his hand turns his gaze upon Chen Yi, contemplating for a moment before nodding. "You possess some discernment. Very well. You shall maintain order. Thank you for your grace, esteemed immortal." Chen Yi's heart races as he rises with alacrity, turning to face the crowd, his expression transforming into the stern demeanor characteristic of a head servant. "Did you all hear? From a queue by age. Anyone who dares to cause a ruckus, cut in line, or conceal their age shall face death without mercy." His subordinates, emboldened by their master's authority, brandish their clubs menacingly, shouting to disperse the crowd. Soon, a crooked yet orderly line begins to form. The sight ignites envy among the family heads, for they have now spoken with an immortal. Should they garner favor, a precious elixir might be bestowed, potentially extending their lifespans. As Chen Yi maintains order, he swiftly whispers instructions to his servants. "Hurry, fetch the most comfortable chair. Prepare a table, and brew a pot of fine tea." Immortals are still human. While I may lack knowledge in other matters, I have mastered the art of ensuring comfort over 5 years. Next, he strides to the still-dazed and pale Ding Zhun, bending down to speak in a tone only the two can hear, his sincerity evident. "Young master, hold steady. You are blessed with fortune. Your fate is extraordinary. And you surely possess a spiritual root. I have arranged for you to stand at the front of the line." Ding Zhun's bewildered gaze finally sharpens, locking onto Chen Yi with a hint of gratitude, almost reliant. "A good servant indeed. If I truly have a destined connection with the Immortals, I will not forget you." "I am grateful for your esteemed recognition," Chen Yi replies with outward reverence, yet within his heart chills. "If you possess a spiritual root, I shall, as before, accompany you into the immortal sect. You shall bear the blade while I reap the benefits. Should you lack such a gift, then I have long since grown weary of these 5 years as a mere dog. With a soft thud, Zhang Jijao retrieved a translucent, half-human tall, milky white stone from a small cloth pouch at his waist and placed it upon the ground. The stone emitted a faint glow, as if it possessed a life of its own, with a subtle radiance circulating within. One last reminder, his voice icy, he declared, anyone who does not meet the age requirement and approaches for testing, even if they possess a spiritual root, shall be deemed a waste of my time and will be executed. Now, let the testing commence. Step forward in order. Observing the immortal master perform such feats seemingly out of thin air, all the young individuals in line were ablaze with excitement, their faces flushed and their eyes fixed ahead. Young master, it is your turn, Chen Yi gently reminded from the side. Step forward, place your hand upon it. The immortal master spoke with an impassive demeanor. Trembling, Ding Zhun cautiously approached, his hand quaking as it pressed against the cold, testing stone. The stone remained utterly still. No spiritual root, retreat. What? Ding Zhun exclaimed. As if struck by lightning, disbelief etched on his face. Impossible. How could I lack a spiritual root? I am the destined child. Get down. The immortal master's gaze turned frigid, his reprimand sharp and unyielding. Ding Zhun found the rest of his words caught in his throat. His face flushed a deep crimson as he clumsily retreated. Calm your anger, immortal master. Observing the scene, Chen Yi promptly stepped forward, taking the chair, just moved by a servant, meticulously wiping it with his sleeve before respectfully presenting a cup of perfectly brewed tea. Immortal master, please take a seat. I shall attend to matters of summoning the next individual. The immortal master glanced at him casually before settling into the chair, taking a sip of the tea. Though it lacks spiritual energy, it is still acceptable. Continue. If the testing stone shows no reaction, it signifies the absence of a spiritual root. Yes. Chen Yi pivoted, addressing the line with a sudden elevation in his voice. Next, step forward swiftly. Chapter 4. The division of spiritual roots. The testing proceeded with remarkable swiftness. One individual approached, gently placing their hand upon the stone. The stone remained unresponsive, and the servants' expressions darkened as they coldly proclaimed, no spiritual root, retreat. The next individual quickly followed, their movements decisive, exhibiting no hesitation. While some harbored disappointment in their hearts, and others had their own thoughts, none dared to show any signs of emotion, fearful that a moment's lapse could cost them their lives. Meanwhile, Chen Yi stood quietly to the side, dutifully pouring tea for the immortal master, all the while cautiously seeking an opportune moment. Immortal master, he observed Zhang Jijiao's expression soften slightly, and with a smile, he inquired in a low tone brimming with curiosity. I am but a foolish man. May I dare to inquire what precisely is this spiritual root and what distinctions lie within? Perhaps sensing a tinge of boredom, or perhaps granting a measure of patience to this obedient mortal. Zhang Jijiao slowly began to explain. A spiritual root is the bridge that connects one to the ethereal energies of a universe. Its quality varies from low to high, categorized as inferior, average, superior, and exquisite. Additionally, there exists the legendary heavenly spiritual root. Its attributes are divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There also exist extraordinary spiritual roots born of variations such as ice, thunder, and wind. Theoretically, every individual possesses the 5 elements, harmonizing with the celestial principles. However, most people's spiritual roots are muddled and feeble, making their manifestation arduous. Only those with particularly pronounced attributes can sense and absorb the corresponding spiritual essence from heaven and earth. Embarking on the path of cultivation, Chen Yi felt his blood surge with excitement, as each word resonated deeply within his heart. The testing proceeded swiftly amidst a stifling silence. No spiritual root, step down. No spiritual root, step down. One individual approached, placed their hand upon the testing stone, which remained devoid of brilliance. Before retreating with a pallid expression, another stepped forward, repeating the same process. In the blink of an eye, over 200 individuals had been tested, Yet the stone lay quietly, devoid of any luminescence, resembling merely an obstinate rock. On the platform, Zhang Zhugong's previously indifferent countenance bore a faint wrinkle of concern. He lifted his teacup, casting a glance over the dense throng behind him, which seemed to stretch endlessly, roughly estimating that nearly 1,000 remained. Should he return without even a single promising candidate possessing a spiritual root, he would surely become the subject of ridicule among the other elders. Although it is commonplace for spiritual roots to be scarce in the mundane world, returning empty-handed would be particularly embarrassing. Standing nearby, Chen Yi keenly sensed the subtle shift in the Immortal's aura, detecting a trace of displeasure and agitation. He promptly bent lower, moving with utmost stealth and grace. Observing that the teacup was nearly empty, he required no signal, as the attentive steward swiftly darted off to fetch a fresh pot of steaming tea. Chen Yi personally accepted it, testing the temperature before quietly refilling the cup, presenting it with utmost reverence, ensuring not a sound escaped him. He remained silent, communicating solely through his actions, a humble servant, ever ready to heed commands, never causing the slightest inconvenience. Zhang Zhugong accepted the warm teacup, casting a glance at the perceptive mortal steward. Although his expression did not soften, the irritation seemed to dissipate slightly due to the timely service. He set down the teacup, his voice still lacking warmth, yet devoid of prior brutality. Continue. The testing resumed mechanically. The 287th individual approached, placing their hand upon the stone, only to withdraw in disappointment. The 288th, a young boy clad in patched hemp garments, his face pale, timidly stepped forward. He glanced at his dirty hands, still caked with mud, hesitating momentarily. Yet, spurred on by the steward's icy gaze, he steeled himself and pressed his palm against the cold testing stone. Buzz! In that instant of contact, the long-dormant stone erupted into radiance. The glow, though not blinding, distinctly divided into 4 colors: red, blue, green, and yellow. The 4 hues intertwined and flowed, albeit faintly, yet palpably real. It illuminated. The testing stone shone brightly. The crowd erupted into incredulous gasps. All those who had been drowsy and nearly hopeless suddenly widened their eyes, fixated on the 4-colored brilliance. On the platform, Zhang Zhugong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Oh! He let out a soft gasp, his figure shifting slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before the boy clad in coarse garments like a fleeting shadow. Ah! The boy, startled by this sudden appearance, cried out and fell to the ground. Yet his reflexes were quick. Almost instantaneously, he adjusted his posture and knelt in a proper position, his forehead touching the earth, his voice trembling yet remarkably clear. I humbly bow to the esteemed master. Zhang Zhugong looked down from his elevated stance, his gaze sharp as it swept over the boy amidst the radiant aura of 4 colors, nodding slightly. Water, fire, wood, earth for spiritual roots, though of inferior quality. You have nonetheless crossed the threshold of the immortal path. You may join my Kingian sect. With one hand behind his back, his voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the quiet square. A wave of emotions surged through the crowd. Envy, jealousy, longing, and bitterness, transforming into a low murmuring. Cultivating immortality, eternal life, ascending to the heavens in a single step. Such an opportunity had unexpectedly fallen upon a boy in coarse garments. What is your name? Zhang Zhugong inquired. The boy, trembling with excitement, responded, Esteemed master, I am Wang Ergu, 16 years old, a tenant farmer from the Wang family estate in Luoking, helping my father cultivate the land for our Lord. Zhang Zhugong pondered briefly. Though the boy's spiritual roots were lacking, his temperament was astute. With diligent practice, he might still reach the later stages of Qi training. Once entering the Immortal sect, he would be distinct from the mundane. You possess 4 spiritual roots, with the wood root standing out slightly. 2 woods form a forest, thriving endlessly. From this day forth, you shall be called Wang Lin. Wang Lin, Wang Lin. The boy repeated the name, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. He bowed deeply once more, exclaiming, Yes. Thank you, esteemed master, for bestowing this name. I, your disciple Wang Lin, shall faithfully obey your command." From this moment onward, he was no longer the tenant farmer Wang Ergu, but rather the disciple Wang Lin of the Qingyun sect. The overwhelming joy brought about by this transformation eclipsed all previous apprehensions. "Rise and stand by my side to await further instructions," Zhang Jijiao said, his tone softening as he turned back to his seat, lifting his teacup and signaling for the testing to continue. Finding a promising candidate meant he would not return empty-handed. His mood visibly improved. Chen Yi observed the boy named Wang Lin, suppressing his excitement as he cautiously stepped into the space behind the master, his chest involuntarily heaving. Envy. No. It was a searing jealousy and desire. That was a spiritual root, an opportunity for immortality, even if it was merely the lowest grade of 4 spiritual roots. It was the key to unlocking the gates of the immortal realm. It was the very ladder to ascendancy that Chen Yi had longed for, willing to exchange everything for. He took a deep breath, forcefully stifling the tumult of emotions within, and donned a submissive expression once more, redoubling his efforts to maintain order, pouring tea and serving water. Soon, it would be his turn. Chapter 5. Intermediate Spiritual Roots. The testing stone has not illuminated. No spiritual roots. Step down. No spiritual roots. Step down. Next, quickly. After Wang Lin, the testing stone fell into an extended silence once more. 3 hours passed, with over 700 individuals stepping forward one after another, only to retreat in succession. Were it not for Wang Lin's 4-colored radiance preceding them, Chen Yi might have doubted whether the stone was merely a decorative piece. Just as the crowd began to be engulfed once more by numbness and despair, a hum resonated. The spiritual stone glowed again. This time, its radiance was markedly more brilliant and solid than when Wang Lin had tested it, astonishingly manifesting 3 distinct hues: a blazing crimson gold, a somber earthen yellow, and a sharp, pale golden edge. It glimmered anew. Exclamations erupted once more. Every gaze instantly converged upon the tester. He was a youth clad in brocade, his demeanor unmistakably set apart from common folk, his brows and eyes bearing the calm and subtle pride characteristic of a scion from a noble lineage. On the elevated platform, Zhang Juge's eyes flickered with keen light. Though his form remained unmoved, a rare expression of genuine satisfaction graced his countenance. Stroking his beard, he nodded approvingly. Gold, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots. The quality has reached a respectable middle grade. Not bad. What is your name? From whence do you hail? The youth responded unhurriedly, bowing gracefully, his voice clear and composed, neither servile nor arrogant. Master Xian, I am a collateral scion of the Lin family from Luocan, Lindong. Confidence and sharpness belonging to a prodigy shone in his eyes, as if he had long anticipated his spiritual roots. Lindong was as immovable as a mountain, as dynamic as thunder, an auspicious name and noble lineage. Zhang Juge's admiration deepened, perceiving in this youth both exceptional nature and temperament, and he was moved by a desire to nurture talent. Proactively speaking, Lindong, your aptitude is commendable and your temperament steady. You are a promising material. With diligent cultivation over time, foundational success is attainable. Would you consent to become my disciple? A thunderous commotion erupted. A celestial master personally accepting a disciple. This was akin to fortune descending from the heavens, a leap to greatness. Countless envious eyes fixed intently upon Lindong, silently urging, accept swiftly, prostrate yourself at once. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Lindong did not immediately bow his head in acceptance. Instead, his brow furrowed slightly, revealing unmistakable hesitation. The smile on Zhang Juge's face instantly faded, replaced by displeasure. As a senior steward of Qingyun sect, a formidable figure at the 9th level of Qi refinement, it was already a considerable concession for him to recruit disciples among mortals. Yet to be met with hesitation was intolerable. He snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve. Enough. Since your heart is uncertain, this matter is concluded. Step aside. Master Xian, I am willing. Lindong seemed to realize too late and hastened to speak, but Zhang Juge cut him off coldly, turning away without another glance, and resumed the testing. Regret and anxiety instantly clouded Lin Dong's face as he sulkily retreated to stand beside Wang Lin. Both audience and participants shook their heads in lament, deeming the youth foolish beyond measure for squandering such a monumental opportunity to ascend like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Yet Chen Yi, who had been observing with detached eyes, perceptively discerned a subtle anomaly. The regret was merely superficial. Beneath it, his gaze was serene, tinged with an almost imperceptible aloofness and disdain. At the moment Zhang Zhuge swept his sleeve and turned away, Lin Dong's fingers seemed to unconsciously brush over a spot beneath his chest on his garment. Something concealed upon his person, and it appeared he cared little for the favor of this celestial master. Chen Yi's mind brimmed with suspicion. Having honed his ability to read people and discern subtleties to perfection over the years, he had not overlooked Lin Dong's fleeting aberration. However, this thought was but a fleeting notion. At present, nothing held greater significance than the impending test. 13 individuals stepped forward in succession, only to find the spirit stone unresponsive. When the 14th, a timid and ragged little beggar, approached, he trembled as he pressed his grimy palm against the stone. A low hum resonated as the spirit stone flickered to life, its light feeble, revealing but two hues, pale gold and earthy yellow. Oh! Zhang Zhugang raised an eyebrow, his interest evidently waning. Merely another inferior spiritual root, and among the dual roots, the most common attributes of gold and earth. Still aggrieved from his earlier humiliation by Lin Dong, he apathetically inquired, "What is your name?" The little beggar, both startled and elated, mustered his courage to reply loudly. Replying to the immortal teacher, "I am called Chen Yi." No sooner had he spoken than another equally filthy little beggar from the crowd could not restrain himself, exclaiming, "Chen Yi, dog egg, aren't you called dog egg?" The little beggar's face turned ashen in an instant, and he hurriedly bowed his head in explanation. "Immortal teacher, forgive me. My humble name is Dog Egg, but my proper name is Chen Yi. It was given by my elders in childhood." Zhang Zhugong's gaze turned icy. The name was inconsequential. His tone was flat, yet it rendered the air around them stifling. Having entered the immortal sect, one must distinguish between the mortal and the divine. How dare a mere ant utter the name of an immortal? With that, he subtly moved his sleeve. An invisible blade of wind sliced through the air. With a soft thud, the loquacious little beggar's head tumbled to the ground, his face still etched with confusion and disbelief. Blood splattered, staining the shoes of those nearby. A moment of stunned silence was followed by an outpouring of gasps and astonished exclamations. The crowd's gaze towards Chen Yi was imbued with a complex mix of emotions, heavy with trepidation. From that moment forth, he was no longer Dog Egg, but Chen Yi, recognized by the immortal teacher. The deceased little beggar had imparted a lesson with his life. There exists a stark divide between mortals and immortals, and the powerful must not be disrespected. Remember this lesson. Zhang Zhugang addressed the trembling Chen Yi, stepping closer. Yes, yes. Chen Yi, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambled and crawled to stand behind Wang Lin and Lin Dong, attempting to stabilize himself. His legs were so weak that he could scarcely remain upright, and he carried with him the distinctive odor of a beggar's den, a pungent mix of sweat and dirt. Upon sensing the odor, Lin Dong, standing before him, imperceptibly wrinkled his nose the moment the scent wafted towards him. Though he did not move his feet, his upper body subtly shifted to the side, creating a slight distance between them, his eyes betraying unmistakable detachment and disdain. This minute gesture did not escape the notice of many behind him, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The distinction between mortals and immortals was clear. The three of them had now become prospective immortals, their statuses irrevocably altered. Lin Dong's innate modesty and fastidiousness stemming from his noble lineage were laid bare in that moment. Wang Lin stood awkwardly, glancing between Lin Dong and the pallid Chen Yi. His lips moved, but ultimately no words emerged. He merely bowed his head in silence. Coming from a peasant background, he was no stranger to such odors. Yet at that moment, he was uncertain how to comport himself before this new comrade. Zhang Zhugang, observing all from the high platform, remained unfazed. Within the sect, the distinctions among disciples are as natural as the ebb and flow of tides. Chapter 6. O Father, I beseech thee, accept my humble bow. The assessment progresses. The number of participants dwindles, hope flickering like a candle in the wind, wavering uncertainly. Chen Yi's heart, too, sinks deeper as the spirit-testing stone dims gradually. Out of 700 or 800 candidates of appropriate age, only 3 possess spiritual roots, a probability so disheartening it borders on despair. Cold sweat, unbeknownst to him, saturates his back. Beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead, which he grits his teeth to suppress. What if he lacks spiritual roots? This thought gnaws at his heart like a venomous serpent. No, he must not dwell on such thoughts. He shakes his head violently, forcibly suppressing the rising panic. Remain calm. Chen Yi, remain calm. In times like these, chaos must not reign. As he observes the line dwindling to a mere handful, he grits his teeth and silently maneuvers to the very end of the queue. The final test awaits. This is his last opportunity to adjust his mindset, and possibly, if he truly lacks spiritual roots, he might still plead for a final chance from the celestial masters, even if it is the most meager opportunity. He implores the heavens, the myriad deities, and all past gods, regardless of their existence. Chen Yi fervently cries within, grant me spiritual roots. Just bestow upon me spiritual roots, even a most inferior type. Even with but a single attribute, I would offer anything in return. His palms are slick with cold sweat, his body trembling slightly from sheer tension. The world of cultivation lies before him. This is the closest he has ever been to altering his fate since his transmigration. He cannot resign himself to failure. He will not allow himself to fall at the threshold. Just as his turn approaches, he almost forces out a hoarse roar through clenched teeth, as if summoning all his strength, severing any retreat. Do noble lords and ministers not possess courage? This defiant phrase, once heard in a previous life, now serves as the clarion call for his unwavering resolve and defiance. In the next moment, he steps forward boldly, no longer hesitating, and places his trembling yet resolute palm firmly upon the icy, spirit-testing stone. Buzz! A sound clearer than any before resonates. The spirit-testing stone radiates with brilliance. Red, yellow, gold, blue, green. The 5 colors intertwine in a dazzling display, bright, stable, and harmonious. Though not as sharp as Lin Dong's triple spiritual roots, it possesses a fullness and balance all its own. It shines. It shines again. 5 distinct colors. The crowd erupts in astonishment. On the platform, Zhang Zhigong, who had appeared somewhat disinterested, suddenly straightens, his eyes alight with surprise. Excellent, 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 he exclaims thrice, his previous gloom evaporating, replaced by unabashed admiration. The 5-colored radiance, balanced and full, exhibits a natural harmony. It is indeed of medium quality with 5 spiritual roots. Ha ha ha, splendid. Such talent, though inferior to high-grade and top-grade spiritual roots, boasts a solid foundation, encompassing various attributes, making it suitable for any cultivation technique, truly among the most promising of medium-grade spiritual roots. Young man, you are remarkable. Medium-grade, 5 spiritual roots. I possess spiritual roots, and of medium quality. A tremendous wave of ecstasy engulfed Chen Yi, overwhelming him to the point of dizziness, nearly compelling him to cry out in unrestrained joy. Yet, the remnants of his reason, cultivated over 5 years, along with his instinct for discernment, played a crucial role at that moment. As Zhang Zhizhou's words lingered in the air, under the watchful gazes of those around him, whether filled with envy or admiration, Chen Yi promptly knelt upon the ground in the most dignified manner, not merely to express gratitude. He lifted his gaze, his face adorned with fervor, respect, and a perfectly measured devotion, his voice quivering with emotion, yet distinctly clear. Master, no, esteemed, upon first laying eyes on you, I felt as though I beheld a towering mountain, majestic and solemn, akin to encountering a beloved kin, where authority is gracefully intertwined with kindness. Your transcendent cultivation and your profound insight into worldly affairs bear an uncanny resemblance to that of my late father. His tone was so heartfelt it almost choked him, his eyes ablaze with sincerity. I, Chen Yi, am acutely aware of my own dullness. Yet you, Master, have not cast me aside, granting me this celestial opportunity, for which I am eternally grateful. I dare not aspire to be your disciple. I only wish to remain by your side, to listen to your teachings, to serve you with the utmost filial piety. If you do not reject me, I would be honored to consider you my godfather for this lifetime. I vow to devote myself entirely to your service, without any ulterior motives. This heartfelt declaration, replete with sincerity and flattery, placed him in a humbly low position, especially after having recently endured Lin Dong's reluctance to acknowledge him. The stark contrast presented by this young man, so considerate, grateful, and admiring, with commendable potential, was strikingly pleasing to Zhang Zhuzhao. His heart swelled with joy, and a broad smile broke across his face, banishing all previous discontent like mist dissipating in the sun. Ha ha! He laughed heartily, taking a couple of steps forward to offer his support. Well done. What a good child. Rise quickly. Such filial piety and talent. How could I possibly refuse? From this day forth, you shall be my godson, and in the outside world, you shall be known as my disciple. Thank you, godfather. Please accept my humble bow. Chen Yi replied without hesitation, bowing 3 times earnestly, and, as he lifted his head, tears shimmered in his eyes, half from overwhelming joy, half from the force of his emotions. Indeed, even celestial beings possess humanity. Chen Yi recognized that he had made the right bet. Not only had he entered the realm of the divine, but he had also secured a robust ally from the very outset. The chasm between the mortal and the celestial had now been bridged. Beside him, Wang Lin and Cheng Kai watched the scene unfold with a tinge of envy, while Lin Dong remained indifferent. However, Wang Lin quickly realized the moment's significance and promptly bowed, his demeanor reflecting the simplicity and eagerness of a countryman. Disciple Wang Lin, greeting brother Chen Yi. Cheng Kai, a beat behind, hastily followed suit, his voice trembling slightly. Greetings to brother Chen Yi. Lin Dong stood aloof, his expression unchanging, a hint of distance lingering in his gaze. Yet, under the weight of Zhang Zhou's scrutinizing gaze, he eventually nodded slightly and, in a nonchalant manner, uttered, Lin Dong pays respects to brother Chen Yi. Chen Yi wore a composed smile as he responded graciously to Wang Lin and Cheng Kai, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lin Dong without revealing any unusual emotions. He understood well that the term senior brother was merely a courtesy in light of his adoptive father's reputation. True standing would only be determined upon entering the sect and proving one's worth. Zhang Zhigong appeared quite satisfied with the display of brotherly camaraderie, turning to Chen Yi with a gentler tone. My son, now that you have entered the immortal realm, you must sever ties with the mundane world. Do you have any family that requires your attention, or any unresolved matters in Luo City? His implication was unmistakable. Should there be any adversaries, this was the moment to eliminate them. Without hesitation, Chen Yi lifted his garment and knelt once more, his expression earnest, replying to my adoptive father. I have endured solitude since childhood, wandering to this point, and I am fortunate to have received the favor of my adoptive father, granting me this celestial opportunity. The mundane world holds no attachments for me, nor do I harbor any grievances worth remembering. From this moment forth, my adoptive father is my only kin, and King Yun's sect shall be my home. I wish only to remain by your side, diligently cultivating my skills to repay your kindness. His words resonated profoundly, causing Zhang Zhigong to nod repeatedly, increasingly pleased. This youth displayed resolute character, capable of entirely severing worldly ties, a promising prospect for cultivation. Good child, rise, he said, personally helping Chen Yi to his feet before turning his attention back to Wang Lin, Lin Dong, and Cheng Kai, his tone reverting to its previous aloofness and authority. You 3 still have familial ties in the mundane realm. I grant you 1 hour to bid farewell and resolve your worldly affairs. Remember, you must return within the hour. Once you enter the immortal gate, You shall no longer be immortal, and your return may be uncertain. This could be the last time you see them. Do not delay, or the opportunity will slip away." His words struck the trio like a heavy hammer. Wang Lin turned pale, immediately thinking of his elderly father. His eyes reddened as he hurriedly responded and dashed towards the outskirts of the city where the farmers lived. Chiang Kai hesitated briefly, coming from a background of destitution. He had no true family. However, with a quick thought, he hastened towards the dilapidated temple where he usually found refuge. Lin Dong remained notably calmer. With a respectful bow to Zhang Zhigong, he leisurely made his way towards the Lin family estate in Luo City, his posture upright, betraying little emotion of parting. Chen Yi stood quietly beside Zhang Zhigong, watching the three figures merge into the crowd, disappearing in different directions. His face bore no trace of joy or sorrow, yet his heart felt cold and clear. Severing ties meant doing so completely. Lingering attachments would only serve as stumbling blocks on the path of cultivation. He knew, from the moment his hand pressed upon the spirit testing stone and it radiated with 5 colors, that the dogged underling of the Ding family had perished. What remained was the son of Zhang Zhigong, a servant of King Yun's sect, now known as the Immortal Chen Yi. Chapter 7. The journey to the Immortal Gate with the Spirit Testing Conference concluded. News of the celestial opportunity swept through Luo City. Within the Ding residence, Ding Zhun seethed with a mixed fury of jealousy, resentment, and absurdity upon learning that his former underling, Chen Yi, not only possessed spiritual roots, but had also been taken as an adopted son by an immortal master. No. He shattered the jade cup in his hand, his face contorted with rage. Chen Yi, that wretched slave, how could he possibly possess a spiritual root? I'm the master. How can he have something I do not? Why? How outrageous! You wretched creature, be silent. A thunderous roar erupted as Ding Zhun's father, the rotund head of the Ding family, strode forward and delivered a heavy slap without hesitation. Slap! Ding Zhun's vision blurred with stars, and one side of his face swelled instantly. Father, you strike me? Am I not allowed to scold my own servant? Ding Zhun clutched his face, a mix of shock and anger washing over him. Fool! Utterly foolish. The Ding family head retaliated with another slap, so forceful that it knocked out 2 of Ding Zhun's teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Servant? Open your eyes and see. Who is the servant now? And who is the immortal? The existence of our Ding family today is solely due to your grandfather's fortuitous encounter when he saved a passing cultivator and gained his protection, allowing us to establish ourselves in Luo City. Now, the immortal stands in our own courtyard. This is an extraordinary opportunity. If we can associate with him, our Ding family could not only be the foremost in Luo City, but could also aspire for greater heights across the entire Zhou kingdom. Speak. Have you ever shown disrespect to Immortal Chen? Ding Zhun hesitated, stammering. Disrespect? It was common for him to insult and belittle. In his mind, the hierarchy of master and servant was an absolute truth. He never imagined such a day would come. The Ding family head, reading the expression on his son's face, felt a chill of realization wash over him, followed by a flash of ruthless determination. He seized Ding Zhun by the collar. Gulme, we shall go to the spirit testing platform to apologize. If Immortal Chen demands your life due to past grievances, so be it. It is the price to protect our entire Ding family. No, father, I am your son. Ding Zhun cried out in terror, struggling. I can still live. The head of the Ding family's voice was cold and unyielding as he dragged his pale-faced son away. Before the spirit testing platform, the crowd had long dispersed, leaving only Chen Yi standing beside Zhang Zhig. The Ding family head rushed forward without uttering a word. He felt his knees and pressed Ding Zhun's head down. Bowing deeply, Ding family father and son pay their respects to the immortal master. Congratulations to Immortal Chen on achieving celestial fate. The head of the Ding family trembled. His forehead pressed to the ground, and he knocked his head down twice more, almost crying out, I, a poor parent, have failed to educate my child. This wretched creature was blind to the truth and has offended Immortal Chen on numerous occasions. We have come today to admit our wrongs, whether it be life or death. It is entirely up to the Immortal and Immortal Chen to decide. We only ask for the Immortal's forbearance. At that moment, Ding Zhun trembled all over. Cold sweat soaking his clothes, the arrogance of his past completely vanished. Zhang Zhug did not lift his gaze, merely addressing Chen Yi with indifference. How do you wish to handle these two? Though he seemed casual, there was an underlying intent to test Chen Yi's character. If Chen Yi were merciless and resolved to eliminate his former master, it would reveal a vengeful and unforgiving nature that warranted caution. Chen Yi's expression remained as tranquil as still water, as though the two kneeling before him were mere strangers. He bowed slightly, his voice clear and detached. In response to my esteemed elder, I have already stated that worldly entanglements must be severed completely. Though the Ding family once resorted to coercive reprimands towards their disciples, had it not been for the Ding family's shelter, those disciples might have succumbed to the bitter cold on the streets long ago. Gratitude is gratitude, and grievances are grievances. The scales of cause and effect have balanced, leaving no debts to settle. Now that the disciples have entered the celestial gate, past matters dissipate like wisps of smoke, warranting a complete dismissal, free from lingering concerns. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of admiration crossed Zhang Zhijiao's eyes. Well said. Clarity of thought leads to longevity. It is commendable that you can perceive it this way. Zhang Zhijiao nodded and addressed the two individuals on the ground with indifference. Do you understand? The paths of mortals and immortals diverge. The past is concluded. You may return. Thank you, Immortal Master Xia. Thank you, Immortal Chen, for your mercy. The head of the Ding family, as if granted a reprieve, bowed repeatedly, dragging the nearly incapacitated Ding Zhun, retreating in a flustered and pitiable manner. Chen Yi watched them depart, his gaze betraying no ripples of emotion. Hatred? Indeed, there was little. Had it not been for celestial fates, the Ding family would merely have served as a stepping stone in his grand design. Should they obstruct his path in the future, or should they possess surplus resources, the Ding family would undoubtedly face annihilation. This was merely a calculation of interests, devoid of any connection to past grievances. What sort of person is Chen Yi? A good man? A villain? Perhaps both, or neither. Ultimately, Chen Yi is a person who resorts to any means necessary to achieve his ends. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Lin and Cheng Kai returned in succession, both transformed in appearance. Wang Lin had shed his tattered hemp robe for a clean blue garment. Though not opulent, it bore an air of dignity. He clutched a coarse cloth bundle tightly to his chest, the reluctance of parting from his family still lingering upon his face, yet in his gaze towards the future. A cautious flicker of hope had emerged. Cheng Kai, on the other hand, had undergone a more significant transformation, now adorned in new satin attire. The shyness that once marked him as a beggar had considerably faded, and his spirit appeared rejuvenated. Clearly, both had reaped certain benefits, their expressions betraying a barely contained joy. After respectfully bowing to Zhang Zhijiao, they silently positioned themselves behind Chen Yi. Zhang Zhijiao cast a glance over them, uttering no further words. Simultaneously, in a secluded courtyard of the Lin family, Lin Dong deeply bowed before his mother's memorial tablet, whispering, "Mother, I must depart. This journey to the celestial gate shall free me from the intrigues of this family. I have encountered fortune, securing the remnants of a nascent soul master as my mentor. Henceforth, the world shall be vast and boundless." As his words fell, an ancient jade pendant on his chest flickered with a faint light, and a visage of an elderly yet imposing spirit emerged, its voice resonating directly in his mind. "Enough of this childish sentiment. Hasten forth. The wonders of the cultivation realm far exceed your current imagination. Go swiftly, do not tarry." "Yes, master." Lin Dong cast a final glance at his mother's tablet. No longer hesitating, he turned and strode purposefully towards the spirit testing square, his figure resolute, not looking back. Upon Lin Dong's arrival, Zhang Zhizhou noted that all four had gathered and refrained from further commentary. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a beam of spiritual light soared from his storage pouch, rapidly enlarging in midair, transforming into a flying vessel of approximately 30 feet in length, its wooden structure glistening with a metallic sheen, steadily hovering a foot above the ground. "Come aboard," he stated succinctly, stepping onto the craft first. Chen Yi followed as the second, with the others closely trailing behind. Zhang Zhigong stood at the forefront of the flying vessel, skillfully flipping his hand to reveal a diamond-shaped crystal glowing with a faint white aura in his palm. Casually, he tossed the crystal into a slightly recessed hub at the center of the vessel. With a hum, the vessel's ethereal light suddenly brightened, emitting a deep resonance before achieving an extraordinary stability, as if it had merged with the surrounding currents, its speed accelerating once more. The journey to King Yun's sect, spanning 18,000 li, would take approximately 2 days. Zhang Zhigong spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, facing away from the 4 companions, instructing them to meditate and remain calm. 18,000 li? My goodness! Chen Yi inwardly gasped at the thought. This distance, in his previous life's understanding, equated to 54,000 kilometers. Indeed, this world was vast beyond imagination. However, he concealed his astonishment, obediently settling down to meditate, striving to calm his mind. Chapter 8. King Yun sect. The flying vessel sliced through clouds and mist, advancing swiftly for 2 days. Ahead, an expansive panorama gradually unfolded, revealing a landscape of towering peaks and majestic mountains, enveloped in endless ethereal mists, where white cranes occasionally called out and waterfalls cascaded like silk. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged forth, invigorating the spirit, as if every breath washed away the mundane. The vessel descended gently onto a broad platform, paved with enormous azure stones, located halfway up the mountain. We have arrived. Zhang Zhigong was the first to disembark. The other 4 followed closely, their feet touching the cool, solid stone surface, feeling somewhat dazed as if stepping from one world into another. Elder Zhang, you have returned? A respectful greeting came from the side. Chen Yi turned to see 2 young disciples clad in standard azure robes, swords at their waists, hastily approaching with respectful smiles. Their demeanor indicated they were responsible for welcoming or guarding this area. Indeed, I have returned from a task, bringing back several seedlings with spiritual roots. Zhang Zhigong replied with a slight nod, his tone neutral, as he continued to lead the 4 further into the mountain gate. The 2 azure-robed disciples immediately stepped aside, watching them depart. The group of Chen Yi followed closely, not daring to ask questions, their eyes wandering in wonder. They beheld exquisite towers and jade palaces shrouded in mist, while rainbow bridges spanned perilous peaks. Occasionally, cultivators could be seen soaring through the air on magical instruments, trailing streams of spiritual light that stirred the heart. The air, saturated with spiritual energy, seemed to invigorate every pore. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a grand hall, where an ancient plaque inscribed with the words Shumu Hall hung above the door. Disciples dressed in various robes moved busily around the area. Wait here, Zhang Zhigong commanded before stepping directly into the hall. Upon his entrance, the previously bustling crowd fell silent. Many disciples recognized his status as a miscellaneous affairs steward and promptly cleared a path, their attitudes respectful. Zhang Zhigong averted his gaze, walking straight to the counter at the front, where he engaged in a brief, hushed conversation with a disciple resembling a steward. Afterward, he produced a jade slip and handed it over for documentation. Soon, he completed the necessary procedures and turned to exit, before the 4 gazing upon him with hopeful eyes. Zhang Zhig spoke succinctly. The introductory guidance is now complete. You shall now proceed independently to the General Affairs Hall, where, by presenting your registered names, you will receive your sect identity jade plaques and the foundational manual of the Qi guidance technique. The jade plaques will direct you to your respective quarters. Remember, you have 1 month to attempt the induction of Qi into your bodies. After 1 month, you must return here to receive your sect assignments without fail. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over them all. Your current status is that of errand disciples. Only upon reaching the 4th layer of the Qi refinement stage may you advance to outer disciples, at which point you will be eligible to select formal cultivation techniques from the transmission pavilion. Lastly, a word of counsel. Within the sect, hierarchy is to be respected. Do not provoke those of higher rank. The remaining rules you must discern for yourselves. Having spoken, his gaze turned to Chen Yi, his tone markedly different. Chen Yi, accompany me. Yes, Godfather. Chen Yi responded immediately, quickening his pace to follow. Chen Yi trailed Zhang Zhug for about half an hour, traversing several peaks suffused with spiritual energy, each boasting distinct scenery, until they arrived at an exceptionally elegant summit. The summit was spacious, crowned by a meticulously crafted courtyard with white walls and blue tiles, its flying eaves and ornate brackets shimmering faintly with spiritual light, far surpassing the clustered dwellings below. Within the courtyard were several tranquil chambers, arranged with refined simplicity. Zhang Zhug pushed open the main hall door, and a faint dust scent greeted them, revealing it had long been uninhabited. His brow furrowed slightly as he casually swept his sleeve. A gentle breeze spontaneously arose, swirling through every corner of the room, dispersing dust, leaving the windows crystal clear, and imbuing the air with a subtle, fresh aroma of grass and wood. A consigne technique. Chen Yi imprinted this scene deeply within his memory. Zhang Zhu called, his voice echoing through the spacious hall. Godfather, I am here. Chen Yi promptly stepped forward half a pace, standing respectfully with hands lowered. Zhang Zhug took his seat at the main position, his gaze sweeping over the revitalized room. This was one of the residences his father had within the sect, situated atop a branch of the spiritual vein, with a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeded that of the errant disciples' quarters. You shall reside here and devote yourself to cultivation, striving to succeed in chi induction at the earliest. When that time comes, Godfather will bestow gifts upon you. With that, he casually tossed 2 items toward Chen Yi. One was a dull, gray wooden waist plaque inscribed with the words errand and faintly shimmering with a subtle light. The other was a thin, thread-bound book with a blank cover, cool to the touch. These are your identity jade plaque and the foundational manual of the chi guidance technique. The jade plaque requires a blood drop to initially bind to its owner before it can be used. Yes, thank you, Godfather. I shall exert my utmost efforts and never betray your nurturing kindness. Chen Yi accepted them with both hands, gripping tightly, his tone fervent and resolute. He carefully stored the jade plaque and manual within his bosom, but did not immediately examine them. Instead, he lifted his gaze toward Zhang Zhug, his face revealing just the right measure of concern. Godfather, after piloting the flying boat all this way, you must be weary. I possess no great skills, but I have a modest talent in massage and acupressure. If you would not disdain it, may I alleviate some of your fatigue? Zhang Zhug, somewhat surprised by this. Then his eyes flickered with a trace of appreciation. This adopted son indeed possesses a measure of filial piety and understanding. Given your genuine intentions, I shall indulge you. Chen Yi stepped forward at once, positioning himself behind Zhang Zhugong. His technique was undeniably proficient. His strength was evenly distributed, and his control over the acupoints was precise, indicating considerable effort had been invested. His fingers kneaded and pressed along the meridians with gradual finesse, prompting Zhang Zhugong to relax and close his eyes in enjoyment. The room fell into a tranquil silence, filled solely with the rhythmic sounds of pressure and gentle breathing. After a brief interlude, perhaps due to the relaxed atmosphere or his elevated spirits, Zhang Zhugong slowly spoke, his tone softer than usual. Since you have embarked on this path, it is time for you to grasp some fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. Chen Yi's hands did not cease their movements, but his ears perked up in attention. The realm in which we reside is collectively known as the central plains of the 9 continents. Boundless and vast, it is a landscape that mere mortals cannot fully comprehend in a lifetime. There are, of course, other regions, yet they are surrounded by endless seas, said to be traversable only by those of the Yuan-Ing stage. The Central Plains is dominated by 3 major sects: my own Qingyun sect, the Baidi Beast Control sect, and the Zhangzia sect by the Eastern Sea. These 3 are venerable powers with millennia of lineage, each presided over by a Yuan-Ing elder. With a hint of pride in his voice, he continued, among these, the Qingyun sect stands at the forefront in terms of strength and heritage. Established nearly 5,000 years ago, we reign supreme over the endless Qingyun mountain range. Within the sect, there are nearly 10,000 disciples at the Qi refinement stage, over 200 practitioners at the foundation establishment stage, and more than a mere handful at the golden course stage. The revelation of nearly 10,000 Qi refinement practitioners struck Chen Yi with astonishment, causing a barely noticeable pause in his movements. The magnitude and profound heritage represented by this figure far exceeded his prior imagination. Indeed, the Qingyun sect is a towering tree in the world of cultivation. Chapter 9. Hierarchical rigor. Disciples of the sect are categorized into 4 tiers according to their cultivation: servant disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true inheritors. Zhang Zhugong's voice flowed gently through the quiet room, imbued with a condescending perspective. Among these, servant disciples are the most numerous, comprising over 90% of those at the Qi refinement stage. They are tasked with various menial duties, such as planting, cleaning, patrolling the mountains, and caring for beasts, in exchange for a meager share of spirit stones and limited time for cultivation. Rising early and toiling late, their meager earnings barely sustain their practice, resulting in sluggish progress. He paused slightly, allowing Chen Yi to absorb this harsh reality of the lower tiers. Once one achieves the 4th level of Qi refinement, they may ascend to the status of an outer disciple. At that point, their identity transforms entirely. They receive a fixed stipend each month, although they must still complete certain sect tasks. Yet they gain more autonomy in their cultivation time and resources. As for inner disciples, they must reach the 7th level of Qi refinement and pass a more stringent selection process, representing the core individuals that the sect truly values and nurtures with resources. Zhang Zhigong took a brief pause, his gaze not directed at Chen Yi, yet the clarity of his words was unmistakable. As you have sworn fealty to me as your adoptive father, you begin on a different footing than the others. For this month, focus on your cultivation here, where the spiritual energy is abundant and undisturbed. Surpassing the threshold of channeling energy into your body is of utmost urgency. Your adoptive father holds great expectations for you. Understand, Father, I shall not disappoint your lofty expectations. Chen Yi's massage technique remained steady and composed, his voice imbued with genuine gratitude and determination. However, the tumultuous waves surging within his heart far surpassed the calm facade he presented. How fortunate! It was as if he had stumbled upon an unimaginable stroke of luck. Only at this moment, as he listened to his godfather eloquently narrate the rigid hierarchy and harsh survival rules of the sect, did he belatedly grasp the immense advantages his seemingly audacious act of seeking a godfather had conferred upon him. He could almost envision Wang Lin, Cheng Kai, and even the somewhat enigmatic Lin Dong grappling with their current predicaments. Clutching a rough jade token, they must navigate the labyrinthine servant quarters in search of a cramped room possibly occupied by several others. Confronted with the obscure Qi induction technique without guidance, they could only struggle in solitude, and a month later they would likely be compelled to undertake strenuous labor from the break of dawn, extracting precious moments of cultivation time amidst their exhaustion. They would have to fight like the lowest of insects among thousands of servants, competing for that elusive chance of advancement. And what about him? He resided in a secluded courtyard atop the Deacon Peak, where the concentration of spiritual energy was worlds apart. He had his godfather imparting knowledge directly, sparing him from countless detours and potential dangers. This was not merely a difference in starting points. It was akin to boarding an express train directly from the starting line. A wave of intense relief, tinged with a hint of trepidation, swept over him. Had he remained frozen in place upon discovering his spiritual route, he would likely find himself, like the 3 others, embarking on the arduous path of cultivation amidst confusion and hardship. He must seize this opportunity. He must cling tightly to the lifeline provided by his godfather. This thought crystallized with unprecedented clarity and resolve. Thus, Chen Yi quietly adjusted his demeanor. The keen awareness and the ability to read others, honed through 5 years of struggle at the bottom, along with the myriad of tactics and calculations mastered for survival, were carefully and thoroughly concealed deep within him. Standing behind Zhang Zhug at this moment was not a survivor with a profound mindset, but a grateful son, eager to honor his benefactor, possessing decent aptitude and an understanding of seizing opportunities. Chen Yi's massage became increasingly attentive, his strength perfectly calibrated. Infused with a pure concern from a younger to an elder, brimming with respect and trust. He aimed to convey to Zhang Zhug not shrewdness and exploitation, but admiration, filial piety, and reliability, the very role he should embody to solidify their father-son bond. The path of immortality is long, and while unscrupulous methods may be a creed, discerning the moment and donning the most fitting mask is the more astute approach. At this moment, the mask of filial son was his finest talisman and catalyst for accelerated cultivation. Is the pressure suitable? He inquired softly, his tone reflecting only genuine concern. It's acceptable, Zhang Zhug replied, eyes closed, responding faintly, seemingly quite pleased. In an angle undetectable to his godfather. A subtle smile crept across Chen Yi's lips before he resumed his obedient and devoted demeanor. Very well, let us conclude for today. Zhang Zhug gently raised his hand, signaling the end of Chen Yi's massage as he stood up. He withdrew an exquisitely crafted white jade vial from his sleeve and placed it delicately upon the nearby desk. Within lay 3 superior-grade fasting pills. Consuming one would stave off hunger for an entire month. As you embark upon your cultivation, you must banish all distractions and devote yourself wholly to sensing the spiritual energy. Mundane affairs should be avoided whenever possible. He adjusted his robe sleeve and continued his admonition. The innate talent for drawing energy inward is paramount. Generally speaking, when one is versed in the art of energy guidance, those endowed with a supreme spiritual root may succeed within a single day. Those with an excellent root require 3 to 5 days. An average root demands 7 to 15 days. As for those with inferior roots, achieving success within a month is already an arduous feat. His gaze fixed upon Chen Yi with evident expectation. You possess a mid-tier quintuple spiritual root, a foundation both solid and profound, granting you a sensitivity to spiritual energy surpassing ordinary mid-tier cultivators. I implore you to seize this month with utmost diligence. Do not squander the peak's spiritual aura nor your father's hopes. After 1 month, I wish to behold a true cultivator, perhaps even one who has ascended beyond. Yes, your guidance, Godfather, is etched deeply in my heart. I shall exert every effort to live up to your expectations. Chen Yi bowed deeply, his voice resolute. Zhang Zhug nodded affirmatively, and without further words, turned and swiftly disappeared along the misty path beyond the courtyard. Farewell, Godfather. Chen Yi maintained his bowed posture until the presence had utterly vanished, then slowly straightened. Approaching the desk, he grasped the cool, white jade vial, his thoughts beginning to churn. A month to draw energy inward? No, far too slow. 3 days. I require but 3 days. I shall seize every opportunity with utmost haste and ascend. Menial tasks? Intersect. Even the legendary core teachings, I will ascend step by step. I seek immortality. Chapter 10. Drawing energy inward, opening the energy guidance manual, he naturally comprehended the text, a skill honed over 5 years within the Ding household through reading ledgers. The opening passage was a meditative incantation, heart and breath intertwined, spirit focused in the energy center. Mind guards the Danshan like a hen brooding her eggs. Exhale connecting to the heavenly root, inhale linking to the earthly pulse. Subtle and continuous, neither aided nor forgotten. The heart harmonizes with breath. Spirit concentrates upon the energy sea. Intent protects the Danshan as a mother hen tends her clutch. Exhalation mentally connects to the crown point. Inhalation to the soul's bubbling spring. The breath is to be delicate and enduring, seeming both present and absent. Chen Yi refrained from immediate practice, instead immersing himself fully, reading the concise energy guidance manual twice with meticulous care. This cultivation method was unexpectedly straightforward and lucid. Its textual instructions were succinct, accompanied by detailed anatomical meridian diagrams, guiding step by step how to sit in stillness, regulate breath, introspect, and direct the elusive spiritual energy. Marginal notes provided cautions, resembling a foolproof manual for immortal cultivation. Chen Yi soon grasped the reason. The Qingyan sect, as 5,000-year heritage, had refined this foundational energy guidance manual for novices countless times across generations. It had long since shed all arcane obscurities and latent hazards, becoming the safest, most universally applicable, and likely the most efficient iteration. As long as one possesses a spiritual root, even if illiterate, one can, through gesturing with illustrations, gradually stumble into the fundamentals over time. This is the profound foundation of the great sections. Time is of the essence, and Chen Yi dared not squander it. He meticulously re-examined the text several times, ensuring that every detail was etched into his mind before he settled into a cross-legged position on the meditation mat in the quiet room. He endeavored to regulate his breathing, allowing his breath to lengthen and stabilize, casting aside distractions and gradually harnessing his full mental focus inward. Next, he attempted to follow the teachings of the text, using intention as his guide, envisioning a gentle flow of energy seeping in through the Beihui point at the crown of his head, then slowly descending along the Du meridian, passing the Mingmen, reaching the base of the spine, and then curving forward through the perineum, ascending along the midline of the abdomen, passing through the Danshan and the Shanzhong, ultimately returning to the tip of his tongue, thus completing a cycle. This is referred to as the small circulation, the most fundamental pathway for sensing and guiding spiritual energy. During his initial attempt, Chen Yi instantaneously felt the chasm between theory and practice. His mind declared, "I comprehend, it is simple." Yet, his body and spiritual root protested in unison, "No, you do not. You are far from it." The imagined guidance of energy became exceedingly sluggish, as if writhing through a viscous quagmire. The moment his concentration wavered, the ephemeral flow of energy vanished without a trace, necessitating a complete restart. The spiritual energy perceived was as elusive as smoke, seemingly present yet intangible, difficult to capture. However, what Chen Yi possessed in abundance was patience and tenacity. His resolve was as unyielding as iron. Regardless of the difficulties, he tightened his mental focus and painstakingly completed the first complete cycle of intention, step by arduous step. Upon concluding the exercise, he slowly exhaled a breath of stagnation, opened his eyes, and glanced at the hourglass on the table. Approximately half an hour had elapsed. Was one cycle truly taking an hour? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, swiftly calculating in his mind. The Qi induction technique stated that for success, one must achieve a smooth flow of intention, completing 100 cycles of the small circulation to allow the spiritual energy to naturally converge within the Danshan without dispersing. If I were to refrain from food, drink, and sleep, I could manage only 24 cycles at most. In reality, rest was certainly required, and errors would necessitate starting over. Accomplishing 20 cycles in a day would be quite commendable, taking at least 5 days. At that moment, he truly grasped the daunting concept of the extraordinary spiritual roots his godfather had mentioned, which could achieve such feats in a single day. The quantity accomplished by others in one day would require him 5 sleepless days. Was this the stark and despairing disparity between talents? Alas! How long would it take for the legendary heavenly spiritual root to induce energy into the body? He shook his head, dismissing futile musings. It cannot possibly be resolved in just an hour, could it? As a medium-grade spiritual root, if it took him half an hour for one cycle, those with inferior roots would likely require even more time and face greater failures. He was acutely aware that mindlessly practicing would not be a wise strategy. He decided to revisit the text. Certain there were details he had overlooked or methods to enhance efficiency. Chen Yi once again picked up the Qi induction technique, this time reading at a more measured pace. After completing each segment of intention, he cross-referenced it with the illustrations in the book. Indeed, he discovered his own unfamiliarity and errors in the transitions of intention and the coordination of breath at several key points. After making corrections, he attempted once more. Although still challenging, the sense of sluggishness seemed to have lessened imperceptibly. As he turned to the final page of the booklet, his gaze suddenly became fixed. At the bottom of the page, there lay a line of minuscule script, seemingly a casual note. In the 3721st year of the Kinyan calendar, the esteemed Master Kinyanzi, a practitioner of the heavenly spiritual roots, has validated this. Note, those with heavenly spiritual roots may disregard this book, for their spiritual energy will naturally surge, establishing an innate foundation of the Tao, known as the descent of the celestial beings into the mundane. Below it, an even smaller annotation echoed the words of his adoptive father, outlining the approximate time frames for various qualities of spiritual roots to draw energy into the body. An innate foundation of the Tao, the descent of celestial beings into the mundane. Chen Yi murmured, momentarily it. Wasn't this akin to an automatic influx of energy into the body? This was even more absurd than the wild imaginings he had just entertained for an hour. It shattered all common sense. Was this the existence that stood at the pinnacle of talent? Some were born into greatness, while others were destined for toil. Clearly, Chen Yi belonged to the latter. After the shock came an even colder clarity. Envy and jealousy were futile. Diligence could compensate for lack of talent. I shall cultivate. A fierce determination flashed in Chen Yi's eyes as he no longer dwelled on the unattainable chasm of talent. He once again immersed himself in the reading of the Qi induction technique. This time, enriched by practical experience, his understanding deepened. He completed it in approximately 5 cups of tea, 10 minutes faster than his initial attempt. The next step was to attain proficiency. He recognized that whether in mundane skills or the arts of cultivation, mastery lay solely in familiarity. The pathways of thought would become increasingly ingrained. The spirit's subtle sensitivity to spiritual energy would sharpen, and the pace of operation would inevitably quicken. He resumed his seated meditation, closing his eyes, and devoted all his focus to that intricate yet hopeful cycle. Chapter 11. First layer of Qi training: 1 cycle, 2 cycles. The thought traversed the predetermined meridian pathways with great difficulty, yet Chen Yi remained undisturbed and unhurried. He understood that failure would lead to a far greater waste of time. Time flowed silently by. After a day and night of relentless effort, Chen Yi had successfully completed 26 cycles of the minor circulatory system. More importantly, the time taken for each cycle had been dramatically reduced from an initial half hour to merely 3 cups of tea, more than doubling his efficiency. This was the most palpable reward for his willpower and relentless practice. On the 3rd day, deep into the night, the peak was enveloped in profound silence, with only the spiritual energy ebbing and flowing like the tides. Within the tranquil chamber, Chen Yi's mind was taut to its utmost limit. 97, 98, 99. At the moment the 99th cycle was flawlessly completed, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The persistent sense of sluggishness and obstruction that had accompanied his attempts to guide the spiritual energy vanished like melting snow. In its place emerged an unprecedented smoothness and resonance. As his thoughts reached out, it felt as if the pores of his body automatically opened. The thin yet palpable spiritual energy in the air became no longer elusive, but rather began to converge towards him, thread by thread, willingly. A jolt of realization surged through Chen Yi, swiftly followed by a torrent of elation. It was happening. Now was the moment. He immediately gathered all his mental faculties, casting aside all distractions, and poured his entire consciousness into that final, most critical cycle of operation. This time, the speed was astonishingly swift. The moment the thought barely arose, it flowed effortlessly within his body like a boat gliding downstream, completing a flawless cycle in the span of just a few breaths. A faint hum, inaudible to others yet clear to him alone, resonated in the depths. Instantly, the invisible spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around him seemed to have found its destined home, transforming into a cool and gentle torrent that surged from the Beihui point atop his head, rushing along the well-familiar meridian pathways, ultimately converging without obstruction into the Danshan Qi Sea, 3 inches below his navel. The drawing of energy into his body was complete. Almost simultaneously, a novel perceptive ability naturally blossomed from the ancestral aperture between his brows, his divine consciousness. Though still feeble and incapable of detaching to explore the outside world. It could clearly observe his inner self. Chen Yi beheld the scene within his danshan, the colorless and transparent spiritual energy upon entry, was immediately attracted and transformed by the faint, spectral images of 5 spiritual roots representing the 5 elemental attributes at the center of the danshan. This metamorphosis yielded a tenuous spiritual energy interwoven in hues of red, yellow, gold, blue, and green. These 5 colored energies did not scatter, but spontaneously revolved and converged, forming a slowly rotating pentachromatic cyclone about the size of a fingernail at the core of the danshan. Though small, this cyclone was a stable nucleus, continuously absorbing and converting the incoming spiritual energy into his own 5 elemental magic power, gradually filling the once vacant danshan. As the final traces of spiritual energy were assimilated, the tiny cyclone quivered lightly, its rotation accelerating subtly, becoming more condensed and stable. Inside the danshan, the sparse yet complete 5 elemental magic power had preliminarily filled the space. He had attained the first stage of the Qi refining realm. At the very moment of his breakthrough, the anticipated reward manifested. A sudden, needle-like pain swept across his entire body without warning. From his limbs to his internal organs, countless minute steel needles seemed to pierce and churn simultaneously. This was the spiritual energy, forcibly cleansing and purging the impurities and filth accumulated in his mortal flesh over more than a decade. It was a profound marrow-washing and body-refining process. The excruciating agony caused cold sweat to instantly bead his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence and endured it with unyielding resolve. What has pain to do with me? The piercing torment lasted for roughly a quarter of an hour before gradually subsiding. Immediately thereafter, an indescribable foul stench surged from every pore. A layer of gray-black, greasy, viscous, and rank sludge swiftly coated his skin, the expelled accumulated defilements of his postnatal body. Chen Yi bore the discomfort with fortitude until the excreted filth gradually diminished and finally ceased. He exhaled a long breath of foul, briny air before slowly opening his eyes. Gazing downward, he saw that his clothing had been soaked through with grime. Yet the skin exposed to view exhibited a startling transformation. Once rough and dull from years of harsh living conditions, his complexion now appeared smooth, delicate, fair, and moist, faintly radiating a jade-like luster. His facial contours, seemingly purified of all impurities and enriched by unimpeded circulation of qi and blood, were rendered more distinct and refined. The once humble and calculating demeanor between his brows has been replaced by a refreshing aura characteristic of a cultivator. Though not a visage of transcendent beauty, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from an inconspicuous youth of the lower echelons into a refined practitioner with skin as smooth as jade and an emerging grace. Chen Yi raised his hand, admiring the translucent quality of his palm, now imbued with a power far surpassing his previous state. While feeling the swirling 5-colored vortex within his danshan, accompanied by an unprecedented lightness and clarity in his body, the corners of his mouth, unable to restrain themselves, finally curved upward, forming a gratifying arc. 3 days. I have succeeded. I am now a cultivator. However, the exhilaration of becoming a cultivator quickly ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by a profound sense of weakness and emptiness. Chen Yi's stomach felt as though it were gripped tightly by a hand, burning with hunger, and his throat parched to the point of smoke rising. It suddenly dawned on him that he had not consumed food or water for 3 days, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. This sensation was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced far worse when he was nearly starving as a beggar. It seems my passive skill of enduring hunger for 9 meals over these 3 days has not faded. Chen Yi self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of his mouth, disregarding the foul and sticky grime on his body, and quickly retrieved a small white jade vial from his bosom, pouring 3 nourishing pills onto the table before swallowing one whole. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, transforming into a gentle, substantial warmth that swiftly spread through his limbs and bones. The maddening hunger and thirst dissipated in an instant, replaced by a comforting warmth and an abundance of energy. Truly, the superior nourishing pill is wondrous. Chen Yi exhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax completely. Chapter 12. The superior nourishing pill is stolen having addressed his basic needs. Chen Yi then shifted his attention to the disarray of his appearance. Exiting the quiet chamber, he drew refreshing well water from the corner of the courtyard, thoroughly washing away the layer of foul mud that clung to him. The icy water caressed his newly rejuvenated, jade-like skin, bringing a wave of relief. However, as he dried himself and prepared to don clean garments, he was struck with astonishment. He had no clothes to wear. The outfit he had worn from the Ding family had long since been saturated with filth during the marrow cleansing process, rendered utterly unwearable. Furthermore, his foster father seemed to have only remembered to provide him with techniques and nourishing pills, entirely forgetting that a disciple also required standard clothing. Fortuitously, this was his foster father's courtyard. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Yi began rummaging through the other rooms in the courtyard. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a neatly folded gray-black robe in what appeared to be a guest room wardrobe. The fabric was neither silk nor linen, but rather a delicate and resilient material that faintly shimmered with a subtle spiritual light. When he tried it on, the garment effortlessly conformed to his form, neither too loose nor too tight, fitting perfectly. Even more remarkably, the interior of the clothing seemed to maintain a consistently comforting warmth, shielding him from a morning chill at the peak. Is this what cultivators wear? Truly remarkable. Chen Yi moved his limbs, thoroughly pleased with the attire. As he finished preparing, he recalled the gray wooden token that identified him as a disciple of the auxiliary division. According to common sense, he bit his fingertip, squeezing out a drop of fresh blood onto the wooden plaque. The blood was instantly absorbed by the plaque, and the character's servant on its surface faintly brightened, shimmering with a fleeting streak of light before returning to their original, rustic appearance. Yet Chen Yi could distinctly perceive a subtle connection forming between himself and the plaque. With a thought, several lines of fine luminous text emerged on the plaque surface. Name, Chen, identity, King Yun sect, servant, disciple, contribution points, 0. This was akin to an identification card. Fingering the plaque, Chen Yi gained an initial understanding of its function. Familiar with his new identity and equipment, he could hardly contain his curiosity and eagerness to experiment. He resolved to thoroughly explore the courtyard of his godfather and to test how much his breakthrough to the first level of chi refining had truly enhanced him. The courtyard sprawled over a considerable area, its white walls and green tiles exuding elegance. Yet its interior was unexpectedly austere. Apart from a few quiet chambers and guest rooms, there were only corridors and courtyards. The backyard contained a small patch of land enclosed by a low fence, but it was barren, with only sparse, tenacious weeds growing, evidently neglected for a long time. Indeed, his godfather's residence was quite humble. After wandering around, Chen Yi felt somewhat disappointed. It seemed there was nothing valuable to scavenge. Finally, his gaze settled on a stout, dark green-black stone about half his height, situated in a corner of the front courtyard. This stone was likely a decorative landscape rock, weighing no less than 400 or 500 jin. Previously, Chen Yi might have managed to budge it slightly with all his strength, but lifting it was utterly impossible. He approached the stone, inhaled deeply, and without deliberately channeling spiritual energy, relied solely on the comprehensive physical enhancements from his breakthrough. Grasping the stone's base with both hands, he engaged his waist and abdomen to lift it upward. To his surprise, the expected heaviness was absent. The stone was effortlessly raised above his head. His arms were as steady as rock, his spine erect, and he could even easily support it with one hand while taking a few steps. Chen Yi gently set the stone back in place, gazing at his hands, which appeared unchanged yet concealed astonishing strength. Was this what it meant to be a cultivator? Even at the most basic level of chi refining, the qualitative gap between himself and ordinary mortals was already immense. An ineffable surge of pride and confidence quietly blossomed within his chest. If Zhang Jian, his godfather, did not come, Chen Yi's activities would be confined to this serene peak-top courtyard. Apart from cultivation, there seemed to be nothing else to do. Just as he prepared to return to the quiet chamber to consolidate his newfound qi refining level, his ear twitched slightly. A faint rustling sound came from behind him. Instantly alert, Chen Yi's muscles tensed reflexively as he swiftly turned his head toward the noise. Beneath the shadow of a corridor pillar stood a rat. About the size of a palm, its fur glossy, black, and sleek. It stood upright, clutching a pill about the size of a longan fruit, its surface smooth and lustrous. Its black eyes, no larger than soybeans, gleamed with a certain anthropomorphic liveliness, meeting his gaze without fear. Two slender white whiskers atop, its head quivered like a pompadour. So, it was merely a rat. Chen Yi's taut nerves began to relax, yet he quickly furrowed his brow. How could there be an ordinary mouse at the peak of the Immortal Gate, a place rich in spiritual energy? His gaze immediately fixed upon the pill nestled in the creature's grasp. Wasn't he that the superior fasting pill he had just placed on the table? Damned, thieving rodent. It had pilfered from under his nose. A surge of anger welled up within him. That was a superior fasting pill. His adoptive father had only 3, and he had consumed but 1. Enraged, Chen Yi seized a fist-sized fragment of stone from the ground, infused it with his newly acquired strength, and hurled it at the black mouse with all his might. Whoosh! The stone sliced through the air at a remarkable speed. However, the mouse's reaction was even more bizarre. It seemed to sense the danger beforehand. At the moment the stone approached, its small body twisted with an unnatural agility and speed, narrowly evading the projectile. In the next instant, clutching the fasting pill, it transformed into a shadowy blur and darted through an inconspicuous crevice at the base of the courtyard wall, vanishing without a trace. Such speed! Chen Yi's pupils constricted, his hand frozen mid-throw. That maneuver! Surely even a trained warrior would struggle to evade it. This mouse was no ordinary creature. Could it be some low-tier spirit beast? He smacked his forehead in frustration, more annoyed with himself. Fool! Just acquired something precious and failed to secure it properly. The jade vial given by my adoptive father could have concealed its aura. Why did I foolishly leave it out? Carelessness. He etched this lesson firmly into his mind. In any unfamiliar environment, particularly in the perilous realm of cultivation where opportunities and dangers coexist, even the slightest oversight could exact a heavy toll. He sighed in dismay and turned back to his room, his spirits notably dampened. Losing a valuable fasting pill would sting anyone. Yet, as his gaze swept across the table, he was momentarily taken aback. There remained another fasting pill, untouched. This thieving rodent had some sense. Leaving one for me? Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle, his mood inexplicably lifting. At least the loss wasn't as severe as he had imagined. He carefully returned the remaining fasting pill to the white jade vial, securely sealing it and placing it close to his person. Following this incident, the restlessness that had accompanied his recent breakthrough dissipated completely. With a focused mind, he recognized the importance of his cultivation. Yet, even more crucial was to approach every step of this journey with utmost diligence. He ceased his ruminations, settled into a meditative posture, and resumed his practice. Within his danshan, the diminutive 5-color vortex began to rotate slowly once more, absorbing the pure spiritual energy at the peak. Chapter 13. The arrival of the adoptive father. In the ensuing 2 days, Chen Yi devoted himself to enhancing his cultivation, meditating to absorb spiritual energy and refining the small 5-color vortex within his danshan. 5 years of tempering had accustomed him to solitude and repetition, rendering him impervious to tedium. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The familiar, delicate sounds echoed once again. Chen Yi opened his eyes to find the black mouse, sporting 2 white tufts atop its head, had made its reappearance on the windowsill. This time, it did not hide. It simply lay on the windowsill, its small eyes darting about as it scrutinized Chen Yi. Chen Yi neither grew angry nor showed aversion. When he was a beggar, competing with rats for scraps and sharing shelter beneath the same eaves was commonplace. He harbored a profound empathy for these diminutive lives struggling for survival, sensing a shared existence at the lowest rung of life. Chen Yi rose and approached slowly. The rat seemed to perceive his lack of hostility and did not flee, merely clutching its tiny paws tightly. Little one. Chen Yi opened his hands gently, his tone calm. Let us forget the last debt. But I have only one last fasting pill. I must keep it for myself, and cannot share it with you. The black rat tilted its head, emitting a quick series of chirps and gesturing with its paws. Naturally, Chen Yi could not comprehend its language, and shook his head in helplessness. Seeing this, the rat turned and dashed away, only to return shortly, laboriously dragging a berry nearly half its own size, deep purple, its surface crystalline and radiant. It pushed the berry to Chen Yi's feet, then pointed first to the tabletop, then to its own mouth, finally patting the purple fruit. Chen Yi was taken aback. You mean to trade this berry for the fasting pill? For me to eat? The black rat nodded repeatedly, its small eyes shimmering with anticipation. Such intelligence in a rat was astonishing to Chen Yi. He carefully picked up the purple fruit. It felt unexpectedly heavy, its skin cool to the touch, and within a majestic flow of spiritual energy pulsed. Though he did not know its name, it was certainly no ordinary fruit. Yet caution against rodents was always prudent. Chen Yi's mind raced, but a gentler smile graced his face. Drawing his short dagger, he carefully sliced the berry evenly in two. Since you are a friend, sharing is only right. He pushed the slightly larger half toward the rat. Here, half each. That's fair. Even the cleverest rat could not outwit a human's generosity. It was delighted, clutching the large half and swiftly crunching it down, its little face brimming with satisfaction. Chen Yi observed attentively, seeing the rat eat heartily without any ill effects. He then took his half and cautiously bit into it. The flesh melted instantly, releasing a wave of cool, sweet nectar that surged with extraordinary purity and potent spiritual energy. Without effort, the energy flowed into his danshan, rapidly absorbed and transformed by the five-colored vortex. Merely half the fruit visibly enriched and solidified his internal power, sparing him at least 7 or 8 days of arduous cultivation. Chen Yi was both astonished and delighted, though a flicker of regret surfaced. Had he known the fruit's vigor, he would not have parted with half. Yet the regret was fleeting. He felt no remorse. Prioritizing safety, testing half the fruit for toxicity, and establishing initial trust was far wiser than greedily risking the unknown. His mind swiftly conceived a plan. Without hesitation, he retrieved the white jade vial, producing the last remaining superior fasting pill, and offered it to the black rat, now contentedly grooming itself after its meal. Brother, this is for loyalty. His tone was sincere. Since we are like family, I shall bestow upon you this final precious item. Do visit often, and remember to share any delectable treats. The black rat caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance of the fasting elixir, its eyes brightening with delight as it chirped joyfully, clutching the elixir. Its fondness for Chen Yi appeared to surge, and it nuzzled his finger before scampering off, thoroughly satisfied with its prize. Chen Yi carefully observed its departing figure and aura, reaffirming that, aside from being exceedingly clever and agile, the old rat was, in essence, merely an ordinary rodent. In the following 2 days, the black rat did not return with new gifts as Chen Yi had anticipated. Was the last exquisite fasting elixir from the old man truly wasted? Chen Yi gazed at the empty jade bottle, feeling a slight pang in his heart. Yet he quickly found solace. Wealth often lies in risk. To gamble small for great rewards is the nature of a wager. If he lost, it was merely a single elixir. If he won, the gains would be substantial. He could afford both the gamble and its potential loss. On the evening of the 8th day, as Chen Yi sat in meditation, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence approaching, imbued with a subtle yet commanding aura. It swiftly landed in the courtyard. He immediately focused his mind, rising without hesitation and hurriedly exiting his meditation chamber. Kneeling respectfully before the newly arrived figure, Sun pays his respects to Father Zhang. The visitor was none other than Zhang Zhigong. He nodded slightly, casting a quick glance at Chen Yi, his tone neutral. I have come to this peak to discuss matters with Elder Wang, and thought to check on you as well. His gaze lingered on Chen Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. You have successfully drawn energy into your body. And what of that attire? Thanks to your blessings. Father, I fortuitously succeeded 3 days ago, Chen Yi replied, his head bowed in gratitude. During the process, my original garments became soiled and lacking replacements. I had the audacity to borrow an old robe you left here. I hope for your forgiveness. Not a concern. It is merely an old garment. Zhang Zhugong waved his hand dismissively, his expression growing noticeably more pleased. To achieve success in just a few days indicates you have not been idle. Well done. Please, father, have a seat. Allow me to serve you. No need, Zhang Zhugong interrupted, appearing to have pressing matters. Next time, perhaps. Here, take this. He tossed a palm-sized, dusty cloth bag toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi promptly caught it. It felt light in his hand, the material neither silk nor hemp, possessing a unique texture. This is a basic storage bag, usable once it recognizes its master's blood. It contains a small space for storing personal items. Inside, there's also a gift prepared for you long ago, along with some text related to the world of cultivation. Zhang Zhugong spoke succinctly. Consolidate your cultivation here for now, and exercise patience for another 20 days. When the month is up, and you visit the administrative hall to receive your sect tasks. If you manage to break through to the second layer of Qi gathering, I may be able to arrange a somewhat better assignment for you. Yes. Thank you for your generous gift, Father. I shall strive diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Chen Yi bowed once more, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Zhang Zhugong seemed to have merely glanced by, reassured by Chen Yi's progress. He spoke no further, his figure shimmering before transforming into a streak of light, swiftly darting toward the neighboring peak, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Yi held the seemingly inconspicuous storage bag and slowly rose to his feet. The courtyard returned to silence, with only the gentle whisper of the night breeze brushing against the eaves. He gazed in the direction where Zhang Zhugong had vanished, a peculiar sensation flitting through his heart. At this late hour, seeking other stewards to discuss affairs? The timing felt rather delicate, coupled with the hurried demeanor of his foster father moments ago, who seemed reluctant to elaborate. Chen Yi gently shook his head, suppressing this flicker of doubt deep within. Why fret over such matters? As a mere servant disciple who had just stepped into the first layer of Qi cultivation and had yet to learn even a single spell, he bore no significant distinction from the flora and fauna on this peak within the Qingyan sect. Whether it be schemes or clandestine dealings, they were far beyond his reach. Speculating on such things would serve only to increase his worries, and knowing too much might even invite calamity upon himself. Chen Yi's gaze returned to the storage bag in his hands, and that fleeting doubt was swiftly replaced by a more tangible excitement and anticipation. This was indeed a valuable find within his grasp. Chapter 14. Fundamentals of Cultivation. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, Chen Yi pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the coarse fabric of his storage bag. The blood was instantly absorbed, and a faint spiritual glow began to emanate from the dull surface of the bag, establishing a marvelous connection between him and the item. With a subtle shift in his thoughts, several objects materialized on the table. A jade bottle the height of his palm, and several volumes of varying thickness bound in thread. The jade bottle was warm to the touch, engraved with 3 neatly inscribed characters: Gathering Qi Pill. Chen Yi uncorked the bottle, and an invigorating fragrance immediately filled the air, richer and purer than that of the Bigu pill, imbued with a vitality that stirred the spirit. He poured 1 pill into his palm. It was a pale blue, adorned with delicate cloud patterns, and exuded a faint flow of spiritual energy. A fine treasure indeed. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled. This must be the elixir used by Qi practitioners to enhance their cultivation. He carefully returned the pill to the bottle and shifted his focus to the 3 volumes. The first book bore the title record of Cultivation Fundamentals. The second was named Geographical Records of the Central Plains. The third and thickest volume was devoid of a title on its cover. Yet upon opening the first page, he found a table of contents detailing 3 parts: common spiritual herbs and fruit illustrations, handbook for Qingyun sect disciples, and comprehensive basic spells. His foster father had certainly been thorough in his considerations. Chen Yi murmured to himself, first reaching for the record of cultivation fundamentals. As he opened the book, the scent of ink wafted through the air, and the characters were neatly and clearly written. The path of cultivation defies the heavens, seizing the essence of the universe to lay the foundation for eternal life. The realms of cultivation were categorized from the bottom up: chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Chen Yi's breath quickened slightly. Spirit transformation. These two words thundered within his mind. He continued reading. In the chi refinement stage, the beginning of cultivation, there are 9 minor realms. The first to third realms constitute the early stage. At this time, cultivators initially condense their spiritual power. The chi rotation in the danshan is not yet stable, and their spiritual consciousness is weak, only able to introspect. They can draw upon spiritual energy to learn basic spells. However, their consciousness cannot leave their body. Thus, they are unable to manipulate magical tools or probe into cultivation jade slips. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yi furrowed his brow. No wonder the chi induction technique was presented in book form rather than as a jade slip. Before reaching the 4th layer of chi cultivation, one lacked even the qualification to peruse the jade slips of cultivation techniques. The 4th to 6th layers represent the mid-stage. During this period, the energy vortex within the danshan solidifies, the magical power thickens, and the consciousness, nourished by spiritual energy, begins to detach. Initially, the range of external projection extends approximately 1 zhang, about 3 meters, expanding further with the growth of one's cultivation. Only at this juncture can one manipulate magical artifacts, perceive objects through consciousness, refine elixirs, forge instruments, create talismans, and engage in combat, truly embarking on the path of cultivation. The 7th to 9th layers constitute the later stage, wherein the magical power becomes robust, allowing the consciousness to extend 3 zhang, demonstrating initial capabilities akin to those of a cultivator. However, chi cultivation ultimately serves as a transitional stage from a mortal body to an immortal form, with lifespan not significantly exceeding that of ordinary humans, merely an additional 20 to 30 years at most. Chen Yi felt a surge of emotions as he absorbed this knowledge. The measurements of 1 zhang and 3 zhang vividly delineated the boundaries of a cultivator's abilities during the chi cultivation period. Currently, he was at the 1st layer, with his consciousness restricted to introspection, unable to extend even a foot beyond himself. The 4th layer, however, marked a true watershed. Chen Yi murmured to himself the terms: magical artifacts, elixir refinement, instrument forging, and his eyes sparkled with yearning. He continued to leaf through the pages, which also detailed the classifications of spirit stones: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme, the levels of spiritual veins, and an overview of common cultivation techniques. Chen Yi skimmed quickly, his formidable memory allowing him to imprint this fundamental knowledge into his mind almost instantaneously. Closing the manual of cultivation knowledge, he had begun to form a vague outline of the cultivation world. He then picked up the thickest tome and flipped directly to the section titled Illustrated Guide to Common Spiritual Plants and Fruits. Colorful illustrations greeted him on each page, with detailed descriptions accompanying each plant: name, characteristics, growth environment, effects, and harvesting methods. Chen Yi perused rapidly until his motion abruptly halted at a particular page. An illustration depicted a deep purple berry, its skin glistening like amethyst, labeled amethyst fruit, a mid-grade 1st-tier spiritual fruit. It predominantly grows in damp valleys rich in spiritual energy, ripening biannually. The pulp is infused with pure wood and water, attributes of spiritual energy, suitable for direct consumption to enhance cultivation or as an ingredient in chi-gathering pills and vitality-nurturing pills. Indeed, it was a spiritual fruit. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Chen Yi's eyes, and it was a mid-grade 1st-tier no less. He recalled the refreshing sweetness and the overwhelming pure spiritual energy of the half-amethyst fruit he had consumed. In retrospect, the value of that black mouse's gift far exceeded the half-pill of the valley-reducing elixir he had offered. Where, he pondered, had that black-furred rodent procured it? His curiosity deepened. He diligently memorized the characteristics and effects of the amethyst fruit before continuing through the guide, recognizing over a dozen common first-tier spiritual plants before shifting to the next section, Disciple Handbook of the Kinyan Sect. This portion was rather dry, primarily outlining sect regulations. It prohibited disciples from harming one another, although the boundaries during sparring or resource contention seemed somewhat ambiguous. Disciples were required to complete sect assignments punctually, refrain from leaving the sect without permission, and maintain confidentiality regarding sect secrets, among other stipulations. Yet, Chen Yi astutely grasped a crucial point. Contribution points were essential for disciples to obtain resources. Methods of acquiring contribution points include: first, completing tasks assigned by the administrative hall. Second, submitting spiritual materials, elixirs, and techniques. Third, winning awards in the sect's grand and minor competitions. Contribution points can be utilized to exchange for techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Access the training chambers, consult with stewards for guidance, or post assistance requests. Disciples may voluntarily trade contribution points among themselves, but must register at the administrative hall, where the sect will deduct a 10% processing fee. Chen Yi focused on the aspects of trading contribution points and the processing fee, a cold smile creeping across his lips. A fee? Was it not blatantly allowing the administrative hall personnel to embezzle? Yet, he would not be foolish enough to think that he was the only one to notice. It implied that the sect tacitly permitted, even encouraged, such circulation and trade. He diligently noted the contents of the Disciple Handbook, finally reaching the end, which contained the most intriguing section, the Compendium of Basic Spells. Chapter 15, Basic Spells. The table of contents listed several spells: Lightness Technique, Cleansing Technique, Fireball Spell, Water Sphere Spell, Earth Wall Technique, Golden Blade Technique, Vine Bind Technique, and Illumination Technique. Each spell was accompanied by its difficulty level and spiritual energy consumption. Indeed, although disciples could not cultivate formal techniques or manipulate magical artifacts before reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement, learning 1 or 2 basic spells was entirely feasible. Chen Yi felt a surge of relief. These spells would finally grant him some semblance of celestial capabilities. He first examined the Cleansing Technique, which had the lowest difficulty and minimal energy consumption. The method was straightforward. Channel spiritual energy along a specific route in the palm, combined with simple gestures and intent, to create a breeze that dispels dirt and grime. Chen immediately attempted it. He summoned a faint 5-color vortex from his danshin, directing a wisp of spiritual energy to his right palm, while silently reciting the incantation and gently waving his fingers. A soft breeze emanated from his palm, sweeping across the table. The fine dust that had settled, there was indeed lifted and dissipated, leaving the surface pristine. Success! A glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Although this gentle breeze was feeble and its range limited to just around his palm, it was undeniably a spell. He practiced several more times, gradually becoming proficient, and the area of cleanliness expanded to cover half of the table. Excellent. This would make tidying up much easier. Pleased with this practical spell, he next turned his attention to the Lightness Technique. This spell was slightly more complex, requiring the even distribution of spiritual energy throughout the primary meridians in both legs to alter the subtle gravitational interaction with the ground, thus achieving a light-as-a-feather effect. Chen Yi followed the method and felt a slight tingling sensation as the energy flowed through his legs. He stood up and attempted to jump. Indeed, his body felt considerably lighter. Where he could once leap half a foot, he now soared over a foot with ease, landing with greater grace. Good. Chen Yi paced back and forth in the quiet room, relishing the changes in his body. Although he was not yet capable of the rooftop acrobatics found in martial arts novels, his speed and agility had noticeably improved. As he gazed at the list of attack spells, Fireball Spell, Water Sphere Spell, Golden Blade Technique, his anticipation grew. However, he understood that while magic was formidable, one must not be greedy. Presently, he was merely at the first layer of Qi cultivation, and the minuscule 5-colored vortex within his danshin contained a limited reserve of spiritual energy. If he were to recklessly pursue the mastery of all spells, It would not only impede his cultivation progress, but could also render him powerless during battle, which would be fatal. Therefore, focusing on cultivation and enhancing his abilities was of utmost importance. Chen Yi murmured to himself that selecting just one or two practical spells would suffice. He revisited the catalog, his gaze drifting between various offensive and defensive spells. The fireball technique was powerful yet noisy, easily igniting surrounding objects. The water ball technique was comparatively gentle, albeit with slightly diminished offensive capabilities. The vine binding technique was a control-based spell that required complementary offensive strategies. His attention eventually settled on the golden blade technique and the earth wall technique. The golden blade technique was sharp and penetrating with moderate energy consumption, while the earth wall technique offered robust defense with relatively lower demands on spiritual energy control. He softly analyzed the annotations in the book, noting the balance of offense and defense. As for the lightness technique and the cleansing technique, they were practical auxiliary spells that did not involve complex energy manipulation. He had already mastered them to a basic level for daily use. With his decision made, Chen Yi hesitated no longer. He turned to the page of the Golden Blade Technique in the comprehensive guide to basic spells and began to study it word by word. Gold signifies sharpness and solidity. The Golden Blade Technique harnesses the sharpness of gold, concentrating spiritual energy into a blade. The incantation was brief, yet it involved the trajectory of energy through specific meridians. Hand gestures and mental guidance, all of which were far more intricate than the cleansing and lightness techniques. Chen Yi read it 5 times, imprinting every detail in his mind, then took a deep breath and rose to the courtyard. By now, it was deep night, the moonlight cascading like water upon the cobblestone ground. Chen Yi closed his eyes and focused, mobilizing the 5-colored vortex within his dantian. The vortex began to spin slightly faster, and a thread of pale, golden spiritual energy was separated, representing the metal attribute of his 5 elemental energies. Following the incantation, he guided this thread of golden energy along specific meridians in his arm while forming hand seals. His right index and middle fingers converged like a sword, and his left hand cupped beneath his right wrist. Consolidate, Chen Yi exclaimed softly, concentrating his thoughts on his fingertips. A faint flicker of pale, golden light sparkled at his fingertips, only to quickly dim and dissipate. He had failed. The golden energy had faltered and shattered just as it was about to emerge, the recoil causing his arm to tingle slightly. The first attempt, indeed, was not so simple. Chen Yi remained undaunted. He introspected, examining the pathway of energy from his earlier attempt, and discovered several meridian nodes where the flow was not smooth, resulting in slight stagnation at those points. Again, Chen Yi adjusted his breathing and tried once more. This time, he consciously slowed the energy flow at those nodes, allowing it to pass more steadily. The pale golden light coalesced at his fingertips once again, brighter and more sustained than before, yet it still dissipated before fully forming. His mental guidance was still insufficiently concentrated, and the energy output was not stable enough. Chen Yi swiftly analyzed the situation. Like the most meticulous of artisans, he deconstructed and reassembled every aspect of the spell: energy extraction, meridian flow, hand gesture coordination, and mental concentration. In the following 3 hours, Chen Yi endeavored repeatedly. The moonlight traversed from the eastern sky to its zenith, gradually tilting towards the west. Beads of sweat formed on Chen Yi's forehead, and his internal spiritual energy had been depleted by more than half. Yet his fingertips still failed to materialize a complete golden blade. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with increasing brilliance. With each failure, he gained a deeper understanding of the incantation. The spiritual energy must be more solid, not scattered. His thoughts needed to envision the blade's form not as light, but as a blade. The strength of his hand gestures was also crucial. As the first light of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, Chen Yi had attempted dozens of times. The more he tried, the more his internal energy waned. He recognized this as a sign of impending success. He sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate and restore his depleted spiritual energy. After half an hour, his energy was replenished. Yet he did not rush to continue. Instead, he closed his eyes, reflecting on all the lessons learned from his previous failures. 15 minutes later, Chen Yi reopened his eyes. Fatigue had vanished, replaced by a profound clarity and focus. Rising, he formed the hand seals, channeling his spiritual energy. This time, a pale golden light gathered at his fingertips with extraordinary speed and stability, no longer flickering unpredictably. Chen Yi distinctly sensed that it was no longer a chaotic mass of spiritual energy, but rather a slender, sharp blade taking shape. Go! He pointed forward with his fingertip. Whoosh! A pale golden energy blade, about half a foot long and as delicate as a cicada's wing, sliced through the air, drawing a straight golden line as it swiftly covered 3 zhang, striking precisely against a piece of bluish stone the size of a basin. Thud! The golden blade embedded itself into the stone, and in an instant, boom, the surface of the stone erupted with numerous cracks, shattering into a multitude of fragments that scattered across the ground. Success! Chen Yi's eyes ignited with elation. Although this golden blade was still small and could only shatter ordinary stones, it marked the first attack spell he had truly mastered. From this moment, he was no longer merely a mundane warrior relying on brute strength, but a cultivator capable of wielding spiritual energy. Ha ha ha! Chen Yi could not contain his laughter. Gazing at his hands in the morning light, he had succeeded. He could use magic now. After 5 years of traversing through hardships, struggling for survival, and living as a servant, he finally experienced the exhilarating sensation of power being firmly within his grasp. However, his laughter soon subsided. Chen Yi approached the shattered stones, crouching down to examine them closely. The incision made by the golden blade was smooth, indicating sufficient sharpness. Yet, the limited range of the stone's fragmentation signified that there was still room for improvement in impact force. For now, at the first level of qi cultivation, the size and power of the golden blade were as they were. As his cultivation advanced and his spiritual energy became more robust, the golden blade should grow larger, faster, and sharper. Chen Yi analyzed calmly. He did not proceed to practice the earth wall technique, but instead turned back to the quiet chamber. The success of the golden blade technique had validated his spellcasting ability, but Chen Yi understood that cultivation was paramount. No matter how exquisite the spell, without sufficient spiritual energy to support it, it remained nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Much like the previous strike of the golden blade, although successfully executed, it nearly depleted nearly 20% of his spiritual energy from his danshin. At the first level of qi training, he could manage to perform such a golden blade technique no more than 5 times before his spiritual energy would be entirely exhausted. It was time to test the efficacy of the qi gathering pill. Chen Yi seated himself cross-legged and retrieved the jade-green bottle from his storage pouch. Removing the cork, he poured a pale blue pill into the palm of his hand. The surface of the qi gathering pill was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, and its refreshing aroma was intoxicating. Chen Yi placed the pill in his mouth. It melted instantly, transforming into a warm and pure torrent of spiritual energy that surged violently into his meridians. This energy was far more refined than what he could naturally absorb, requiring little additional refinement before it spontaneously converged into his danshin, swiftly being assimilated by the minuscule 5-color vortex. Such potent medicinal power! Chen Yi marveled inwardly. He could distinctly feel that at this moment, his speed of absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation was 3 or 4 times faster than mere sitting meditation. Although it could not compare to the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy provided by the amethyst fruit, the qi gathering pill offered a sustained and stable state of accelerated cultivation. Most importantly, the effects of the qi gathering pill were gentle and enduring, making it ideally suited to assist in daily training. Truly, it was a worthy gift from his benefactor. Chen Yi did not dare to delay. He immediately activated the qi induction technique, guiding this pure spiritual energy to circulate within his body. The rotation speed of the 5-colored vortex noticeably quickened, each revolution drawing in more spiritual energy, transforming it into his own elemental power. The spiritual energy within his danshin swelled at a visible pace. Time quietly slipped away in the focus practice. Chen Yi became utterly immersed in the ecstasy of cultivation, enchanted by the gradual increase of spiritual energy and the burgeoning of the vortex. One day passed, then two, then three. Chen Yi nearly lost track of time as he continued his practice. It was not until the deep hours of the third night that the effect of the qi gathering pill, which had sustained a rapid intake of spiritual energy, began to wane. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. A cloud of turbid air escaped his lips, forming a faint white mist in the still room. He turned his gaze inward to his dantian. The five-colored vortex, which had originally been the size of a fingernail, had now expanded significantly, rotating with greater stability and force. The elemental power within his dantian was also more abundant, nearly filling the entirety of his energy sea. He was merely a step away from reaching the second level of qi training. A glint of determination sparkled in Chen Yi's eyes. He could distinctly sense the presence of that threshold, akin to a fragile sheet of paper, easily pierced. Gathering his resolve, he charged forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi retrieved another qi gathering pill and consumed it. Boom! The familiar warm torrent of spiritual energy surged forth once more. However, this time, Chen Yi did not absorb it as calmly as before. Instead, he actively guided the energy, propelling it through his meridians at an accelerated pace. Launching a vigorous assault on his dantian, buzz! The five-colored vortex trembled violently, its rotation speed suddenly increasing. The previously tranquil spiritual energy within the dantian began to surge, compressing and solidifying. Chen Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the painful sensation of his meridians being struck by the influx of energy, fully exerting himself in the qi induction technique. Seconds ticked by. Outside, the sky transitioned from deep black to deep blue, gradually revealing the pale light of dawn. As the first rays of dawn streamed through the window, illuminating Chen Yi's face, there was a sudden crack, akin to the sound of something shattering within him. In the next instant, a vibrant, multicolored vortex surged forth, expanding from the size of a fingernail to that of a coin. Its rotation accelerated, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy soared, nearly doubling the total amount of mana within his dantian. He had succeeded. Chen Yi opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He had reached the second layer of qi refinement. On the 13th day since he embarked on his cultivation journey, he had become a practitioner at the second layer of qi refinement. Of course, he was fully aware that this remarkable progress was largely due to the Zhaijing fruit, the gathering qi pill, and the abundant spiritual energy at the peak. In other words, the significant influence of his godfather, Zhang Zhug, accounted for a substantial portion of his advancement. Clenching his fists, Chen Yi felt the surging power within him. It was not merely an increase in the total amount of spiritual energy, but his physical prowess had also been significantly enhanced. Now, if he were to employ the golden blade technique, its power could be elevated by at least 30%, and the number of times he could execute, it would increase from 5 to 7 or 8. This was the advantage brought by a breakthrough in realm. Chen Yi rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as the joints of his body emitted soft cracking sounds. He approached the window and gazed at the distant mountains. Morning mist swirled, spiritual birds darted by, and the Qingyan mountain range presented a majestic and mysterious visage under the morning sun. 17 days remained until the month-long deadline. He would continue his cultivation. For the readers, how do you feel? If everyone finds it agreeable, I can provide daily updates of 10,000 words. Chapter 17. The return of the little black mouse. For 6 consecutive days, Chen Yi immersed himself in intense meditation and cultivation. The medicinal properties of the gathering qi pill continuously supported his cultivation pace, and he could distinctly feel the steady growth of spiritual energy within him. Chen Yi had calculated in his mind that if he could continue to consume gathering qi pills for 2 months, he would undoubtedly be poised to break through to the third layer of qi refinement. Without the aid of pills, relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would take at least half a year. Looking at the 2 remaining gathering qi pills, Chen Yi shook his head in resignation. Resources would always be the greatest barrier on the path of cultivation. He carefully stored away the last gathering chi pill, deciding to temporarily slow his cultivation pace. First, he would master the earth wall technique. Acquiring an additional means of defense would enhance his self-preservation capabilities. Drawing upon his successful experience with the golden blade technique, Chen Yi approached this cultivation with exceptional steadiness. He no longer rushed for immediate results. Instead, he meticulously studied the incantation of the earth wall technique, pondering every detail of the flow of spiritual energy. Earth is heavy and bears weight. The earth wall technique derives its stability from the earth, gathering spirit to form a wall. The incantation echoed repeatedly in his mind as Chen Yi pressed his hands to the ground, earthy spiritual energy flowing from his dantian, coursing along specific meridians into his arms. This time, he refrained from hastily raising the earth wall. Instead, he first attuned himself to the connection between the spiritual energy and the earth. He felt as if he could sense the pulse of the earth's veins, touching the weight of the soil. This sensation was subtle. Just as the golden blade technique required an understanding of the sharpness of metal, the earth wall technique necessitated an appreciation of the stability of the earth. After half an hour, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes. So that is how it is. With his hands forming seals, the earthy spiritual light concentrated in his palms. Rise! A low rumble resonated from the ground before him as a soil wall, approximately half a foot thick and 4 feet high, slowly emerged from the earth. Its surface was rugged and uneven, adorned with the natural textures of soil and stone, yet it exhibited an extraordinary solidity. Chen Yi tapped it with his hand, producing a dull thud that attested to its formidable defensive capabilities. Success! A glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Unlike the sharpness of the golden blade technique, the earth wall technique imparted a profound sense of security. Let us test its defensive efficacy. Chen Yi took 3 steps back, aligning his right hand in a sword-like gesture. Golden blade technique. With a whoosh, a pale golden blade sliced through the air, striking the earth wall squarely in its center. Thud! The blade penetrated approximately 2 inches deep into the wall, sending fragments of earth and stone flying. Yet the wall remained steadfast. Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he once again gathered the golden blade. For the second strike, the blade struck the same spot, increasing its depth to 4 inches. Invisible cracks appeared on the wall's surface. The third strike, with a crack, the blade completely pierced through the earth wall, leaving a deep gash on the ground behind it. The wall crumbled spectacularly under this final assault, transforming into a heap of loose soil and stones. To withstand 3 full-force attacks from the golden blade technique is commendable. Chen Yi no dit insatisfaction. This was merely the earth wall technique executed at the 2nd level of chi cultivation. If his cultivation were to advance to the 3rd or 4th level, both the thickness and hardness of the wall would significantly enhance, rendering its defensive capabilities even more impressive. He practiced several more times until he could consistently conjure the earth wall within 3 breaths and adeptly adjust its size and thickness according to his will. Only then did he feel content to cease his efforts. Just as Chen Yi prepared to return to the meditation chamber, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small black shadow struggling near the stone seam of the courtyard wall. It was that little black rat. Clutched in its tiny paws were 2 familiar deep purple berries, the amethyst fruits. However, this time, it bore a noticeable wound on its lower abdomen. Dark red blood staining its black fur, a sight that was quite distressing. Little fellow, you are injured? Chen Yi hurried over and crouched down. The black rat lifted its gaze to meet his, and in its small, bean-sized black eyes, there flickered a hint of stubbornness. It laboriously pushed the 2 amethyst fruits to Chen Yi's feet, then raised a tiny paw, as if to convey, "For you, I am fine." Yet just as it prepared to turn and leave, its body swayed and collapsed straight to the ground. Chen Yi was taken aback. He gazed at the 2 berries still imbued with the scent of earth, and then at the unconscious little creature on the ground. "To think you were so loyal," Chen Yi murmured, his voice tinged with complexity. Having served as a steward in the Ding family for 5 years, he had endured countless acts of feigned reverence. Those people feared and respected him, offering hollow praises while secretly cursing him behind his back. He had long grown accustomed to relationships founded on self-interest and fear. Yet this black rat, despite having the ability to heal itself with the amethyst fruits, chose instead to bring the berries first. Without further hesitation, Chen Yi carefully cradled the black rat and returned to the meditation chamber. After a thorough examination, Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief. Although the wound appeared alarming, it was merely a surface injury, having not penetrated any internal organs, likely inflicted by some sharp object. He extracted a clean strip of cloth from his storage pouch, then gathered some hemostatic herbs from the courtyard. After thoroughly chewing them, he carefully applied the crushed herbs onto the wound and securely wrapped it with a cloth strip. Throughout the entire procedure, the little black rat remained unconscious, its tiny body gently rising and falling with each breath. Chen Yi placed it gently in a corner of his bed, cushioning it with a soft cloth. "I have done all I can. The rest depends on you now." Only after completing these tasks did Chen Yi's gaze fall upon the two amethyst fruits. He picked up one and directly placed it into his mouth. The familiar cool sweetness dissolved on his tongue, swiftly followed by a surge of pure, potent spiritual energy. This energy was more intense and unadulterated than that of the Qi gathering pill, requiring almost no deliberate guidance as it spontaneously flowed into his danshin. The multicolored energy vortex spun wildly, greedily absorbing the influx of spiritual power. After half an hour, Chen Yi opened his eyes, which gleamed with vibrant brilliance. This single amethyst fruit had spared him at least half a month of arduous meditation. Feeling the noticeably strengthened vortex within his danshin and the enhanced abundance of spiritual energy, he estimated, if I had another 10 or so of these fruits, perhaps I could swiftly break through to the third level of Qi refinement. Yet he was well aware that such heavenly spiritual fruits were exceedingly rare and fortuitous. Possessing these two was already a stroke of unexpected fortune. Chapter 18. The Demonic Beast Ermal. Half a day later, at dusk, Chen Yi was practicing the earth wall technique in the courtyard when he suddenly heard faint noises from the quiet chamber. He hurried back to his room and found the black rat awake, struggling to climb up, its tiny paws grasping at the bed's edge. "You're awake? The wound hasn't healed yet. It's best to rest a bit longer." Chen Yi's tone softened involuntarily. "Chirp, chirp." The black rat turned its head and called out twice, seemingly assuring him it was fine. It even moved its little paws in a somewhat comical manner. Yet its spirit appeared robust. Just as Chen Yi was about to speak, the rat's gaze fixated on the other amethyst fruit. "You want to eat this?" Chen Yi picked up the fruit. The rat nodded vigorously, its small eyes brimming with longing. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. This fruit was likely obtained at great cost, and since he had already consumed one himself, he decided to offer the amethyst fruit to the rat. "Very well. This fruit is rich in spiritual energy. Perhaps it will aid your recovery." The black rat eagerly accepted the fruit, clutching it as it devoured it heartily. Almost immediately after consuming the amethyst fruit, a sudden transformation occurred. The black rat's body began to emit a faint glow. Its once dull black fur became sleek and lustrous, and the two distinctive white hairs stood erect, radiating a soft white light. Chen Yi's pupils constricted sharply as he recalled the records from the compendium of cultivation knowledge. Ordinary animals require immense fortune and countless years to transform into demonic beasts. Those extraordinarily lucky might cultivate for decades to ascend to the early stage of the first rank of demonic beasts. Upon breaking through, demonic beasts can comprehend demonic arts, an innate talent bestowed upon them by nature. The hierarchy of demonic beasts corresponds to that of human cultivators. Early stage 1 aligns with the early Qi refining stage, levels 1 to 3. Mid-stage 1 corresponds to the mid-Qi refining stage, levels 4 to 6, and late stage 1 corresponds to the late Qi refining stage, levels 7 to 9. Stage 2 and Stage 3 demonic beasts correspond sequentially to the foundation establishment and golden core stages. Stage 3 demonic beasts are referred to as beast kings, while Stage 4 demonic beasts are known as beast emperors, possessing formidable power. Generally speaking, within the same rank, demonic beasts often exhibit superior combat prowess compared to human cultivators, owing to their robust physiques and innate demonic techniques. However, Prior to the nascent soul stage, human cultivators, through the use of magical tools, elixirs, formations, and talismans, maintain a comprehensive superiority. Once a demonic beast ascends to the nascent soul stage, it can transform into a humanoid form, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength, making it slightly stronger than its human counterparts of the same rank. Is this little creature on the verge of success? Chen intently observed the transformation of the black mouse. He noticed that its body had slightly inflated, growing from the size of a palm to approximately half a foot in length, a notable increase. Its fur had transitioned from a mundane black to an inky hue, faintly gleaming with a metallic luster. Most striking were the two white tufts of fur, which now stood erect and proud, exuding an air of majesty. Its claws and teeth had sharpened considerably, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Suddenly, the black mouse opened its eyes, a spark of intelligence flickering within. In an instant, it darted to the ground, and with a swift motion of its tiny paws, it burrowed directly into the earth. Moments later, it emerged from another spot 3 zhang away, shaking off the dirt and excitedly chattering at Chen Yi. "Oh, is this the new technique you have comprehended? The earth escape technique?" Chen Yi's eyes brightened. Indeed, this was impressive. With such an ability, the black mouse's survival skills would be greatly enhanced, making it less susceptible to peril. Furthermore, as a demonic beast, its lifespan would also extend. The black mouse hopped over to Chen Yi's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. "Now that you have truly become a demonic beast, it is time for you to have a name." Chen Yi crouched down, intrigued, and stroked its distinctive white tufts. "Given the prominence of your fur, I shall call you Airmal." As he spoke, he retrieved a chi gathering pill from his storage pouch and presented it to Airmal. "This is a gift to celebrate your successful breakthrough." Airmal squeaked in acknowledgement, accepting the pill with its little paw and swallowing it without hesitation, then nodded vigorously, signifying its acceptance of the name. Subsequently, it gestured with its tiny paw and pointed outside the courtyard, as if to convey, "I will certainly bring you more delightful offerings in the future." Chen Yi chuckled. "Very well, from now on, we shall be partners." In the days that followed, Airmal claimed Chen Yi's courtyard as its home, frolicking about energetically, sometimes burrowing into the soil, and other times leaping onto the roof to bask in the sun. While Chen Yi practiced his cultivation, it would quietly lie beside him. When Chen Yi practiced spells, it would observe from a distance, occasionally chirping. Though Chen Yi could not comprehend the sounds, the bond between them deepened with each passing day. The journey of immortality is long, and having such a simple little companion is indeed a blessing. Chen Yi often found himself reflecting on his initial wariness towards the black mouse, which stemmed from a desire to exploit it for the pursuit of spiritual treasures. However, as time passed, this relationship underwent a subtle transformation. Undoubtedly, the notion of utilization never truly vanished. Chen Yi was never one to harbor naive illusions. Beyond this utilitarian approach, there emerged a hint of camaraderie, companionship, or perhaps merely a touch of solace on the path to immortality. Who could say? At least for now, the man and the mouse shared a tranquil existence atop the silent peak, each engaged in their own cultivation, occasionally interacting, leading simple yet fulfilling lives. Furthermore, Chen Yi discovered that Airmal could conceal its aura, allowing it to appear as an ordinary mouse. This filled him with admiration, solidifying his resolve to learn a method of masking his own presence in the future. Outside the window, the Qingyan mountain range was shrouded in mist, with celestial cranes soaring above. Within the quiet chamber, Chen Yi sat cross-legged, a 5-color vortex slowly rotating around him. In the corner, Airmal curled up, its dark fur gently undulating amidst the spiritual energy. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. Chapter 19. Choosing the Spiritual Field. A first encounter with Qingyan, with just 1 day remaining before the month's deadline. Zhang Zhizhao visited the summit once more. Chen Yi had already sensed the commotion and swiftly exited the meditation room, respectfully bowing. "Welcome, respected godfather." Zhang Zhizhao nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Chen Yi, a flicker of approval flashing in his eyes. Well done. Indeed, you have reached the 2nd level of qi training. All thanks to the Qi gathering pills bestowed by you, Godfather, Chen Yi replied, lowering his head. Without your generous gift, it would have been impossible for me to break through in such a short time. Indeed, Zhang Zhizhou nodded in satisfaction as he entered the main hall and took his seat at the head of the table. Chen Yi promptly followed, standing behind him, his hands skillfully resting on Zhang Zhizhou's shoulders as he began to massage and manipulate the muscles. The techniques honed during his 5 years as a servant were now on full display, with his fingers applying even pressure, accurately targeting acupoints, and methodically following the meridians to alleviate muscle stiffness without obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. Zhang Zhizhou closed his eyes in comfort, savoring the moment before slowly speaking. Your technique is commendable. I have come today to arrange matters for you regarding tomorrow. Chen Yi continued his work, his ears fully attentive. I have found 2 potential paths for you. Zhang Zhizhou's voice exuded an air of control. First, there is my friend, Steward Wang, who is responsible for distributing pills to the outer disciples and holds considerable influence in the alchemy chamber. If you wish, you could serve as a fire attendant. Though the work is arduous, yielding only 40 low-grade spiritual stones a month, the advantage is that you would have the opportunity to observe the alchemy disciples at work. He paused, seemingly allowing Chen Yi time to absorb the information. The art of alchemy is vast and profound. If you are astute, you may learn a few foundational skills. Even if you do not become an alchemist, the ability to identify herbs and pills will secure your position among the outer disciples. Chen Yi remained silent, yet his grip became even more steady and even. Zhang Zhizhou sensed this composure and felt an increasing admiration for the young man. This lad possesses remarkable patience. He continued speaking, his tone imbued with a subtle depth. Secondly, you shall serve under me. My cultivation has reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and I excel in swordsmanship, ranking among the top within the stewards. Though I am merely a steward over the menial disciples, my duties extend beyond trivial tasks, such as cleaning or patrolling the mountains. A trace of pride entered Zhang Zhizhou's voice as he declared, I am responsible for the 1,000 acres of fertile land belonging to the Qingyan sect. Chen Yi's hand momentarily paused. Those 1,000 acres were planted with Qingyu spirit rice, harvested monthly. Though the yield per acre was less than the 7 or 800 gene of ordinary rice, it still produced about 100 gene per acre. In total, this amounted to 100,000 gene of spirit rice each month, sufficient to supply the daily sustenance of all outer disciples. Zhang Zhizhou spoke with casual ease, yet Chen Yi's heart churned with astonishment. 100,000 gene of spirit rice every month. This was no mere stewardship of menial tasks, but a position wielding real authority over the sect's logistics and lifeblood. Under me are over 500 menial disciples, organized into 10 squads and more than 50 groups, Zhang Zhizhou explained. These disciples are dedicated to planting, tending, and harvesting the spirit fields. Slowly, Zhang Zhizhou opened his eyes and turned to Chen Yi. If you are willing, I can appoint you as a group leader of the spirit fields. You will not have to toil in the field yourself, but only manage 6 or 7 men and ensure the timely delivery of the spirit rice. The monthly stipend will be 20 lower-grade spirit stones. When your cultivation reaches the mid-stage of Qi refinement, I shall promote you to squad leader. His words fell, and the hall was enveloped in a brief silence. Only the faint sound of Chen Yi's massage and Zhang Zhizhou's steady breathing filled the room. Chen Yi's mind raced swiftly. One path meant exhausting labor without backing and no time to cultivate. The other required merely the punctual submission of spirit rice, allowing focus on cultivation, and most importantly, came with direct patronage. Even a fool would know which to choose. Without pausing his massage, Chen Yi's face revealed just the right measure of excitement and gratitude. He stepped back half a pace and bowed deeply to Zhang Zhizhou. Your son is willing to follow his godfather forever and serve under your command. Though the alchemy room is commendable, I yearn to learn the way of cultivation beside you. The number of spirit stones matters little. To serve under you is already my greatest blessing. His words were heartfelt, expressing loyalty while elevating Zhang Zhizhou's status. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Zhizhou laughed heartily, repeating the word thrice. Good son, You have not disappointed me. He rose and patted Chen Yi's shoulder. Come with me. I will first show you where I serve, and help you become familiar with the sect. With that, Zhang Zhigo headed outside the courtyard. Chen Yi hurried after him, suddenly recalling something and asking, Godfather, don't we have to register and receive tasks at the General Affairs Hall tomorrow? Zhang Zhigo glanced back at him, a faint smile playing on his lips. With me, as your godfather, do you still need to queue up like those newly inducted menial disciples? If so, then I am utterly useless. Chen Yi immediately responded, his face brimming with exaggerated admiration. Godfather S. might is unmatched. Your son has been foolish. Let's go quickly. The two walked out of the small courtyard, one leading and the other following closely behind. As soon as Chen Yi stepped out of the courtyard, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small shadow perched on the eaves. It was Mao. The little creature was clinging to the roof, peering down with curiosity. Chen Yi felt a spark of inspiration and discreetly signaled it with a glance, gently tapping his chest. Mao, highly perceptive, immediately understood and released its grip, falling gracefully through the air. With a swift motion, it burrowed into the ground. In the next moment, Chen Yi felt a slight weight at his pant leg as the small creature quickly climbed up the inside of his trousers, soon curling up comfortably in his embrace. The entire sequence unfolded in a matter of breaths, utterly silent. Yet, Zhang Zhigong possessed remarkable prowess. As a ninth-layer Qi refining practitioner, his senses surpassed those of ordinary people. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing Chen Yi. What was that sound? Chen Yi's heart raced, but he maintained a calm facade, responding nonchalantly. Reporting to my foster father, it is merely a mouse raised by me. As he spoke, he retrieved Mao from his bosom, cradling it in his hands. At that moment, Mao was curled into a ball, its dark fur dull and lifeless, the two characteristic white hairs drooping limply, resembling an utterly ordinary black mouse. Zhang Zhigong frowned slightly, taking Mao for a closer inspection. His consciousness swept over the creature, probing with his spiritual energy. However, he found nothing amiss. No traces of demonic energy, no fluctuations of spiritual power, and its meridian structure was indistinguishable from that of a common mouse. It was simply a mundane rodent. After examining it for a while, Zhang Zhigong returned Mao to Chen Yi, his tone tinged with displeasure. Ordinary mice are of no use. Why bother raising it? Do not squander your thoughts on trivial matters. Focus on your cultivation. Yes, your teachings are wise, foster father. Chen Yi respectfully took back Mao, tucking it into his bosom once more. Externally obedient, yet internally tumultuous. He marveled at the revelation. How was it possible that even his foster father, at the ninth layer of Qi refinement, failed to detect that Mao was a beast of extraordinary nature? The innate concealment ability of Mao's demonic aura was astonishing. Zhang Zhigong ceased further conversation and resumed his journey. Chen Yi hurriedly followed, one hand instinctively resting on his chest, where Mao nestled, its small body radiating warmth. Observing Zhang Zhigong's retreating figure while feeling the presence of Mao, he suddenly perceived this path of cultivation to be far more intriguing than he had ever envisioned. Gulme, let me show you the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields of Qingyun's sect. Zhang Zhigong's voice echoed from up ahead. That is our foundation. Yes, foster father. Chen Yi responded eagerly, quickening his pace to keep up. Chapter 20. An initial encounter with the spiritual fields. Chen Yi followed Zhang Zhigong away from the small courtyard atop the peak, descending along the winding mountain path for about half an hour. Suddenly, the scenery opened up before him. A vast plain sprawled out, embraced by the surrounding mountains, with neat ridges dividing it into orderly squares. Each plot of land was adorned with seedlings of jade green, standing half a person's height, their leaves glimmering like jade and shimmering with a faint spiritual radiance under the sun. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields to ripple like a sea of green, rich spiritual energy mingling with the earthy fragrance wafting towards him. This was indeed the 1,000 acres of spiritual fields belonging to the Qingyun sect. At the edge of the spiritual field, A rudimentary protective formation flickered with a faint luminescence. Scattered figures of the servant disciples busily attended to various tasks along the ridge, whether it was watering, weeding, or inspecting the growth of the spiritual rice. As the two approached this sacred area, a figure hurriedly made his way toward them from a distance. It was a robust, middle-aged man in his 40s. With dark skin and a sturdy build, clad in blue garments, he bore a bronze token at his waist, symbolizing his status as a captain. The man halted 3 steps in front of Zhang Zhigong, bowed respectfully, and spoke in a resonant voice. Chui Dashan pays his respects to the esteemed steward. Zhang Zhigong offered a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over Chui Dashan with a hint of impatience in his otherwise placid tone. There is no need for such formalities. Dashan, you're on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, are you not? Once you pass the inner sect examination, we shall address each other as brothers. As he spoke, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhang Zhigong's eyes. Chui Dashan lowered his head further, his voice growing even more respectful. Steward, you jest. Even if I were fortunate enough to become an inner sect disciple, I would forever remain your subordinate and would not dare to address you as a brother. Zhang Zhigong nodded slightly, his expression inscrutable, and gestured to his side, indicating Chen Yi. This is my newly accepted disciple, Chen Yi. He has already reached the 2nd layer of Qi refinement. Today, I have come to assign him a position as a team leader. Chen Yi promptly understood, stepping forward slightly and casually cupping his hands towards Chui Dashan. Speaking in a neutral tone, greetings, senior brother. He did not even bend at the waist. Aware of his adoptive father's evident disdain for this man, Chen Yi naturally refrained from showing excessive reverence. He understood that in such circumstances, his attitude must align with his adoptive father's. Chui Dashan's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly replaced by a smile. Ah, so, it is junior brother Chen Yi. A pleasure to meet you. Since you're to serve in the spiritual field, you are most welcome to join my team as a leader. I shall ensure you are assigned the most fertile plots. Before he could finish, Zhang Zhigong interrupted nonchalantly. That is precisely what I had in mind. Dashan, please assign Chen Yi the 20 acres with the highest yield. Chui Dashan's smile abruptly froze on his face, his mouth twitching slightly as his expression visibly darkened. What the hell? I was merely being polite, and you took it seriously? Kui Dashan kursid inwardly. It is worth noting that those 20 acres, located at the center of the spiritual field, were the most abundant, infused with rich spiritual energy. These plots boasted fertile soil and convenient irrigation, yielding 400 to 500 more pounds of Qingyu spiritual rice per harvest compared to ordinary fields. While Qingyu spiritual rice was the staple food for cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, its quality varied. Inferior spiritual rice was valued at approximately half a low-grade spirit stone per pound, while medium quality could fetch a full low-grade spirit stone. The additional 400 to 500 pounds, if of slightly better quality, could equate to an extra income of over 200 low-grade spirit stones. This was no trivial sum. A team leader's monthly salary was merely 80 spirit stones, equivalent to 2 months' wages. Damn that old man. Chui Dashan seethed internally, but dared not show any sign of his resentment. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing his anger, and managed to force a smile onto his face. Yes, my lord. Since Brother Chen Yi is your disciple, he naturally deserves the finest spiritual fields. I shall make the arrangements at once. Zhang Zhig nodded in satisfaction. Very well. You may attend to your duties. There is no need to accompany us. Understood. Chui Dashan bowed and retreated, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes as he turned away. Once Chui Dashan was out of sight, Zhang Zhig led Chen Yi into the area of the spiritual fields, strolling slowly along the earthen ridges. Behold this 1,000-acre spiritual field. It is one of the cornerstones of our Qingyun sect's outer gate. He gestured toward the verdant expanse of rice, where the jade-hued spiritual rice matured monthly, yielding 100 pounds per acre, totaling 100,000 pounds each month to sustain all outer disciples' daily nourishment. Occasionally, any surplus would flow into the market, exchanging for resources the sect required. Chen Yi listened attentively, his gaze sweeping over the disciples laboring in the fields. These menial workers mostly wore tattered clothing and appeared gaunt, their swift movements unable to conceal their exhaustion. Clearly, the toil of the spiritual fields was no light task. Zhang Zhug continued to advise, in general, you should not encounter any major issues within these spiritual fields. However, being adjacent to the mountain range and the peculiar forest, there may occasionally be wild beasts, even first-tier demonic creatures, that venture forth. One of your responsibilities is to safeguard the 20 acres assigned to you. It is imperative that you do not allow them to damage the spiritual fields. Turning to face Chen Yi, his expression grew serious. Should the damage to the spiritual fields be excessive, affecting the harvest, and if blame falls upon you, even I would be unable to protect you. Chen Yi felt a chill run through him and promptly replied, yes, foster father, I understand. Good. Zhang Zhug continued onward. There are 3 captains in these spiritual fields, Sun Jinyuan, Yishan Shan, and Jiang Xiaolu. He lowered his voice slightly. You must absolutely not offend these individuals. Each has connections that could pose significant challenges, even for someone like me. Chen Yi perked up. Sun Jinyuan's uncle was the inner gate elder, Sun Lun, a foundation-building cultivator. Yi Shinshin's grandfather was the first-tier alchemist, Yi Chongsong. Jiang Xiaolu's grandfather was the first-tier artifact craftsman, Jiang Balian. Zhang Zhug paused for a moment, giving Chen Yi a meaningful look. Though these individuals are merely here for training and will not remain long, if you inadvertently cross them, the consequences could be dire. Do you understand? Chen Yi nodded earnestly. I will remember, father. What about Brother Chui from earlier? I sensed that master seemed displeased with him. You are perceptive. Zhang Zhug's lips curled into a cold smile. That fellow is a pawn of the deputy steward, Wu Yu, and is at odds with me. Wu Yu has long coveted my position, and Chui Dashan is her eyes and ears placed here. He patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. However, your cultivation is still low. For now, there is no need to confront him directly. Should he dare to trouble you, do not suffer in silence. Inform me, and I shall ensure he pays for it. Yes, foster father. Chen Yi understood, realizing that while the spiritual fields appeared tranquil, they were fraught with hidden currents. The power struggle between his foster father and the deputy steward Wu Yu, the 3 influential connections, and the diligent ordinary workers made these waters run deep. Let us proceed. Zhang Zhizhou turned and walked towards the spirit fields, saying, your godfather will guide you around the sect to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Tomorrow, you will officially take up your duties, and there are some places where you ought to know the way. Yes. Chen Yi quickly followed suit. Chapter 21. Familiarizing with the market Zhang Zhizhou led Chen Yi away from the spirit field area, winding up the mountain path. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, a bustling marketplace came into view. Shops lined both sides of the street, adorned with a variety of signs. King and Dan Hall, by Lianqi Pavilion, Spirit Talisman Studio, and 10,000 Laws Bookstore. The disciples passing by were mostly clad in sect attire, with some in gray as miscellaneous workers, others in blue as outer disciples, and occasionally, inner disciples in white hurried by. This place was known as the sect market, a hub for daily trade among the disciples of King Yin's sect. Zhang Zhuzhou walked ahead, calmly explaining to Chen Yi, most of these shops are established by the alchemy, artifact, and talisman halls within the sect. You can purchase items using contribution points or spirit stones. He paused, glancing at Chen Yi. My advice is if you can buy with spirit stones, do so. Contribute points should be conserved, as certain critical elixirs for breaking through bottlenecks, such as the minor breakthrough pill, can significantly enhance your chances of advancing from the 3rd to the 4th level of Qi training. These elixirs can only be exchanged with contribution points. However, as a miscellaneous disciple, you cannot accept missions or earn contribution points. Generally, miscellaneous disciples purchase them at high prices from outer disciples. But you can come to me when the time comes. Chen Yi nodded, carefully noting this information. After spending some time together, he no longer felt the need to overtly express his respect for his godfather through words. The two arrived at a shop named Baiko Hall. The establishment was modest in size, yet its entrance exuded an ancient charm with strong, vigorous characters displayed on the plaque and a faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafting from within. Zhang Zhizhou stepped inside, where the shopkeeper, a man in his 60s, promptly greeted him with a smile. "Elder Zhang, welcome. What do you need today?" "2 bottles of gathering qi pills," Zhang Zhizhao replied nonchalantly. "Certainly." The shopkeeper swiftly retrieved 2 jade green vials, each containing 5 pills. Zhang Zhizhao accepted them, casually tossing one to Chen Yi, and then placed 60 low-grade spirit stones on the counter. "The prices here are quite fair, and the quality is assured," Zhang Zhizhao remarked to Chen Yi. "You won't suffer any losses, but neither will you gain undue advantages. These 2 vials of elixirs are a sponsorship from your godfather. Train diligently, as you will need to earn spirit stones for yourself in the future." Holding the 2 vials of gathering qi pills, Chen Yi felt a warmth in his heart and bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you, godfather." Zhang Zhizhao waved his hand dismissively and continued to lead Chen Yi through the bustling market. The 20 acres of superior spirit fields you have been assigned should yield between 2,400 to 2,500 pounds per acre. When the time comes, do not sell the surplus spirit rice here. Go to Lingua Studio and mention my name. The shopkeeper will offer you a fair price. He paused, his tone turning serious. "Under no circumstances should you sell to Wanbao Building. The shop is backed by Wu Yu, and not only will they offer a low price, but they may also tamper with the deal." "Yes, godfather, I will remember," Chen Yi replied earnestly, nodding attentively. For the next half an hour, Zhang Zhizhao guided Chen Yi through nearly the entirety of the sex marketplace. The quality of talismans at the Spirit Talisman Studio was commendable, albeit priced on the higher side. If one finds themselves in urgent need of life-saving talismans, this would be a suitable place to purchase them. Over there at the 10,000 Methods bookstore, one could find numerous foundational cultivation manuals, though they are of little use to you for now. Perhaps once you reach the 4th level of qi cultivation and find the sex selection unsatisfactory, you might return to explore. The flying swords at the refinement pavilion on the street corner are exorbitantly priced. Should you require magical instruments in the future, you may come to me first, as I'm acquainted with several skilled artisans. Do you see that treasure pavilion? It houses an eclectic array of items, but be wary, for the waters run deep. It is best to refrain from entering if you lack discernment. As Zhang Zhizhao walked, he pointed out the pitfalls to avoid, the fair-priced shops, the reliable proprietors, and the sly attendants. He generously imparted the wisdom he had amassed over the years to Chen Yi. His voice was not loud, and his tone was unremarkable, as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weather. Yet, as Chen Yi listened, he felt a sudden heaviness in his eyes. He blinked forcefully, attempting to suppress the unexpected moisture that threatened to spill forth. Memories of his former self before his transmigration flooded back, an orphan raised in an orphanage, devoid of parents, with no one to teach him how to navigate life. He had relied solely on himself to gain admission to university, to work for his tuition, and to struggle for 5 years in this unfamiliar world. Throughout those years, he had learned many things: how to appease superiors, how to scheme against others, and how to survive in the crevices of society. He learned to bow, to flatter, and to trample his own dignity beneath his feet. Yet, he had never learned how to be a son. No one had ever instructed him on how to establish himself in the realm of cultivation. Now, Zhang Zhizhao was imparting that knowledge. As they traversed the bustling marketplace, listening to the elders' incessant advice, Chen Yi felt an unfamiliar sensation for the first time. It was light, akin to a feather brushing against his heart, yet heavy enough to bring a sting to his nose. He pondered. Perhaps this is what it feels like to have a father, someone to guide you on which paths are prudent, which shops are trustworthy, and which individuals warrant caution. Someone who, at the onset of your journey, offers you 2 bottles of elixirs and encourages diligent cultivation. Someone who meticulously breaks down a lifetime of hard-earned experience to share with you. Chen Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing the moisture in his eyes completely. He admonished himself to remain vigilant. His adoptive father might be sincere, or it could all be a facade. Perhaps he seeks to cultivate a capable subordinate, or perhaps he desires a source of support for his old age, or there may be deeper ulterior motives at play. In this realm of cultivation, trust is a luxury one cannot afford. He carefully tucked away this sudden warmth, concealing it deep within his heart, akin to hiding a piece of candy, reluctant to consume it, yet fearful it might melt away. Beyond this place, 30 miles east lies the Qingyun marketplace. Zhang Jujiao's voice pulled Chen Yi back from his reverie. That place is a melting pot, full of all manner of people, wandering cultivators, disciples from other sects, and elders who, having lost hope in foundation establishment, sought to settle nearby, forming small families that over time evolved into a marketplace. He shook his head. Although there are many things there, discerning the genuine from the counterfeit is difficult, and deceit and trickery are commonplace. It would be best if you refrained from going. Moreover, Zhang Jugi glanced at Chen. Generally, low-ranking disciples are not permitted to leave the sect to prevent escape. Perhaps once you become an outer disciple, you might be able to visit. For now, focus on your cultivation. Yes, Godfather, Chen Yi replied softly, his voice quieter than before. The two stepped out of the marketplace. The setting sun cast its lingering glow upon the bluestone path, elongating their shadows. Chen Yi trailed half a step behind Zhang Jugi, gazing at his godfather's erect silhouette, gently touching Ermao, who slept nestled in his arms. Suddenly, he felt that the path of cultivation seemed less desolate. Even if this warmth was illusory, even if they might part ways tomorrow, at least for this moment, someone was willing to teach him, to offer him 2 bottles of elixirs, and to guide him toward the right path. That was enough. Chapter 22. Tian Wenjing. After hearing Zhang Jugi's meticulous instructions, Chen Yi's heart churned with complex emotions when Zhang Jugi spoke again. Turning around, he looked at Chen Yi with a tone more solemn than before. I have said almost everything necessary. For the coming period, your godfather will accompany Steward Wang from the Pill Workshop to undertake several sect missions, earning contribution points to prepare for purchasing foundation-establishing pills. He paused. This journey might last 3 to 5 months, or perhaps half a year. From then on, it depends on you. Chen Yi immediately bowed. Yes, Godfather. This time, his respect was heartfelt, even if their relationship might become complicated in the future, at least for now. Zhang Jugi's assistance was tangible. Zhang Jugi took a brass token and a 30-pound bag of spirit rice from his storage pouch and handed them over. The token was palm-sized, engraved with the title team leader on the front, and adorned with intricate cloud patterns and a small character Zhang on the back. This is your team leader's token, already registered with the General Affairs Hall. Tomorrow, you can go directly to the spirit fields and report to Chui Dasan. As for the spirit rice, consume 1 pound daily. It will accelerate your cultivation. He hesitated, seemingly uneasy, then added, although you're a team leader under Chui Dasan and follow his orders, mostly assembling your group to drive off animals or first-tier beasts, you do not need to hand over your monthly spirit rice stamp. Deliver it directly to the General Affairs Hall. Before I leave, I will also inform the disciples there. Yes, son understands, Chen Yi said, taking the token with hands slightly chilled by its touch. He looked at Zhang Jugi's slightly weary yet still imposing face, opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Instead, he bowed deeply. Take care, Godfather. Zhang Jugi waved his hand and turned away. Chen Yi stood motionless, watching the figure gradually fade into the twilight. In his heart, he silently vowed, Godfather, as long as you harbor no ill will toward me, when you grow old, I will surely care for you until the end. He uttered these words softly but with solemn sincerity. As evening fell, Chen Yi followed the guidance of the token and found his quarters within the spirit fields area. It was a quaint little courtyard, situated on the eastern side of the spiritual field, not far from the core area. The yard, though modest in size, contained all the essentials: 3 main rooms, a side chamber, a small kitchen, and even a well. In contrast to the exquisite yet empty courtyard atop the peak, this place exuded a simplicity that was imbued with the warmth of human life. Chen Yi pushed the door open and conducted a cursory inspection. The house had evidently been recently cleaned. The tables, chairs, and beds were all immaculate. He stepped into the courtyard and released the little creature, Ermao, from his arms. As soon as it touched the ground, the small fellow darted about excitedly, dashing into the side room one moment, then leaping onto the well's edge the next. Eventually, it climbed onto the roof, standing at the eaves and chirping as if to proclaim, "This is our new territory. All right, Ermao, henceforth this shall be our new home." Chen Yi observed the little one's energetic antics, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. Ermao jumped down from the roof and landed on Chen Yi's shoulder, nuzzling its small head against his cheek. Chen Yi chuckled softly, exited the courtyard, and gazed around. Not far away stood a row of connected low houses, approximately 7 or 8 in number. Those were likely the residences of the ordinary disciples responsible for cultivation. Further ahead lay his 20 acres of spiritual fields. At that moment, the fields appeared desolate, devoid of any crops. The previous harvest of spiritual rice must have been collected recently, and new seedlings had yet to be sown. After observing for a while, Chen Yi turned and returned to his room. He did not immediately consume the elixir for cultivation, as he was to officially assume his post the following day and needed to maintain his condition. Unlike ordinary mortals, cultivators do not require sleep. Sitting in meditation and regulating one's breath is, in itself, the best form of rest. He settled into a lotus position on the mat, practicing the Qi induction technique, allowing the 5 colored spirals to gently rotate, absorbing the spiritual energy from the air. The concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed not inferior to that atop the peak. In fact, being in proximity to the spiritual fields, it carried an added hint of the refreshing essence unique to flora. The next morning, around the 3rd quarter of the Chen hour, approximately 8 o'clock, a knock resounded from outside the door. Chen Yi, junior brother. This is Tian Wenjing, leader of Group 3. Captain Shui has summoned us to select the new incoming disciples. Chen Yi opened his eyes and rose to answer the door. Standing outside was a rotund fellow, approximately 27 or 28 years of age, clad in the same gray attire as Chen Yi, though his belly appeared a tad strained. His face beamed with a smile, his small eyes squinting pleasantly, exuding a genial demeanor. I have met Brother Tian. Chen Yi cupped his hands, puzzled as to how Brother Tian knew his name. Tian Wenjing chuckled heartily, his facial fat quivering. Junior Brother Chen is jesting. In the entire spiritual field, from the captain to the group leaders, who does not know you are the disciple of Elder Zhang? Chen Yi was taken aback. This news travels so swiftly? Naturally. Tian Wenjing lowered his voice. In our spiritual field, half of the captains and group leaders are well connected. You have Elder Zhang backing you, and I have my brother-in-law, who serves as the deputy head in the law enforcement hall, which is how I managed to become a group leader. He patted his rounded belly. Look at me. Only at the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Without connections, how could I have attained the position of group leader? Zhang Yi listed Somahat did it. Tian Wenjing's words were strikingly candid, to the point that he felt a bit uncomfortable. Accustomed to the art of subterfuge and backstabbing, he found himself at a loss for words when confronted by such an honest and forthright individual. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother, Chen Yi managed to utter. What nonsense about senior and junior brothers? Tian Wenjing waved his hand, his smile narrowing his eyes further. We are all well connected here. Let's cultivate our relationship moving forward. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek me out. We can exchange resources and look out for each other. Chen Yi could only nod in agreement. In that case, I shall not hesitate to trouble you more in the future. What trouble is there to speak of? Tian Wenjing jovially patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. Then his expression turned serious as he lowered his voice. However, Chen Junior brother, you must be cautious. That Shui Dashan is a subordinate of Wu Yu, the ruthless figure. While he may not dare to openly offend you, he will undoubtedly attempt to trip you up and create obstacles in subtle ways. A chill ran down Chen Yi's spine. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Let us go. Let us not keep Shui Dashan waiting, Tian Wenjing said as he turned and strode ahead. Chen Yi followed behind, observing the swaying silhouette of the rotund man, when a peculiar thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why does it feel like, since I acknowledged a powerful figure, everyone around me has been so kind? Could this be the sensation of having backing? On the 3rd day of the 12th chapter, inspiration flowed abundantly. Would it ignite a spark of success? Chapter 23. The first clash. Chen Yi accompanied Tian Wenjing to a vacant plot on the western side of Lingtian, where 3 individuals were already assembled. 2 men and 1 woman, all donned in the same gray attire as Chen Yi. The man and woman appeared to be in their 20s or 30s, while the other, a youth of about 17 or 18, bore an air of arrogance. As Chen Yi approached, intending to greet them, he noticed that the trio hardly acknowledged his presence. The youth, in particular, cast a disdainful glance in his direction, accompanied by a derisive snort. Chen Yi paused momentarily, maintaining his smile, before turning to stand quietly beside Tian Wenjing. That one in yellow is called Huang San. He has quite a foul temper, so best to ignore him, Tian Wenjing whispered. Chen Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Before long, Chui Dasan approached with purposeful strides. He swept his gaze over the five of them, lingering momentarily on Chen Yi, his expression darkening. Everyone is here, he declared, clearing his throat. Today marks the beginning of the planting season for the new batch of King Yulingmai. Each of you is to bring your disciples and make haste. The maturity cycle for the spirit rice is 1 month, and each person is required to submit 2,000 pounds without fail. He paused, then looked directly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, your 20 acres are of superior quality, so your yield should be even better. Your quota is set at 2,200 pounds. At this pronouncement, the other four turned their gazes toward Chen Yi. A cold smile crept across his heart. How audacious of that old fool to begin sabotaging me already. Stepping forward, he addressed Chui Dasan with neither deference nor insolence. Captain Chui, I believe this decision is rather inappropriate. My master, Steward Zhang, instructed me before his departure that my spirit rice should be directly submitted to the administrative hall, bypassing your oversight entirely. As for the quota, the administrative hall has its own standards, so there's no need for you to concern yourself with it. As the echoes of words settled, the atmosphere fell into a hushed stillness. Chui Dasan's countenance darkened in an instant. His lips quivered twice, and the flames of fury in his eyes nearly erupted. Yet he suppressed them with tremendous effort. Although Zhang Zhug was absent, his lingering influence remained palpable. Should Chui Dasan create difficulties for Chen Yi at this juncture, he would inevitably face repercussions upon Zhang Zhug's return. Very well, Chui Dasan forced out through gritted teeth. In that case, we shall adhere to the regulations of the Bureau of Affairs. He inhaled deeply, quelling his rage. If there are no further matters, you may all proceed to the Ling Tian registration office to select disciples and collect seeds. You must commence sowing within today. With that, he swept his sleeve and turned to leave. In that fleeting moment, a glimmer of malice flickered in Chui Dasan's eyes. You, young man, are in grave error. I had initially intended to grant you 2 seasoned disciples out of respect for Zhang Zhug. But now, prepare to contend with novices utterly devoid of skill. When you fail to complete the tasks of the first month, I shall eagerly await your explanation to the Bureau of Affairs. Once Chui Dasan departed, the youth clad in yellow scoffed derisively. Ah, truly worthy of being Zhang's esteemed protege, you speak with such bravado. Do you truly dismiss Captain Chui? He scrutinized Chen Yi with disdain. Yet, some who ascend through connections must possess genuine ability. Do not find yourself unable to yield even 2,000 pounds of spirit rice. That would be utterly humiliating. Chen Yi maintained a tranquil demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the taunt. He did not even cast a glance at Huang San. Such trivial provocations were laughably juvenile in his eyes. During his time at the Ding family, he had endured far more venomous ridicule and vexation. He had long since hardened his heart against such slights. Seeing Chen Yi's lack of reaction, Huang San felt his amusement waning, snorting coldly before turning away. However, as he did, a flicker of resolve shone in Chen Yi's eyes. This youth has chosen a path to his own demise. After Huang San's departure, a man and a woman approached. The man was robust and dark-skinned, and he clasped his fists in greeting. Junior Brother Chen, I am Lin Dongpeng. I refrained from addressing you earlier out of respect for the captain's presence. I hope for your understanding. The woman, in her 20s, possessed a delicate beauty and bore a hint of fatigue upon her brow. She spoke softly, I am Li Minjao. Neither of us hold any connections and do not wish to offend Captain Chui. We sincerely apologize for neglecting you earlier. A gentle smile graced Chen Yi's face. Senior Brother Lin, Senior Sister Li, you are too kind. We each face our own circumstances, and I fully comprehend. His words were sincere, devoid of any trace of mockery. Lin Dongpeng and Li Minjiao exchanged a glance, gratitude flickering in their eyes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they took their leave. Unlike Chen Yi, who had familial ties, they needed to hasten to select capable disciples. Failing to complete their tasks would yield dire consequences. Once the four had departed, Chen Yi turned to Tian Wenjing. Senior brother Tian, it seems that Huang San harbors considerable animosity towards me. Tian Wenjing sighed, lowering his voice. Junior brother Chen, you may not be aware, but the 20 acres of prime land you received originally belonged to Huang San. Oh, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Tian Wenjing continued his explanation. Huang San possesses a middle grade with spiritual root and is at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement stage, demonstrating some aptitude for cultivating in the spiritual fields. His elder brother, Huang Weisheng, had only entered the intersect 2 years prior, and it was through this connection that Huang San was allocated 20 acres of the finest land. However, upon your arrival, with just a word from Elder Zhang, those 20 acres were assigned to you. Tian Wenjing shook his head, lamenting that severing one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. It is only natural for Huang San to harbor resentment towards you. Chen Yi understood now, and after a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a gathering qi pill from his storage bag and handed it to Tian Wenjing. Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance today. This is but a small token of my appreciation. Tian Wenjing's eyes lit up, though he feigned modesty. Oh, Chen Shidi, you are too kind. How can I accept this? Yet his hands eagerly accepted the gift. It is well-deserved. Chen Yi smiled. And in the future, I shall rely on you for assistance in the spiritual fields. Of course, Tian Wenjing beamed, his jowls quivering with joy. Brother Chen is indeed forthright. I will ensure that you're the first to know of any news. He clapped Chen Yi on the shoulder. Come, we should proceed to select our disciples. If we delay, the best seedlings may be picked clean. Chen Yi nodded and followed Tian Wenjing towards the registration office for the spiritual fields. Chapter 24. Selecting disciples with grace and authority. When Tian Wenjing and Chen Yi arrived at the selection area for the miscellaneous disciples, numerous group leaders were already engaged in the process. Tian Wenjing peered into the venue, his expression immediately darkening. Alas, we have arrived late. That fool Chui Dasan has been rambling on purpose to waste our time. He pointed to the remaining disciples. Look, all that is left are mere novices who have just entered the sect. It is evident they lack experience and know only a handful of spells. This is troublesome. The tasks in the spiritual field for the first month will be arduous. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Without seasoned disciples, they would need to teach everything from planting to harvesting anew. The month was already short, and further delays would be disastrous. Damn, that Chui Dasan, Chen Yi muttered, his voice low. What shall we do now, senior brother Tian? What else can we do? Tian Wenjing sighed, his face drawn. We must select the best among the remaining options. No time to waste, Shidi. I must hurry to find someone, or soon there may be nothing left. Not even the least among them. With that, he hurriedly pushed into the crowd. Chen Yi steadied himself and made his way towards the center of the area. This open space was roughly the size of half a football field, with dozens of disciples clad in gray miscellaneous uniforms standing in several rows, their expressions anxious. 7 or 8 group leaders were weaving through the throng, while the disciples desperately promoted themselves. I can perform the light rain technique. I've almost mastered it. I come from a farming family and am well-versed in agricultural work. I have achieved the peak of the first level of Qi refinement and will soon break through to the second. Their voices were urgent, their eyes filled with longing. Everyone understood that failing to secure a position in the spiritual fields today would result in being assigned to the mines, a fate most dreaded by miscellaneous disciples. The mines were dark and oppressive, requiring 6 full hours of labor each day. The tunnels were narrow and damp, often at risk of collapse. Mining demanded the use of spiritual energy to operate tools, which could easily deplete one's foundational strength. More importantly, the spiritual energy there is exceedingly thin, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Once one enters, not only does their progress stagnate, but they may also incur internal injuries from overexertion. thereby jeopardizing their path to immortality. It is precisely for this reason that these disciples strive so fervently. Occasionally, a team leader would pause to ask a few questions, only to shake their head and walk away. A novice cultivator wishes to farm? Do you know the cloud and rain technique? Are you familiar with pest control spells? You haven't even completed the process of drawing chi into your body? Useless. Have you ever cultivated earthly crops? What use is that? Can spiritual rice compare to mundane grains? The cacophony of reprimands and inquiries echoed throughout the area. Those rejected disciples appeared pale, some with reddened eyes, yet they dared not voice their indignation. Standing at the periphery, Chen Yi quietly observed this scene. At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he recognized a familiar figure, Wang Lin, the peasant boy who had been bestowed a name by Zhang Zhug at the spirit testing conference. Now, Wang Lin donned a pristine gray servant's uniform, yet could not conceal the rustic aura that clung to him. He nervously rubbed his hands, his eyes darting, his body trembling slightly. Unlike the other disciples who were desperately promoting themselves, Wang Lin merely lowered his head, occasionally glancing at the approaching team leader before hastily averting his gaze. Not daring to speak, Chen Yi felt a stirring in his heart and approached him. "Junior brother Wang Lin, how have you fared?" Hearing the voice, Wang Lin abruptly looked up, and upon seeing Chen Yi, his eyes lit up. "Senior brother Chen Yi." It was as if he had clutched a lifeline. "Are you here to apply as a disciple for planting spiritual rice as well?" Upon uttering this, a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Chen Yi, being the godson of Elder Zhang, could hardly be in the same predicament as them. Chen Yi did not respond directly, but instead inquired, "Have you succeeded in drawing qi into your body?" Currently, he was merely at the second level of qi refinement, unable to perceive the cultivation levels of others. Wang Lin nodded eagerly. "By sheer luck, I succeeded the day before yesterday. However, I did not have a chance to learn any basic spells." Chen Yi nodded and said calmly, "Come with me. I will assist you in registering, and you may follow me from now on." Wang Lin was taken aback. "Senior brother Chen Yi, you." It was then he noticed the brass token hanging from Chen Yi's waist, clearly engraved with the words team leader. Wang Lin's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. He knelt down with a thud, his voice choked. "Thank you so much." "Thank you. Senior brother, I am just a simple country person and may not express myself well. But I will work diligently. I will work hard." Chen Yi helped him to his feet. "Remember, to conform is to be mundane. To resist is to be immortal. In the future, do not kneel before others indiscriminately. Moreover, since we hail from the same place, I shall extend you more care. Rise." "Yes, yes." Wang Lin wiped his tears and stood up. Chen Yi facilitated Wang Lin's registration, then selected 4 more disciples from the remaining candidates. His criteria for selection were clear, honest, low cultivation, and easily manageable. Each of these 4 had been passed over by others, all at the first level of qi refinement, and now, chosen by Chen Yi, they were overwhelmed with gratitude. After completing the registration, Chen Yi received the seeds and led the 5 disciples to his spiritual field. He surveyed the group, slowly emanating the pressure of a second-level qi refinement cultivator. The 5 individuals were suddenly enveloped by an invisible pressure. It was imperative to establish authority first. Chen Yi raised his right hand, his sword-like finger pointing forward. Golden blade technique. A faint golden energy blade sliced through the air, instantaneously striking a piece of green stone 10 paces away. Boom! The stone exploded, scattering fragments in all directions. The faces of the 5 disciples turned ashen. Chen Yi then lifted his left hand and pressed it to the ground. Earthen wall technique. A thick wall, half a foot wide and 4 feet high, erupted from the earth with a resounding roar. With both offense and defense demonstrated, Chen Yi withdrew his hands, the earthen wall dissipating. His gaze was icy. "Did you all see that? I am Chen Yi, at the second level of qi training. Zhang Zhug, the overseer of this spiritual field, is my master. This 20 acres of spiritual land is under my jurisdiction. You 5 are also under my command. Henceforth, I am your king of hell, and you shall be my little ghosts. If I command you to go east, you shall not venture west. If I tell you to eat stones, you shall not complain about the taste. Chen Yi paused for a moment, his tone growing more severe. Anyone who shirks their duties or fails to complete their tasks properly shall not expect my leniency. The five trembled visibly. However, Chen Yi's tone shifted. But if you perform well, I shall not treat you unjustly. He gestured towards the spiritual field. This is high-quality land, with a normal yield expected to exceed 120 pounds per acre. You will receive a monthly salary of 5 spirit stones. But if the yield surpasses 120 pounds, you will receive 30% of the surplus. The disciple's eyes brightened. If the yield reaches 150 pounds or more, the reward doubles, and you will receive 60%. His voice turned cold. But if the yield falls below 120 pounds, you will be dismissed next month. Upon finishing, he produced a chi gathering pill. In 1 month, whoever achieves the highest yield from their field shall claim this chi gathering pill. A combination of the carrot and the stick. The 5 disciples bowed in unison. We shall devote ourselves wholeheartedly and would never dare to be lazy. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction and assigned tasks. Each would tend to 4 acres, distributing seeds and outlining the planting requirements. You must complete the sowing before sunset today. Yes. The 4 disciples hurriedly raced towards the fields, leaving only Wang Lin behind. Chen Yi took out a small cloth bag and handed it over. Inside were 5 pounds of azure, jade spirit rice. You've just begun to gather chi. You need to replenish your spiritual energy. Wang Lin's hands trembled. Senior brother, this is far too precious. Chen Yi replied in a calm tone. The 4 acres you are responsible for possess the best soil. I expect you to achieve a yield of no less than 150 pounds in a month. He fixed his gaze on Wang Lin. While others receive 60% of the surplus for a yield of 150 pounds, I shall grant you 70%. Wang Lin's head snapped up in shock. 70%. This meant that if the yield reached 150 pounds, he would receive 21 pounds from the additional 30 pounds. Calculating at the minimum price of half a spirit stone per pound, that equated to 10 spirit stones. This was double his monthly salary. However, Chen Yi would earn even more. He could consume at least 80 pounds himself, resulting in a total of 400 pounds for the 5 of them. Although the initial earnings might be slightly lower, it would help stabilize morale and swiftly assert his control over the situation. Additionally, Chen Yi added, if you achieve a yield of 180 pounds or more, I will grant you this chi gathering pill in advance. He took out another chi gathering pill and waved it enticingly. Wang Lin nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes, absolutely. Senior brother, I shall strive with all my might. With a deep bow, he turned and raced towards the fields. Chen Yi remained in place, observing the diligent figures of his 5 disciples before he turned and made his way back to the small courtyard. Air Mao nestled in his arms, poked its head out and chirped. Chen Yi gently patted its little head. The task is complete. Now, we shall see how much spiritual rice can be harvested in this first month. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. Cui Dashan thinks he can undermine me with a group of novices? I shall demonstrate what kind of spiritual rice my disciples can cultivate. I earnestly request everyone to continue following the updates with daily installments of 10,000 words. Chapter 25. The first month's harvest from the spiritual fields in the ensuing month. Chen Yi did not simply adopt a hands-off approach. Each day, apart from his steadfast commitment to training, he would take an hour to accompany Wang Lin to inspect the fields. The reason for bringing Wang Lin along was his own lack of knowledge about cultivation. He feared that the other 4 disciples might deceive him. Senior brother, it seems that a few seedlings in Zhao Xi's patch were nibbled by pests last night. Pests? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. What kind of pests? Perhaps the soul-sucking aphids, which exclusively drain the sap from tender seedlings. Wang Lin crouched down, pointing at several yellowing stalks of rice. We must swiftly employ the pest-repelling technique. Otherwise, it will become troublesome if it spreads. Chen Yi nodded and called out to Zhao Xi, who was watering nearby. Zhao Xi, come here. Zhao Xi, a thin and dark young boy, hurried over. Chen's senior brother. There are pests in the field you oversee. Have you noticed? Zhao Xi's face changed upon seeing the condition of the seedlings. I didn't see them yesterday. I'll deal with it today. Chen Yi spoke in a calm tone. Have you mastered the pest repelling technique? I know a little, but I'm not very proficient. Then practice until you are. Chen Yi gestured towards the afflicted plants. Before sunset, I want to see these seedlings restored to their former state. If you fail, I shall reserve a spot for you in the mines next month. Zhao Ci's face turned pale. I will go practice right away. Immediately, observing Zhao Ci hurriedly scurrying back to his books, Chen Yi whispered to Wang Lin, "Keep an eye on him. Do not let him destroy the seedlings." "Yes, senior brother." Aside from Zhao Ci, the other three were named Sun Lishi, Zhou Daniu, and Qianzhou, all 17 or 18 years old, hailing from impoverished backgrounds, honest and straightforward. Although they were newcomers, none received name changes like Zhang Zhug did. Chen Yi issued a stern directive to the four. Within a month, you must master both the little cloud rain technique and the pest repelling technique. I am not a person of leniency. Cannot learn? Then report to the mines next month. The four were terrified, working tirelessly during the day and practicing their techniques fervently at night. Sun Lishi, in particular, exhausted his spiritual energy while practicing the little cloud rain technique for 3 consecutive days, fainting twice, only to awaken and gulp down cold water before resuming his practice. Chen Yi also kept a contingency plan. He instructed Air Mao to discreetly observe the five, to discern if any harbored feelings of resentment or dissatisfaction towards him. The little creature, adept at the earth escape technique, stealthily burrowed underground to eavesdrop on the five, unnoticed by any of them. According to Mao's daily report, the 5 individuals indeed exerted themselves diligently, laboring earnestly by day and practicing their cultivation assiduously by night. Among them, Wang Lin displayed the utmost perseverance, often meditating deep into the late hours. Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied, for this was precisely the outcome he had sought. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and on the day of harvest, Chen Yi personally oversaw the weighing. He brought forth the large scale he had prepared long ago, instructing his 5 disciples to bring forth the bundles of harvested spiritual rice. The scale was to be handled by none other than himself. Zhao Ci approached first. Chen Yi's tone was even and composed. Zhao Ci nervously carried over the yield from his 4 acres. Bundles of golden green spiritual rice piled into small mounds. Chen Yi weighed batch after batch, noting each tally meticulously in his ledger. The final tally, Zhao Ci, for acres, a total yield of 480 jin. Averaging 120 jin per acre. Zhao Ci exhaled deeply, wiping sweat from his brow, a smile breaking across his face. He had just met the standard. Next came Sun Lishi, who hurriedly brought over his harvest. His figures, 4 acres, a total of 520 jin, averaging 130 jin per acre. Sun Lishi grinned with his simple-hearted smile. Then Zhou Daniu, 4 acres, totaling 540 jin, averaging 135 jin per acre. Zhou Daniu rubbed his hands together, chuckling in delight. Qian Ziao followed. 4 acres, a total of 580 jin, averaging 145 jin per acre. His eyes gleamed brightly. This yield promised a generous share. Lastly, Wang Lin stepped forward. The rice stalks from his 4 acres appeared visibly fuller, the grains denser. Chen Yi weighed each batch, his brows slightly raised in approval. Wang Lin's harvest, 4 acres. He paused, double-checked the weights and scale beam, and announced a total of exactly 700 jin, averaging 175 jin per acre. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily stunned. Wang Lin stood there, nervously rubbing his hands. His face flushed crimson, yet his posture remained resolute and upright. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Good lad. I knew my judgment would not fail me. He fulfilled his promise on the spot. Zhao Ci, with a yield of 120 jin per acre, just met the standard and thus received neither reward nor penalty. Sun Lishi, at 130 jin per acre, exceeded the standard by 10 jin and earned 3/10 of the surplus, amounting to 3 jin of spiritual rice. Zhou Daniu received 4.5 jin. Qian Ziao, with 145 jin per acre and a surplus of 25 jin, was entitled to 7.5 jin. Although Chen Yi had previously stated that only yields surpassing 150 jin per acre would receive double rewards, this time, to encourage the group, he declared, Qian Ziao, your performance is exceptional. 15 jin. Chen Yi personally handed him the sack of rice. Qian Zhao took it, his hands trembling. 15 gene of spiritual rice was worth at least 7.5 spirit stones, more than his monthly salary. Thank you, senior brother Chen, he stammered. Chen Yi nodded approvingly, then turned to Zhao Si, Sun Lishi, and Zhou Daniu, saying next time, if you can reach 145 gene per acre, the reward will be doubled as well. The three were filled with renewed vigor, eager for the next month to arrive. Then, addressing Wang Lin, Chen Yi patted his shoulder. Your yield is 175 gene per acre. According to the 70% share, with a surplus of 55 gene, you shall receive 38.5 gene. From his pocket, he produced a small jade bottle, from which he poured out 2 pale green pills. These are 2 qi gathering pills. 1 pill is a prior reward, and the other is what I promised you earlier. If the yield exceeds 180, I would grant it to you in advance. Although you have not yet reached 180, 175 is commendable enough, so I will present it to you ahead of time. Next month, I expect to see 180. Wang Lin received the elixir, his eyes instantly glistening with emotion. This time, he did not kneel before Chen Yi again. Instead, he bowed deeply. I will forever remember the kindness of my senior brother's guidance. Next month, I shall strive to achieve 180 gene. Wang Lin did not utter a word of thanks, but this bow conveyed more gratitude than any words could express. Among the 5 disciples, their circumstances varied. Zhao Si breathed a sigh of relief, while Sun Lishi and Zhou Daniu wore expressions of joy. Qian Zhao was so exhilarated that he clutched the rice bag tightly, and Wang Lin held the elixir with determination in his eyes. Chen Yi observed this, nodding in approval within his heart. This was precisely the effect he desired. He wanted them to recognize that by following him, Chen Yi, and working diligently, there would be rewards. Those who resorted to deceit and trickery would gain nothing and might even lose their lives. Consequently, next month, they would exert even greater effort. Of course, Chen Yi was astute. He would initially allow them to taste a bit of sweetness, earning a few extra spirit stones each month. Eventually, he would have Air Mao regulate the yield of some individuals to remain below 150 gene. What conscience? What is that? Chen Yi closed the ledger. The total yield from 20 mu was 2,780 gene. According to the regulations, each mu was required to contribute a fixed amount of 100 gene, totaling 2,000 gene for 20 mu. The excess would all belong to him. After deducting the 60 gene reward given to the disciples and the rations for himself and Air Mao, Chen Yi ultimately secured 2,600 gene of spirit rice. He maintained a calm exterior, yet internally, a storm surged. A windfall. Chapter 26. The first bucket of gold that afternoon, Chen Yi packed the spirit rice into a storage bag and entered the administrative hall. Behind the counter sat a young cultivator in his late 20s. At the 5th level of qi refinement, with shrewd, glimmering eyes. His name was inscribed on his waist tag, Su Bailu. Brother Su. Chen Yi placed the rice bag down and cupped his hands in greeting, smiling. I am Chen Yi, a disciple under Deacon Zhang, here to deliver spirit rice. Su Bailu looked up, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Ah, it is Brother Chen. Deacon Zhang informed me, before his departure, to take good care of you. I appreciate your concern, brother. Chen Yi lowered his stance, flattering him with just the right touch. He had heard that Brother Su was efficient and righteous in his dealings. And upon meeting him today, it was indeed well-deserved. Su Bailu's expression softened further, a genuine smile emerging. Seizing the moment, Chen Yi discreetly retrieved a small cloth bag from his storage bag and subtly pushed it across the counter. This is a token of my appreciation. 50 gene of spirit rice, a small gesture. Su Bailu's fingers pressed against the cloth bag, his eyes lighting up, but he feigned modesty. Brother Chen, you are too kind. How could I possibly accept this? Before he could finish his sentence, the bag had already slipped beneath the counter. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Rest assured, brother, even if the spirit rice is occasionally a few dozen genes short, as long as it is not excessive, I will cover for you. The individual verifying the inventory is my cousin. If anything arises, a few spirit stones can easily resolve it. Chen Yi felt a stirring in his heart. What a remarkable turn of events. It appears that even without my intervention, this fellow would undoubtedly indulge in avarice. He suddenly found the situation somewhat absurd. Wasn't the pursuit of immortality supposed to be devoid of such human sentiment? Why then was the entire sect steeped in worldly affairs? Yet on his face, his smile grew increasingly respectful. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Subailu promptly recorded 2,000 pounds in the ledger, stamped it, and handed Chen Yi 20 spirit stones as his monthly stipend. Here you are. This is your salary. Do remember to collect it punctually next month. Certainly, certainly. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Chen Yi's smile faded. It seems that human nature remains constant everywhere. He inwardly sighed. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The realm of cultivation? Merely a more sophisticated arena of life. Next, he entered the sect's marketplace with the remaining 550 pounds of spirit rice. Rather than heading directly to the Linguizai as suggested by Zhang Zhug, he first perused several other establishments. Do you purchase spirit rice? At what price? Low-grade spirit rice, half a spirit stone per pound. Your quality is decent, but still just low-grade. 290 spirit stones. Will you sell? 300, at most 300. After inquiring around, he found the highest offer to be 300 spirit stones. Eventually, he made his way into the corner shop, Linguizai. The establishment was modest yet clean and orderly. Behind the counter sat a white-haired elder, appearing to be in his 70s, yet full of vitality. He had previously heard from his godfather, Zhang Zhug, that due to an injury sustained in his youth, the elder's cultivation had stagnated at the 8th level of qi refinement. Shopkeeper, do you buy spirit rice? Chen Yi placed his sack on the counter. The elder looked up, took a handful of rice, examined it closely, and then brought it nearer to his nose. Jade spirit rice, superior among the low grades. The spiritual energy is abundant, and the quality is commendable. After a pause, he declared, I can offer you 310 spirit stones. Chen Yi felt a stir of excitement. This price was 10 spirit stones higher than elsewhere. He seized the moment to say, Shopkeeper, I am Chen Yi, a disciple of Elder Zhang Zhug. The elder's eyes brightened, and a smile spread across his face. Ah, so you are the esteemed disciple of Elder Zhang. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. He scrutinized Chen Yi once more and added, Since you are associated with Elder Zhang, I shall calculate the price at 6 coins. 330 spirit stones. Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Thank you, shopkeeper. Just call me Elder Wang, the elder replied cheerfully. I have known Elder Zhang for many years. He is a man of great loyalty. Since you are his disciple, feel free to bring anything in the future. I assure you the price will be fair. After concluding the transaction, Elder Wang engaged Chen Yi in light conversation. I'm 73 this year. My hopes for foundation establishment are but a dream now. I run this small shop to make a living. I have no particular hobbies, just enjoy a drink or two. Chen Yi contemplated for a moment, then took out 10 spirit stones from the 330 and pushed them towards him. Elder Wang, as a newcomer, I will rely on your guidance in the future. Please accept this small token for some wine, as a gesture of my appreciation. Elder Wang was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Good lad. You understand. He readily accepted the spirit stones, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. Do come often. If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I still have a few connections within the Kingyun sect. As Chen Yi stepped out of Lingzai, he weighed the remaining 320 spirit stones in his storage bag, a slight smile gracing his lips. The 10 spirit stones were indeed worth the expenditure. While Zhang Zhijiao's favor could be utilized, it should not be taken for granted. By voluntarily offering these 10 stones, he conveyed to Elder Wang that he, Chen Yi, was a person who understood propriety, who knew when to advance and when to retreat, and would not take advantage of him. Consequently, when he visits again, Elder Wang would still extend his courtesy, yet he would not perceive him as someone merely seeking to exploit kindness. Relationships characterized by clear transactions, mutual benefit, and reciprocity were far more solid and dependable than those that evoke discomfort and suspicion, such as the overly generous bond with Zhang Zhijiao. Chen Yi tightened his grip on the storage pouch. He had finally accumulated his first substantial earnings. along with his monthly stipend. He possessed a total of 340 spirit stones, a sum that those laboring in the fields might not even amass over 5 years. Spirit stones in abundance were not saved, but rather seized and coveted. Chapter 27. Purchasing elixirs with this initial fortune, Chen Yi promptly ventured into the market. Why aren't spirit stones? Naturally, it was for cultivation. The principle was straightforward. Earn spirit stones within the Qingyun sect and spend them there, without a thought of bringing any home. He walked directly into a small apothecary named Baiko Pavilion. The shop was modest, and behind the counter sat a young female cultivator in her 20s, her eyes sparkling. Upon Chen Yi's entrance, she rose, her voice sweet as honey. What does junior brother require? How much for the gathering chi pills? 30 spirit stones per vial, she replied, her gaze playful and enigmatic. How many would you like? 6 vials. She smiled coyly, bending slightly to retrieve 6 jade-green vials from beneath the counter, her attire swaying delicately. Lining the vials up on the counter, she gently tapped it with her fingertip. 6 vials come to 180 stones. Since it's your first visit, I'll give you a discount of 5 stones, 175 stones. How does that sound? With a wink, she added a hint of flirtation. Do you think a mere wink can entice me? Do you take me for some naive fool? Chen Yi thought to himself, maintaining an impassive facade as he counted out 175 spirit stones and pushed them across the counter. Thank you, senior sister. Having stowed the gathering chi pill securely, he inquired, do you have any healing or detoxification elixirs? Of course, she replied, retrieving 2 small porcelain vials, leaning slightly forward. This is the rejuvenation pill, specifically for external injuries, 5 pills for 40 spirit stones. And this is the clear miasma pill, which can neutralize the toxins of most first-tier demonic beasts, 3 pills for 50 stones. Lowering her voice slightly, she added with a touch of intimacy, since you're buying more, I'll let you have the clear miasma pill for 48 stones. Chen Yi recognized the familiar sales tactic, but believed in seizing an opportunity. With a polite demeanor, he responded, thank you for your consideration, senior sister. He then paid 88 spirit stones, placing the elixirs into his storage pouch. As he exited the shop, the young female cultivator softly called from behind, do come again, junior brother. Without turning back, Chen Yi waved dismissively. Not a chance, he thought, as if I'd be lured back like a fool. In this brief exchange, he had expended 263 stones, leaving him with merely 77. Weighing the now light pouch in his hand, he couldn't help but sigh. Spirit stones do not last long at all. Just as he was about to return, he paused in front of a stall selling demonic beast meat. The stall owner was a burly man with a bushy beard, his counter adorned with several sizable, blood-soaked cuts of meat, each exuding a faint yet alluring aura. A wooden sign nearby proclaimed, first-tier early-stage beast, long-toothed pig, the most delectable parts. 10 spirit stones per 10 pounds. Chen Yi swallowed hard. He glanced at a nearby cut priced at 3 spirit stones per pound, and another at 4. But the latter was swarming with flies, clearly left over from several days prior. It seemed rather expensive. However, after a month of consuming spirit rice, his palate longed for something more flavorful. Having earned some spirit stones, he felt it was time to reward himself. Gritting his teeth, he approached the stall and pointed at the most expensive cut. Boss, I'll take 10 pounds. Certainly. The burly man swiftly sliced off a generous portion of the marbled meat and wrapped it in oil paper, handing it over. Chen Yi paid the last of his 10 spirit stones and, carrying the meat back, found that any lingering regret was swiftly overshadowed by his anticipation for the meal ahead. Life was finally looking up. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Chen Yi stoked the fire and set a pot to boil. After rinsing the spirit rice, he added it to the pot along with some slices of long-toothed pig meat. The meat was beautifully marbled, radiating a faint aura that indicated its extraordinary quality. As the rice and meat simmered together over low heat, Mao, his companion, was already sniffing eagerly at the aroma. Bouncing impatiently by the stove and pawing at the edge of the pot, chirping as if desperate to dive in. Patience, Mao, Chen Yi chuckled, gently lifting it down. It will be fragrant once cooked. The raw meat has a certain pungency. We must act like civilized beasts. Unwilling to relent, Mao jumped onto Chen Yi's shoulder, gazing longingly at the pot, its little nose twitching with anticipation. Before long, steam began to waft from the pot, releasing an indescribable fragrance that enveloped the room. The sweet essence of the spirit rice mingled with the rich aroma of the beast's meat, creating a mouth-watering scent that made one's mouth water. Chen Yi lifted the lid, revealing the spirit rice, now glistening and infused with the savory juices of the meat. The slices of meat were tender, with the fatty portions nearly dissolved, blending seamlessly into the broth. He ladled 2 generous bowls, one for himself and another placed on the ground for Mao. No seasoning was necessary. The natural sweetness of the spirit rice and the robust flavor of the beast's meat harmonized perfectly in the slow-cooked dish. The rice was soft and chewy, bursting with flavor, while the rich broth enveloped him in warmth as it flowed down his throat. Delicious. Chen Yi found himself sweating from the effort of his feasting. Mao, meanwhile, had buried its entire head in the bowl, happily slurping away, its little tail wagging like a windmill. After finishing one bowl, Chen Yi, still craving more, filled another. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered something, rising to serve 5 small bowls, each generously filled with extra slices of meat, into a food container. Mao, guard the house. Chen instructed as he carried the food container to a row of low houses by the fields. Zhao Si, Sun Lishi, and the others had just finished their work, squatting at the door with water in hand. Upon seeing Chen Yi approach, they quickly stood up. Senior brother. Chen Yi placed the food container down and lifted the lid. The rich aroma of the meat instantly wafted out, captivating the 5 men, their eyes widening as their throats involuntarily swallowed. Today we feast, Chen Yi announced nonchalantly. From now on, every month, I'll treat you to beast meat. The 5 men were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Long live the boss. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he glanced back and added, work hard. Follow me, and you will not be treated poorly. The 5 individuals holding their bowls felt a prick of emotion in their eyes. They had never anticipated that they would get to savor the flesh of demon beasts, let alone partake in spiritual rice. In that moment, all their hardships felt worthwhile. On the other side of the spiritual fields, Chen Yi reported the spiritual rice harvest, winning over his subordinates. And the news of his use of demon beast meat to curry favor soon reached Shui Dashan's ears. At that moment, he was in his room, indulging in alcohol. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, his expression darkened instantly, as if a storm were brewing. Smash! He slammed his wine cup onto the ground, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. Very well. Shui Dashan gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Zhang Zhug, you old curmudgeon, you have always looked down upon me, forcing me to submit to that old hag, will you? Now, relying on your position as a steward, you brazenly seize my prime fields, causing me to lose over 200 spiritual stones each month. He gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, filled with long-simmering resentment and frustration. That was over 200 spiritual stones every month, all gone because of a single word from you, Zhang Zhug. He could not confront Zhang Zhug. That old man was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, skilled in swordplay, and ranked among the top stewards, holding substantial power over the spiritual fields. What could Shui Dashan, who had only become a captain through the support of Vice Steward Wu Yu, possibly do against him? Soon, a wave of hatred intertwined with long-standing frustration surged wildly within him. Zhang Zhug, I cannot contend with you, but can I not contend with your newly initiated, inexperienced apprentice? A cold, sinister smile crept across his lips. Just wait, you little beast. Next time we clear the outer demon beasts, I will make sure to arrange something special for you. He approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the black wind forest, his murderous intent openly displayed. Regardless, even if you die, it will be the demon beasts that kill you, not me, Shui Dashan. What does it matter? Chapter 28, Black Wind Forest. Black water pool. On a morning 2 weeks later, Chen Yi was meditating in his room when a sudden shout pierced through. Team Leader Chen. Captain Shui has summoned all team leaders to gather immediately at the western entrance of the spiritual fields. Chen Yi opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. What could this assembly be about? However, he had no time to ponder, so he rose and stepped outside. Not long after, he fortuitously encountered the hurriedly approaching Tian Wenjing. At that moment, Tian Wenjing wore a frustrated expression, muttering curses under his breath. So early in the morning, can a person practice in peace? Chen Yi approached him and discreetly slipped a spiritual stone into his hand. Senior brother Tian, what does Captain Chui want from us? With a flick of his fingers, Tian Wenjing made the spiritual stone vanish, and a smile instantly brightened his face. What else could it be? Clearing the outer demon beasts. He lowered his voice. Demon beasts occasionally emerge from the Black Wind Forest, wreaking havoc on the spiritual fields, and we have to clean them out every month or two. Chen Yi pondered. Are the demon beasts formidable? Fear not. Tian Wenjing waved his hand dismissively. The majority are just wild beasts, mostly at the early first tier. Even if a mid-tier one occasionally appears, Chui Dashan and the others will handle it. It won't come to us risking our lives. He patted his belly, remarking that usually they merely went through the motions, encountering predominantly beasts, with rare instances of early-stage demon beasts. So it was. Chen Yi nodded, yet his mind began to wander with different thoughts. He had always engaged in arduous training, and if this opportunity could enhance his practical combat skills, it might indeed prove beneficial. Before long, Chen Yi and Tian Wenjing arrived at the western entrance of the spiritual fields, where the other three had already assembled. Huang Xin stood with his arms crossed, and upon seeing Chen Yi approach, he cast a sideways glance, emitting a derisive snort from his nostrils. Chen Yi chose to ignore him, redirecting his gaze to the other two. Li Minjiao offered him a slight nod, while Lin Dongpeng cupped his fists in salute. Chen Yi reciprocated the gesture politely. Chui Dashan stood at the forefront and, seeing that everyone had gathered, cleared his throat. Listen closely. This month, it's our Team's turn, in conjunction with Team Sun Jingyuan, to clear the demon beast disturbing the outskirts of Black Wind Forest. Team Sun will handle the western side, while we take charge of the eastern side. His gaze swept across the 5 individuals, adopting a grave tone. Although the demon beasts we are dealing with are positioned on the periphery, they should not be underestimated. I will now assign you your respective positions. Huang San, you will proceed to the cliff's edge, Tian Wenjing to Old Huai Slope, Li Minjiao to Clear Water Ravine, Lin Dongpeng to Falling Rock Valley. Finally, his eyes settled on Chen Yi, pausing momentarily before slowly stating, Chen Yi, you will head to Blackwater Pool. As his words settled, both Li Minjiao and Lin Dongpeng turned their attention to Chen Yi, a hint of subtle unease flickering in their eyes. Tian Wenjing opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon glancing at Chui Dashan's grim expression, he fell silent. Typically, Blackwater Pool was notorious for harboring early-stage demon beasts, an area usually inspected by team leaders. Their apprehension stemmed from a desire to protect their subordinates from danger, fearing loss and subsequent blame. Chen Yi felt a stir within. Although he was a newcomer, he could discern from the reactions of others that Blackwater Pool was likely not a place of safety. Nevertheless, he maintained a neutral expression and calmly responded, Understood. Noticing this, Chui Dashan retrieved 5 bamboo tubes, each the thickness of a finger, from his storage bag, distributing one to each individual. These are Xian talismans. By channeling spiritual energy, they can be activated to shoot red flames into the sky, visible from 100 miles away. Should you encounter insurmountable demon beasts, activate them immediately for assistance. I and Captain Sun will arrive post-haste. He paused, emphasizing to the group, Remember, your lives are paramount. Do not be reckless. Chen Yi accepted the bamboo tube, feeling its weight in his hand, the surface etched with simple flame patterns. After inspecting it and finding nothing amiss, he tucked it securely into his clothing. Now let's set forth. We must complete the patrol and clearing before sunset and reconvene here. Yes, the 5 responded in unison, each heading towards their assigned direction. Chen Yi turned and made his way toward the southeastern Black Wind Forest. He refrained from employing any light-footed techniques, opting instead to maintain a normal pace while observing the surrounding terrain and environment. As he vanished into the woods, Chui Dashan's lips curled into a cold, sinister smile. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he silently mused, Humph boy, do you think the inspection will be of any use? I've tampered with the Chen talismans. A novice who has not even cultivated a single technique. When you arrive at Black Water Pool and encounter that bastard, you will be in for a rude awakening. Then, you will comprehend what it truly means to call upon heaven in vain and earth unresponsive. Just obediently prepare to meet your demise. He whispered a cold sneer, then turned and strode in the exact opposite direction from Chen Yi, his steps light and brisk as if he already envisioned that delightful scene. Within the black wind forest, the trees grew denser and the light dimmer. Chen Yi tread cautiously, his right hand resting steadily on his waist. Mao poked his small head out from Chen Yi's clothing, his eyes as black as beans vigilantly scanning the surroundings, two white hairs slightly raised. Mao, Chen Yi murmured softly, something feels amiss. It is far too quiet. In ordinary woods, the calls of birds and chirping of insects are constant. Yet on the eastern side of Black Wind Forest, the deeper one ventures, the more profound the silence becomes, as if even the wind's whisper were swallowed by some unseen force. He glanced at the crude map in his hand, the mark of Blackwater Pool looming not far ahead. Chen Yi slowed his pace, spiritual energy quietly stirring within, silently reciting the incantation of the Golden Blade technique. Ahead, a faint, moist stench of blood subtly permeated the air. Blackwater Pool, it had arrived. Blackwater Pool was modest in size, roughly 2 to 3 acres square, its surface a murky, inky green, unfathomably deep. The surrounding woods were thick and shadowed, the atmosphere heavy with a damp, chilling stench of decay, faintly tinged with the metallic scent of rusted blood. The soil by the pool's edge was soft, bearing scattered, chaotic large claw marks and traces of something dragged along. Chen Yi halted some 7 or 8 yards from the water's edge, refraining from rash approach. At last, he understood why Li Minjiao and Lin Dongpeng had worn such expressions upon hearing of Blackwater Pool. This place, any fool would know something was terribly wrong. The pool was deathly silent. Not even the faintest insect chirp disturbed the eerie stillness. There was undoubtedly something lurking beneath the surface. His gaze swept over the claw marks, then settled on the faint, barely perceptible ripples on the water. Picking up a fist-sized stone from the ground, he weighed it in his hand, channeling spiritual energy into his arm before hurling it fiercely toward the pool's center. The stone sliced through the air and struck the inky green water with a sharp splash. A guttural, violent roar erupted from beneath the surface as the water exploded open. A colossal black silhouette surged upward, reeking of foul stench and bloodlust. It was a massive maw bristling with sharp, conical teeth, large enough to engulf a manhole. Deep within the mouth protruded a nearly 1 foot long, dark green horn. The creature fully emerged from the water, revealing its fearsome form, nearly 20 feet in length. Its body was sheathed in thick, dark green hide adorned with uneven bony plates resembling natural armor. Its limbs were stout and powerful, tipped with razor-sharp claws, and its long tail swayed slowly in the water like a steel whip. Its eyes, vertical slits glowing a somber yellow, locked coldly and mercilessly onto Chen Yi, filled with a chilling, brutal intent to kill. In an instant, Chen Yi recalled the brief notes from the Beast Atlas regarding this fiend. The ink-armored poison crocodile excelled at lurking underwater, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Judging by its size and ferocity, it was clearly no mere beast recently transformed into a demon creature. His pupils constricted abruptly, and almost instinctively he raised his right hand, instantly unleashing the long-prepared golden blade technique. A faint golden energy blade tore through the air with precision, striking the most conspicuous seam of the poisonous crocodile's neck armor. Clang! A crisp sound akin to the clash of metal resounded. Yet, the golden blade technique left only a deep slash along the seam of the armor plates, failing to pierce the resilient skin beneath. Chen Yi's heart sank at the realization. The defense was far stronger than anticipated, surpassing that of an ordinary early-stage first-rank beast. The ink armor poisonous crocodile winced in pain and grew furious, clearly unskilled in long-range combat. Its massive body swung violently, its sturdy limbs propelling it through the water with surprising speed as it charged toward the shore. Its blood-red jaws gaped wide, exuding a foul stench, while the venomous horn shimmered with a deadly, eerie glow in the dim light. Retreat. Without hesitation, Chen Yi summoned all his spiritual energy to activate the lightness technique, his figure retreating like a gust of wind. Almost simultaneously, Ermao shot out from his embrace with a swift motion. The little creature landed, slapping the ground with its tiny paw. Suddenly, the earth before the poisonous crocodile collapsed into a shallow pit without warning. The beast's momentum was so great that one forepaw missed its footing, causing its massive frame to sway abruptly and its charge to falter. Squeak! Ermao succeeded and immediately transformed into a dark shadow, darting into the nearby thicket. Seizing this brief respite, Chen Yi had already withdrawn over 10 yards, sprinting headlong into the dense forest without looking back. Roar! The ink armor poisonous crocodile regained its balance, roaring in fury as it stamped the ground and resumed the pursuit. Yet, as recorded in the Beast Compendium, this creature's thick skin and tough flesh made it a master of ambush and aquatic combat, but a poor land chaser. Chen Yi pushed the lightness technique to its utmost limit, weaving swiftly through the forest. The heavy footsteps and the cracking of broken branches behind him gradually faded. After dashing several hundred meters, the terrifying roars and commotion finally ceased. Leaning against an ancient tree, Chen Yi panted lightly, cold sweat beating at his temples. After resting for a few minutes to recover his depleted spiritual energy, which had been nearly halved, Ermao rustled from the grass and leapt onto Chen Yi's shoulder, nuzzling his cheek as if to confirm his well-being. "I'm fine," Chen Yi murmured, stroking the creature's cool fur, though a wave of lingering dread surged in his chest. Had it not been for Ermao's quick thinking and use of the earth escape technique to trip the poisonous crocodile, buying that critical moment, there was no way he could have escaped unscathed given the beast's explosive speed. "Kui, Dashan." Chen Yi whispered the name, his gaze growing icily sharp. That old scoundrel had done this deliberately. He had long known of the ferocious creature lurking in the Blackwater pool and had deliberately sent Chen Yi here, intending for him to perish. The thought chilled him to the bone. Chen Yi reached into his storage pouch and withdrew the scarlet flame talisman distributed by Chui Dasan. The bamboo tube felt cold in his hand, the fiery patterns on its surface glaring vividly in the dim forest light. Fixing his eyes on the talisman, Chen Yi thought, if he wants my life, then this thing is probably no ordinary plea for help. Without the slightest hesitation, he channeled a strand of his inner spiritual energy into the bamboo tube. With a hum, the intricate patterns on the surface of the tube suddenly glowed a fiery red, becoming scorching to the touch. Chen Yi raised his hand and hurled it fiercely towards a distant, desolate tree that stood far from him. The bamboo tube traced an arc through the air. Just as it was about to make contact with the trunk, an explosive roar erupted, far more intense than any ordinary firework. A sound tenfold in magnitude, the crimson flames, accompanied by a furious shockwave, expanded instantaneously, not shooting upwards in a signal of distress, but rather splattering wildly in all directions. The withered tree ignited upon contact with the flames, splintering apart, its stout trunk severed in two and crashing down amidst the blaze. Nearby thickets and grasses were also ignited, sending sparks flying and thick smoke billowing upwards. This was by no means a signal flare. It was an explosive talisman masquerading as one. Had Chen Yi, in a state of panic from the pursuit of the venomous crocodile, mistakenly believed it to be a lifeline and activated it, the consequences would have been dire. He would either have been severely injured by the explosion so close at hand, or, amidst the ensuing chaos, devoured by the beast. In either scenario, death was inevitable. The flickering flames cast shadows across Chen Yi's face, the light and darkness dancing unpredictably. He stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the burning remnants of the tree and the gradually spreading flames, the last vestiges of warmth on his face fading completely. All that remained in his eyes was an unfathomable chill. Chui Dasan. He slowly clenched his fists, enunciating each word with chilling resolve. "I shall kill you." Chapter 30. Sun Zhenyuan. Superior Fire Spiritual Root. Eliminating Chui Dashan was imperative, but not at this moment. Leaning against a tree, Chen Yi gradually regulated his breathing, his mind racing with thoughts. He was at the second level of qi refinement, while Chui Dashan was nearing the seventh. Seeking him out now would be tantamount to courting death. Even if he were to claim that Chui Dashan had attempted to harm him and that the Crimson Talisman had exploded, who would believe him? It would be mere hearsay, lacking any evidence. With his adoptive father absent from the sect, no one would advocate on his behalf. The only path to survival now lay in feigning ignorance, pretending to be a fool who had miraculously escaped. He must not let Chui Dashan discover that he had unraveled his schemes. Moreover, returning alone would be perilous. Should Chui Dashan see that he had survived, he might very well decide to eliminate him in this forest, framing it as an attack by a beast, rendering his death utterly meaningless. He needed to find someone to return with him, a person who could instill fear in Chui Dashan. His gaze shifted towards the western edge of the Black Wind Forest. Sun Jingyuan. His uncle was a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, a man of significant influence. He bore no enmity towards him, and in a certain sense, they were connected by ties of interest. Perhaps he could leverage his strength? Taking a deep breath to suppress the tumultuous waves of murderous intent and coldness within him, he forced a semblance of panic and fear onto his face. He adjusted his clothing to appear more like a disheveled survivor fleeing for his life, then activated his lightness technique and sprinted westward. As he ran, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Help! A beast is chasing me!" His voice echoed through the silent woods, filled with genuine terror. After approximately half an hour of frantic escape, he had delved deep into the western thicket. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out ahead, stern and vigilant. "Who goes there? Cease your clamoring." Chen Yi stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and looked toward the source of the voice with a face marked by the relief of survival. A young cultivator clad in azure attire emerged from behind a tree, exuding an innate air of arrogance. It was Sun Jingyuan. He scrutinized Chen, his gaze fixating on the leader's token at Chen Yi's waist. "I am Sun Jingyuan, and you are?" His tone was flat, imbued with a condescending scrutiny. Chen Yi hastily cupped his hands, adopting a humble demeanor. "Ah, it is Brother Sunday. My apologies. I am Chen Yi, a disciple of Deacon Zhang Zhug." "Chen Yi?" Sun Jingyuan pondered for a moment, seemingly recalling something. "Ah, the one newly accepted by Deacon Zhang. Aren't you supposed to be with Chui Dashan on the eastern side? How did you end up here on my western flank, and in such a state?" Immediately, Chen Yi's face filled with fear and grievance as he spoke rapidly. "Brother Sun, you have no idea. I was assigned to patrol that wretched place, Haishuatan, and suddenly a mo jia poisonous crocodile leaped out. That creature was ferocious. Its hide as tough as iron. I truly couldn't contend with it, so I thought to use the Qi Yin talisman given by Captain Chui to call for help." He shuddered at the recollection, his voice trembling, but I was so terrified that my hand shook, and I lost hold of the talisman, which flew out of my grasp. I thought I was doomed, but unexpectedly, that Qi Yin talisman, it exploded with a thunderous bang. I seized the moment while that beast was startled by the blast to escape, running here in a panic. The Qi Yin talisman exploded? Sun Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. He was no fool. How could a distress signal explode? Clearly, someone had tampered with it, turning it into a deadly device. Observing Chen Yi's state of disarray and recalling the matters concerning Chui Dashan and Zhang Zhug, he understood the nuances clearly. Chui Dashan, that fool, had caused trouble in such a clumsy manner. However, he had no interest in such intrigues. A more pressing thought seized him. Mo jia poisonous crocodile? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Sun Jingyuan's eyes. The hide, teeth, and poisonous horns of such a creature were invaluable, capable of fetching a substantial number of spirit stones or being crafted into fine magical artifacts. Where's that beast now? It should still be near Haishuatan. Jen, you promptly replied. Lead the way. Sun Jingyuan commanded decisively. Yes, brother. Chen Yi affirmed, quickly turning to guide the way. As they retraced their steps, Chen Yi cautiously sought to engage in conversation. He subtly inquired about Sun Jingyuan's cultivation level. Discovering that the young man was merely 19, yet had already reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, leaving Chen Yi internally astonished. Such rapid progress, even with the aid of elixirs, was indeed formidable. He promptly offered a well-timed compliment, Brother Sun. Achieving the 5th layer of Qi refinement at such a young age is truly remarkable. I am in deep admiration. He continued at this rate. Foundation establishment is surely on the horizon. Who knows, in a couple of years, we may have to start calling you Shishu. Sun Jinjiayuan's expression remained largely unchanged, yet his eyes softened noticeably. He waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of youthful pride seeped through his tone. You flatter me, Brother Chen. I merely benefit from possessing a superior fire spiritual root which hastens my cultivation. The first 3 layers of Qi refinement are indeed easier. I reached them in less than a year. Advancing from the 3rd to the 4th tier, even with a continuous supply of elixirs, I was stalled for an entire year. Progressing from a 4th to the 5th tier consumed another 2 years. At this pace, it would take at least 2 more years to reach the 6th tier, and perhaps 4 or 5 years before achieving the 7th. He sighed deeply, then straightened his posture, his youthful vigor rekindled. However, I am confident that before I turn 40, I shall attain the 9th tier of Qi refinement. By then, I will have at least 2 opportunities to break through to foundation establishment. Chen Yi promptly showered him with a series of compliments. With such superior spiritual roots, senior brother Sun's future is boundless. Foundation establishment will undoubtedly come to you effortlessly. Through this exchange, Sun Jingyuan's impression of Chen Yi improved considerably. After all, they were both connected through influential ties, albeit of varying degrees. In some respects, they belonged to the same circle. Chen Yi's affable manner and modest demeanor proved quite agreeable to Sun Jingyuan. Throughout this shared journey, their rapport quietly deepened. During their casual conversation, Chen Yi led Sun Jingyuan back to the edge of the Blackwater pool. The water remained a murky, lifeless green, as if nothing had ever transpired. Senior brother Sun, this is the place, Chen Yi said, pointing to the surface, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. That beast is cunning, lurking beneath the water. As he spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground, preparing to hurl it into the pool to lure out the venomous crocodile. Hold on, Sun Jingyuan interrupted, raising a hand with a faint, proud smile. A mere first-stage low-tier beast requires no such triviality. Junior brother Chen, step aside and watch how I handle this creature. Chen Yi obediently retreated a few paces, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anticipation and curiosity. Sun Jingyuan made no overt gestures. Instead, he stepped forward, and a surge of spiritual energy radiated from his body. His right hand rose, palm facing upward, and a crimson flame materialized out of thin air. This was no ordinary fire. Its emergence caused the surrounding air to warp slightly from the intense heat, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. Wretched beast hiding in the shadows. Come fort, Sun Jingyuan commanded in a low, fierce tone. Rather than hurling the flame, he lifted his right foot, enveloped in spiritual light, and stomped forcefully on the ground. A thunderous shockwave of scorching energy penetrated the earth, reaching the bottom of the pool. The tranquil, dark green water erupted violently as the ebony-armored venomous crocodile was forcibly expelled from its hiding place. The massive creature thrashed awkwardly onto the shore, emitting an enraged roar. It's though it did not immediately breach its defenses, it ensnared it firmly, the searing pain eliciting a more ferocious roar, abruptly halting its momentum. In that fleeting moment, Sun Jingyuan struck his waist pouch with his left hand, and 2 beams of cold light flashed forth. 2 uniquely shaped curved blades, their surfaces shimmering with a mystical glow. Far from ordinary iron, earth fire arise, he murmured, and from beneath his feet, 2 small flames materialized, lifting his body slightly off the ground and significantly increasing his speed. Simultaneously, flames erupted fiercely from the 2 curved blades, illuminating Sun Jingyuan's youthful, proud visage with a brilliant glow. With his body in sync with the flames, the blades danced through fire. A fiery line traced through the air as Sun Jingyuan's figure intersected with the ensnared poisonous crocodile. A dull sound echoed as the sharp blades sliced through flesh and bone. The grotesque head of the crocodile, wearing an expression of disbelief, separated from its massive body and tumbled to the ground. The severed neck charred black, the flames having instantly seared and sealed the wound against the spurt of blood. The flames on the blade quietly extinguished, and with a flick of his wrist, Sun Jingyuan sheathed the curved blade with an elegant and decisive motion. He did not even glance at the twitching, headless crocodile carcass. Instead, he delicately brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve. The entire act, from the strike to the kill, transpired in mere moments. Chen Yi, observing from the side, was profoundly shaken. The impenetrable armor that had thwarted his full-force strike was effortlessly cleaved, as if it were butter beneath the flames of his opponent's curved blade. Is this the might of martial techniques and magical artifacts? Truly formidable. He immediately composed himself, his face a canvas of admiration and respect, genuinely exclaiming, "Senior brother Sun, your prowess is remarkable. Today, I have truly gained new insights. That beast, which had relentlessly pursued me just moments ago, was rendered utterly helpless before you." Upon hearing this, Sun Jingyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of pleasure. After all, at merely a teenager's age, despite his profound background, receiving such unreserved admiration and praise, especially from a peer like Chen Yi, greatly satisfied his youthful pride. A mere beast, hardly worth mentioning. Sun Jingyuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual, yet the slight lift of his chin betrayed his delight. Approaching the carcass of the crocodile, he swung his blade and severed a section of the tail, approximately 3 feet long and the thickest part, tossing it casually to Chen Yi. "This tail has decent flesh, imbued with a hint of vitality. Take it and savor the experience. Consider it a small consolation for your fright." Chen Yi promptly caught it, feeling its weight and warmth. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior brother, for your generous gift. Not only are you deeply skilled in your cultivation, but your magnanimity is equally commendable. I am truly grateful." Sun Jingyuan's spirits soared higher as he stored the remaining headless crocodile carcass in his pouch. Speaking with a hint of pride, my earth vein fire technique is a method that can be cultivated all the way to the late foundation establishment stage. It channels the earth's fire into the body for refinement. Not only can it manipulate flames to attack foes, but it can also imbue flames onto magical artifacts, greatly enhancing their sharpness and destructive power. This technique was specially sought out for me by my third uncle. Had I not been concerned about damaging the crocodile's hide and poisonous horn, which are materials for artifact crafting, a mere first-tier beast could have been reduced to ashes with a single strike. He paused for a moment, raising his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Let it not be said that a mere first-tier beast is formidable. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of chi refinement, without superior defensive artifacts or techniques, would struggle under the might of my twin fire blades. His senior brother's technique was profound, his artifacts exquisite, and he himself was endowed with extraordinary talent. Surely he would achieve foundation establishment in the future, and the golden elixir was within reach. Chen Yi promptly followed suit, bestowing compliments that were subtle yet pleasing. "Ha! Brother Chen, you certainly have a way with words." Sun Jingyuan chuckled heartily, clearly pleased. "Well then, my business here is concluded. I must return to ensure my subordinates on the west side are not slacking off. It has been a pleasure meeting you today. If you require assistance within this sect in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out." "Absolutely. Safe travels, brother." Chen Yi clasped his hands in farewell. Observing Sun Jingyuan skillfully navigating the flickering flames beneath his feet, his figure swiftly vanished into the woods. Chen Yi's smile gradually faded. He glanced down at the heavy alligator tail in his grasp, then towards the direction where Sun Jingyuan had disappeared, a profound envy and yearning flickering in his eyes. The power to command flames, to wield a blade with such instinct, vanquishing demons as effortlessly as cutting grass. Such confidence derived from possessing formidable techniques and sharp artifacts. This was the true visage of a cultivator. A man of honor ought to aspire to this. He clenched his fists, a burning desire to become stronger igniting within his chest. Upon returning, he must devote himself even more fervently to his cultivation. Techniques and artifacts await my arrival. Chen Yi. Chapter 32. A vengeance unleashed as the sun set, casting a blood-red hue across the horizon. Chen Yi returned punctually to the assembly point at the western entrance of the spirit field, carrying the alligator tail. The other group leaders had also returned in succession, appearing to have encountered no major issues. When Chen Yi's figure appeared, Chui Dashan, who had been conversing quietly with Huang San, abruptly turned his head, his expression instantly darkening. Igrigo, how come? Chui Dashan's words escaped him before he could restrain them, his astonishment and underlying disappointment unmistakable. Unfazed, Chen Yi wore a countenance of relief and a hint of playful reproach, quickly interjecting, Captain Chui, you have indeed hit the nail on the head. I truly owe my survival to your generous gift of the Crimson Flame talisman. He emphasized the words, truly owe, then quickened his pace. Raising his voice so that all present could hear, I was pursued by the ink-shelled poison crocodile in that black water pond, and, as escape seemed impossible, I thought to activate the Crimson Flame talisman to seek help from you and Captain Sunday. In my panic, I fumbled and threw it out without securing it properly. To my astonishment, the talisman exploded with a deafening bang, akin to a detonation talisman. Thankfully, the explosion startled that beast, allowing me to snatch back my life. He recounted, thumping his chest, looking quite shaken. What? It exploded? Li Minjiao gasped in disbelief. Lin Dongpeng, Tian Wenjing, and even Huang San immediately turned their gaze towards Chui Dashan, their expressions laden with uncertainty. A distress signal talisman exploding? This was no trivial matter. Chui Dashan's face fluctuated between red and white, a blend of embarrassment and anger evident. He never anticipated that Chen Yifei not only survived, but also boldly exposed the matter in public, although his tone seemed to express a sense of self-reproach. The implication was clear to anyone who wasn't a fool. It must have been a mistake made by the Bureau of Miscellaneous Affairs. Inferior products or other talismans must have been mistakenly mixed into the Crimson Flame talisman. Chui Dashan forced himself to maintain his composure, offering a dry explanation while his gaze flickered uneasily. Junior Brother Chen, it is fortunate you are unharmed. The ink-armored poison crocodile is ferocious. Has it been dealt with? Such hidden dangers must be eradicated. Come, I shall accompany you. He attempted to shift the topic and display a sense of responsibility. There is no need for Captain Chui to worry. Chen interrupted, a sincere smile gracing his face as he raised the fearsome crocodile tail in his hand. On the way back, he fortuitously encountered Captain Sun Zhengyuan, who was patrolling the western side. Upon hearing of the beast's threat, Captain Sun acted gallantly and had already slain the vile creature. This tale was a gift from Senior Brother Sun, meant to ease the Junior Brother's fears. Sun Jingyuan, Chui Dashan uttered in disbelief, his complexion paling significantly. He was unconcerned about Zhang Zhug's apprentice because Zhang Zhug himself was away. Moreover, his cultivation was nearing a breakthrough into the late Qi refining stage, and once he passed the intersect examination, he would also become an intersect disciple. With Wu Yu as his backing, he felt a sense of security. However, Sun Jingyuan was different. His backing was an elder of the foundation establishment stage, an existence that neither Chui Dashan nor Wu Yu could afford to offend. When did this brat establish a connection with Sun Zhengyuan? And, judging by the situation, it seemed that Sun Zhengyuan was quite concerned for him. In that instant, a chill surged from Chui Dashan's feet. If Chen Yi were merely Zhang Zhug's apprentice, he could still brazenly continue to target him. But with the shadow of Sun Zhengyuan looming over him, he had to reconsider the weight of the situation and the potential consequences. The risk of further antagonizing Chen Yi had suddenly escalated several-fold, potentially leading to dire repercussions. Chui Dashan cast a complex glance at Chen Yi, filled with lingering resentment. But more prominently, there was a sense of trepidation and retreat. He took a deep breath, waved his hand, and spoke wearily, since the beast has been eliminated. Let be. Today's mission is concluded. Everyone disperse and return to your cultivation. He no longer looked at Chen Yi and hurriedly left, while everyone exchanged glances. Even Huang San, who usually took pleasure in mocking him, chose not to ridicule this time and departed with the group. After the dispersal, Chen Yi did not immediately return to his small courtyard, but instead sought out Tian Wenjing, who was lagging behind. Senior brother Tian, please wait. Tian Wenjing turned around, his round face wearing its customary smile, but there was a hint of barely perceptible guilt in his eyes. He had somewhat anticipated the dangers of the black water pool, but had not warned Chen Yi in advance. Feigning ignorance, Chen Yi directly pressed several spirit stones into his hands. Tian Wenjing instinctively attempted to refuse. Junior brother Chen, regarding today's incident, I feel remiss for not warning you earlier about the perils of the black water pool. I cannot accept these spirit stones. Senior brother, please do not say such things. Chen Yi firmly placed the spirit stones in his hand, his tone earnest. Since my entry into the sect, you have been the first to treat me with sincerity and offer guidance. Among friends, it is only natural to exchange resources and seek information, offering a token of appreciation for assistance. If my senior brother were to refuse, it would imply a disregard for me as a junior and a reluctance to acknowledge our friendship. Observing the resolute gaze of Chen Yi, Tian Wenjing weighed the substantial spirit stones in his hand, and after a slight tremor of hesitation, he finally sighed, stowing the stones away and murmuring, Junior brother Chen, what do you wish to inquire about? As long as it does not pertain to betrayal, I shall speak freely. Thank you, senior brother. Chen Yi lowered his voice. I seek to know about Chui Dasan. What cultivation technique does he practice? Are there any formidable artifacts at his disposal? Furthermore, does he have any close associates? Tian Wenjing pondered for a moment before quickly responding. Chui Dasan practices the most commonplace technique of our sect, the Qingyan technique, nothing remarkable. As for artifacts, he possesses a mid-tier windbreaker blade, known for its swiftness and sharpness. Regarding family, he has a daughter who is a mere mortal without spiritual roots, reportedly working as a servant in the Ula Tavern at Qingyan Market. Chen Yi's eyes momentarily flickered, nodding as he committed the information to memory, then producing a few more spirit stones. I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. Should any developments arise, particularly concerning Captain Chui or Deputy Elder Wu, I hope you will keep me informed. Rest assured, Tian Wenjing replied, slapping his chest with a sense of confidence. Though my cultivation is modest and my spiritual roots lacking, I have been around the lower ranks of this sect long enough. I may not claim much, but I am well informed. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, senior brother. Upon returning to his modest courtyard and closing the door, all traces of emotion vanished from Chen Yi's face, leaving only a cold indifference. He tossed the crocodile tail carelessly into a corner and sat at the table, his fingers absent-mindedly tapping on the surface. Qingyan technique. Mid-tier windbreaker blade, he repeated softly, a chilling smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. An immortal daughter? Serving at the Ula Tavern? He chuckled softly, the sound echoing eerily within the silent room. Chui Dasan, you are but a mere sixth-layer Qi practitioner, cultivating the most ordinary of techniques, relying solely on the tenuous favor of Deputy Elder Wu. With such meager credentials, you dare obstruct my path to wealth, and even threaten my life? The sect's rules prohibit the slaughter of fellow disciples, but the death of a mortal without spiritual roots would hardly stir a tempest. At most, it would result in a fine of spirit stones and a period of reflection. His eyes glinted with an icy resolve, devoid of warmth. He had also perceived Chui Dasan's trepidation and retreat before departing. However, Chen Yi had never intended to grant him an opportunity. In the realm of cultivation, conflicts do not allow for reconciliation. Once a deadly grudge is formed, it is either you or I who shall perish. Compassion and concession only hasten one's demise. Chui Dasan's retreat today was merely a consequence of the intimidation brought forth by Sun Zhengyuan. Once that pressure dissipates, he will surely return. Just wait, Chen Yi mused, gazing out into the dense night, as if he could penetrate the void to behold the brightly lit tavern in the market. Your nightmare is about to commence. He had navigated his time at Qingyun's sect with caution, maintaining amiable relations with others. That was because he had yet to fully comprehend the circumstances and feared causing a commotion. However, this did not imply that he was a feeble coward. During his time as a ruthless servant in Los Angeles, he had slain no fewer than 80 individuals, if not 100. He paid no heed to any code of sparing wife and children. Anyone who dared provoke him met with annihilation. Chapter 33. The third layer of Qi refinement in the ensuing days. Chen Yi diligently trained while instructing Tian Wenjing to monitor Cui Dasan's movements. Mean Vida, Mao, growing increasingly astute, would return every 2 or 3 days bearing several first-grade inferior spiritual fruits. Chen Yi had counted 7 in total: 2 vermilion fruits, 1 earth core fruit, 2 golden thread fruits, 1 cold pulp fruit, and 1 azure spirit fruit. Though these first-grade inferior spiritual fruits were not as precious as the mid-grade purple crystal fruit, each could compensate for 1 to 2 days of rigorous cultivation. Their diverse varieties and attributes perfectly suited his quintuple spiritual roots. "You little rascal, you're getting cleverer," Chen Yi murmured, rubbing Mao's head. The little creature closed its eyes in contentment, nuzzling his hand. Mao's cultivation steadily advanced as well. Chen Yi could sense the increasing potency of the beast's demonic power within, along with its growing mastery of the earth escape technique. Now, capable of traversing 10 zhang in a single breath. Most astonishing was its ability to conceal its aura, undetectable even by a Qi refinement stage 9 cultivator like Zhang Zhugong. "Here, this Qi gathering pill is your reward," Chen Yi said with a smile, placing a pill into Mao's mouth. The little one eagerly devoured it with a crunch. Mao was not picky, whether spiritual rice, demonic beast meat, or pills. It consumed everything. Most of the crocodile-tailed Chen Yi had was devoured by Mao, supported by these spiritual fruits and Qi gathering pills. Chen Yi's spiritual power surged at a visible rate. Finally, on the morning of the 20th day, sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, the multicolored swirl within him suddenly trembled and expanded to the size of a fist. He had reached the third layer of Qi refinement. At the moment of breakthrough, Chen Yi felt an unparalleled exhilaration. Torrents of spiritual energy gushed from his danshin, cleansing every meridian and inch of flesh. Through his divine sense, he observed his meridians becoming sturdier and broader under the purifying flow. His bones gleamed with a jade-like luster, and his blood pulsed with faint spiritual light. Even his heartbeat grew steadier and more powerful. "Chirp!" Mao crouched nearby, its small eyes wide, watching the faint multicolored spiritual light emanating from Chen Yi's body. It seemed to sense the breakthrough's aura, excitedly hopping along the courtyard wall. Chen Yi exhaled deeply. The breath condensed into a white mist in the crisp morning air, drifting 3 feet before dissipating. Slowly opening his eyes, the world appeared utterly transformed. From 30 zhang away, he could distinctly hear the faint kicking of a grasshopper in the spiritual field. At 50 steps, the suppressed cough from a disciple's room was as clear as if beside his ear. He could even discern over a dozen different herbal scents mingling in the air and the subtle tremors of earthworms writhing beneath the soil. Though the spirit could not yet leave the body, it was now capable of perceiving deeper and more intricately within. Chen Yi rose to his feet, stretching his limbs as the joints of his body emitted a series of light cracks. He approached a half-person-high piece of blue stone in the courtyard, which he had recently moved there as a target for his training. Without employing any spiritual power, he simply raised his right hand, fingers together, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The blue stone shattered in response, fragments scattering as dust filled the air. Chen Yi slowly retracted his fist, observing his own unblemished, jade-like knuckles, a smile creeping across his face that he found hard to suppress. This was the third layer of Qi cultivation. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of strength within him that greatly exceeded his former capabilities. Suddenly, Mao leapt down from the courtyard wall, landing on his shoulder, and tapped his cheek with its tiny paw, seemingly congratulating him. Chen Yi chuckled as he patted the little creature, but his smile quickly faded. It had taken him 3 days to draw Qi into his body, progressing from the first to the second layer in 10 days, and from the second to the third layer in 50 days, totaling 63 days. The resources consumed included 1.5 purple crystal fruits, 5 bottles of Qi gathering pills, and 7 various first-tier spiritual fruits that Demao had procured, along with spiritual rice and the naturally absorbed spiritual energy. He paused his writing, furrowing his brows. The value of spiritual fruits was not high. First-tier inferior fruits were worth about 10 spirit stones, while most mid-tier fruits were around 50 spirit stones each. If he calculated everything into spirit stones, it amounted to at least 400. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more spiritual energy would be required for cultivation. To advance from the 3rd to the 4th layer, he would need at least the combined total of the previous 3 breakthroughs, if not more. Chen Yi closed his eyes, rapidly calculating in his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, taking a deep breath, his expression grave, under the most ideal circumstances. With a continuous supply of qi gathering pills, it would take at least a year and a half to break through to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. And this was under the best conditions, without unexpected expenses, no bottlenecks, a sufficient supply of pills, and uninterrupted time for cultivation. Chen Yi set down his pen, lightly tapping his fingertips on the stone table. The pills were not an issue. His current income from spirit stones was adequate, yet his cultivation speed was still too slow. In a year and a half, Chui Dashan would likely have already become an inner sect disciple at the 7th layer of qi cultivation. By then, it would be a challenge just to avoid being crushed by him, let alone seek revenge, especially without the support of his godfather. He needed to accelerate his progress. But how? The qi gathering pills had already reached their limit. Any more would be futile. Although the spiritual fruits Demao had found were beneficial, they were ultimately limited and of low grade. Unless an idea suddenly flashed through Chen Yi's mind. This notion was so vivid and chilling that it momentarily stunned him. If I cannot break through myself. He slowly stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the distant mountains, their silhouettes faintly visible in the night. But what if I ensure that Chui Dashan cannot break through either? This thought seemed like a key, unlocking a compartment deep within his mind. He recalled his past life, in that dilapidated rental apartment, nibbling on a cold steamed bun while watching his favorite childhood anime on a secondhand computer. In that anime, a character had once said something that left a profound impression on him. Sometimes, to achieve something, there exists a second way. At that moment, he found those words rather cool and made a point to remember them. In hindsight, it was evidently a piece of wisdom for survival. A cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. Indeed, why must one be so fixated on personal breakthroughs? Allowing Chui Daxian to fail in his own breakthrough, or even ensuring he could never achieve it, could also be a viable solution to the problem, and perhaps a more expedient and effective approach than relentless self-cultivation. However, there was no need to rush. Chen Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He would consolidate his cultivation and await news from Tian Wenjing. Now was not the time for action. He needed more information on Chui Daxian. Chapter 34. A poisonous scheme unfolds a few days later. Chen Yi's cultivation was solidified, and footsteps echoed outside the courtyard at an opportune moment. Is junior brother Chen here? It was Tian Wenjing's voice. Chen Yi suppressed his aura, and Ermao nestled into his embrace, concealing all traces of presence. Only then did he rise to open the door. Tian Wenjing's usually jovial round face bore a rare seriousness, tinged with gravitas. Junior brother Chen, you asked me to inquire about Chui Daxian's movements. I have news. He has not been at the sect lately, having taken on several external missions, all leading to perilous areas such as the Wanzhong Valley and Xian Mountain. It is said he won't return for at least 4 to 5 months. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Leaving the sect? Taking on such dangerous tasks? For the Dan, Tian Wenjing lowered his voice and leaned in closer. I inquired further, and it turns out Chui Daxian is frantically accumulating contribution points and spirit stones, aiming to exchange them for a Dan. The mention of the Dan made Chen Yi's pupils constrict. He had heard of the lesser Dan, an auxiliary elixir for practitioners at the early stage of qi cultivation to break into the mid-stage. The Dan, however, was a rare elixir for mid-stage practitioners attempting to shatter the bottleneck into the later stage. What is the price of the Dan? Chen immediately pressed for details. Outside the sect, the Dan likely costs around 900 spirit stones. However, within the sect, It could be exchanged for only 700 contribution points, Tian Wenjing confirmed. Moreover, in external markets, the yuan-dan is highly sought after but rarely available. 700 contribution points. Chen Yi understood the magnitude of this sum. Thank you, senior brother Tian. This information is crucial. His expression turned serious as he handed over 10 spirit stones. I will be grateful if you could continue to keep an eye out. Rest assured, junior brother. I will inform you the moment I have news, Tian Wenjing promised as he accepted the spirit stones. After bidding farewell to Tian Wenjing, Chen Yi paced in the courtyard. 700 contribution points. How many did he currently possess, and what were the specifics of his tasks? This information was imperative to ascertain. To investigate further, he could only go to the administrative hall. Coincidentally, today was the day for submitting spirit rice. Chen Yi instructed his subordinates to gather the spirit rice, which totaled over 2,700 pounds this time, and he rewarded them as usual. Half an hour later, he set out again with the spirit rice, heading toward the administrative hall. Behind the counter, Su Bailu was yawning. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the deity of fortune, enter, he immediately donned a smile. Junior brother Chen, back to submit spirit rice today? Indeed, senior brother Su. Chen Yi, with a smile, completed the transaction of spiritual rice, discreetly sliding a small bag containing 50 pounds of spiritual rice and 20 spiritual stones across the table. A token of appreciation for your hard work, senior brother. Su Bailu, with a flick of his fingers, brightened his eyes. You are too courteous, junior brother. What is this? I wish to ask for a small favor. Chen Yi lowered his voice. Could you inquire about Captain Shui Das-Han's situation? I've heard he has been assigned a mission, but I'm curious about the specifics and his current contribution points. Su Bailu quickly stowed away the small bag, glancing around cautiously before leaning in to whisper. Shui Das-Han currently has 512 points. He has taken on 3 tasks. One, the Wanzhong Valley to collect corrupt bone flowers, rewarding 80 points. Another in Xian Mountain to hunt fire-scaled lizards, along with investigating the unusual movements of beasts around the Hefeng mountain range, which grants 60 points. Altogether, these tasks yield 210 contribution points. He closed the booklet, his expression laden with meaning. These are all perilous endeavors, combined. They require at least 5 months of effort. He is desperately trying to accumulate 700 points to exchange for a breaking yuan-dan. This aligned perfectly with the information from Tian Wenjing. 512 plus 210 equals 722, sufficient to redeem the breaking yuan-dan. Indeed, a relentless pursuit. Chen Yi nodded, casually handing over 10 spiritual stones. By the way, I've heard he has a daughter in the market. Being alone out there, she must lack proper care. Su Bailu adeptly pocketed the stones, chuckling softly. You mean Chui Xiaoyu? That girl is working as a maid at the Yulai Tavern. Just a mere mortal. Chui Das-Han treasures her greatly. Recently, he has been looking for someone to introduce her into a family of second-generation heirs or a cultivation clan as a concubine. He paused, lowering his voice. I've heard he has his sights set on a distant relative of the Zhou family in the Qingyan market. Although the Zhou family is merely a qi refining clan, they have 3 ancestors at the 9th level of qi refinement, thus holding some influence in the market. Climbing the social ladder, I see, Chen Yi remarked, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you for enlightening me, senior brother. I now have a clearer understanding. Upon leaving the Bureau of Civil Affairs, Chen Yi's devious scheme had already begun to take shape. Cherishing his daughter while aspiring to forge connections with the affluent, I shall assist your daughter in ascending to an even loftier branch, one that could rend Shui Das-Han's heart and shatter his resolve. It is essential to find the right instrument for the task. After returning to his residence and contemplating briefly, he sought out Tian Wenjing once more. This time, he refrained from direct inquiries, opting for a casual conversation, lamenting the difficulties of cultivation and the injustices of the world, expressing amazement at those who seem to have better luck in life. Tian Wenjing, resonating with the sentiments, opened up. Who doesn't feel the same? Take that Go Dongzi from the Bureau of Civil Affairs, for instance. With a low-grade spiritual root, he barely reached the 3rd level of qi refinement in his 30s. His father, Go Lei, a talisman master, once procured a small breaking yuan-dan for him, yet it proved utterly useless for his breakthrough. With this background, he relied on his father's status as a first-tier talisman master to secure a menial position, spending his days in drunken revelry and womanizing. He has undoubtedly harmed countless underprivileged made disciples and mortal girls, with his father ultimately compensating them with spiritual stones. Truly, Master Go is exceedingly indulgent toward his son. Go Dongzi. Tian Wenjing sighed, resigned to the situation. It was inevitable. Geng Fushi, now in his 80s, had failed in his attempt to forcibly break through to the foundation establishment stage, which meant he would never attain that level in his lifetime. His only son, Geng Dongzi, was a first-tier talisman master, notorious for his lecherous nature, preying on the weak and timid. Chen Yi smirked internally, though his expression remained one of feigned sympathy. This opportunity was perfectly tailored for his plans. A fondness for women, targeting those without powerful backgrounds? A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. This was indeed fortuitous. He had spent 2 hours today drawing maps, resulting in a shorter written account, primarily due to his inexperience with drawing software, learning as he went. Chapter 35. Drunken Spring. Geng Dongzi's whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain. His greatest indulgence was frequenting the establishment known as Drunken Spring within the sex market. This venue was a notable spectacle in the Qingyun sect, not merely a traditional tavern or tea house, but a lavish sanctuary offering comprehensive relaxation for cultivators. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with music and dance, as young women clad in sheer fabrics flitted about, serving spiritual food, spiritual wine, and even more intimate services. Everything here was clearly priced, and with the possession of spirit stones, one could indulge in pleasures far beyond the mundane. The opulence and allure of this place were astonishing. There were rumors of a seasoned cultivator who had dedicated much of his life to arduous training and had just stepped down from his position as a steward. Amassing considerable wealth, he intended to enjoy his twilight years. Yet within a month of entering Drunken Spring, he squandered his entire life savings, even selling his treasured artifacts. Subsequently, he was compelled to undertake perilous tasks to earn spirit stones, only to plunge back into the establishment, creating a cycle that led to his spiritual ruin. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the clandestine owner of Drunken Spring was purportedly a golden core master within the sect. The establishment's profits were exorbitant, with monthly earnings comparable to the combined salaries of all Foundation establishment elders. To put it in perspective, the monthly salary for a Foundation establishment elder started at 10 medium-grade spirit stones, and there were over 200 such elders in the sect. This meant a monthly revenue exceeding 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 300 high-grade spirit stones, a sum not easily dismissed even by the elders in the Golden Core stage. However, such an establishment naturally attracted vehement opposition from many conservative elders, who believed it corrupted the disciples' minds and tarnished the sect's reputation. Nonetheless, despite the objections, the substantial tax revenue generated by Drunken Spring could not be overlooked by the sect's higher-ups. After intense debates and considerations of interests, a compromise was reached. Drunken Spring could remain operational, provided it paid heavy taxes. Simultaneously, some more progressive elders proposed that the venue could serve as a testing ground for cultivating the disciples' character. If one could not resist such temptations, their resolve was deemed weak, and they were unlikely to achieve greatness in the future. Thus, Drunken Spring persisted in this delicate balance, becoming one of the most dazzling yet perilous symbols within the Qingyun sex market. Of course, Drunken Spring had strict rules. It accepted only spirit stones, not people. Here, whether one was an inner sect disciple, a steward's relative, or even a descendant of certain elders, without spirit stones, one would be politely but firmly asked to leave. Should anyone dare to cause trouble within the building, formidable practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage maintained a constant presence. The slightest offense could result in expulsion from the marketplace, leaving one bruised and battered, while graver transgressions were reported to the sect's enforcement hall, inviting far sterner repercussions. The ZY Nanchun establishment itself was stratified. The main hall was relatively accessible, boasting a stage where performers often of mediocre beauty and mostly mortals or low-rank female cultivators, sang and danced to entertain the masses. In contrast, the private rooms were discreet and lavish, staffed exclusively by Qi refining stage female cultivators whose allure, talents, and cultivation far surpassed those in the main hall. Naturally, the prices charged were exorbitant. Although Go Dongzi was known for his licentiousness, his financial means were limited. His father, despite being a first-tier talisman master, could ill afford his son's extravagant indulgences in the private rooms. Consequently, Go Dongzi frequented the main hall, ordering a few pots of the cheapest inferior spirit wine while boasting about his amorous exploits and illustrious family background. One day, after gathering information, Go Dongzi departed, prompting Chen Yi to resolve to orchestrate a chance encounter. Summoning his subordinates Wang Lin, Zhao Si, and 3 others, Chen Yi declared grandly, "Gentlemen, the spirit fields have been well tended lately. Today, no cultivation or farming. Your leader will take you to Zy Nanshan to broaden your horizons and drink your fill." The men were both astonished and delighted. They had heard of Zy and Chen's reputation as a den of lavish spending, and Chen Yi's generosity made them feel fortunate to follow him, eagerly clustering around him as they proceeded. Chen Yi's motives were twofold: to assert his status for easier access to Go Dongzi, and to inspire greater loyalty among his men. Soon, surrounded by his entourage, Chen Yi entered the bustling Zy Nanshan main hall, where the clamorous atmosphere mingled with the scent of cosmetics and perfume. Scanning the room, Chen Yi's gaze settled on a corner table where a youth in brocade robes, his complexion sallow, was boasting loudly to his companions, none other than Go Dongzi. Without betraying his intent, Chen Yi led his group to the table beside Go Dongzi's, seating himself with an air of authority. Striking the table, he called out loudly, "Waiter, bring us 3 pots of first-tier inferior spirit wine. Today, I'm treating. Let the brothers drink heartily." "Right away, esteemed guest," the waiter responded promptly. Chen Yi then produced a small pile of spirit stones, clattering them onto the table, instantly attracting the attention of nearby patrons, including Go Dongzi, who was eyeing his nearly empty wine pot and scheming how to mooch drinks. Go Dongzi smoothed his robes and, adopting an air of dignity, attempted to approach Chen Yi's table, intending to leverage his father's name to secure free drinks and make acquaintances. However, a sharp-eyed steward promptly and politely intercepted him. "Young Master Go, your table's bill remains unsettled. Kindly refrain from disturbing other guests." The rule at Zy Nanshan was clear: without spirit stones, no one could presume heirs. They were unwilling to risk complaints from genuine paying customers due to Go Dongzi's antics. Flushed with embarrassment, Go Dongzi was momentarily at a loss. Seizing this very opportunity, Chen Yi rose and addressed the waiter and steward in a clear, commanding voice. "This gentleman is my senior brother. His tab is on me. Bring 2 more pots of the finest inferior spirit wine for Brother Go. Hurry." Each pot cost 10 spirit stones, so 2 amounted to 20 stones. To Chen Yi, this sum was negligible, yet to Go Dongzi, who was both impecunious and prideful, it was undeniably a timely boon and a tremendous honor. Go Dongzi was initially taken aback, but soon brimmed with delight. The embarrassment vanished from his countenance, replaced by a radiant and convivial smile. He stepped forward briskly and clasped Chen Yi's hand. "Ah, dear junior brother, you are too courteous and magnanimous. May I inquire your esteemed name and your position within the sect?" Naturally, Go Dongzi discerned Chen Yi's distinguished status. He was accompanied by several attendants. Hardly the lackey of anyone. Chen Yi responded with a smile, and the two promptly seated themselves at a table. Amidst the exchange of cups and introductions, Go Dongzi learned that Chen Yi was the disciple of Zhang Zhug, steward of the spiritual fields, thus belonging to the same privileged second-generation circle. Chen Yi spoke with deference, granting ample honor to his counterpart, and was generous in his offerings, swiftly endearing himself to Go Dongzi as a confidant. After several rounds of wine, their conversation naturally drifted toward topics of greatest interest to men, women. Go Dongzi boasted of his past exploits, while Chen Yi responded with judicious admiration and concurrence, occasionally mentioning mortal women of beauty within the sect, which stirred Go Dongzi's eagerness and incessant inquiries. Of course, Chui Xiaoyu was among those discussed. When parting, Go Dongzi slung his arm around Chen Yi's shoulder, his breath heavy with wine. "Brother Chen, you are straightforward and congenial. I never expected such a kindred spirit within the sect. Let us keep in close contact. If you need anything, just invoke your senior brother's name." Chen Yi smiled and cupped his hands. "Brother Go, your generosity is commendable. Meeting you today is truly fortunate. When time permits, I shall host you for a proper drink." A chance encounter, costing scarcely more than 50 spirit stones, had achieved Chen Yi's objective. Henceforth, patience was required. Chen Yi knew Go Dongzi all too well. He was like a dog. No dog refuses its own filth. Chapter 36. Using a knife to kill with another's hand in the ensuing days, Chen Yi maintained his routine existence, cultivating and tending to his spiritual fields. He was unhurried, occasionally sustaining his information channel with Tian Wenjing through spirit stones. The progress exceeded his expectations, or rather, Go Dongzi's malice as he stood up after finishing his practice, his face betraying little emotion, yet his heart was filled with a cold satisfaction. His initial plan had been to wait until Go Dongzi succeeded, then secretly disseminate information to ruin Chui Xiaoyu's reputation, leaving her to live in disgrace. However, he did not anticipate that Go Dongzi would be so effective, resulting in a severe injury that left her unconscious. Such an intriguing piece of gossip would undoubtedly prompt Tian Wenjing to pay a visit soon. It was once again time to test his acting skills. Sure enough, within a couple of days, Tian Wenjing arrived mysteriously at his door. "Junior brother Chen, are you there? I have something to discuss with you." As Tian Wenjing entered, Chen Yi was in the courtyard, practicing his spell gestures, the light of his fingertips flickering. Mao had already prudently retreated into the house, holding his breath completely still. "Brother Tian has come?" Chen Yi paused his movements, wiped his hands, and spoke casually. "Please, take a seat. The spirit rice is nearly harvested, but the yield is insufficient. I can lend you some for now. This is not about the spirit fields." Tian Wenjing waved his hand, dragging a chair towards him, glancing around before leaning in closer, his voice lowered, and an insatiable curiosity evident on his face. "There has been an incident at the market, and it's quite significant." Chen Yi poured a cup of water and handed it to him before sitting down himself, maintaining an unruffled demeanor. "Oh, what sort of major event could occur at the market? Do you remember the Yulai restaurant? The place where Chui Dashan's daughter works?" Tian Wenjing took the water but did not drink, continuing, "That girl, Chui Xiaoyu, has encountered trouble." "Chui Xiaoyu?" Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he seemed to recall. "What happened to her? She almost lost her life." Tian Wenjing whispered even more quietly. "It was Go Dongzi. He got drunk and made advances on her in the alley behind the restaurant. When things escalated, he struck her without restraint, and now she is said to be lying at home, nearly like a living corpse, sustained only by medicinal pills." Listening intently, Chen Yi's expression remained unchanged. He merely took a sip from his cup and set it down before responding indifferently. "Go Dongzi? Is his father not Go Fushi?" "Indeed," Tian Wenjing exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "That is precisely what makes this troublesome. The victim is immortal, yet the assailant is a cultivator, backed by a first-tier talisman master as a father. Moreover, Chui Dashan is an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, on the verge of entering the inner sect. Otherwise, if a mere mortal dies, it would be of little consequence. I've heard that Go Lei has already begun making arrangements. The law enforcement hall will likely merely go through the motions and settle with some spirit stones." Chen Yi nodded, his tone still calm. "I see." He paused, looking towards Tian Wenjing. "Captain Chui is still out on a mission, right? Is he aware of this?" "Certainly not. If he knew, what would happen? I suspect when he returns and finds out. What can he do? Confront Go Fushi over the daughter of Immortal? That would be difficult." Chen Yi merely acknowledged with a slight hum, refraining from further comment. Noticing Chen Yi's lack of reaction, Tian Wenjing sensed that while the news was indeed explosive, it seemed to bear no direct impact on Chen Yi. He thus continued to chat idly about the spirit field harvest and other trivial matters of the market. Seeing Chen Yi maintain his indifference, he tactfully took his leave. Tian Wenjing departed, and as Chen Yi closed the door, a sense of exhilaration washed over his face. Chui Dasan, oh Chui Dasan. Even if you have amassed enough contributions to exchange for the broken Yuan Dan, with your daughter being subjected to such treatment, I find it hard to believe your heart remains unaffected. The entire process was a silent killing, a method in which Chen Yi excelled. However, he understood that such cunning schemes could never truly take center stage. His own strength was of utmost importance. With a burden lifted from his heart, Chen Yi found his cultivation flowing more smoothly. For 3 consecutive months, aside from the essential inspections of the spiritual fields and mundane duties, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. He consumed qi gathering pills like candy, and with sufficient spiritual rice, supplemented by the spiritual fruits that Mao occasionally brought back, the 5-color vortex in his danshan steadily expanded, propelling his cultivation towards the mid-stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. These spiritual fruits were instrumental, significantly reducing his arduous training time. Chen Yi often pondered where Mao, this little rascal, continuously procured these perfectly attributed low-grade spiritual fruits. There surely weren't that many wild spiritual fruits near the sect. If there were, they would have long been picked clean. Chapter 37. The Spiritual Plantation. One day, Mao returned with a water-blue cold berry, presenting it to Chen Yi with an air of triumph. Chen Yi accepted the fruit, stroking Mao's sleek fur, and could no longer suppress his curiosity. Mao, where do you find these fruits? Can you take me to see? Chirp, chirp. At the mention of this, Mao perked up, gesticulating excitedly before burrowing into Chen Yi's embrace, using his tiny paws to pry open Chen Yi's garment, peeking out with his little head and black bean-like eyes fixed on the door. You mean to take me there? After months of companionship, Chen Yi had developed an understanding of Mao's intentions, despite their inability to converse like humans. Chirp! Mao nodded vigorously. Intrigued, Chen Yi, having concluded his training for the day, followed Mao's lead, winding through the sect. The further they walked, the more Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense and pure, the pathways more orderly, and he encountered disciples of noticeably higher cultivation levels, occasionally spotting inter-sect disciples in white robes hurrying past. Finally, Mao pointed with his tiny paw toward an area veiled by tall walls and faintly glowing formations. At the entrance stood an imposing archway inscribed with the 3 ancient characters, by Chao Yuan. Beneath the archway, 2 intersect disciples in white, exuding a profound aura and keen eyes, stood guard, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Within the garden, various exotic flowers and herbs were faintly visible, shrouded in misty, spiritual energy. Chen Yi's steps halted abruptly, his lips twitching involuntarily. The sect's spiritual plantation. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned on his heel, feigning casualness, and slipped away at twice the speed he had come. Once back in his secluded spiritual field cottage, Chen Yi shut the door tightly, pulled Mao from his embrace, and held him up before him, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. Goodness, you've been stealing the spiritual fruits you bring me from Bai Chao Yuan. The little creature was hoisted into the air, its limbs flailing wildly. Yet upon hearing the words, it proudly puffed out its diminutive chest, its silvery whiskers twitching. Chirp. Indeed, it was I the mouse who did it. You take pride in your thievery, do you? Chen Yi was almost amused to the point of exasperation. Realizing the tone of Chen Yi's voice was amiss, the little creature, Mao, drooped its ears, clasped its tiny paws together, and struck a pose of contrition. Chen Yi placed it back on the table, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. What were you thinking? Am I forbidding you to steal? As a mouse, thievery is merely a survival skill, nothing to apologize for. I must admit, during my days as a beggar, I resorted to stealing when hunger struck. My concern, however, lies in the danger of your theft, that is sacred ground of the sect, protected by formations and guards. A moment's carelessness could lead to your skin being flayed and tendons drawn for alchemical purposes. Upon hearing this, Mao's indignation flared once more, its tiny paws thumping against the chest. Chirp, chirp. A trivial matter, a mere trifle. They could never catch me. The formations there have flaws. I could traverse through the earth with ease. When their guards sweep their senses over, I simply suppress my aura, blending in like a stone. It gestured animatedly, lamenting its inability to use a storage pouch, lamenting that it could only bring back 1 or 2 morsels each time, a most inefficient endeavor. Furthermore, it always selected the finest fruits in the garden, gorging itself before wait a moment. Chen Yi keenly grasped the crux of the matter, narrowing his eyes. Are you implying that every time you feast your heart's content before bringing back 1 or 2 morsels for me? Mao froze instantly, its beady eyes darting nervously, attempting to burrow under the table. Chen Yi seized the scruff of its neck, raising it to his eye level, a benign smile gracing his face. Oh, you little rascal. Black Mouse. So you indulge yourself first before casually bringing back the scraps for me. Is that it? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mao flailed its limbs in a flurry, hastily pledging its loyalty. Chen Yi huffed, returning it to the table, stroking his chin, his gaze flickering. While danger is indeed present, this is the spirit garden of the sect. Who knows how many treasures lie within? The low-grade spiritual fruits are likely just the outermost layer, aren't they? Observing Mao, who was now eagerly nuzzling against his fingers, Chen Yi suddenly lowered his voice, donning an expression of gentle persuasion. Mao, it's good to acknowledge your missteps. However, since we are to steal, should we not aspire for something greater? Mao blinked. Chirp? Chen Yi leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. Next time, do not merely bring me those low-grade spiritual fruits. Seek out something of higher quality, perhaps a superior grade, or those leaves, petals, or roots that appear particularly precious and infused with spiritual energy. Mao's eyes gradually brightened, nodding vigorously, then gestured as if to wrap itself around him before burrowing into the earth, leaving behind a small mound of soil. Chen Yi gazed at the mound, his smile slowly fading, replaced by a hint of seriousness and vigilance. Though Mao's ability to conceal itself and traverse through the earth surpassed even his expectations, even the spiritual plantation of the sect can be traversed with ease, which undoubtedly presents a tremendous opportunity, yet it also embodies significant peril, should one be discovered. The consequences would be unimaginable. He immediately crouched down, murmuring to the ground, Mao, come out, but do not rush away just yet. The earth stirred slightly, and Mao's small head emerged from the soil, eyes filled with confusion. Chen Yi cradled it in his palm, his expression grave and carefully admonished. Listen well. I am aware of your exceptional abilities, yet the spiritual plantation is no ordinary place. When you venture there again, remember these 3 ironclad rules. First, never be greedy. Take only a minuscule amount each time, preferably something that is not easily detected. Second, ensure you leave no obvious traces, such as half-eaten fruits or uprooted plants. Third, and most importantly, prioritize safety above all. At the slightest hint of danger, flee immediately. It is better to return empty-handed than to be detected. He fixed his gaze on Mao's small eyes. Can you manage that? Our lives depend on it. Sensing Chen Yi's seriousness, Mao ceased its playful demeanor, resolutely tapping its tiny chest with its paw and nodding vigorously. Good, off you go. Remember, safety first. Chen Yi finally felt a measure of relief as he set it back upon the ground. This time, Mao burrowed underground, leaving no trace of soil behind, seamlessly merging with the earth. Chapter 38. The return of Zhang Zhugong. 3 months elapsed quietly amidst Chen Yi's cultivation. On this day, he sat cross-legged in the tranquil chamber, consuming a first-tier mid-grade fig that Mao had just retrieved. The fruit melted upon entry, transforming into a rich, nourishing essence of both wood and earth attributes, swiftly integrating into his danshan. The 5-colored vortex welcomed it eagerly, absorbing and converting it, seemingly spinning at a slightly accelerated pace. Since Chen Yi's stern admonition, Mao had notably improved its thieving, rather its professional skills. The spoils brought back were no longer meager low-grade spirit fruits, but predominantly first-tier, mid-grade treasures. Occasionally, It even procured high-grade spiritual plants, such as Qianling ginseng and Qingling grass. With these superior resources, combined with Chen Yi's relentless dedication to arduous training and ample supply of gathering spirit pills, his cultivation progressed steadily at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary disciples. Gently withdrawing from his meditative state, Chen Yi opened his eyes, which now shimmered with an inner brilliance. He attentively sensed the significantly thickened spiritual energy within his dantian, a powerful premonition stirring in his heart. In no more than 3 months, perhaps even sooner, I shall reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of Qi training and be poised to attempt a breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi training. This thought caused a subtle surge of excitement within him. The mid-stage of Qi training signifies not merely an elevation in the total amount of spiritual energy, but also a qualitative transformation, the ability to extend one's consciousness outward. Thereafter, he could genuinely practice material manipulation and exploration techniques, delve into the study of cultivation manuals, and wield magical artifacts. Most importantly, upon reaching the 4th layer of Qi training, he would automatically ascend to the status of an outer sect disciple. The distinction between outer sect disciples and miscellaneous disciples is stark. They're permitted to leave the sect and venture into the bustling markets beyond. Chen Yi softly savored these 2 words, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As Chen Yi immersed himself in his training, awaiting the opportune moment, a piece of news arrived. Zhang Zhuzhao, who had been away for several months, had returned and summoned him for an audience. Chen Yi promptly tidied his appearance, suppressing the slight tumult within, and hastened to Zhang Zhuzhao's residence on the Steward Peak. Inside the hall, Zhang Zhuzhao appeared to be somewhat travel-worn, yet a distinct joy adorned his countenance, indicating that his journey had yielded significant rewards. "Godfather, you have returned." Chen Yi stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his face reflecting just the right amount of admiration. "Indeed, I have returned," Zhang Zhuzhao replied, his gaze on Chen Yi revealing satisfaction. This time, accompanied by Steward Wang from the Alchemy Division, he had fortuitously collaborated to slay a peak 1st-tier tiger demon, reaping considerable gains. Moreover, he had serendipitously stumbled upon a foundational spirit herb. Chen Yi's expression transformed into one of astonished delight, and with sincere enthusiasm, he congratulated, "Godfather, your might is unparalleled. Congratulations on acquiring this foundational spirit herb. With this, your success in establishing a foundation is assured, and your lifespan will greatly increase, paving a broader path for you. I shall also bask in your glory and enjoy the blessings." Zhang Zhuzhao laughed heartily at these words, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. "You always know how to flatter me." However, his smile dimmed slightly as he sighed. The matter of establishing a foundation is not a simple task. As my years advance beyond 60, my vitality has begun to wane. I may only have one opportunity in this lifetime to attempt foundation establishment. This spirit herb can merely enhance the success rate by 10%, which poses a considerable risk. It's unwise. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's face appropriately displayed a mixture of regret and concern. "But Godfather," Zhang Zhuzhao waved his hand, rallying his spirits, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Do not worry, Yer. I have accumulated 2,700 contribution points through my contributions to the sect. Only one final major task remains before I can gather 3,000 points to exchange for a foundational elixir." Chen Yi's expression shifted to one of earnest concern as he unhesitatingly retrieved his storage bag from his waist, offering it with both hands. "Godfather, I recall that disciples within the sect can trade contribution points. I have some savings of over 300 spirit stones. Although it may be but a drop in the ocean, it is my filial piety. Please accept it. Perhaps it could be exchanged for some contribution points to assist you in reaching your goal sooner." Zhang Zhuzhao regarded Chen Yi's earnest and urgent demeanor, a flicker of emotion and appreciation passing through his eyes. He gently pushed the storage bag back, speaking softly, "My dear child, your filial heart is acknowledged. However, you should keep these spirit stones for your own cultivation." He paused before elaborating, according to the sect's regulations, to exchange for a foundational elixir. One must not only have contribution points, but also complete records of 3 major tasks. I have accomplished two, and once I complete this last one, I can procure the foundational elixir. His tone carried a hint of pride and nostalgia as he continued. At that time, with the foundational elixir as the primary aid, supplemented by this spirit herb, I will have at least a 70% assurance of success. Once I achieve foundation establishment, my lifespan will extend to 200 years, granting me a solid foundation within the Kinyan sect. At that point, safeguarding your growth shall be a mere formality. Do you understand? For loose cultivators and practitioners from small clans in the outside world, even if they offer 6,000 spirit stones, they may not necessarily procure a single foundational elixir. The channel of the sect is the greatest hope for us lowly cultivators. Chen Yi felt a surge of emotion and immediately bowed deeply, saying, "Congratulations, Master. Your foresight is profound, your foundation solid, and your divine might unparalleled. Surely, you will achieve the foundation establishment path in one fell swoop. The future holds the promise of the Golden Core realm, and I eagerly await the opportunity to cultivate under your wings." Golden Core? Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhigong laughed heartily, shaking his head. It is good that you possess such aspirations. However, I am self-aware, with my mid-grade 3 spiritual roots. It will be a rare stroke of fortune to break through to foundation establishment. The path to the Golden Core requires immense opportunity and aptitude, which I do not dare to covet. Chapter 39. Filial Piety and Affection. Foster father, the world of cultivation is unpredictable. We cultivators defy the heavens, and anything is possible. Chen Yi insisted, his tone filled with trust in Zhang Zhigong, embodying the hope of a son wishing for his father's success. Zhang Zhigong, seeing Chen Yi's serious demeanor, felt comforted and replied with a smile. "Good. I shall take my son's auspicious words to heart." He scrutinized Chen Yi closely, and the joy on his face grew more pronounced. Has your cultivation indeed broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement? And with a solid foundation? It seems you have been at this for some time. Excellent. You have not disappointed my expectations. Your diligence in cultivation is commendable. Chen Yi hurriedly expressed his humility. It is all thanks to your nurturing, foster father, granting me a leadership position that provides a stable income of spirit stones to purchase qi gathering pills for my cultivation. Occasionally, I can also buy some spiritual fruits to assist in my progress, which has led to this modest advancement. My son is truly exceptional. There is no need for excessive modesty. Zhang Zhigong grew increasingly satisfied with Chen Yi. Well done. Tomorrow, I shall exchange for a small broken yuan dan to aid you in swiftly breaking through to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Once you become an outer disciple, I also possess a rather profound technique from my early years, particularly suitable for your comprehensive elemental roots. I shall pass it on to you then. Thank you for your generous favor, foster father. Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy. This was akin to a timely gift. He had been troubled about what technique to pursue after his breakthrough. Amidst his gratitude, Chen Yi recalled the matter, his face displaying a touch of appropriate trepidation and grievance as he spoke softly. Foster father, there is one more thing. When you were away previously, Captain Chui Dasan had schemed to put me in peril. Chen Yi briefly recounted the ambush at the Black Water Pool and the tampering with the Scarlet Flame Talisman, omitting any mention of guiding Sun Jingyuan and Heir Mao, merely stating that he had narrowly escaped. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhigong's expression darkened instantly, his eyes gleaming with cold light, and an uncontrollable aura of a peak 9th level qi refinement radiated around him. Chui Dasan, how audacious! He dares to conspire against my son. He is courting death. With that, he abruptly stood up, evidently intending to confront Chui Dasan immediately. Foster father, please calm your anger. Chen Yi quickly interjected. Chui Dasan has taken on several external missions and has yet to return. He is not within the sect. Zhang Zhigong halted his steps, took a few deep breaths, and forcibly suppressed his fury, replying coldly, "Consider it his fortune. Rest assured, I have noted this matter. When he returns, I shall personally seek justice for you. My disciple, Zhang Zhigong's disciple, is not someone who can be trifled with. Grateful for the patronage of my esteemed benefactor, Chen Yi performed a deep bow, his heart filled with tranquility. With Zhang Zhijiao's words, it seemed that after Cui Dashan's return, he would soon reap the rewards of his efforts. Well, you may return and focus on your cultivation, preparing for your breakthrough. Tomorrow, a small breakthrough elixir will be delivered to you. Zhang Zhijiao waved his hand, his tone returning to a state of calm. Yes, esteemed benefactor. Please take good care of yourself. Chen Yi replied respectfully as he withdrew. Upon exiting the disciple peak, the evening breeze, carrying a refreshing chill, brushed against his face. Yet Chen Yi felt a warmth enveloping him. With a supportive background, guardianship, and resources soon to be at hand, a bright future lay ahead. This sensation of having someone to rely on was simply exhilarating. He even felt a fleeting sense of lightheadedness and euphoria. The struggles of survival over the past 5 years since his transmigration, serving as a slave and remaining perpetually vigilant, seemed to fade rapidly into the distance. Zhang Zhijiao's unreserved nurturing and protection instilled in him a sense of unreality, as his heart swelled with a complex warmth and gratitude, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He distinctly felt his defenses against his benefactor beginning to lower, even contemplating introducing Ermao to him. However, he restrained himself. It was wise to keep some secrets in the realm of cultivation. Nonetheless, it must be said, his benefactor treated him with utmost kindness. Gazing up at the resplendent starry river above Qingyun's sect, a smile unbiddenly crept onto his lips. Indeed, the days were becoming increasingly promising. Chapter 40. Fourth layer of Qi refinement. The following day, Chen Yi received a small breakthrough elixir sent by Zhang Zhijiao. The precious pill lay within an exquisite jade box, emanating an alluring spiritual light. As he held the elixir, a multitude of emotions surged within him. His benefactor's sincerity was truly remarkable. This generous investment and protection allowed the tension that had gripped his heart since his transmigration to finally ease, filling him with warmth. However, Chen Yi did not rush to achieve results simply because he had acquired the elixir. He understood that his journey thus far had relied on the accumulation of spiritual fruits and the urging of elixirs, while his cultivation speed was astonishing, the foundation. The purity of his internal spiritual energy and the unobstructed flow of his meridians required time to refine and solidify. A magnificent edifice must have a solid foundation. Brilliance must be earned through one's own efforts. He murmured softly, carefully storing the elixir away, and once again immersed himself in the arduous practice of daily cultivation. He refined his spiritual energy, expanded his meridians, and stabilized his chi vortex. Suppressing his restlessness, he focused on the most fundamental aspects of his training. The mid to upper grade spiritual plants brought by Ermao were now primarily utilized to nourish his physical body and fortify his essence, rather than blindly assaulting the next realm. 3 months passed swiftly in concentrated diligence. When Chen Yi finally emerged from his meditative state, his aura was harmonious and contained, his eyes radiating brilliance. His internal spiritual energy abundant, and his meridians unobstructed. He had reached the pinnacle of his current state. It was time. He retrieved the treasured small breakthrough elixir, no longer hesitating, and swallowed it with determination. As the elixir entered his abdomen, it transformed into a gentle yet powerful force, guiding the 5-color chi vortex within his danshan, already brimming to the brim, towards a more profound transformation, compressing and condensing. Break for me! A low shout reverberated in his mind as the accumulated power erupted forth. Buzz! It was as if a barrier shattered within his consciousness, and the 5-color chi vortex at his danshan suddenly contracted inward. As it stabilized randomly, its volume diminished by nearly half, yet became more compact and radiant. During its rotation, a natural gravitational pull emerged, significantly enhancing the perception and absorption efficiency of the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Even more wondrous changes unfolded at the center of his brow, where an invisible force spontaneously spread outward, akin to the emergence of a pair of ethereal eyes and tendrils. Strikingly clear, the projection of his consciousness had begun. Though the range was limited to about 10 feet, It undeniably marked a significant milestone in the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. The fourth layer of Qi cultivation was achieved. Chen Yi restrained his impulse to immediately test this newfound ability, taking a moment to stabilize the newly awakened spiritual power that still brimmed with exuberance. After a brief pause, he cautiously extended that nascent consciousness, unfurling it like rippling water into the surrounding space. The world within a 10-foot square unfolded before him with an unprecedented clarity and three-dimensionality. This was consciousness. Feeling exhilarated, Chen Yi resolved to experiment with this new capability in the spiritual field. He pushed open the courtyard door and strolled toward the nearby field. The morning mist enveloped the spiritual field, where Wang Lin was crouched at the edge, carefully inspecting the growth of a spiritual rice plant. Chen Yi halted about 10 feet away from Wang Lin, and with a slight mental nudge, his consciousness silently extended toward him. Within his perception, Wang Lin's internal flow of spiritual energy became distinctly visible. While not particularly robust, it was steady and orderly, corresponding to the second layer of Qi cultivation. Wang Lin seemed to sense something amiss, instinctively raising his head to catch sight of Chen Yi, and promptly set aside his array plate. "Chen Laida, you've arrived." Chen Yi retracted his consciousness and nodded with a look of satisfaction. "Indeed, I came out for a stroll. It's encouraging to see your spiritual energy flowing steadily. Your cultivation has progressed. You have taken great care of this spiritual rice, which reflects your diligence. With persistent effort, the path to greatness is within reach." Receiving Chen Yi's affirmation, Wang Lin's face brightened with excitement and gratitude. "It is all thanks to senior brother's guidance, the elixirs, and the promised share that allows me to focus wholeheartedly without a hint of slackness. Your efforts are well-deserved." Chen Yi waved his hand, feeling even greater joy within. The exploration of consciousness proved to be remarkably practical, not only for observing the environment, but also for gauging the cultivation levels of others. "Ah, what a delightful sensation," he thought to himself, encouraging Wang Lin with a few more words before turning to leave. As he walked along the field path, the sunlight dispersed the mist, revealing the lush green of the spiritual rice, brimming with vitality. Chen Yi felt an overwhelming sense of optimism for the future. Suddenly, he recalled Zhang Zhujiao's promise. "Ah, my godfather mentioned that once I break through to the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, he would teach me a suitable technique. Techniques are the true distinction of cultivators from mortals, the core that transforms spiritual energy into various profound powers. With consciousness, he could access more advanced technique jade slips and truly begin to practice those legendary spells and miraculous abilities." With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Chen Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to visit Zhang Zhujiao. Soon, he arrived outside Zhang Zhujiao's residence and respectfully announced, "Godfather, your son Chen Yi has come to pay his respects. Come in, my son, and stand to the side while you wait." Zhang Zhujiao's voice resonated from within the courtyard. Chen Yi pushed the door open and entered, finding Zhang Zhujiao practicing sword techniques in the open space of the courtyard. He did not wield a genuine sword. Rather, he extended his fingers as if they were blades, slicing through the void. Yet, with each movement, streams of condensed sword energy cleave the air, emitting a clear and resonant sword cry, their trajectories mysterious and unfathomable. In the final form, 8 dazzling sword-light phantoms materialized, converging with his own sword fingers into a singular strike suspended midair, though not aimed at any tangible target. The fierce and domineering sword intent caused Chen Yi to feel a subtle, prickling sensation upon his skin. Zhang Zhuge ceased his motion, the sword energy around him dissipating as if he had never struck. His formidable swordsmanship, steeped in profound mastery, could rightfully be called that of a sword immortal. Chen Yi admired sincerely. "Ha, mere trifles," Zhang Zhuge remarked with a buoyant mood, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you here, my son?" "By the grace of my godfather's blessing, having been bestowed a minor yuan dan, I have successfully broken through today, advancing to the 4th layer of Qi refinement." Chen Yi reported with a bow, his tone imbued with joy. "Oh, Zhang Zhug scanned him with divine insight, his smile broadening. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. Your foundation is solid, and your spiritual energy pure. It seems the past 3 months were not in vain. Have you gone to the administrative hall to exchange your outer disciple token? Not yet. Upon my breakthrough, I came straight away to share the joyous news with my godfather. Chen Yi replied. Thoughtful indeed. Chapter 41. 5 elements: primordial skill, humble, considerate, and filial. Zhang Zhug grew increasingly pleased with Chen Yi's demeanor, nodding in approval. Since you have reached the mid-stage of qi refinement, I shall now impart to you the cultivation method I promised earlier. With that, he raised his hand and brushed his storage pouch, revealing a jade slip of a lustrous emerald hue, smooth and translucent in his palm. Unlike ordinary jade slips that merely recorded text, this one shimmered with an ethereal radiance, clearly of superior grade. This method was not transmitted by the sect, but was obtained by Zhang Zhug years ago during his exploration of an outer cave dwelling belonging to a grand cultivator perfected at the foundation establishment stage. Known as Master 5 Elements, its prerequisites were stringent, requiring complete 5-element spiritual roots to cultivate. Though Zhang Zhug found no use for it himself, it matched Chen Yi's root aptitude perfectly. Currently, only the upper volume was available, enabling cultivation up to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Once I complete this mission for the sect, I shall seek opportunities to delve deeper into that cave dwelling to procure the lower volume for you. Upon concluding his words, a gentle green spiritual energy emanated from Zhang Zhug's fingertips, enveloping the jade slip before transforming into a stream of light that directly touched Chen Yi's brow. Concentrate fully and receive it well. This is a hand-transmitted jade slip containing the true essence and evolving imagery of the cultivation method. It surpasses those rigid textual slips of the sect by 100-fold. Study it meticulously. Do not disappoint me. Hearing this, Chen Yi immediately gathered his mind, focusing intently. In an instant, a vast torrent of information flooded his consciousness. The first vision revealed a faceless cultivator's phantom practicing the method. The phantom first summoned blazing flames, which then transformed into flowing water, followed by vibrant forest growth, fertile earth supporting all things, and finally, the unyielding sharpness of metal. The 5 elements revolved in cycles of mutual generation and restraint, ultimately blending harmoniously into a magnificent primordial force encompassing all elements. Its overwhelming might seemed capable of suppressing and dissolving any elemental energy. Subsequently, the phantom's practice manifested as a gentle, flowing voice, imparting the profound incantations. The sequence of practice and key points of enlightenment in the most comprehensible manner, deeply imprinting these teachings within Chen Yi's consciousness. Half an hour later, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting shimmer of multicolored radiance flickering within. He had comprehended the essence of this cultivation technique. The 5 elements primordial art, he murmured, uttering the name of the method. This technique demanded extraordinary spiritual roots, making entry exceedingly challenging. However, once mastered, it could forge the 5 elements' primordial spiritual power, bestowing formidable resistance against spells of the 5 elemental attributes and completely countering 5-element techniques. Yet, the cultivation process was exceedingly extravagant, necessitating the continuous absorption and refinement of rare materials corresponding to the 5 elements, such as first-grade spiritual fire and spiritual water, to enhance the respective elemental powers. With each absorption of a rare material of a specific elemental attribute, the potency of the corresponding spells would significantly increase, until the 5 elements reached perfection and the primordial unity was achieved. Thank you, my esteemed godfather, for bestowing such a divine technique. Chen Yi deeply bowed, his heart stirred. This technique held immense potential, perfectly suited for him, yet also implied that his future resource needs would be astronomical. As long as you comprehend it well, Zhang Zhou reassured. You may practice the technique for now. As for the required spiritual materials, I shall keep an eye on them for you in due course. However, this technique emphasizes foundational strength and spiritual characteristics, excelling in offense and defense, yet lacking in escape. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and it is best to avoid conflict whenever possible. Now that you are an outer disciple, you may freely visit the sect's scripture repository to select a movement technique to complement your training. Chen Yi recalled the stunning swordplay he had witnessed earlier and could not help but inquire, "Godfather, might I have the fortune to learn the sword technique you employed just now? I aspire to wield a sword with the same prowess as you." Zhang Zhizhou fell silent for a moment, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his face before he shook his head and sighed. Alas, this sword technique, known as the River's 9 Songs, though formidable enough to overpower peers, requires one to condense exquisite sword chi within the dantian at its deepest levels, which can severely deplete one's life essence and lead to infertility. I chose this path out of necessity after receiving an opportunity in my early years. You are still young, with a long journey ahead. There is no need to tread such a perilous path. Once you have offspring and the prospect of legacy, should you still wish to learn, I shall pass it on to you then. His tone revealed a rare hint of melancholy and regret. Chen Yi was taken aback and quickly responded, "I understand your concerns. Godfather, my impulsiveness is to blame. Rest assured, I will provide for you in your old age and ensure the continuation of our lineage." "Ha ha ha, splendid. My son possesses a filial heart." Zhang Zhizhou's face brightened with a smile, seemingly dispelling the lingering gloom. "Though I cannot impart the River's 9 Songs to you, I have another life-preserving secret technique to share. Come closer." Chen Yi complied, stepping forward. Zhang Zhizhou once more formed a seal with his fingers, directing a stream of pure yet slightly sharp energy into Chen Yi's brow, while simultaneously the relevant incantation flowed into Chen Yi's mind. This technique was known as sword concealment art. It was not an ordinary method of wielding flying swords. Rather, it involved nurturing a personal sword chi within the dantian, using one's own spiritual power as a foundation, supplemented by a special method. This sword chi required daily nurturing with spiritual energy and should not be used lightly. The longer it was cultivated, the more powerful it became. Zhang Zhizhou recounted, "I once nurtured a sword chi for half a year, unleashing it in a moment of peril to injure a second-tier beast, preserving my life on multiple occasions. Today, I pass this down to you as well. Remember, this is a life-saving trump card. It should not be revealed to others unless in dire circumstances." Chen Yi felt the faint yet remarkably refined seed of sword energy within his dantian, imbued with astonishing sharpness, as well as the profound nurturing techniques residing in his mind. He bowed deeply once more, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for passing on this secret technique, adoptive father. I shall diligently cultivate and live up to your expectations." "All right, rise." Zhang Zhizhou assisted him up, suddenly recalling something. "Oh, by the way, that Shui Dasan returned to the sect a few days ago. I have already dealt with him on your behalf. Within the sect, we cannot harm our fellow disciples, so I could only impose a light punishment, letting him lie in bed for a month to reflect. Additionally, he was compelled to offer some compensation." As he spoke, Zhang Zhizhou produced 2 shimmering items, a palm-sized bronze shield and a gleaming blue longsword. This is a first-tier inferior-grade mystical iron shield. When infused with spiritual energy, it can enhance your protection, offering decent defense. This is a first-tier inferior-grade Qingfeng sword, sharp and nimble, perfectly suited for your mid-stage chi training. These are taken from Shui Dasan, considered as compensation to you. Accept them." Chen Yi gazed at the 2 artifacts before him, and then at the benevolent smile of Zhang Zhizhou. His emotions surged, and he felt a lump in his throat. "Adoptive father." Zhang Zhizhou waved his hand, his smile warm and gentle. "Enough of this childish sentiment. You are my only son. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? Now, go to the administrative hall to exchange your token, then visit the scripture pavilion. Diligent cultivation is the greatest reward you can offer me." "Yes, adoptive father." Chen Yi nodded earnestly, carefully stowing away the 2 artifacts along with his tumultuous feelings, and bowed as he exited. Stepping out of the courtyard, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Chapter 42. Outer Sect Disciples and the Selection of Techniques. After leaving the Elder's Peak, Chen Yi made his way directly to the administrative hall. He navigated the familiar path to find Su Bailu behind the counter. Junior brother Chen, coming to settle the spiritual rice already in the middle of the month? Or are you here to inquire about something? Su Bailu, busy organizing the account books, looked up and greeted him with a friendly smile. Chen Yi stepped forward with a hint of a smile, clasping his hands in respect. Senior brother Su, I am not here for mundane matters today. By fortunate chance, I have broken through to the 4th layer of Qi training today. I have come to apply for a new outer sect disciple token in accordance with sect regulations. Oh, Su Bailu's eyes brightened, setting aside his work to scrutinize Chen Yi carefully. His face then broke into a broader, more enthusiastic smile. Ah, congratulations, junior brother Chen. I never expected your cultivation to progress so swiftly. In such a short time, you have entered the mid-stage of Qi training. I am truly envious. You flatter me. Senior brother. Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, maintaining a humble demeanor. This minor advancement is nothing compared to your accomplishments. I observe your aura is stable. Your spiritual energy well contained. I suspect you are not far from reaching the 6th layer of Qi training, which is the hallmark of a true mid-stage expert, one whom I still aspire to. Ha ha ha. You certainly know how to flatter. Su Bailu appeared quite pleased, laughing heartily as he took the old token from Chen Yi, promptly processing the exchange. As he registered, he reassured, rest assured, junior brother, once you become an outer disciple, your treatment will be markedly different. Though there's a mandatory task each year, have no worries. I shall ensure that you are assigned a rather leisurely task, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. Chen Yi pondered for a moment before responding. However, a simple task may not be necessary. As a junior brother who has just entered the mid-stage of Qi refinement, I am eager to venture out and hone my skills. Might I request your assistance in finding a task to hunt a first-tier early-stage monster? This would not only serve as practice to familiarize myself with combat techniques, but also provide an opportunity to test the new magical tool bestowed upon me by my adoptive father. Su Bailu, taken aback by his determination, nodded in agreement. It is commendable that you possess such ambition, junior brother. There are indeed plenty of tasks of this nature. Let me see, this task requiring the submission of a complete first-tier early-stage monster carcass is quite suitable. The deadline is flexible, allowing a full year for completion, which fits perfectly for someone like you who has just broken through and needs an adjustment period. The reward is 30 contribution points. While it may not be substantial, it is quite appropriate for a practice task. He swiftly processed the details and soon handed Chen Yi a new token made of jade, engraved with cloud patterns and the words outer sect. He explained, junior brother, this is your new identity token, which has been officially recorded. From this month onward, as an outer disciple, you will automatically receive 20 basic contribution points each month. Additionally, with this token, you may freely select one first-tier cultivation technique or spell from the scripture repository. Oh, and by the way, various halls such as the Pill Hall, Weapon Hall, and Talismans Hall are currently recruiting promising outer disciples. If you're interested, you may also apply for their selection. However, given your relationship with your master, there's no rush. Haha. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Chen Yi accepted the smooth jade token, feeling the intricate fluctuations of the formation within, which instilled him with a sense of assurance. This token was not merely a symbol of identity, but also a tangible assurance of his rights. Then I shall not disturb you further, senior brother. I will head to the scripture repository to explore the cultivation techniques. After bidding farewell to Su Bailu, Chen Yi followed the directions and soon arrived at the scripture repository, located halfway up the main peak. It was an imposing and ancient 7-story pagoda, adorned with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, emanating a solemn and dignified aura. At the entrance of the pavilion, a young cultivator clad in the white garb of an inner disciple sat in meditation, exuding a profound aura, evidently the guardian of this place. Chen Yi adjusted his robes and approached respectfully, bowing, "Greetings, senior brother. I am Chen Yi, a newly appointed outer disciple, here to select a cultivation technique." The inner disciple did not even lift his eyelids, merely extending a hand, coldly stating, "Identity token." Chen Yi complied and presented the jade token. beneath the token. He subtly moved his fingers, discreetly offering 20 low-grade spirit stones, lowering his voice with sincerity. Junior brother Chen Yi is under the tutelage of the steward Zhangzhug. As this is my first visit, and seeing the effort you put into guarding this place, I offer this small token of appreciation as an invitation for you to share tea with me, hoping for your guidance. Sensing the spirit stones in his palm, the inner disciple's fingers hesitated imperceptibly before finally raising his eyelids, casting a glance at Chen Yi's face, followed by a glance at the 20 spirit stones. Although the supply of spirit stones is limited, this newly initiated outer sect disciple possesses decorum and has even recognized the name of Zhangzhug. The indifference on his face softened slightly as he collected both the spirit stones and the token. After verifying the token's information, his tone became more amicable. "Ah, so you are a distinguished disciple of Elder Zhang. What type of cultivation technique is junior brother Chen seeking?" The first floor of the scripture pavilion is vast and boundless. If you wander aimlessly, even an hour may prove insufficient for selection. Indeed, the spirit stones were not wasted. Chen Yi reassured himself before promptly responding. "Thank you, senior brother. I am in search of a technique related to body movement." The inner sect disciple pondered for a moment before gesturing towards a certain direction within the pavilion, specifically toward a row of shelves labeled with the character E. There, one could find numerous texts concerning lightness techniques, footwork, and evasion methods. Remember, you have only 1 hour to select. When time is up, you must exit, regardless of whether you have made a choice. Should you wish to extend your time, additional spirit stones are required. Furthermore, you may only use your spiritual sense to view the summaries. Any attempts to forcibly breach the seals and explore the subsequent content will be met with severe penalties. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Chen Yi expressed his gratitude once more, took back the returned token, and hurried into the scripture pavilion. Inside, the space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. Tall jade slip shelves stood neatly arranged, each emanating a faint glow that rendered the atmosphere both mysterious and grand. Following the directions, Chen Yi arrived at the E section and indeed found numerous techniques related to speed. He did not dare to delay, promptly unleashing his spiritual sense to swiftly browse through the summary information outside the jade slips. These summaries were mostly concise, with the detailed content behind a layer of gentle yet formidable energy. Chapter 43. 100 feet, one sword before long, several body movement techniques captured Chen Yi's attention. Moonshadow Step, a first-tier technique. It requires cultivation on nights when the moonlight is abundant, drawing the moon's radiance into the body to refine the technique. Upon entry, one's speed can surpass that of others at the same tier. After minor accomplishments, one's speed greatly exceeds that of peers, and at major completion, short-distance, explosive speed rivals that of early foundation establishment cultivators. When paired with footwear artifacts, the effects are even more pronounced, remaining unaffected by complex terrain. The drawback is that cultivation during the day or on moonless nights is halved in effectiveness. This seems promising, unaffected by terrain and enhanced with artifacts. Though the cultivation restrictions are rather numerous, Chen Yi mused to himself. However, another jade slip summary soon struck Chen Yi with astonishment. 100 feet, one sword. A first-tier technique originally derived from the second-tier technique 80,000 feet, one line. Once, a foundation establishment cultivator became obsessed with the art of sword control high speeds, delving into its principles and distilling its essence into a simplified form. Strictly speaking, this technique is not purely a body movement method. It is a technique for swift sword control. Practitioners must possess a flying sword artifact and comprehend the state of synchronizing sword speed with their own during flight. Upon entry, the linear sprinting speed can far exceed that of an ordinary 9th layer chi refinement cultivator. With minor accomplishments, the short-distance explosive speed can rival that of foundation establishment practitioners. And, at major completion, the speed is sufficient to overwhelm early foundation establishment cultivators. However, this technique requires substantial spiritual energy consumption and demands high comprehension. Only those with robust spiritual energy and a solid foundation should attempt it lightly. In addition, there was a handwritten note, Those with abundant spiritual energy may attempt it at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. The cost for exchange, 300 contribution points. Wow, this is incredible. Chen Yi's eyes sparkled instantly. The allure of flying on a sword encapsulates the essence of a man's romance. What youth has not dreamt of soaring through the heavens, traversing the realms, riding the clouds upon a blade? Furthermore, the description of this speed is tailor-made for swift escapes. Although the requirements are stringent and the consumption formidable, the velocity undoubtedly justifies the cost. He swiftly perused several other techniques, such as the combat-focused Dragon's 8-trigram step and the evasion-oriented Phantom Drift step. While each possesses its own merits, the unparalleled speed and the fervent obsession with sword control embodied in 100 feet one sword deeply captivated him. Without much hesitation, Chen Yi made his choice, 100 feet one sword. His rationale comprised 3 points. First, this technique emphasizes sword mastery and speed, aligning perfectly with his romanticized vision of cultivation, thus fueling his motivation to practice. The spirit of youth is vibrant and ambitious. After all, if one does not cultivate the sword, one might as well return home for instant noodles. Second, speed, immense speed. A man must be swift, whether in pursuit, retreat, or long-distance travel. Speed is an essential attribute. It is inconsequential if one cannot win a fight, but failure to outrun danger equates to death. Third, it is costly. It demands 300 contribution points, whereas most other techniques hover around 150 to 200 points. Within the sex hierarchy, contribution points serve as a form of currency, directly reflecting the scarcity and value of resources. He firmly believed that the sex pricing was justified. Behind this exorbitant cost lies commensurate power and potential. Moreover, with the foundation of 5 elements chaos technique bolstering his confidence in future spiritual energy, and with Zhang Zhugong as his benefactor, he felt emboldened to take this leap. It was settled. Resolutely, Chen Yi reached for the azure jade slip that recorded 100 feet one sword. Upon returning to the entrance of the scripture repository, he presented the jade slip to the intersect disciple on duty for registration. The disciple accepted the slip and, upon seeing the name, subtly raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Chen Yi, noting a flicker of surprise in his eyes, which quickly morphed into a faint, almost imperceptible, dismissive expression. Yet another newcomer beguiled by the glamorous facade of sword flight. Having served in this position for many years, he had witnessed countless eager disciples selecting 100 feet one sword, only to later find themselves unable to harness the requisite spiritual energy or comprehension, ultimately squandering their precious contribution points and time, unable even to enter the threshold, and forced to abandon it for a more prudent method. However, as he weighed the 20 spirit stones in his sleeve and recalled the mention of Zhang Zhigong, he decided against further discouragement. While his spirit stones were few, the attitude was commendable, suggesting some grounding. Choices bear personal consequences. As a mere disciple on duty, he saw no need to speak further and risk displeasure. Thus, he composed himself, adopting a more formal demeanor. 100 feet one sword requires 300 contribution points. New outer sect disciples may select their first technique free of charge. Chen Yi, please recite the oath of integrity. Without the sect's permission, you shall not impart this technique in any form or disclose it to another. Should you violate this, your heart will recoil, your cultivation will be rendered void, and the sect will pursue severe repercussions. I understand, the disciple affirmed. Chen Yi's expression became solemn as he cast aside all distractions. He brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, lightly touching his brow, and proclaimed in a clear voice, I, Chen Yi, hereby vow with my heart of Tao, should I receive the sect's technique, the sword of 100 feet, I shall strictly adhere to the sect's rules, never imparting it to others, nor revealing even a fraction of its secrets. Should I violate this vow, I willingly accept the backlash of my Tao heart, rendering my cultivation null, with heaven and earth as witnesses. The moment the vow was uttered, Chen Yi distinctly felt an invisible yet palpable force of constraint subtly entwining his nascent consciousness, as if an eternal brand had been imprinted upon him. This was the power of the Tao heart's oath, the cost of betrayal that no cultivator could bear. The elder disciple nodded approvingly, retrieving a blank jade slip and briefly aligning it with the original, completing the imprint amidst a flicker of spiritual light. He handed the warm, newly formed jade slip to Chen Yi while reclaiming the original. This is a copied slip for your repeated contemplation, yet it bears restrictions that prevent further duplication. The original must be returned to storage. Please safeguard the copy. Should it be damaged, a contribution point will be required for a replacement. Thank you for your guidance. Senior brother, Chen Yi replied, carefully accepting the jade slip, still imbued with the remnants of the formation, and gently tucking it into his robe. As he stepped out of the scripture pavilion, the midday sun shone brightly, and the mountain breeze caressed his face, carrying the fresh scent of flora. Standing on the steps, Chen Yi savored the newly acquired technique jade slip nestled in his bosom, the outer sex green jade token hanging at his waist, and the weighty spiritual stones, elixirs, and artifacts in his storage pouch. He had gathered all 4 essential elements for a cultivator's journey: wealth, companionship, methods, and a suitable environment for cultivation, alongside a reliable supporter on the brink of foundation establishment. What lay ahead was for Chen Yi to enter seclusion and diligently refine these treasures, transforming them into tangible cultivation and combat prowess. Chapter 44. A year of hardship and external training in the tranquility of his meditation chamber. Chen Yi slowly exhaled a long breath of impure air, feeling his essence peak before returning to a state of calm. He opened his eyes, their brilliance shimmering with hidden vitality, as he realized his cultivation had firmly established itself at the 5th level of qi refinement. It's finally done. I've broken through to the 5th level after more than a year, Chen Yi murmured to himself, his tone imbued with a blend of reflection and satisfaction. This breakthrough was not solely the result of his relentless efforts and the accumulation of elixirs, the first-grade superior spiritual fruit, the serpent scale fruit, which Mao had daringly retrieved from the sect's spiritual herb garden, also played a crucial role. The pure spiritual energy contained within the fruit had directly assisted him in overcoming the bottleneck at the 5th level. Over the past year, he had scarcely ventured beyond his abode, dedicating all his energy to cultivation and consolidation. The results were indeed remarkable. His cultivation had advanced from the initial 4th level to a solid 5th level. He had become adept with 2 low-grade artifacts, the Xiantai shield and the Qing Feng sword, and his 5 elements mixed yuan technique had successfully integrated with the essence of golden spirit stone powder, allowing him to unleash a golden blade technique that surpassed others of the same tier. Most reassuring to him was the sword energy he had nurtured in his danshan for over half a year. The life sword energy formed through the concealed sword technique now gleamed with latent sharpness. If unleashed unexpectedly against an unprepared opponent, Chen Yi had a 90% confidence in swiftly vanquishing a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator. Even a cultivator at the late stages of qi refinement would be severely wounded if caught off guard. This is his most formidable trump card at present. However, the sword technique, 100 feet 1 sword, which he has been contemplating for over a year, remains just out of reach, the threshold of mastery eluding him. The technique demands an exceptionally high level of control and reserve of spiritual energy. He estimates he must at least reach the 6th layer of qi refinement before he can genuinely embark upon its practice. In addition, his storage bag contains over 1,400 spirit stones. After deducting the expenses for cultivation from the monthly yield of his spiritual field, he manages to save around 100 stones, accumulating a modest fortune over time. As for Mao, Chen Yi cast a glance at the little creature curled up on the edge of the mat, fast asleep. The little fellow had just returned from the sect's spirit plantation after indulging in a buffet and was now napping. His fur gleamed a rich black, with a striking white beard that proudly stood out. He had already become a mid-tier, 1st-grade demon beast, his earth-moving skills increasingly elusive. Speaking of his stealth abilities, as long as Mao wished to remain undetected, Chen Yi would be utterly oblivious to his presence. With his newfound cultivation and mastery of magical artifacts, it was indeed time to put the fruits of over a year's diligent practice to the test in real combat. Hunting a first-grade, early-stage demon beast should be within his grasp. Yet what he sought more was practical experience. Nevertheless, before departing the sect, Chen Yi resolved to pay a visit to his master, Zhang Zhug. This was not only to report on his progress, but also to inquire about the foundation-building elixir his godfather had been planning for quite some time. Arriving at the small courtyard on the Deacon Peak, he found Zhang Zhug savoring tea, his demeanor increasingly composed. Upon seeing Chen Yi, he swept his divine sense over him, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Year has arrived. Your aura is steady, and your spiritual energy has advanced. You have indeed reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Excellent. It appears you have not been idle this past year. All thanks to the elixirs and guidance bestowed by my godfather. I dare not be complacent. Chen Yi replied respectfully, then inquired with concern, Godfather, regarding the foundation-building elixir. Zhang Zhug took a sip of tea and waved his hand dismissively. This matter cannot be rushed. I have long accumulated enough contribution points. But the third significant task record required for the exchange has yet to be issued by the sect. However, it is of no consequence. I can afford to wait. But you, today, have come not merely to pay your respects, have you? Chen Yi spoke candidly, as my godfather perceives. I have made some modest progress in my cultivation and wish to venture out for training while also completing the demon hunting task assigned to me upon my promotion to the outer sect. It has been overdue, and I must provide an account. Going out for training? Zhang Zhug pondered briefly before nodding. Your cultivation has reached a stage where it is indeed time to see some blood and temper your resolve. Remaining confined within the sect is akin to a flower sheltered in a greenhouse. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. While the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range are relatively safe, devoid of second-tier demon beasts, they are not without risks. A first-tier demon beast may be manageable for you, but remain vigilant against other unscrupulous cultivators and the potential to stray into more perilous areas. Remember, safety comes first. As he spoke, he retrieved a storage bag and handed it to Chen Yi. Inside are some first-tier spirit talismans I had left over from my early years, including fire snake talismans for offense, golden needle talismans, defensive Vajra talismans, and swift talismans for escape. Take them for your protection. Additionally, take these spirit stones. Should you encounter a market, you may purchase useful elixirs or intelligence. Chen Yi took the items, his consciousness probing within, revealing a neat array of 20 to 30 shimmering talismans, accompanied by a small pile of approximately 500 low-grade spirit stones. A warm surge of emotion flooded his heart. Father, I accept this. Zhang Zhugong's voice was resolute. You are my son, Zhang Zhugong. When venturing into the world, one must not appear destitute. You need to possess the means for survival. Remember, if you cannot win, it is not shameful to flee. As long as the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Always think things through. Do not act impulsively. Yes, I will forever cherish your teachings. Father, Chen Yi bowed deeply. This unreserved affection and tangible support made him genuinely feel the essence of paternal love. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhugong, Chen Yi wasted no time returning to his modest courtyard for a brief tidying up. He packed essential elixirs, talismans, and spirit stones, ensuring his Qing Feng sword was easily accessible, before gently placing the slumbering Ermao into his embrace. We are off, little one. Let's explore the world together. He patted his attire, and Ermao, still drowsy, let out a soft sound before adjusting to continue sleeping. Chen Yi conducted a final check to confirm everything was in order, then strode purposefully toward the mountain gate. After simply presenting his identity jade token, he departed from the Qingyun sect. Upon exiting the sect's gates, Chen Yi oriented himself and retrieved a simplified map he had purchased. The map depicted rugged mountains and rivers, with several significant locations clearly marked. His gaze settled on the point nearest to the Qingyun mountain range, Qingyun Market. It appears I must first visit the market, he murmured to himself, tracing his fingertip across the map. The mere outline of the mountains was insufficient. He needed to acquire a more detailed outer map, preferably noting the habitats of common beasts and areas of danger. In the wilderness, information equates to survival. Chen Yi remained cautious. He carefully stowed the map, oriented himself and set off toward the direction of Kingyun Market. Along the way, he occasionally glimpsed fellow cultivators, either solitary or in groups, all bearing a look of weariness and vigilance, which made him acutely aware that he had truly stepped into a more complex, authentic, and unpredictable realm of cultivation, far removed from the protection of a sect. Chapter 45. The Wild Boar King Kingyun Market was far more bustling than Chen Yi had anticipated. The streets crisscrossed, lined with numerous shops, their various signs competing for attention. Amidst the crowd, cultivators clad in an array of attire moved to and fro, their energies varying in intensity. There were low-level cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, alongside the occasional imposing presence of those in the late stage of Qi refinement. As Chen Yi navigated through the market, he curiously examined the stalls and shops flanking him. The assortment of goods was indeed eclectic, a veritable mix of quality. He paused before a stall selling elixirs, picking up a jade bottle labeled Gathering Qi Pill. After uncorking it and inhaling the scent, as well as subtly probing with his consciousness, his brow furrowed. The elixir contained a considerable amount of impurities, and its potency was feeble, likely inferior even to the substandard products from the sect's alchemy room. He mused to himself, glancing at the price, 35 low-grade spirit stones. Tisk. He set the jade bottle down, shaking his head as he walked away. After exploring several shops selling magical artifacts, he found a similar disparity in quality. Some artifacts emitted a dim light, with crude formations inside. Others, however, were grossly overpriced, clearly aimed at deceiving unwary customers. Indeed, the dazzling world beyond offers abundant resources with ease, yet the quality and price remain lamentably inconsistent. Within the sect, although earning contribution points proves arduous, prices are transparent and quality largely assured. A surge of belonging welled within Chen Yi's heart. After wandering for nearly half a day, he finally procured a detailed map of the outskirts of the Kingyun mountain range from a modest yet seemingly reliable general store, paying 10 spirit stones. Unfolding the map revealed far greater intricacy than the simplified version. Several relatively safe ingress and egress routes marked. Known layers of beastly fiends indicated common spiritual herb growth zones, and even peril warnings inscribed by predecessors. Though confined to the periphery, the vast expanse and complex terrain left Chen Yi silently awestruck. After acquiring the map, Chen Yi lingered in the market for some time, his gaze scanning each stall with hopes of uncovering a hidden gem. Yet reality proved harsh. Lacking keen insight or the mystical intuition for bargains, he found only either mundane items, exorbitantly overpriced goods, or peculiar artifacts beyond his comprehension. Secretly rousing his companion, Ermao, Chen Yi attempted a mental inquiry. Ermao, since if there's anything nearby that radiates particularly strong spiritual energy, something that captivates you? Groggily, the little creature poked out its head, its dark eyes wandering in confusion before twitching its tiny nose and chirping softly. Pointing a paw toward a stall selling roasted spirit tubers, Chen Yi sighed, realizing Ermao's talents lay in stealth and evasion rather than treasure hunting. Relying on it to find bargains was less fruitful than hoping for an impulsive discount from a vendor. Empty-handed, Chen Yi ceased dawdling, confirmed his direction, and departed the market to formally enter the outskirts of Kingyun mountain range. The moment he stepped into the forest, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Towering ancient trees formed a verdant canopy, their thick humus carpet muffling his footsteps. The air was laden with damp earth and faint verdant spiritual aura, occasionally tinged with the acrid scent of unknown wild beasts. Chen Yi restrained his breath, grasping the Xian iron shield in his left hand while his Qing Feng sword hung at his waist. Guided by the map, he cautiously advanced toward an area rumored to harbor early-stage, first-rank beast fiends. After about an hour, traversing thick woods, a rocky valley abruptly opened ahead. Suddenly, the ground trembled lightly, accompanied by heavy panting and a foul stench. A massive, wild boar-like fiend, its black bristling fur sharp as steel needles, tusks bared, burst forth from behind a boulder. Its blood-red eyes blazed, surrounded by surging demonic energy, unmistakably a mid-stage, first-rank beast. Its aura fluctuated slightly, suggesting a recent breakthrough. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he halted. Fortunate indeed. Not an early stage, but a mid-stage. Just right to test my current prowess, he mused aloud, though his movements betrayed no carelessness. Infusing spiritual power into his left hand, the Xian iron shield instantly expanded to half his height, steadfastly guarding before him. His right hand gripped the hilt of the Qing foam sword, ready for combat. He had indeed not mastered any sophisticated sword techniques, relying solely on the most fundamental slashing and thrusting maneuvers, treating the long sword more as a heavy weapon infused with spiritual energy. Roar! The wild boar king seemed incensed by Chen Yi's composure, letting out a low growl and charging forth like a black war chariot. Tusks aimed directly at Chen Yi with fierce intent. Chen Yi did not flinch or evade. At the very moment the wild boar king closed in, he thrust his left shield forward. Bang! A dull thud resonated, and Chen Yi felt an overwhelming force surge through him. The ground beneath him exploding as he was pushed back several steps, his arm tingling slightly. What tremendous strength! He marveled internally, realizing that the brute force of this beast exceeded all expectations. Having been thwarted, the wild boar king became even more enraged, shaking its head before preparing to charge again. However, Chen Yi denied it the opportunity, activating his light-footed technique to slide swiftly to the left front, instantly maneuvering to the beast's flank. Simultaneously, his right hand had already completed its incantation, pointing sharply at the relatively soft side of the wild boar king's abdomen. Golden blade technique, a blade of energy, as solid as if forged from true gold, far larger than before and edged with fine serrations, tore through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it struck the wild boar king's side. Splurt! Blood gushed forth. The golden blade penetrated deeply, leaving a horrific wound, a foot long and visible to the bone. The wild boar king let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony, its massive body staggering. Indeed, the power had significantly increased. Chen Yi felt a surge of joy. After merging with the essence of golden crystal powder, the sharpness of the golden blade technique had risen to an entirely new level. Driven mad by the intense pain, the wild boar king disregarded everything, twisting its body and charging again with its still intact hindquarters and tusks, even more ferocious than before. This time, Chen Yi was prepared and did not face it head-on. He moved his feet in a sequence, utilizing the light-footed technique to narrowly evade the charge while focusing on the wild boar king's front leg, which had become slightly sluggish due to its injuries. Another strike. Another golden blade sliced through the air, accurately striking the joint of the wild boar king's front leg. Crack! The excruciating sound of shattering bone echoed, and the wild boar king's two front legs broke as expected, its colossal body crashing forward, dust billowing, leaving only its mournful wails. Chen Yi would not squander this perfect opportunity. He propelled himself upward with the tip of his toes, channeling spiritual energy into his azure sword, which shimmered with a faint glow, and, harnessing the force of his descent, aimed a full thrust at the vulnerable nape of the wild boar king, exposed as it raised its head to bellow. Thrust! The long sword pierced through its skull, embedding itself to the hilt. The wild boar king's cries abruptly ceased, its limbs twitching a few times before falling silent. Exhaling, Chen Yi withdrew his sword and took a moment to catch his breath. This marked his first actual combat kill against a demonic beast. Though the process appeared seamless, he was acutely aware of his own tension. The energy distribution, while blocking with the shield, was uneven. The timing for the golden blade technique could have been more cunning, and the final thrust was somewhat excessive and perilous, had the beast lashed out in its final moments. His inexperience, clumsy techniques, and the application of spiritual energy could all be refined further. As he steadied his breath, he quickly reviewed the encounter. Nevertheless, the potency of the golden blade technique, the synergy of his magical artifact, and his decisive actions in critical moments were commendable enough. With a bit more practice, he would surely improve. He approached the corpse of the wild boar king and began to skillfully dissect its materials. The tusks, the resilient hide, and a gallbladder imbued with demonic energy were all valuable components worth a substantial number of spiritual stones. After a rough estimation, this newly ascended mid-level wild boar king was worth approximately 270 to 80 spiritual stones. Having secured the materials, Chen Yi glanced at the map before casting his gaze towards the deeper, shadowy forest ahead. The task had been accomplished beyond expectations. However, since he had ventured this far, it would be prudent to engage in some practical training. He decided to explore further, as long as he avoided delving into dangerous territories. After a brief moment of rest to recuperate his spiritual energy, he continued onward. Chapter 46. A meeting with Lin Dong after approximately half an hour of progress. Having traversed a thicket where the miasma was thin, Chen Yi began to perceive fluctuations of spiritual energy and the sounds of an argument ahead. Instantly alert, he concealed all traces of his presence and, using the cover of trees and rocks, stealthily approached. He then overheard an enraged and incredulous female voice exclaim, "Lin Dong, you ungrateful beast! Have you ambushed me for a second-tier spiritual fruit? What wrong have I, Sun Miao, ever done to you? I lent you spiritual stones, gifted you medicinal pills, and even privately taught you the alchemical techniques of my family, and this is how you repay me." Upon hearing the name Lin Dong, Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat. Lin Dong? Could it possibly be the same Lin Dong who had tested his spiritual roots alongside him in Luo City? He quickened his pace and silently maneuvered behind a large boulder, peering out cautiously. In a clearing among the trees, he spotted a young female cultivator clad in a red outfit, appearing to be in her early 20s, with an alluring visage and a curvaceous figure. She knelt upon the ground, blood trickling from her lips, her breath uneven, and her body marred with wounds, her cultivation at the 6th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at the man before her. Opposite her stood a man wielding a gleaming long knife, a magical artifact of at least mid-tier quality. His demeanor was cold, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. It could only be Lin Dong. At this point, Lin Dong's cultivation had already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chen Yi felt a sudden pang of disbelief and wondered to himself, I have never lacked for medicinal pills, and with my adoptive father occasionally providing support, I have toiled for so long to reach only the 5th level of Qi refinement. How has Lin Dong progressed so rapidly? In an instant, Chen Yi recalled the scene from when they had tested their spiritual roots. Zhang Zhug had wanted to take Lin Dong as a disciple, yet the latter had been unwilling. At that time, Chen Yi found it peculiar. Now, it seemed evident that Lin Dong was concealing some unspeakable secret. In the midst of the confrontation, Lin Dong scoffed at Sun Miao Yi's insults. Enough with the pleasantries, Sun Miao Yi. Without me, you would never have found this second-tier spiritual fruit. If you wish to assign blame, direct it at your own foolishness and arrogance. I have long since grown weary of your condescending, patronizing attitude. To me, you are merely a pretentious, foolish woman. You dare to kill me? Sun Miao Yi exclaimed, trembling with rage. My father is the head of the Sun family, a foundation establishment cultivator. If you dare to kill me, he will surely extract your soul and refine your essence to avenge me. Let's see if he can even find me first, Lin Dong replied, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. He ceased his words and, with a swift motion, charged towards Sun Miao Yi. Great wilderness fist. He clenched his right fist tightly, a raw and formidable aura coalescing around it. Sun Miao Yi seemed to have anticipated this moment. The instant he moved, she gritted her teeth and shattered a talisman she had long concealed in her palm. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Fire explosion talisman. Boom! A violent burst of fire energy erupted, engulfing Lin Dong's fist in a blaze of crimson flames. The shockwave from the explosion sent nearby trees and rocks flying, enveloping the air in dust. The massive rock where Chen Yi was hiding also felt the impact, debris scattering as he was compelled to summon his spiritual energy for protection, causing his figure to shift slightly. With that movement, a trace of his aura was revealed. As the dust began to settle, Lin Dong, slightly disheveled, waved away the smoke before locking his piercing gaze onto Chen Yi, who was concealed behind the boulder. Their eyes met, and Chen Yi awkwardly chuckled as he stepped out from behind the rock, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Ahem, well, it's been a while. Junior brother Lin. You all carry on. I'm merely passing by, having seen and heard nothing. Upon seeing Chen Yi, a flicker of surprise crossed Lin Dong's eyes, as he had not anticipated encountering a familiar face from the same batch of disciples here. However, he quickly regained his icy demeanor, his gaze sweeping between Chen Yi and the injured Sun Miao Yi, a glint of ruthlessness and resolve surfacing in his eyes. Senior brother, Chen Yi, Lin Dong spoke slowly, raising his long blade slightly. Since you're here, there is no need to rush away. Chen Yi's expression darkened. Junior brother Lin, what do you mean by that? Are you really considering turning against your fellow disciple? Fellow disciple? Lin Dong's lips curled into a cold smirk. Senior brother, I would prefer not to. But this is a second-tier spiritual fruit. I refuse to believe you are not tempted. Even if you are truly indifferent, should today's events reach the sect, it would spell disaster for me. Before he could finish, a palpable killing intent began to permeate the air. This decisiveness and ferocity were not traits of a novice. It was evident that Lin Dong had faced numerous life and death battles during his training in the outside world. Senior brother, at this moment, the half-kneeling Sun Miao Yi exclaimed urgently, her gaze fixed on Chen Yi, revealing a plea mingled with a subtle allure. I am Sun Miao Yi, a disciple of the Sun family from Qingyan Square. I implore you, senior brother, to assist me in joining forces to eliminate this fiend. Upon success, we shall share the second-tier spiritual fruit, and the Sun family will surely reward you handsomely afterward. As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her collar, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. To tempt me, do you think I am that foolish? Chen Yi scoffed inwardly. This woman, despite being at the 6th level of Qi training, had been cornered by Lin Dong to such an extent, indicating that Lin Dong's true combat prowess far surpassed his apparent cultivation level. Her plea for collaboration was merely an attempt to find a scapegoat and a shield. Such seductive tactics held no sway over someone like him, who had clawed his way up from the bottom. Nonetheless, he feigned hesitation and struggle, ultimately appearing to make a firm decision as he turned to Lin Dong. His voice grave. Junior brother Lin, I apologize, but Miss Sun is right. The allure of the second-tier spiritual fruit is indeed compelling. Lin Dong's expression turned even colder, his grip on the blade tightening. A look of joy and hope blossomed on Sun Miao Yi's face. However, just as Lin Dong remained on high alert, bracing himself for the impending onslaught from the two adversaries, Chen Yi unexpectedly retreated with no forewarning. In that fleeting moment, he activated two talismans that he had long since grasped in his hands. One was a swift movement talisman gifted by Zhang Zhug, imbuing him with an extraordinary surge of speed. The other was a common smoke talisman he had previously purchased in the market, which erupted into a dense cloud of grayish-white smoke, obscuring his immediate surroundings. Miss Sun, hold your ground. I shall summon aid. Chen Yi's voice resonated from behind the veil of smoke, followed by the swift sound of his departure. The expression of joy on Sun Miao Yi's face instantly froze, morphing into disbelief and despair. You? Lin Dong also momentarily faltered, but quickly regained his composure. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity as he decisively sliced through the smoke, only to find Chen Yi's figure already dozens of yards away, fleeing with astonishing speed towards the forest. He cast a brief glance back at the severely injured Sun Miao Yi, who lay incapacitated on the ground, then stole a quick look in the direction of Chen Yi's rapid retreat, swiftly concluding to prioritize elimination before pursuit. Without hesitation, he turned to face Sun Miao Yi. Lin Dong, how dare you? Sun Miao Yi's pupils constricted in sheer terror. What do I have to fear? Lin Dong's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. He raised his right fist once more, the formidable might of the great wilderness fist coalescing, even more potent and ferocious than before, aimed squarely at Sun Miao Yi's head. The force of his punch sliced through the air, crashing down with an overwhelming momentum. Sun Miao Yi managed a brief, piercing scream before being completely engulfed by the earthen-colored fist light. The sound of cracking bones and muffled thuds echoed within the cloud of dust, only to be abruptly silenced. Lin Dong retracted his fist, casting no glance at the rapidly lifeless, mangled remains on the ground, and bolted in pursuit of Chen Yi's fleeing figure. Lin Dong's speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Even with the aid of the swift movement talisman, Chen Yi had not created a sufficient distance for absolute safety. At that moment, Chen Yi, propelled by the talisman, dashed desperately through the woods, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Lin Dong is truly ruthless, eliminating Sun Miao Yi to silence her, and then coming after me. He is determined to eradicate all threats. Chapter 47. Life and death at high speed. This won't do. At this rate, I will soon be caught. Chen Yi's breath became labored, and the pressure on his mind intensified manifold. The sound of Lin Dong's pursuit grew increasingly distinct behind him, accompanied by the rush of wind. His mind raced, and beads of cold sweat threatened to break forth from his brow. This speed was no ordinary 5th-level Qi refinement could achieve. A warning bell rang in Chen Yi's mind. Lin Dong's movements were as swift as the wind, each step imbued with a unique rhythm, clearly indicative of training in a particular martial art related to movement, and he had evidently mastered it to a considerable degree. In stark contrast, Chen Yi relied solely on his lightness technique and the external aid of the swift movement talisman. The gap between them was being mercilessly narrowed. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be caught within the span of half a stick of incense. Being on the defensive was not Chen Yi's style. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. He needed to disrupt Lin Dong's rhythm to create an opportunity. Ahead, the mountain path took a sharp turn, where a towering boulder loomed at the corner, forming a natural blind spot. In Chen Yi's heart, a calculation took shape, and a surge of fierce determination flooded his mind. Let him pursue. Now I shall not hesitate to annihilate this scoundrel. He not only maintained his speed, but infused the last vestiges of his spiritual energy into his legs, accelerating further as he dashed around the corner. Just as his figure melded into the shadows behind the rocky outcrop, his left hand had already grasped a thick stack of talismans, comprising fire serpents, golden needles, thorns, and earth spikes. Over a dozen in total. He unleashed them all without hesitation, casting them ferociously into the path where Lin Dong was about to emerge. The moment the talismans left his hand, Chen Yi executed a roll and concealed himself at the base of the massive stone, activating his Xian iron shield to protect himself. Almost simultaneously with his evasion, a low shout from Lin Dong was accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion. Boom, boom, boom. Various colors of spiritual light erupted wildly. Flames roared. Golden needles shot forth. Vines surged, and earth spikes erupted, transforming the narrow mountain path into a chaotic slaughterhouse of spiritual energy. The tumultuous shockwave stripped away layers of stone dust from the rock surface, sending a cloud of debris mixed with shattered spiritual light soaring into the sky. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering pierced through the chaos. A somewhat disheveled figure was sent hurtling out from the dust. Lin Dong. The gleaming blade in his hand had been broken into two, its spiritual light extinguished. His right sleeve was torn, exposing a gruesome state of his forearm, bloodied and mangled, with several golden needles embedded deep into his flesh, glinting ominously under the sun. Evidently, despite his rapid response to block with his blade and attempt to retreat, he had been caught off guard by the torrential downpour of talismans. An opportunity. How could Chen Yi let such a golden chance slip away? He sprang forth from behind the boulder, his right hand already forming a seal. The 5 elements mixed yuan technique surged within him, merging with the sharp golden energy of the refined stone powder, gathering into a frenzied force. Golden blade technique. A solidified blade of faint gold, edged with minute serrations, sliced through the air with a piercing howl, aimed directly at the unsteady Lin Dong. This strike, Chen Yi unleashed with no reservations, its power vastly exceeding that which he had wielded against the wild boar king. Huh! Lin Dong's pupils constricted, in a moment of panic. He had no time to employ other tactics, and could only roar in anger, his left fist clenched tightly. The dense, earthy glow of a yellow hue surged forth once more. It was the great wilderness fist, a direct confrontation with the golden blade. As the forces collided, the anticipated violent explosion failed to materialize. The faint golden blade demonstrated astonishing cutting power. swiftly tearing through the yellow fist's glow and delivering a fierce blow to Lin Dong's left hand. Ugh! Lin Dong grunted, his left fist shredded, blood spraying forth, even revealing the stark white of his bones. He stumbled back, disbelief etched in his eyes for the first time. How could such a basic spell possess such formidable might? Chen Yi himself was taken aback, astonished at the sharpness of the golden blade technique after merging it with the refined stone powder. Yet he understood that now was not the time for astonishment, nor could he linger in battle. Lin Dong's hidden cards remained unclear, and though his injuries appeared grave, his combat strength was evidently unbroken. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a handful of smoke talismans, releasing a dense, grayish-white mist that rapidly enveloped the surroundings. Simultaneously, he produced a swift movement talisman, slapping it onto himself. In an instant, he darted away like an arrow loosed from its bow, fleeing deeper into the forest. The previous bout of energy expenditure, coupled with the use of the golden blade technique, had drained a considerable amount of spiritual power, necessitating a swift increase in distance. Damn it, how cunning. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed Lin Dong's profoundly grim visage. He cast a glance at his bloodied and battered fists, then at the severed blade of his weapon, and a palpable aura of murderous intent welled up within him. He inhaled sharply, shaking his agonizing left hand. Without hesitation, he retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, pouring out a milky white pill that radiated vibrant life energy, the bone regeneration pill. The pill melted upon contact, and a warm current surged toward the wounds on his left fist and right arm, visibly knitting the flesh together at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, a layer of tender new skin formed, not entirely restoring him to his former state, but at least halting the bleeding and regaining some mobility. Chen Yi. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, uttering those two names with fervor as he sheathed his broken sword, neglecting to tend to the smaller needle wounds. He moved once more, pursuing the direction in which Chen Yi had fled. Though his injuries slightly hindered his speed, his murderous intent burned even brighter. The chase resumed amidst the trees, a relentless game of pursuit and escape. Lin Dong, we bear no grudges from the past, nor enmity in recent days. Our encounter was merely coincidental. Why must you pursue my utter destruction? Chen Yi's voice echoed from within the woods ahead, tinged with breathlessness and a hint of resignation. Let's talk. Lin Dong coldly retorted. If you have the courage, stop, and we shall determine life and death. He was not one to engage in verbal sparring. Once he resolved on a course of action, he pursued it without hesitation, deeming further dialogue futile. Chen Yi's cunning only solidified his determination to eliminate this adversary once and for all. Chapter 48. Lin Dong, possess an innate, indomitable heart. Time flew swiftly in the midst of the chase. Half an hour later, Chen Yi's brow furrowed in concern. More than half of his spiritual power had been depleted, relying solely on his own recovery and the replenishment from spirit stones. He struggled to keep pace with the exhausting demands of such a high-intensity escape. He had but one swift movement talisman remaining. To make matters worse, Lin Dong seemed tireless. Though his pursuit was hindered by the terrain and his own injuries, he simply could not be shaken off. Something felt amiss after his battle with Sun Miao Ei, coupled with enduring his talisman's bombardment and the golden blade technique. Chen Yi assumed Lin Dong's spiritual power must be more severely drained than his own. How could he remain so resilient? A troubling thought flickered through Chen Yi's mind. Could it be that Lin Dong possessed a method for rapid recovery of his spiritual power? As the rugged mountains loomed ever closer, and his own energy reserves dwindled, he realized that once the swift movement talisman failed, his speed would plummet, and being caught was an inevitable outcome. Rather than being easily dispatched in a moment of exhaustion, it would be wiser to seize the opportunity while he still had the strength to fight back. With this thought, Chen Yi abruptly halted. He turned to face the direction of the pursuing foe, his chest heaving slightly, yet his gaze sharpened, adopting a stance ready for a decisive battle. After a few breaths, Lin Dong's figure emerged amidst the trees, his breath slightly disordered, yet his gaze remained piercingly sharp. "Senior brother, you've finally ceased fleeing," he remarked coldly, halting his steps and confronting Chen Yi from 10 paces away. Chen Yi drew in a deep breath, a resigned yet curious smile gracing his face as he inquired. Junior brother Lin Dong, I truly cannot comprehend. You fought fiercely ahead and pursued relentlessly behind. How does your spiritual energy endure so long? Might you grant your senior brother a clear death? Lin Dong fixed his gaze upon him, pausing momentarily as if deeming it no harm to disclose truths to a man facing death. With an air of pride, he declared, I am a first-tier alchemist. This is the revival pill I crafted myself. Its speed in restoring spiritual energy far surpasses ordinary elixirs or spirit stones. He swayed a jade vial of azure hue in his hand. Chen Yi's eyes brightened, revealing a mixture of yearning and hesitation. An alchemist? No wonder junior brother's talent is extraordinary. In that case, might you bestow a pill upon your senior brother? Let me regain some spiritual energy to face you in an equitable battle. After all, we hail from the same Luo City, sharing a faint bond of kinship. To perish utterly exhausted would be far too unsatisfactory. His tone bore a hint of entreaty, while his eyes subtly scrutinized Lin Dong's reaction. Foolish wretch, why engage in such prattle? Within Lin Dong's jade pendant, the aged voice of the imperial teacher resounded angrily. This fellow is as cunning as a fox. Have you not discerned his deceit? Strike swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. Yet Lin Dong furrowed his brow slightly, responding mentally, Imperial teacher, I Lin Dong possess an invincible Tao heart by nature, acting only with a clear conscience and upright integrity. Killing him is to eliminate future threats and resolve a Tao conflict, not a personal grudge. Since he proposes a fair fight, what harm is there in giving him the pill to recover? Do you truly believe he, even at his peak, poses a threat to me? His words brimmed with unwavering confidence and a subtle disdain for Chen Yi's strength. He shall not escape, narrow-minded and pedantic. When has an invincible Tao heart ever been a hindrance? The imperial teacher seemed momentarily stifled, uttered a sharp rebuke, then fell silent. After all, he was but a lingering soul, relying on Lin Dong's cultivation to find a suitable vessel. Lin Dong raised his eyes to Chen Yi, snorted coldly, and indeed flung the revival pill toward him with an air of condescension, as though bestowing a charity. Chen Yi caught the vial, his mind racing. No, I merely spoke casually. I did not expect him to truly give it. But what if the pill is poisoned? Combining his earlier observations, Chen Yi realized Lin Dong's formidable power and domineering manner, coupled with a near-obsessive self-confidence. Such a temperament, when holding absolute advantage, might indeed lead to seemingly magnanimous yet foolish acts. Moreover, the revival pill was obscure and unavailable on the market, clearly a rare treasure unlikely to be counterfeit. Cornered by circumstances, he had no choice but to gamble. Without further hesitation, Chen Yi uncorked the vial, extracted a pill the size of a longan fruit emitting a faint azure glow, and swallowed it. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a gentle yet overwhelming surge of pure spiritual energy, swiftly permeating his limbs and bones, nourishing his parched meridians and spirit sea. In but a brief moment, he astonishingly restored over half of his depleted spiritual energy. Truly miraculous. Chen Yi's heart swelled with elation as he basked in the rejuvenated strength. Glancing once more at the vial, he noted with surprise that 2 elixirs still remained. Lin Dong was indeed remarkably generous. His visage instantly transformed, radiating vigor and unyielding battle fervor. With a sudden flourish, he drew forth the azure-edged sword, executing a somewhat unpolished yet forceful sword flourish, and proclaimed, Brother disciple, since you are so magnanimous, I shall no longer withhold my strength. Today, let us engage in a fierce duel, leaving life and death to the will of heaven. The sword technique I am about to unleash is personally imparted by my godfather, the great river sword, whose might far surpasses the ordinary. Brother disciple, be wary. Chen Yi's voice thundered as he assumed his stance, spiritual energy coursing through his body, the tip of his sword quivering subtly. Lin Dong's gaze sharpened, his entire being alert. His left fist instinctively clenched. The lingering pain from his wounds stung sharply, a stark reminder of the potency of Chen Yi's golden elemental magic. Fixating on Chen Yi's blade, he braced himself to confront the so-called Great River Sword. Yet, in the next instant, Chen Yi's aura abruptly shifted. With swift motion, his left hand snatched several talismans from his pouch, hurling them relentlessly towards Lin Dong. Though few, these talismans were swift golden needles and windblade charms. Simultaneously, Chen Yi forcefully kicked the ground. The final talisman, a divine movement charm, ignited instantly, propelling him backward at great speed, vanishing once more into the dense forest. His departing words lingered faintly. "Thanks for your generous gift, brother disciple." The talismans exploded with crackling sounds, golden needles and wind blades scattering chaotically. Yet they were merely a diversion. Lin Dong shook his fist, dispersing the low-level talisman assaults, standing rooted to the spot, observing the direction of Chen Yi's escape. His face first registered astonishment, then flushed crimson with intense fury and a deep sense of insult, veins bulging on his forehead. "Chen Yi, you despicable and scrupulous, treacherous scoundrel who breaks his word, I shall slay you." His roar echoed through the forest, saturated with overwhelming wrath. Abandoning any pretense of honor, Lin Dong surged forward with utmost speed, relentlessly pursuing Chen Yi's fleeing form. From the jade pendant, the Imperial Master emitted a barely audible sigh, inwardly reflecting. Lin Dong's skills and comprehension are indeed commendable, yet his temperament still requires refinement. Chapter 49. Imperial Master, save me. Chen Yi dashed recklessly through the woods. Yet Lin Dong remained relentlessly on his trail, gradually closing the distance. The relentless pursuit weighed heavily on Chen Yi's heart. Damn! The final glimmer of spiritual light beneath his feet vanished completely. His body suddenly felt weightless as the last divine movement talisman's power was exhausted. His speed visibly plummeted, reduced once more to relying solely on light body techniques. At this rate, I am doomed today. This stark realization struck Chen Yi like a plunge into icy water, instantly sobering him. Fear and panic were forcibly suppressed, replaced by the calculative ruthlessness honed from years of struggling at the bottom, an instinctive resolve when confronted by despair. Lin Dong must be born under the dog sign to be this relentless in pursuit. Chen Yi cursed inwardly, though his mind raced swiftly for solutions. Escape was no longer an option. Once his spiritual energy was depleted, death would inevitably follow. It was time to gamble everything. With this resolute decision, the flicker of hope in Chen Yi's eyes was extinguished entirely, replaced by a stark determination to risk it all, a determination that left no room for survival without fighting. He ceased to squander his spiritual energy on futile endeavors of speed, abruptly halting his steps, causing the earth beneath him to yield under the inertia. He then forcefully pivoted to face the direction from which Lin Dong was pursuing him, channeling his internal energy with unprecedented fervor, gathering all his strength into his right palm. "You want to chase, do you?" he thought, his gaze fixed coldly on the swaying trees ahead. "Let me give you a taste of something exhilarating." In an instant, a dangerous golden blade materialized in his palm. "Go!" The golden blade sliced through the air, hurtling towards Lin Dong, who had just emerged from the thicket. Now, less than 20 yards away, Lin Dong, caught off guard in the midst of his fervent pursuit, attempted to evade by leaning aside, but the blade's velocity was overwhelming, grazing his left arm and right rib. With a sharp sound, deep gashes, revealing bone, erupted on his already wounded arms, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain causing Lin Dong to momentarily falter and emit a muffled groan. Despicable! Lin Dong's fury ignited further. Such a sudden ambush, in his eyes, was utterly vile. "Taste my sword." Chen Yi, however, afforded him no respite. With a commanding shout, he raised his left hand, wielding the dark iron shield to guard his front, while his right hand brandished the azure blade, glistening coldly as he charged at Lin Dong. Despite the agony in his arms, Lin Dong's ferocity surged, refusing to retreat. "Come at me," he bellowed. Once more, his left fist radiated a dense, earthy glow, an untamed energy swirling around him as he unleashed a powerful, unadorned strike, the great wilderness fist, directly aimed at Chen Yi's sword. Clang! The collision of fist and blade echoed like the clash of metal. Chen Yi felt an immense force transmit through his sword, his grip nearly losing hold, and he stumbled back, his vitality surging, a sense of suffocation pressing upon his chest. The raw power of Lin Dong's strike was astonishing. Chen Yi was taken aback. Even in a wounded state, the sheer might of his opponent remained terrifying. Senior brother, do you not wield that Grand River Sword technique? Lin Dong pressed forward, mocking him as he advanced. If you do not employ it soon, I might genuinely send you to meet the King of Hell. Though not particularly eloquent, he sought to exert psychological pressure while remaining vigilant against any hidden swordplay from Chen Yi. Lin Dong, do not waste words with him. The elderly voice of the Emperor Master emanated from the jade pendant, tinged with evident impatience and reproach. That lad's swordsmanship is crude, his footwork unsteady. He clearly lacks understanding of his sword path. This has all been mere trickery. Conclude this swiftly, and do not be swayed by his words. I understand, Emperor Master. Lin Dong's expression hardened. The master's words stung with embarrassment, yet he quickly regained his composure. His gaze towards Chen Yi grew colder, imbued with pure and unyielding murderous intent. The ensuing battle became a one-sided affair. Chen Yi's swordsmanship deteriorated into disarray and weakness. Initially, he managed to fend off Lin Dong with a few fierce thrusts, but soon, he was entirely overpowered by Lin Dong's relentless barrage of might. For the majority of the time, he could only rely on the Xian iron shield to parry and defend, continuously infusing it with spiritual energy to withstand the relentless, crushing blows of the great wilderness fist. The shield's surface flickered with ethereal light, bearing an immense strain. Fortunately, his routine spell practice had not been neglected, allowing him to seize fleeting openings to launch a golden blade technique. Though not lethal, it instilled caution in Lin Dong, prompting him to dodge or deflect with his fists. Chen Yi's complexion was pale, breath labored. His spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and defeat loomed imminent. Senior brother Chen Yi, the game must end now. Frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, Lin Dong resolved to unleash a more potent finishing move. He drew a deep breath, disregarding his injuries as his spiritual power surged wildly, converging into his fists. A formidable, weightier aura, tinged with a subtle tremor of primal ferocity, erupted. The great wilderness tremor demon fist. Before the punch was thrown, its momentum was already overwhelming. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, the strike evidently demanding tremendous energy. Determined to shatter Chen Yi and his shield alike. At this critical juncture, Chen Yi shouted, "Air Mao, for heaven's sake, intervene. I'm about to be crushed by this bastard." Air Mao, long concealed underground and gifted with innate stealth, had been waiting patiently. Just as Lin Dong's momentum peaked and his fist was about to unleash its force, the seemingly solid ground beneath his feet silently collapsed, forming a small, bowl-sized pit. Lin Dong instantly lost his balance. The gathered power in his fist faltered, and the fierce punch dissipated significantly due to his unstable footing. More perilously, a gray shadow leapt from the pit. It was Air Mao. Its speed was so swift that only a residual afterimage remained in the air. With sharp little claws, it struck Lin Dong as astonished, slightly upturned face viciously twice. "Ah, my eye." Taken completely off guard, Lin Dong's face was torn and bleeding profusely, especially around the left eye, which throbbed with excruciating pain, blurring his vision. The agony and impaired sight threw him into utter disarray. "Damn it, Lin Dong, you chase me. I'll blow you to smithereens." Chen Yi seized this rare, golden opportunity. With a fierce roar, his left hand, long concealed within his sleeve, suddenly rose, clutching the last 7 or 8 attack talismans. Fireballs, wind blades, and golden needles rained down relentlessly upon the staggering, visually impaired Lin Dong. The talismans burst forth with spiritual light, creating a compact bombardment. "Dumhat, when did you appear? Grandmaster, why didn't you sense it?" Lin Dong raged in his mind, wildly swinging his only functional left arm to fend off the talisman assault, accumulating fresh wounds. "Fool! I am but a remnant soul. I cannot constantly extend my divine perception to meticulously scout for you. Besides, this rat is merely early mid-tier, first-grade strength. What is there to panic about? The Grandmaster's voice carried anger and a hint of exasperation. Lin Dong felt suffocated within, but, facing life and death, could afford no distractions. Enduring the searing pain in his face and arms, he employed his agility to retreat swiftly. Yet Chen Yi's ultimate killing move was only just commencing. He concealed his form behind the brilliance unleashed by the explosion of the talisman. Yet he had already channeled all his spiritual energy unreservedly into the sword Qi that had been nurtured deep within his Danshan for over half a year. Lin Dong. Chen Yi's voice carried a chilling edge, laced with merciless intent. Conseil soit technique. A clear, resonant sound akin to a dragon's roar erupted from Chen Yi's Danshan. In the next heartbeat, a sword Qi imbued with unparalleled sharpness and murderous intent shot forth from his abdomen at a speed beyond the grasp of the naked eye. As the sword Qi sliced through the air, it left behind faint, distorted traces aimed directly at Lin Dong's heart. This strike was utterly unexpected, astonishingly swift, and represented the most formidable technique Chen Yi could currently unleash. What? Lin Dong was momentarily paralyzed with terror as the deathly threat from the sword Qi engulfed him in panic. Master, did you not say he was incapable of swordplay? Save me. Chapter 50. The might of the concealed sword technique, Lin Dong's escape. Grant me control of the body, quickly. The master's voice rose sharply, imbued with unprecedented urgency and gravity. The scheming of a nascent soul elder illuminated the stakes for him. Lin Dong must not perish here. If this jade pendant, which nurtured his lingering soul, fell into the hands of that cunning boy Chen Yi, the consequences would be unimaginable. Here, take it swiftly. With life and death hanging in the balance, Lin Dong cast aside all hesitation and relinquished control of his body. An ancient yet powerful divine consciousness immediately seized command of Lin Dong's form. His previously unsteady retreat transformed into an uncanny and agile maneuver. His entire body twisted at an almost illogical angle, while he rapidly extracted a green-hued recovery pill from his storage bag, swallowing it without a second glance. As the pill entered his abdomen, its pure medicinal potency erupted violently. The master disregarded whether Lin Dong's meridians could withstand such a crude influx of energy, ravenously drawing forth the newly awakened spiritual power and erecting layers of robust, earthen-hued spiritual shields before him. However, the sword Qi of the concealed sword technique was swifter still, more lethal. Thud, thud, thud. The finely honed white sword Qi effortlessly disregarded the barriers. The layers of earthen shields, strong enough to withstand typical late-stage Qi refinement spells, were pierced through as if they were mere paper, without even the slightest delay. A soft yet chilling sound echoed as the blade cleaved through flesh and bone, resonating with an unsettling clarity in the sudden stillness of the forest. Despite the master's supreme efforts to maneuver the body for an evasive action, the sword Qi was simply too fast, too cunning. Ultimately, it could not be entirely evaded. In a flash, blood splattered. Lin Dong's left arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, soaring high into the air, its severed end smooth and glistening like a mirror, revealing the intricate patterns of flesh and bone separation. In the next instant, hot blood erupted like a fountain, instantly staining half his body crimson. Lin Dong gasped, expelling a torrent of blood mixed with dark red fragments of internal organs, his complexion draining to a ghastly white, his breath rapidly faltering. This strike not only severed his arm, but the terrifyingly sharp sword Qi had also penetrated deep, inflicting unimaginable damage to his very core. The relentless force of his severely injured body triggered a surge of spiritual power, and enduring the backlash of that strike, the already frail remnants of the Imperial Master's soul experienced a violent tremor, causing the soul to oscillate fiercely. Meanwhile, Chen Yi knelt on one knee, leaning heavily on his sword, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. A tearing emptiness gripped his Danshan, the previous blow having nearly drained him of all vitality. His vision blurred, darkness encroaching, while a persistent buzzing filled his ears. This was the first time he had unreservedly unleashed the sword energy he had nurtured for so long. Its potency was beyond imagination, but the toll was equally terrifying. Witnessing Lin Dong not being instantly vanquished, but merely sustaining a grievous injury and losing an arm, Chen Yi felt a surge of horror and dread. He hastily swallowed 2 remaining recovery pills, determined to prevent Lin Dong from regaining his strength. With great effort, he suppressed the dizziness and weakness, biting down on his tongue to invoke the pain, and gathered the scant trace of spiritual power he had just regained. He shot forth a sharp golden blade, aimed directly at Lin Dong, who lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping. At that moment, Lin Dong was gravely wounded, tormented by the pain of his severed arm and internal injuries, and he found himself nearly powerless to evade the incoming golden blade. The Imperial Master's soul flickered violently within the jade pendant, clearly in a state of extreme struggle. "Enough, young Lin Dong, remember your promise," echoed the Imperial Master's aged voice, imbued with determination and a hint of frailty within Lin Dong's consciousness. In the next instant, an invisible shockwave, steeped in residual soul power, erupted from the jade pendant, expanding rapidly. This was not a physical assault, but a direct strike against the very essence of the soul. A resounding hum reverberated through Chen Yi's mind, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing his consciousness to reel. The golden blade, aimed at Lin Dong, was deflected off course, striking the earth nearby. Chen Yi himself was violently hurled back several paces, crashing heavily to the ground. Coughing, he felt a sweet taste of blood rise in his throat, which he forced back down with great effort. Struggling, he used his sword as a crutch, swaying as he stood up. Though his internal spiritual power was nearly depleted and his consciousness was in agony, he straightened his back, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong, barely managing to lift the Xian iron shield, adopting a fierce stance. At the same time, Ermao swiftly returned to his shoulder, baring his teeth with silver whiskers bristling, issuing a menacing hiss. Simultaneously, the Imperial Master's weak voice urgently resonated in the already hazy recesses of Lin Dong's mind. "Hurry, flee with utmost speed. As far away as possible. I am exhausted, soon to fall into a deep slumber. Remember to seek the treasures that can nourish and restore my fractured soul." The voice grew ever fainter, eventually becoming inaudible as the jade pendant's glow dimmed completely. Lin Dong jolted as he regained control of his body. Yet the agonizing pain from his severed arm and the weight of his injuries threatened to overwhelm him. Fortunately, the Imperial Master's final admonition and a powerful will to survive bolstered his resolve, enduring the excruciating pain and the dizziness from blood loss. Lin Dong rose to his feet, scanning the area ahead. Though Chen Yi leaned on his sword, unsteady, his eyes glinted like those of a venomous snake. Fixated on Lin Dong, the nearby rat, too, hunched its back and bared its teeth, poised as if ready to pounce at any moment. He cast a glance at his severed arm, lying not far away, and was about to dash forward to retrieve it. Yet, just as his fingers were about to grasp the limb, a shadowy figure flashed by. Ermao's speed was astonishing, seizing the very moment Lin Dong reached out. He swiftly snatched the storage pouch from Lin Dong's waist with a single claw. Then, he hurriedly returned to Chen Yi's feet and placed the pouch down. "Damn filthy rat." Lin Dong was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood again, his face contorted with fury as the wound on his face throbbed painfully. "Forget the pouch. Take the arm and flee swiftly to find a safe haven to preserve his life and tend to his injuries." The Imperial Master still worried, mustering his remaining strength to call out. Lin Dong understood that lingering any longer would mean death once Chen Yi recovered, even slightly. He cast a venomous glare at both Chen Yi and Ermao, as if imprinting their images in his memory forever. Finally, through clenched teeth, he spat out a chilling threat laced with blood. "Chen Yi, next time we meet, I will kill you." With that, clutching the severed arm in one hand, he unleashed a surge of survival instinct, his speed accelerating as he vanished swiftly into the dense forest's depths. At the scene, only the pungent scent of blood lingered, accompanied by Chen Yi struggling to remain upright and Mao standing vigilantly by his side. Chapter 51. Chen Yi's speculation. The blood stench here was overwhelming. It was impossible to stay long. Mao, lead the way ahead, stay alert, take me back to the sect, Chen Yi said, fighting off his weakness. Upon hearing this, Mao instantly became alert, sniffing the air carefully with his little nose before selecting a path less tainted by blood and more familiar from their arrival. He darted forward promptly. Chen Yi, gripping the Qing Feng sword tightly, followed closely behind. His mind raced as he replayed the perilous battle moments ago, especially the final instant. Lin Dong had clearly lost his rhythm after being bombarded by a barrage of talismans, becoming frantic and disoriented. Yet, at the very moment Chen Yi prepared to end him with the hidden sword technique, Lin Dong's movements abruptly changed. The angles of his evasion, the hurried yet efficient extraction and deployment of spiritual power defenses, even the last-minute action of taking a pill, all swift, precise, and ruthless, displaying a mastery and decisiveness that seemed as if another person had taken over. Chen Yi instinctively rubbed his still throbbing temples, a chill running down his spine. Such an assault on his divine perception was beyond the capabilities of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, and even a foundation establishment stage master might not wield such prowess. Soon, a clear and chilling hypothesis began to form in his mind. The jade pendant. Yes, that ancient jade pendant Lin Dong had worn all along. Chen Yi recalled the details when they had tested Lin Dong's spiritual roots in Luo City. Although Lin Dong had disguised himself well, Chen Yi had discerned his disdain for Zhang Zhujiao's disciple recruitment. Moreover, during the battle, Lin Dong had frequently glanced at the jade pendant on his chest with expressions of puzzlement and shame, sometimes pausing as if communicating with someone. Could it be that the pendant concealed an elderly gentleman? As a time traveler, although Chen Yi was not an avid enthusiast of web literature in his previous life, he was certainly not oblivious to it. The trope of an ancient legacy entwined with a remnant soul was not foreign to his limited reservoir of knowledge. Bearing secrets, his cultivation ascended rapidly, and his combat prowess far surpassed that of his peers. The more he pondered, the more rational it seemed, as cold sweat mingled with the bloodstains on his brow, seeping forth once again. He had inadvertently crossed paths with the Chosen One. A sudden realization washed over Chen Yi, soon overshadowed by an even deeper chill. Not only had he stumbled upon the other's secret, but he had also severed an arm, seized the storage pouch, and nearly forced him to reveal all his cards, fleeing in utter disarray. This enmity had escalated into a true matter of life and death. Nevertheless, Chen Yi harbored no fear of his adversary. A glimmer of resolute ferocity flashed in his eyes. What of the Chosen One? What of the old man within the jade pendant? Hadn't he nearly perished at my hands? With diligent practice, enhancing his hidden strengths, and crafting meticulous strategies, even destiny could be severed. Yet, while these thoughts swirled, the pressing urgency remained. He must return swiftly. He yearned to be under the protection of his foster father and within the framework of the sect's rules. Chen Yi forcibly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts, casting his gaze towards the towering mountains in the direction of the Qingyun sect. No matter how destined Lin Dong may be, nor how cunning the old man within the jade pendant, they could not possibly storm the gates of Qingyun sect to slay him. Could they? The sect was guarded by a nascent soul ancestor. How could a mere remnant soul surpass the might of the most formidable nascent soul cultivator in this realm? With this thought, Chen Yi felt a modicum of calm settle within him. The sect was, at this moment, his greatest talisman and a platform for harnessing strength. He needed to adeptly utilize the rules, transforming this personal vendetta into pressure upon Lin Dong from the sect. At the very least, he must position himself as a victim, one who unveiled hidden dangers for the sect. With clarity of thought, his steps seemed to lighten somewhat. He bore his injuries, following Mao as they navigated concealed paths towards the sect. After half a day, the imposing gates of Qingyun sect finally came into view. Chen Yi's appearance was indeed disheveled. His clothing was torn, smeared with dirt and blood, his complexion pale, breath feeble, and his steps unsteady. Anyone could see he had endured a fierce battle. He paused to glance at Mao, whispering, Mao, take Lindong's storage pouch and hide near my courtyard. Do not emerge without my signal. Remember to conceal yourself well. Mao emitted a soft sound, swiftly vanishing into nearby crevices and underbrush, his presence quickly obscured. Chen Yi inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He could not return in an unremarkable manner to garner sufficient attention, particularly from the foundational and higher-ranking elders. Mere favor from his foster father, Zhang Zhug, might not suffice. With this in mind, he raised his right palm, channeling a modicum of his dwindling spiritual energy, a fierce glint appearing in his gaze as he struck down upon the already aching region of his abdomen. With a cough, a dark red clot of blood was expelled. Stumbling forward, he grasped his identity token tightly in hand, nearly rolling and crawling towards the mountain gate. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he hoarsely called out to the two outer disciples stationed at the gate, "Senior brothers, quickly! I bear significant news pertaining to the sect. Please summon the Foundation Establishment Elder at once. And my master, the Duty Elder Zhang Zhug. Hurry!" Upon finishing his plea, it seemed he had exhausted his final reserves of energy, collapsing onto the stone steps before the gate. Yet he raised the token high, his breath faint as if he might slip into unconsciousness at any moment. The two guarding disciples were initially startled upon seeing the bloodstains and his pitiful condition. Coupled with the mention of crucial sect news and the elder, they could not afford to delay. "Junior brother, hold on." One of them rushed forward, carefully supporting Chen Yi while checking his vital signs. The other, quicker on his feet, said to his companion, "You stay with him. I will hasten to inform the elder in the duty hall." Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, dashing into the depths of the sect. Leaning weakly against the guarding disciple, Chen Yi maintained a clarity of mind, calculating his need to endure until someone of substantial authority arrived. Approximately half an hour later, a familiar and anxious figure broke through the air. It was none other than his godfather, Zhang Zhug. "Here, what has happened?" Zhang Zhug's face paled as he beheld Chen Yi, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life on the steps. In an instant, he rushed closer. At that moment, as Chen Yi saw Zhang Zhug, the tightly wound tension in his will finally found a moment to release. He managed to twitch the corner of his mouth, as if attempting to speak, but his eyes closed and his head tilted, perfectly coinciding with his loss of consciousness. Chapter 52. Returning to the sect. What has happened? Zhang Zhug was genuinely flustered. His godson, usually so astute and cautious, had found himself in such dire straits. He hastily reached out to assess Chen Yi's condition, ready to channel spiritual energy into him. "Zhug, please remain calm," a serene yet authoritative voice interjected. Following closely behind Zhang Zhug was an elder clad in a light blue derided robe, his visage gaunt and his gaze profound. This was Gu Yun, the deputy head of the alchemy hall, who had hurriedly arrived upon receiving the urgent report. Elder Gu Yun's gaze swept over Chen Yi, and with a slight movement of his consciousness, he quickly grasped the situation. He raised a hand to halt Zhang Zhug, stepping forward to place 2 fingers on Chen Yi's wrist. After a brief moment, he spoke calmly, "Do not worry. Your disciple has merely exhausted his spiritual energy and consciousness, resulting in a fainting spell compounded by some internal injuries from a shock. Though it appears alarming, there is no mortal danger." As he spoke, he reflected for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from his sleeve, extracting a pill the size of a longan, radiating a gentle, luminous glow. This is a second-tier spirit-nourishing pill, which possesses remarkable efficacy in restoring consciousness. "Young man, I hope you truly have significant news worthy of my utilizing this pill otherwise." Elder Gu Yun's tone was placid, yet the pride and weight of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and a second-tier alchemist were unmistakable in his words. He placed the pill into Chen Yi's mouth and infused it with pure spiritual energy to aid in its dissolution. As the elixir entered his abdomen, the warm and potent medicinal energy rapidly dispersed, particularly targeting his injured consciousness, akin to parched earth welcoming a refreshing rain. In no time, Chen Yi's eyelashes fluttered, and he gradually opened his eyes. Initially, his gaze was somewhat unfocused, but it quickly sharpened. "Godfather," he uttered, spotting Zhang Zhug's anxious face. His voice still hoarse, yet imbued with a newfound vigor. "It is so good to see you. Young man, now that you have awakened, do not dawdle." Elder Gu Yun's voice resonated beside him, filled with an undeniable urgency. "My restorative elixir is not to be consumed idly. If there is significant news, speak swiftly. Should you dare to deceive and waste my medicine..." At this moment, Chen Yi noticed Elder Gu Yun's presence, his expression revealing a mix of confusion and reverence. Zhang Zhug hastily whispered an introduction. "Ear, do not be disrespectful. This is Elder Gu Yun of the Dan Medicine Hall, a formidable late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a distinguished second-tier alchemist. You must pay your respects." Immediately, a look of trepidation and gratitude washed over Chen Yi's face as he struggled to rise and bow. "Disciple Chen Yi pays his respects to Elder Gu Yun. Thank you for bestowing the elixir that saved my life. Enough with the formalities. Speak of the matter at hand." Elder Gu Yun waved his hand dismissively, his piercing gaze fixed upon Chen Yi. "Yes, Elder." Chen Yi inhaled deeply, a look of lingering fear gracing his features, as he began recounting the meticulously crafted narrative he had prepared. "A few days prior, I ventured to the outskirts of the Qingyun Mountains, intending to fulfill a long-overdue demon-hunting task. Unexpectedly, I encountered Lin Dong, a fellow disciple, engaged in a fierce battle with Sun Miao Ei from the Sun family of Qingyun Market over a second-tier spiritual fruit. He omitted details of his slaying of the demonic beasts and the initial conversation between the two parties. Lin Dong, employing an inexplicable and formidable martial technique, proved to be immensely powerful. Despite Sun Miao Ei's higher cultivation, she soon found herself at a disadvantage, perilously close to defeat. Witnessing this, as a fellow disciple of King Yun, how could I stand by and watch the innocent be slaughtered? Thus, I intervened, intending to collaborate with Sun Miao Ei to subdue Lin Dong, ascertain the reasons behind this conflict, and address it according to the sect's regulations. He transformed his initial intention of feigned cooperation into a righteous stand against the enemy. To his astonishment, Lin Dong, overcome with ferocity, disregarded the bonds of brotherhood and launched a sudden attack. His martial prowess was overwhelmingly fierce. Even with Sun Miao Ei's assistance, they could not withstand him. Tragically, Sun Miao Ei was severely injured by a brutal punch, subsequently falling victim to his treachery. As Chen Yi recounted this, his tone brimmed with indignation, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. In a frenzy of anger and sorrow, I fought desperately. Alas, this individual possessed a bizarre strength far surpassing his apparent fifth-layer qi refinement cultivation. Utilizing the talismans bestowed upon me by my godfather, I barely managed to hold my ground. Seizing an opportunity, I invoked the life-saving secret technique of sword concealment taught by my godfather and, with a desperate strike, was fortunate enough to severely wound him. Forcing his retreat, Chen Yi omitted the pivotal role of Air Mao, attributing his survival solely to the sword concealment technique imparted by Zhang Zhug. Before Lin Dong fled, he unexpectedly unleashed some form of sinister sorcery, emanating an invisible shockwave from an ancient jade pendant he wore around his neck. Chen Yi pressed his forehead, a grimace of pain crossing his features, as the shockwave did not assault his flesh, but rather directly impacted his consciousness. The disciple felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, nearly causing him to faint. He managed to muster his strength and, without daring to linger, fled back to the sect to report. After finishing his tale, Chen Yi lowered his head, appearing weak and ashamed. "I am powerless, unable to capture the perpetrator. However, this matter involves the betrayal among fellow disciples and the murder of members from subordinate families. Furthermore, Lin's methods are peculiar, suggesting he may possess sinister artifacts. I dare not conceal this and have risked my life to report it." The jade pendant emitted a tremor of consciousness. Elder Gu Yun furrowed his brow. As a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and alchemist, his understanding of consciousness far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. A direct assault on the soul was beyond even his capabilities. Could it be that the jade pendant harbored the remnants of a high-ranking cultivator's soul? Elder Gu Yin instinctively reached the conclusion that Chen Yi hoped he would draw. The disciple, aware of his limited insight, refrained from making rash judgments. Chen Yi replied candidly, adding, however, Lin's behavior is indeed quite strange. When he was tested for spiritual roots in Luo City, he declined the master's offer to take him as a disciple. Now, his rapid rise in cultivation and formidable combat prowess far surpass that of an ordinary mid-grade spiritual root disciple. He still refrained from drawing direct conclusions, merely stating the suspicious facts. I recall now. Zhang Zhugong interjected at an opportune moment, his tone grave. Back in Luo City, I observed his composure and noted his decent spiritual roots. He indeed had intentions of accepting disciples. Yet, he resolutely refused, exhibiting an air of pride and aloofness that belied his age. It is evident that this young man harbors great secrets. For what could compel him to reject the overtures of the sect's officials? Zhang Zhugong's words further substantiated Lin Dong's suspicion and peculiarity, significantly enhancing the likelihood that Lin possessed treasures or legacies of great importance. Elder Gu Yun's gaze flickered as he swiftly weighed the implications. If this truly involved the remnants of a high-ranking cultivator's soul, sinister legacies, and a murder of key members from subordinate families, it was no trivial matter. He decisively declared, this issue may indeed pertain to significant secrets, potentially jeopardizing the stability and reputation of our sect. We must also provide an explanation to the Sun family. Zhugong, please ensure your disciple is properly cared for and treated. With that, he turned, his tone serious as he instructed a nearby disciple. Immediately report to the Hall of Elders and the Law Enforcement Elder, documenting today's events in detail. I will go to meet the sect master and elaborate on this matter. Chapter 53. The manhunt for Lin Dong. After Elder Gu Yun departed, he made his way directly to the peak of King Yun's sect, where he meticulously presented Chen Yi's report along with his own analysis to sect master Liu Yuqi. Liu Yuqi, a late-stage core formation cultivator, had presided over King Yun's sect for over a century, his authority growing ever more formidable. Upon hearing Elder Gu's report, a hint of solemnity appeared on his previously placid face. Having lived for over 300 years, his experiences were vast. He had encountered numerous treasures that attacked the mental realm and malevolent techniques that affected the mind, even engaging in combat with some. He possessed a treasure specifically designed to protect the mind. Yet, methods that directly assailed the cultivator's consciousness were exceedingly rare. In the common understanding of the cultivation world, consciousness served as an advanced radar. In the realm of exploration, manipulation of magical artifacts, puppetry, alchemy, and artifact forging all demand a degree of spiritual awareness, categorizing them as auxiliary techniques. Could it be the remnant soul of a nascent soul stage practitioner? Liu Yuqi gently tapped the jade armrest with his fingers, lost in contemplation. This possibility indeed exists, and serves as the most plausible explanation for why a foundation establishment disciple possesses such capabilities. If this were the case, the value and potential risks associated with that jade pendant would necessitate a reevaluation. Should he report to the ancestor for a decision? This thought flickered through his mind, but was promptly suppressed. The ancestor had long been in seclusion, pursuing a higher realm, and would not easily concern themselves with mundane affairs. To disturb the sect's highest combat force, the divine needle of stabilization, over a minor anomaly concerning a foundation establishment disciple would reflect poorly on his steadiness as the sect leader, even suggesting incompetence. Moreover, even if a remnant soul of a nascent soul practitioner did exist, how much power could possibly remain after such a prolonged passage of time? It would merely cling to the life of a foundation establishment novice, barely surviving. Liu Yuqi quickly reached a conclusion. While Lin Dong might possess some fortuitous encounters and secrets, it was far from a situation that warranted the sect's utmost vigilance and thorough investigation. The real crux of the matter lay in the repercussions of this incident. The murder of affiliated family members violated sect rules and threatened the reputation and cohesion of the sect and its subsidiary forces. With his thoughts settled, Liu Yuqi spoke in a tone of undeniable resolve. issue an order to immediately revoke Lin Dong's status as an outer disciple and place him on the sect's wanted list. The charges include harming fellow disciples, slaughtering members of affiliated families, harboring ulterior motives, and plotting nefariously. The wanted notice will be dispatched to all halls and affiliated markets, regardless of outcomes. He paused briefly before offering a bounty. To those who capture or kill him, a reward of 1 Foundation establishment pill shall be granted. This reward held considerable weight, enough to entice numerous disciples trapped in the late Foundation establishment stage, as well as some early Foundation establishment practitioners. For in the span of 7 days of recuperation, coupled with the divine spirit-replenishing pill bestowed by Elder Guyun and the healing elixirs provided by Zhang Zhizhao, Chen Yi's external injuries and internal afflictions had nearly mended entirely. Moreover, after enduring the harrowing brink of life and death, he sensed a newfound fluidity and harmony in the circulation of his spiritual energy. His meridians felt as if they had been expanded and refined, imparting an invigorating sense of clarity. It was no wonder that some cultivators, when ensnared at a bottleneck, would venture into the world to seek life and death battles as a means to transcend their limitations. The immense pressure and explosive potential inherent in such encounters indeed proved advantageous for one's cultivation. As Chen Yi reflected upon his own state, he experienced an epiphany. On this day, he chanced upon the official bounty notice posted by the sect. The document explicitly detailed Lin Dong's crimes, accompanied by his likeness and the tantalizing reward for his capture. However, upon digesting the particulars of the notice and hearing whispers from various sources, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly all there was? He mused, though a bounty had been placed, and the reward was indeed substantial. Was it not peculiar that no elite cultivators were dispatched to hunt him down? Particularly concerning was the jade pendant. Did the sect harbor no curiosity regarding its recovery for further examination? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perceiving the higher-ups' reaction as thunderous yet lacking in substance, perhaps overly composed. However, he quickly inhaled deeply, regaining his composure and beginning to reassess the situation. Was it possible that his thoughts were unduly influenced by the tales of his previous life? A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he reflected on the notion that a child of destiny must be extinguished at all costs. Yet, this was the authentic realm of cultivation, vast and boundless, filled with countless fortuitous encounters. If Lin Dong could experience such serendipity, why could others not? From the vantage point of the sect leader and elders, the fortuitous occurrences surrounding a mere chi refinement disciple might not warrant significant concern. Unless the situation posed a revolutionary threat or directly jeopardized the sect's core interests, they likely deemed it unworthy of extensive effort. To them, Lin Dong may merely be a fortunate insect, oblivious to the need for restraint, courting ruin. With a shake of his head, Chen Yi quelled his unrealistic expectations. Regardless of the bounty, it had rendered him a pariah, compelling him to tread cautiously within the bounds of King Yun's sect, complicating his access to resources. However, as he scrutinized the reward description pertaining to himself on the bounty notice, his spirits lifted once more. The sect had shown considerable generosity towards him as a chi refinement cultivator. 500 contribution points was no trifling sum, necessitating the completion of at least a dozen tasks. Most importantly, the offer of free cultivation techniques was a boon, for he had been lamenting the lack of legitimate means to confront adversaries. Chapter 54. Zhang Zhizhao's counsel with his injuries healed, Chen Yi promptly sought an audience with Zhang Zhizhao. In the small courtyard, Zhang Zhizhao was savoring tea. Upon seeing Chen Yi enter with vitality restored, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Ah, Yi has arrived. It seems your injuries are no longer a concern. Thank you for your concern, foster father. I am quite well now, Chen Yi replied respectfully. That's good to hear. Zhang Zhizhao set down his cup, his tone shifting to one of reassurance. Lin Dong has been officially wanted by the sect, stripped of his disciple status, and has become a lost dog. The bounty is substantial. It is only a matter of time before some well-meaning fellow disciples or wandering cultivators seek to confront him. Rest assured, his time is limited. He is the chosen one, safeguarded by an elder, and such a demise is hardly imminent. Chen Yi mused silently, though he refrained from voicing these thoughts, instead responding with a surface-level reverence. Yes, foster father, your son understands. Zhang Zhugong regarded Chen Yi with earnestness, imparting wisdom. My child, following this incident, you must remember that the hearts of those in the cultivation world are inscrutable, far more complex than you might imagine. Do not, in a moment of righteous indignation or misguided benevolence, easily entangle yourself in the disputes of others, or even ally against a common foe. Although your intentions to defend your fellow disciples are commendable, you must also learn to assess the situation and act within your means. Were it not for your remaining protective measures, it is likely. He sighed, leaving the implication unspoken. Chen internally scoffed. Assisting others? Unthinkable. Betraying teammates, however, is my specialty. Yet, outwardly he feigned humility. Your teachings are invaluable, foster father. I shall heed your words and proceed with greater caution henceforth. Zhang Zhugong studied Chen Yi for a moment, then lowered his voice, imbued with a profound caution. Remember, on this path to immortality, few are those you can truly trust. Friends may turn adversarial for gain. Family may become foes due to fate. And even those who appear to be your most devoted mentors or guardians may harbor their own agendas. Always remain vigilant. Plan for your own welfare. It is never a misstep. Chen Yi felt a shiver run through him, lifting his gaze with a feigned confusion. Why do you say this, foster father? How could I ever doubt your intentions? Your kindness is etched in my heart. Zhang Zhugong regarded him silently, offering no further explanation, simply waving his hand dismissively. Returning to his usual tone, enough of this. You will come to understand these truths in time. Now go, devote yourself to your cultivation, and do not grow complacent. Tomorrow, I will promote you to the position of head of the spiritual field management team, which will come with increased monthly allowances and greater authority, as well as a more ample supply of spirit stones. Indeed, thank you for your guidance, foster father. Chen Yi's face lit up with surprise, and he deeply bowed in gratitude. After bidding farewell to Zhang Zhugong, Chen Yi returned to his quarters. Upon closing the door, the joy on his face gradually faded, returning to his usual calm and contemplative demeanor. What did his foster father's final words imply? Were they merely cautionary, or was there a deeper significance? He shook his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts. The immediate priority was to claim the sect's rewards, especially that free cultivation manual. Strength is the foundation for navigating all unforeseen circumstances. As for the bounty on Lin Dong, the enmity had been sealed. Their next encounter would be a fight to the death, and he needed to grow stronger before that moment arrived. Just as he contemplated how to best utilize the sect's rewards and strategize his next steps in cultivation, a familiar voice jolted him back to reality. Looking up, he saw Mao had stealthily returned from its hiding place, squatting at the corner of the table. Clutching the somewhat antiquated storage bag, it had pilfered from Lin Dong. He nearly forgot about this detail, as Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. He smacked his forehead in sudden recollection of the matters concerning his sect, having entirely overlooked Lin Dong's storage bag. He promptly seized the bag, only to discover a rudimentary mental barrier guarding its opening, an all-too-common method employed by cultivators to safeguard their personal storage spaces. Chen Yi fugit intently, attempting to probe with his own consciousness, and indeed sensed a layer of obstruction. He summoned the mental energy corresponding to his 5th level of qi refinement, delicately pressing against the barrier. The intensity felt rather moderate. After a brief moment, Chen Yi's brow relaxed slightly. Lin Dong's cultivation was comparable to his, and their mental strengths were on par. Thus, this barrier was neither particularly intricate nor profound, merely requiring time and patience to dismantle. Very well. I shall first breach this barrier, he muttered to himself, resolving to concentrate on the task at hand. However, before proceeding, Chen Yi retrieved a jade vial containing qi gathering pills. Mao, you have made a significant contribution this time. This is a reward for you. Take your time enjoying it, he said with a smile as he handed the vial over. Mao instantly erupted with excitement. clutching the vial with its tiny paws and affectionately nuzzling Chen Yi's hand. Then, it transformed into a shadow of gray, proudly scurrying to the corner of the room to relish its prize. Once Air Mao was occupied, Chen Yi settled his mind and dedicated himself to the intricate task of dismantling the barrier on the storage bag. Time flowed slowly in the silence. Approximately half a day later, accompanied by a faint sound nearly imperceptible to the ear, the invisible obstruction at the bag's opening finally dissipated. Success! Chen Yi felt a surge of exhilaration as he cautiously extended his consciousness into the bag. The space within was not excessively large, yet the contents caused his heart to race slightly. The first thing that caught his eye was a neatly stacked small pile of spirit stones. Upon a quick count, there were over 300 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to the yield from a month of managing the spirit fields. Beside the spirit stones lay several somewhat antiquated jade slips and books. Chen Yi first picked up a thick tome, seemingly a personal journal. Upon opening it, he found neatly penned handwriting infused with a personal touch. The pages meticulously chronicled everything from identifying medicinal herbs and insights into controlling fire, to reflections on alchemical processes and analyses of failures. An entire series of notes pertaining to alchemy, replete with numerous corrections and personal reflections. This must be Lin Dong's own alchemical manuscript. As Chen Yi skimmed through, his astonishment only grew. The notes were well organized, detailing his journey from first encountering alchemy to successfully producing his first qualified elixir, with challenges faced and solutions articulated clearly. Most remarkably, Lin Dong had ascended to the rank of a first-tier alchemist in a mere 2 months. Indeed, Lin Dong is a prodigious talent. Chen Yi couldn't help but murmur in admiration. While it is commonplace for ordinary cultivators to spend years delving into alchemy without even scratching the surface, Lin Dong had achieved mastery in just 2 months. Although the presence of his grandfather's lingering soul may have provided guidance, Lin Dong's innate talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Adjacent to the alchemical manuscript were 2 individually stored jade slips. As Chen Yi immersed his consciousness within, a rush of information flooded his mind. 2 formulas for elixirs, the recovery pill and the bone growth pill. The recovery pill, needless to say, could swiftly restore a vast amount of spiritual energy to Qi refinement cultivators in a short span, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary first-tier elixirs. This is also the reason why Lin Dong could relentlessly pursue him for such an extended period. Next comes the bone regeneration pill, which possesses exceptional efficacy in healing skeletal injuries and flesh wounds, significantly accelerating recovery. It is no wonder that after Lin Dong sustained injuries from the talisman explosion and later braved the sword aura of the hidden sword technique, he was able to stabilize his condition and continue moving swiftly. This pill played an indispensable role. Such treasures are rare in the market, valuable yet seldom available. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Chen Yi's eyes. Although these 2 elixirs are merely of the first tier, their practicality is striking, especially the recovery pill, which can be deemed a miraculous artifact for prolonging life in battle. Previously, he had felt some aversion towards the intricate and time-consuming art of alchemy. But upon seeing Lin Dong's alchemical manuscripts and the 2 formulas, his mindset shifted instantaneously. If he could become an alchemist, it would be advantageous not only for personal use, but also for exchanging for spirit stones. Most importantly, it would facilitate his future development. Alchemists are regarded as symbols of nobility, regardless of their location. In addition to this, within the bag lay a fine long knife artifact that Chen Yi had shattered into 2 pieces with a deluge of talismans. Although it had lost its spirit and was rendered completely useless, the materials might still be reprocessed or sold for some spirit stones. Chen Yi meticulously examined the items in his bag, discovering that besides spirit stones, manuscripts, formulas, and the broken knife, there was also an object nestled in the corner of the storage bag, encased in a jade box. His heart raced as he swiftly retrieved it. The moment he held it, a chilling sensation coursed through his fingers. Upon lifting the lid, a wave of pure and invigorating spiritual energy, accompanied by a subtle, fruity fragrance, enveloped him, revitalizing his spirit. Inside the box lay a fruit, entirely ice blue and adorned with delicate frost patterns, exuding a vibrant aura far surpassing that of a first-tier elixir. This is the ice soul spirit fruit. Judging by its purity and form, it has already reached the second tier. Chen Yi's pupils constricted, and a surge of ecstatic joy welled up within him. This was precisely the item Lin Dong had fought for with Sun Mao Yi, the very source that had sparked this life and death crisis. He cautiously closed the jade box, fearful of leaking its spiritual energy. The water attribute spiritual power contained within this fruit is remarkably pure and formidable. Whether consumed directly to break through bottlenecks, to assist in cultivating specific techniques, or as the primary ingredient for concocting second-tier elixirs, it is an excellent asset. Chen Yi felt a twinge of regret. Alas, no techniques or secret arts were uncovered. However, he soon reconciled himself to this thought. The old man's legacy was likely imparted directly through divine consciousness, inscribed within Lin Dong's mind, thus leaving no physical manuals behind. After categorizing and storing the spirit stones, manuscripts, jade slips of formulas, and the shattered artifact, Chen Yi weighed the now empty storage bag, his face adorned with a complex yet liberating smile. Lin Dong, oh Lin Dong, he murmured softly, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. You pursued me for miles, employing every means, yet in the end, you delivered such a generous gift. A second-tier spirit fruit, the previous elixirs, spirit stones, formulas, and your exceptional insights into alchemy. Truly, you are my fortune bringer. Having dealt with his spoils, Chen Yi wasted no time and proceeded directly to the sect's scripture pavilion. The loft remained ancient and solemn, and coincidentally, the familiar senior brother was on duty at the entrance once more. A smile immediately blossomed on Chen Yi's face as he approached and performed a respectful greeting. Senior brother, your junior brother has come to bother you again. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped 20 low-grade spirit stones from his sleeve. The guarding disciple accepted the spirit stones, weighing them in his hand, and a smile spread across his face, clearly impressed by this considerate junior brother. He scrutinized Chen Yi with a tone laced with curiosity and envy. Junior brother Chen Yi, I have heard that you have achieved merit this time, earning 500 contribution points. How enviable. I have spent a month at the entrance of this scripture pavilion under the sun and rain, and I have only garnered 50 points. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately feigned a forlorn expression, shaking his head repeatedly as he began to lament. Senior brother, please do not mention it. The so-called merit was nothing short of a life-and-death ordeal. That Lin Dong was like a beast, his fist techniques ferocious, chasing me for dozens of miles. If it weren't for my master's compassion, who provided me with a thick stack of protective talismans in advance, I would have long since become fertilizer in the desolate mountains. Contribution points? That was earned at the cost of my life. Moreover, regarding the 100-feet sword I chose last time, my talent is rather dull. After more than a year of contemplation, I have barely grasped the basics. Wasting the contribution points, he deliberately downplayed his achievements while amplifying the dangers of the process and the luck of the outcome, crafting an image of a fortunate individual. This would not only diminish any potential jealousy from others, but also facilitate his subsequent actions. As he spoke, he naturally produced another 20 spirit stones and handed them over with sincerity. I hope senior brother does not find this amusing. Please take these spirit stones for tea. Consider it my humble report of work to you. The disciple's smile widened further, clearly charmed by Chen Yi's amiability and generosity. He clapped Chen Yi on the shoulder, his tone becoming notably more intimate. Indeed, junior brother Chen is a discerning individual, generous. I am pleased to have you as a friend. I am Chang Dao, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and I know a few people in this scripture pavilion. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out. Senior brother Chang. Chen Yi immediately reciprocated, changing his address. With senior brother Chang's words, I feel reassured. To be frank, I came this time to utilize the opportunity for a free selection of techniques. My combat methods are woefully inadequate, and I seek a few easily grasped fighting techniques. Perhaps some unconventional methods that catch others off guard, such as hidden weapons or deceptive arts. Might you have any recommendations, senior brother? Chang Dao stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding, Traditional combat arts? What type does junior brother wish to learn? Fist techniques, swordsmanship, or leg techniques? I prefer to use the sword and would like to prioritize swordsmanship, Chen Yi replied, finding the Qing Feng sword relatively manageable. As for sword techniques, there are several commendable first-grade mid-tier sword formulas on the eastern side of the C category shelf, such as 13 styles of flowing clouds and sword of sudden storms. The moves are clear-cut, easy to master, and their power is quite commendable among their rank. Chang Dao pointed out, then lowered his voice. As for the unconventional methods you mentioned, those are not widely recorded by the orthodox sects, given their dubious nature. However, he glanced around cautiously, lowering his voice further. At the corner near the second-floor entrance, there is an elder steward surnamed Luo, who has been stationed there for many years. His temperament is somewhat peculiar, and he is a notorious drinker. Over the past decade or so, he has overseen the most cultivation techniques. If you truly seek such knowledge, perhaps you might try inquiring with him. Yet, Uncle Luo's disposition is notoriously irritable, and most people avoid engaging with him. I advise you, before you go, to procure some fine wine from Zy Nanshan. Chen Yi's eyes brightened immediately as he understood. Thank you, Senior Brother Chong. Your guidance is invaluable. He then produced 20 spirit stones and handed them to Chang Dao. Please, when convenient, speak a good word for me before Elder Luo to lay some groundwork. I shall now prepare a suitable token for my visit. Chang Dao accepted the stones with a beaming smile and nodded. Consider it done. Hurry and return swiftly, Junior Brother Chun. Chapter 56. Elder Luo Chuan of Cultivation Techniques, departing the Scripture Pavilion. Chen Yi wasted no time and made his way directly to Zy Nanshan within the sect. Shortly after, he emerged carrying 5 exquisitely packaged jade bottles, each bearing the emblem of Zy Nanshan. This time, he had selected mid-grade, first-rank spirit wine, priced at 20 lower-grade spirit stones apiece, totaling 100 spirit stones for all 5. This spirit wine was brewed from a variety of first-rank spirit fruits and spirit springs, imbuing it with pure and gentle spiritual energy. While its efficiency in direct spiritual absorption could not rival specialized qi-gathering pills designed for cultivation, nor did its spiritual potency surpass some premium first-rank spirit fruits, whose prices soared several-fold. It possessed an irreplaceable advantage. It required no active refinement. Upon consumption, the spiritual energy within the wine would naturally circulate with the drinker's qi and blood, gradually nourishing the body and permeating the meridians. Even in a mild state of intoxication, it might inexplicably assist in the comprehension of certain cultivation techniques' subtle realms. For cultivators who needed to maintain prolonged vigilance, found sitting meditation inconvenient, or wished to relax without squandering time entirely, this was an excellent choice. Of course, for Chen Yi, the wine's value in cultivation was far eclipsed by its social utility. Spending over 100 spirit stones in such a short span did not even cause him to furrow his brow. To him, this investment was more than worthwhile. In the cultivation world, especially within sects, the act of gift-giving to foster connections often met reluctance or insincerity. However, intermediaries like Chang Dao, who offered explicit information and were willing to broker introductions, clarified and streamlined these exchanges. This was not mere expenditure, but a transaction exchanging spirit stones for information and opportunity. Chen Yi was fully aware. Compared to aimlessly searching or gambling with contribution points on the Scripture Pavilion's hidden treasures, this 100 spirit stones, combined with the earlier groundwork, would likely lead him directly to truly valuable resources. With the 5 bottles of spirit wine in hand, Chen Yi returned once more to the Scripture Pavilion. Upon seeing him, Chang Dao's smile deepened as he whispered, "Junior brother, I've already spoken a word on your behalf to Uncle Luo, portraying you as a courteous and decent junior. You may proceed directly to the second floor to seek him. Remember, your demeanor must be respectful." Uncle Luo responds to gentleness, not force, but when his temper flares, none can restrain him. Thank you, Senior Brother Chong, for your thoughtful guidance. I, the junior disciple, understand the importance of your words. Chen Yi nodded, committing this kindness to memory. Without further hesitation, he entered the Sutra repository, ascending directly to the second floor. According to the directions provided by Chong, he soon beheld an elderly figure, clad in a gray robe, with sparse, graying hair, reclining in a wrought-tan chair at the corner of the entrance. The old man appeared to be in a light slumber, his eyes half closed, emanating a faint aura of spiritual energy, yet possessing an undeniable depth of presence and an ineffable majesty. Chen Yi, feeling the weight of respect, stepped forward, halting a yard away from the elder. Bowing deeply in reverence. With utmost respect, he spoke, "Disciple Chen Yi pays his respects to Senior Luo. I have heard from Senior Brother Chong of your esteemed taste, and thus I have prepared this humble wine to express my respect. I hope you will graciously accept it." With that, he retrieved 5 bottles of Nan Chun spiritual wine from his storage bag, placing them gently on the ground beside him. The bottles clinked together, releasing a rich fragrance that filled the air. The seemingly slumbering Luo Chuan subtly twitched his nostrils. His murky old eyes suddenly opened a sliver, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing within. Without lifting a hand, he merely waved his sleeve, and the 5 bottles of spirit wine rose into the air, landing steadily in his embrace. Such a feat of spatial manipulation demanded a high degree of mental acuity, a skill typically possessed by foundational cultivators. Chen Yi noted this in his heart, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. Luo Chuan uncorked 1 bottle and, tilting it toward his mouth, gulped down several generous swigs, swiftly emptying all 5 bottles. Smacking his lips, he displayed a hint of distaste, muttering, "Those youngsters from Nanshan have been brewing for decades, yet have made no progress. The taste is far from satisfactory." After burping, he cast a scrutinizing glance at Chen Yi, his tone laced with amusement. "Ah, I remember now. You must be that young lad making waves in the sect recently. The one who encountered that traitor Lin Dong in the wilderness, where even the Sun family girl of the 6th layer perished. Yet you, a mere 5th layer boy, not only survived, but also severely injured Lin Dong, severing his arm. Tisk, tisk, you appear innocent, but there's a darkness within, and your methods are quite ruthless." I must say, Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat. The old man's insight was strikingly accurate. However, he quickly donned a naive smile, scratching his head as he replied, "Senior, you flatter me. I possess no real skill, merely relying on luck. It was entirely due to the abundance of talismans provided by my master that I managed to escape by flailing in desperation. Learning a few defensive techniques for concealed weapons is simply a precaution, ensuring I have more opportunities to survive should I face such dangers again." Chapter 57. The soul-chasing needle. Very well. Luoquan seemed disinclined to scrutinize the veracity of Chen Yi's words. He waved his hand casually, gesturing toward a certain direction downstairs. On the 1st floor, in Section C, at the far western corner against the wall, you'll find a few tattered volumes on hidden weapons techniques, toxin infusion, and mechanical contraptions. They are rather commonplace texts, but should suffice for your initiation. His tone abruptly shifted, as if a memory had surfaced. A glimmer of recollection flickered in his murky eyes, and his voice lowered. "However, I faintly recall that many years ago, we once confiscated a rather peculiar item, something called the soul-chasing needle. It was not a jade slip, but a dilapidated ancient manuscript, containing some intriguing methods. Yet the cultivation process is said to be excruciatingly painful and requires specific needle-type magical implements. It was never included in the official catalog, likely dismissed as too esoteric and arduous, left to gather dust in some forgotten corner." He tilted his head thoughtfully for a moment, then added uncertainly, "I believe I absent-mindedly used it to prop up the wobbly leg of a table on the east side of the 1st floor, near the window. That old table missing a corner, with some worn books beneath it. You should rummage through it yourself, if it still lingers there. That technique, once mastered, renders one almost impossible to evade in a surprise attack among peers. It is undeniably insidious, but unquestionably formidable." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's heart swelled with delight. He bowed deeply once more. "Thank you kindly, Elder, for your guidance. I shall seek it out at once." He proceeded to the corner in Section C, as Luo had indicated, and indeed found several foundational texts on concealed weapons. Skimming them briefly, they were as described, standard techniques and common hidden weapons. Without delay, he turned to the eastern side of the first floor and soon discovered the battered wooden table missing a corner, its leg propped up by a few old books. Carefully moving the table aside, he uncovered at the bottom a fragile, dust-laden booklet with a tattered cover, its title barely legible. Brush away the thick layer of dust and leaf through the yellowed, brittle pages. The opening characters read "Soul-Chasing Needle." As he perused further, a mixture of astonishment and satisfaction welled within him. The secret manual prescribed that the practitioner must refine at least 3 specially crafted needle-type implements using their own vital essence and a unique incantation. Then, one must circulate spiritual energy through an extraordinarily peculiar route, briefly reversing the flow in certain meridians to activate the technique. The manuscript solemnly warned that this reversed meridian circulation was agonizing, akin to thousands of needles piercing the veins. Those lacking fortitude risked fainting mid-process or even damaging their meridians. Yet, once mastered, the needles would launch silently and with lightning speed, accompanied by a subtle targeting aura, making them nearly impossible to defend against. It was indeed the perfect weapon for stealthy assassination. This was precisely what he sought. Chen Yi did not hesitate to secure the soul-chasing needle manual within his robes. Such a costly yet potent clandestine art suited his aspirations perfectly. Pain, compared to death at another's hands, such suffering was negligible. Having chosen his primary hidden weapons technique, he returned to the regular section and, utilizing the sect's complementary reward points, selected a sword technique valued at over 300 contribution points, the shadowless sword art. This sword style emphasized swift and unpredictable strikes, blending feints with genuine attacks in seamless harmony. Skilled in close combat, he adeptly seeks vulnerabilities during duels, delivering decisive strikes that perfectly compensate for his shortcomings in swordsmanship and align with his style. Chen Yi swiftly completed the necessary formalities with Changdao while holding 2 volumes of secret manuals. However, the soul-pursuing needle, not yet officially recorded, was only annotated briefly. Returning to the second floor, Chen Yi deeply bowed to Luo City, who seemed to be in a state of half-sleep. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I shall take my leave." As he exited the scripture repository, he did not forget to express his gratitude once more to Changdao at the entrance. Changdao nodded with a smile, watching him depart. Once Chen Yi was a distance away, Changdao turned back to the scripture repository, approaching Luo City with a hint of confusion on his face. "Uncle, do you truly hold such high regard for Chen Yi? Not only did you offer him guidance, but you also revealed the hidden, soul-pursuing needle. As a senior in the foundation establishment stage, why invest so much effort in a mere 5th-layer chi practitioner?" Though Luo City was at the initial stage of foundation establishment, his cultivation had stagnated for years due to old injuries, leaving him to spend his days in the scripture repository. Yet, his status and insight remained intact. With half-closed eyes, he took a sip from a small flask of wine and replied slowly, "Changdao, one must not judge a person solely by their cultivation level. This lad is not as simple as you presume. Have you heard how he is spoken of within the sect? Generous and righteous, grateful and loyal. He stands up for his fellow disciples, building a commendable reputation. You witnessed it earlier. He is courteous, quick-wit, knows when to be humble and when to be ruthless, likely more so than anyone else. Most importantly, he understands the rules, recognizing the value of reciprocal exchanges without making unreasonable demands. Such individuals, provided they do not meet an untimely end, are bound to make a name for themselves in the sect." He glanced at his nephew. "Speaking earnestly, you, my dear, are too rigid and lack a touch of shrewdness and discernment. Learn from him, cultivate friendships with such promising individuals. It is beneficial. More friends, more paths. Who knows when you might need them?" Changdao nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, uncle, I shall remember." Luo City coughed twice, a hint of unhealthy flush appearing on his face. He waved his hand, his voice lowering. "Focus on your cultivation. I am aging, and my old injuries may only last another decade or so. When a Yumu's secret realm reopens in 5 years, do your utmost to bring back a rare material suitable for refining a foundation establishment pill. At that time, I shall risk my old reputation to negotiate with the Alchemy Hall, hoping to secure a foundation establishment pill for you in advance. At these words, Chang Dao's spirit brightened, determination shining in his eyes. Uncle, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate and strive to break through to the 8th layer of Qi practice within 5 years. When I enter the secret realm, aside from the material for the foundation establishment pill, I will also bring back the medicinal herbs to treat your hidden injuries. Indeed, confidence is a good thing, Luo Chuan replied, coughing violently a few more times. He hastily took a large gulp of strong liquor to suppress the bitter sweetness and discomfort in his throat, then waved his hand. Go now. Keep watch at the door. Chang Dao respectfully withdrew. Luoquan leaned alone against the chair, a complex expression of weariness intertwined with hope flickering across his aged visage. If only in those bygone days I had conducted myself with the acumen of that young man Chen Yi, perhaps my cultivation would have reached at least the late foundation establishment stage by now. Chen Yi, having returned from the Sutra Pavilion richly rewarded, did not proceed directly to his quarters. Instead, he strode purposefully towards the General Affairs Hall. Firstly, to return a previous task, and secondly, as the soon-to-be appointed captain of the Spirit Field, he needed to formally liaise and maintain good relations with the Hall's administration. With practiced familiarity, Chen Yi found the counter where Su Bailu was stationed, wearing his customary smile as his hand reached for his pouch, intending to offer a token of appreciation as usual. Unexpectedly, before he could withdraw any spirit stones, Su Bailu emerged from behind the counter, grasped his arm, and with a smile even warmer than usual, whispered, "Ah, Brother Chen, congratulations. Today truly brings double blessings. I have long suspected you were no ordinary disciple." Taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm, Chen Yi retracted his hand, wearing a well-measured expression of puzzlement. "Brother Su, what is this joyous news? I'm quite at a loss." Su Bailu's face beamed as he counted on his fingers. "The first blessing, naturally, is your promotion. Your master, Zhang Zhigo, has decreed your elevation to captain of the Spirit Field Affairs. The official announcement will be made this afternoon. Your monthly stipend will rise from 20 to 50 contribution points. Most importantly, your jurisdiction over the Spirit Field will expand dramatically from 20 acres to 100. And you will oversee 5 subordinate captains, a substantial increase in authority and benefits indeed." Chen Yi's heart brightened with understanding. His godfather had informed him of this. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift advancement. Bowing respectfully, he said, "It is all thanks to my master's favor and your guidance, Brother Su." "And the second blessing?" Su Bailu's smile broadened as he leaned closer, lowering his voice with a hint of schadenfreude and camaraderie. "The second blessing concerns your nemesis, Kui Dashan." His daughter's transformation into a revenant shattered his Tao heart, causing his breakthrough to the late Qi refining stage to fail. Consequently, he was reassigned by decree to lead the 3rd Spirit Mine exploration team in the northern Blackrock Mountains. That place lies deep within a mountain range, where rogue beasts often emerge unbidden. Last year, the exploration team suffered a 30% mortality rate. Those with connections or spirit stones avoid such a forsaken post at all costs. Chui Dasan's departure there likely marks his demise. Assigned to an exploration team? Chen Yi's eyes flickered subtly. He was well aware of the perilous nature of spirit mine exploration teams, especially those venturing into uncharted territories. Though titled a captain, the role is essentially that of an advanced cannon fodder, leading the vanguard, scouting, and facing the greatest risks. Chui Dasan's relocation was likely orchestrated by his godfather to create space for himself. Am I, then, inadvertently filling the void left by Chui Dasan? Chen Yi inuited, his mind swirling with speculation. "Indeed, that is precisely the case," Su Bailu affirmed with a nod. "The fields now under the jurisdiction of my junior brother were once managed by Chui Dasan. However, he shifted the conversation, revealing a troubled expression. As the monthly quota of spiritual rice to be submitted to the sect has yet to be finalized. Previously, when Chui Dasan was in charge, His 100 acres of spiritual fields required a monthly contribution of 10,000 caddies. Chen Yi smirked internally, instantly grasping Su Bailu's intentions. This fellow not only sought to extract benefits from him, but also aimed to capitalize on the transition period for a substantial gain. Brother, Chen Yi said with a wry smile, raising his hands in exasperation, are you not putting me in a difficult position? Li Minjiao and Lin Dongpeng, both lacking any connections, have the lowest quality spiritual fields among them. Achieving a yield of 100 caddies per acre each month is already a challenge. I might only manage to collect a mere 100 or 200 caddies from them. The remaining fields, while reasonably decent, are overseen by those like Huang San and Tian Wenjing, who have their own backing, and the profits have long been allocated. I doubt I will even manage to secure 50 caddies for myself. The accounts of these spiritual fields have already been meticulously calculated. Why else would Cui Dasan have risked his life undertaking perilous tasks to earn contribution points? It was simply because the rewards from the fields had been exhausted. Upon hearing this, Su Bailu did not appear displeased. Rather, he chuckled and patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. Do not fret, my junior brother. I understand the challenges, but there are always more solutions than problems. Wouldn't you agree? He glanced around, lowering his voice significantly. Tonight at ZY Nanshan, I will treat you. Oh no, my cousin Hiyude will host. I implore you to grace us with your presence, and we shall drink and converse, slowly deliberating matters. I assure you, as the new captain, you will find your endeavors smooth and prosperous. Cousin, Hiyude? Doubts began to swirl in Chen Yi's mind. What scheme is Su Bailu concocting? As an ordinary disciple of the administrative hall, how much influence could his cousin possibly wield? Moreover, having just been appointed captain, while my monthly income appears to have increased, the actual amount that would reach my pockets after accounting for bribes and potential unforeseen expenses is likely to hover around 500 to 600 spiritual stones. Hardly a bountiful harvest. This overt enthusiasm from Su Bailu surely harbors ulterior motives. As thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Yi quickly adopted a facade of surprised delight, as if the previous reluctance and grievances had never occurred. Ah, Brother Su, what are you saying? Your cousin is indeed my own cousin. He Dage is honoring me with a meal, showing me respect. I shall certainly attend, without fail. However, he shifted the topic, revealing a hint of difficulty. I have only just returned and am burdened with a task. Moreover, I have yet to complete the mandatory assignments for outer sect disciples this year. Alas, what am I making of this? With a grand flourish, Su Bailu exhibited remarkable generosity. Junior brother, rest assured, leave this trivial matter to your senior brother. Not just for this year, but for the next 5 years. Indeed, as long as I remain at this post, all mandatory external sect missions under your name. I shall handle them for you. You need only focus on leading your team and cultivating your path. Chen Yi was taken aback and hastily waved his hand. Senior brother, is this appropriate? The compulsory missions are sect regulations. What if the higher-ups investigate? Su Bailu grinned cunningly like a seasoned fox. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Those mandatory tasks are meant for the honest folk without connections or contributions, who must rely on sheer toil. A prodigy like you, blessed with the favor of an elder and versed in worldly wisdom, should dedicate your time to more critical pursuits. Cultivation. Managing the spirit fields, surely far better than undertaking perilous and thankless assignments. Rest assured, the higher-ups won't detect anything here, and even if they do, I'll take the blame. His words were impeccably airtight. Chen Yi thought, damn, Su Bailu's cultivation is average. Just one level above me. How does he dare be so bold? Clearly, his cousin Hiyude behind him is no ordinary figure. A sudden realization dawned on Chen Yi's face, mingled with gratitude. Bowing slightly, he smiled. I see now I was foolish. Thank you for your care, senior brother. Shall we meet tonight at ZY Nanshan? Don't miss it. Haha, very well, don't miss it. Su Bailu nodded with satisfaction. After leaving the General Affairs Hall, Chen Yi's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming calm and piercing. Being exempt from the compulsory missions saved trouble temporarily, but also gave Su Bailu a certain leverage over him. Tonight's dinner was unlikely to be simple. Perhaps the other party coveted the 10,000 gene of spirit rice produced by the 100 acres of spirit fields, or maybe they sought to win him over. What else could it be? Chen Yi could not fathom. Come what may, Chen Yi murmured, I shall see what schemes they intend to weave. Chapter 59. Wang Lin's opportunity. Returning from the General Affairs Hall, Chen Yi did not immediately dwell on the evening's matters. Instead, he proceeded to the spirit field area under his charge. As he was soon to become the captain of the spirit field team, he needed a clearer understanding of the 100 acres of spirit fields and the personnel under him. He conducted a brief inspection. Most of the spirit grain was growing steadily. Soon, Chen Yi arrived at his own 20-acre spirit field. His eyes swept over several laboring junior disciples: Zhao Si, Sun Leshi, Zhou Daniu, Qian Zhao, and Wang Lin. These men were his subordinates, steadily obtaining some cultivation resources, their cultivation levels having improved, mostly reaching Qi refining stage 2. Among them, Wang Lin, who had followed him from the beginning and earned his utmost trust, had advanced to Qi refining stage 3 thanks to Chen Yi's additional care and resource allocation, standing out among the group. Yet Chen Yi keenly noticed that although Wang Lin's cultivation had improved, his brow bore little joy. Instead, a faint veil of melancholy lingered, and despite his vigorous work, his mind seemed elsewhere. Chen Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, approached Wang Lin and gently patted him on the shoulder. Wang Lin, set aside your tasks for the moment and accompany me, he requested. Wang Lin, startled, quickly laid down his farming tools and replied respectfully, Yes, senior brother. The two made their way back to the small courtyard where Chen Yi resided. After closing the courtyard gate, Chen Yi gestured for Wang Lin to take a seat and directly inquired, Wang Lin, I have noticed a frown upon your brow lately. Is there something troubling you? Or perhaps there's someone or something in this spiritual field that has made you uncomfortable? Please feel free to share. Wang Lin hastily shook his head, forcing a smile onto his face. No, senior brother. You have always treated me well, and my monthly earnings are comparable to those of other team leaders. I'm doing quite well. Chen Yi regarded him with a softened tone, infused with encouragement. That is splendid news. I have something to share as well. I am about to be officially appointed as the team leader of the spiritual field. When that occurs, you will take over my current position as team leader. Together, as brothers, we shall work diligently, and with the support of my adoptive father, the foundation of this spiritual field will inevitably be firmly within our grasp. If you work hard, your future will be bright. Upon hearing this, gratitude washed over Wang Lin's face, yet the cloud of worry upon his brow deepened rather than dissipated. He rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Chen Yi. Thank you, senior brother, for your kindness and guidance. However, I find myself harboring some thoughts that I am uncertain how to express. Do not hesitate. Speak freely. It is only you and I here. Chen Yi replied in a gentle voice. Wang Lin lifted his gaze, his eyes shimmering with a blend of reluctance, longing, and determination that Chen Yi had not witnessed before. Senior brother, do you recall your words? To be in harmony with the mundane is to be mortal, while to defy it is to be immortal. The distinction between the two lies in a single thought. I have held this close to my heart. He paused, his voice growing somber. Among the 4 of us who emerged from Luo City, Lin Dong, that traitor, is indeed despicable, yet he encountered great fortune and advanced at an astonishing pace. You too possess exceptional talent and wisdom, and you are on the verge of elevation. Yet, the one who renamed himself Chang Kai after discovering his spiritual root, yearning for greatness, met his demise 2 months ago in a mining accident within the sect, leaving no remains to be found. Chen Yi fell silent. Chang Kai's death did not surprise him. The fall of a lowly servant disciple during a perilous task was hardly newsworthy within the sect. However, Wang Lin's mention of it clearly carried deeper implications. Wang Lin continued, his tone imbued with the earnestness of a humble farmer and a resolute determination. My grandfather was a farmer, as was my father, toiling under the sun their entire lives, achieving little more than mere subsistence. I have finally discovered my spiritual root, albeit of low quality, but I have embarked upon this path. I do not wish to spend my life merely transitioning from a tenant farmer to a steward of tenant farmers. Senior brother, I too aspire to become a true cultivator capable of soaring through the skies and mastering my own destiny. I long to defy the heavens. A sudden tremor coursed through Chen Yi's heart as he gazed upon his junior disciple, ordinarily honest and diligent, now stirring within him an absurd premonition. Could it be that he had once again encountered a child of destiny? What kind of auspicious land was lackey to harbor such prodigies? Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, he carefully began to speak. Junior brother, I comprehend your aspirations. Yet, the path of cultivation and seeking truth cannot be severed from the support of spiritual stone resources. Though the spirit fields may not yield great riches, they offer stability. Their monthly yields can sustain your cultivation through the chi refining mid-stage, even the late stage, making foundation establishment a tangible prospect. This is a prudent course. Wang Lin bowed once more, his waist bending even lower this time. Senior brother's kindness will remain etched in my memory forever. But, to be candid, some days ago, while at the sect's marketplace, I chanced upon a stall selling fragmented array diagrams. The intricate lines of the array entranced me, and I found myself unconsciously immersed. Vaguely attaining insight, an elder passerby paused and spoke with me briefly, revealing that the array was a miniature copy of our sect's mountain-protecting Grand Array. His eyes gleamed with recollection and incredulity. That elder seemed profoundly versed in array formations. In our exchange, he remarked that I possessed remarkable talent in array arts, an uncut jade, so to speak. Upon parting, he handed me a mechanism lock, declaring that if I could unravel it independently within 7 days, he would consider accepting me as a true disciple and impart the profound way of arrays. A trace of excitement and guilt colored Wang Lin's voice. Upon returning to my quarters, curiosity compelled me to manipulate the mechanism lock. To my surprise, I solved it in less than half an hour. Though this should have brought joy, thoughts of your benevolence and arrangements kept me restless these past nights. On one hand, there is the stable future and fraternal affection you have granted me. On the other, the elusive yet exhilarating way of arrays. Ultimately, Junior brother has made his choice. I wish to follow that elder and study arrays. This decision was not discussed with you beforehand. I hope you will not hold it against me. Chapter 60. Fortuitous bonds. Chen Yi was truly struck dumb. A low-grade 4-spirit root, born of a farming family. Never before exposed to array formations, yet from a mere glance at a fragmented array diagram achieved insight. Within half an hour, solved a mechanism lock that was likely a test, and caught the eye of a golden core stage array master who wished to accept him as a true disciple. This narrative seemed more like a tale from a traditional storybook than reality, even surpassing that of Lin Dong's venerable elder. In King Yun's sect, only cultivators of golden core realms or above held the authority to accept true disciples, those core prodigies whose status far exceeded ordinary inner disciples. Such individuals either possessed peerless supreme spirit roots or exhibited astonishing potential in auxiliary paths such as alchemy, forging, talisman crafting, or array arts, their value rivaling that of top-tier spirit root geniuses. Wang Lin, a prodigy in array arts. Chen Yi rapidly assimilated this revelation, his heart pounding fiercely. This transcended the notion of a mere child of destiny. It was a demonic-level talent manifesting in an exceedingly specialized and pivotal domain. After the initial shock, he swiftly regained composure to deliberate the implications. Wang Lin possesses a lack of innate talent, yet his character is marked by simplicity and profound loyalty. He is well aware of the kindness and support I have shown him, and this bond is etched in his memory. Should such an individual truly achieve success in the realm of formations in the future, his worth and influence will be immeasurable. A formidable formation master, whether in arranging abodes, crafting formation discs, or participating in the maintenance of large-scale sect formations, is someone whom the sect fervently seeks to attract and rely upon. At such a time, even a mere hint of benefit or a timely word can yield substantial rewards. Upon realizing this, a sincere and even joyous smile illuminated Chen Yi's face. He stepped forward, assisting Wang Lin to his feet, and patted him firmly on the shoulder. Junior brother, what you say is of no consequence. This is a tremendous blessing, a fortuitous opportunity for you. I am genuinely delighted for your good fortune. How could I possibly hold it against you? Such trivial matters in the spirit field shall not hinder your path to greatness. Go forth, learn diligently from that esteemed Golden Core senior, and aspire to become a renowned master of formations. Perhaps, in the future, I may indeed rely on your protection. Wang Lin, witnessing Chen Yi's unwavering support rather than reproach, felt a great weight lift from his heart. A sincere, simple, and bright smile blossomed on his face. Thank you, brother. I am truly overjoyed that you understand me so well. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved the intricate mechanism lock from his robes and presented it to Chen Yi with a flourish. Brother, behold this item. Upon unraveling its secrets, I discovered it is not merely an inanimate object. When infused with spiritual energy, it can transform into various forms. As he spoke, he infused a trace of spiritual energy, and the seemingly ordinary metallic lock began to undulate in his palm as if animated. At times, it morphed into a bird, at others into a swimming fish, and then reassembled into a delicate pavilion, exquisite and ever-changing. Chen Yi watched in awe, though he did not possess mastery over formations. He recognized that the craftsmanship of this mechanism lock was extraordinary, far from an ordinary artifact. Indeed, junior brother, you are a prodigy. To unravel such a sophisticated item in merely half an hour is a significant underutilization of your talents here in the spirit field. Wang Lin, upon hearing this, smiled warmly as he manipulated the mechanism lock, ultimately transforming it into a beautifully interlinked chain. Brother, my bond with you is as steadfast as this heart chain, unbreakable and eternal. Chen Yi gazed at the heart chain, feeling a surge of warmth and sentiment, and burst into laughter. Ah, indeed, a splendid heart chain. I have not misjudged you. Here, I wish you well on your journey to ascend and become a master of formations known throughout the realm. Thank you for your kind words, brother. I shall take my leave now. Wang Lin clasped his fists together earnestly, his heart now clear, and he made his way towards the sex marketplace. An hour later, Wang Lin returned to formally bid farewell to Chen Yi. At that moment, he bore a golden token, neither metal nor jade, intricately engraved with swirling cloud patterns, subtly emanating a thrilling aura of formation energy. This was clearly the token of a core disciple, signifying the vast chasm that now lay between their statuses. He solemnly presented a palm-sized, smoothly textured azure jade pendant to Chen Yi, saying, Brother, as I embark on this journey, I shall devote myself to arduous cultivation and the study of formations, and I fear that leisure will elude me for many years. Please take good care of this pendant. Should you encounter difficulties or need to find me, you may seek out a steward surnamed Zhao at the heavenly craft peak of her sect. Present this pendant, and he will know how to contact me. I shall exert every effort within my capabilities and will not let you down. Chen Yi accepted the pendant, feeling its warmth in his palm. Adorned with a rudimentary protective formation and inscribed with the ancient character for peace. He treasured it dearly and clasped his hands in gratitude, replying, Very well, brother, I appreciate your intentions. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Take care of yourself. Your innate talent far surpasses mine, and your journey will undoubtedly be more illustrious. Wang Lin's gaze was clear and resolute. We shall meet at the pinnacle. At the pinnacle, Chen Yi affirmed with a nod. The two exchanged smiles and clasped hands in farewell. Wang Lin turned, striding purposefully toward the sect's heavenly craft peak. Chen Yi remained rooted in place, watching his figure fade into the distance before slowly retracting his gaze. He caressed the azure jade pendant, still warm from Wang Lin's touch, as waves of emotion surged within him. The true immortal of celestial phenomena, I shall not disappoint you, he murmured, repeating the name of his revered master as imparted by Wang Lin. True immortal is a title of respect for a golden core cultivator. Just an hour ago, his earnest junior brother, who toiled in the spiritual fields, had swiftly become a direct disciple of the golden core true immortal. This leap was not merely a difference of clouds and mud. In the small town of Luo City, for individuals with spiritual roots had emerged in one breath. Lin, burdened with his grandfather's legacy, was undoubtedly the archetype of a destined child. Wang Lin, a prodigy in formations, had been chosen as a core disciple by the golden core true immortal. With a bright future ahead, the talented Kai had perished, and thus did not count. As for me, Chen Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, carefully stowing the pendant in his personal storage bag. It seemed I had become the most ordinary among them. Through scheming, attachment, and relentless effort, I have merely managed to reach this point. Yet, instead of despair, there was a peculiar exhilaration within him. Lin was a bitter rival, a fight to the death. Wang Lin was a benefactor, a bond of great significance. The realm of cultivation is undeniably brutal, yet it also emphasizes the principle of karmic connections. The friendship cultivated today, akin to timely assistance, may yield immeasurable returns in the future. Moreover, Wang Lin's loyalty and righteousness were qualities that Chen Yi valued above any innate talent. He cast a glance toward the direction of Heavenly Craft Peak, softly murmuring with a hint of icy anticipation and subtle excitement. Wang Lin, may you flourish. Your elder brother eagerly awaits the surprises you shall bring in the future. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily suppressed these thoughts. At present, more pressing matters demanded his attention. The sun sank lower in the west, and twilight deepened. The appointed time was fast approaching. He adjusted his attire, his expression returning to its customary calm demeanor. Su Bailu, he whispered, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let me see what you truly wish to gain from me. Without lingering, he turned and stepped toward the Zy Nanshan. Chapter 61. An unexpected encounter with Sun Zhengyuan. As dusk enveloped the sky, the lanterns began to glow. Before the exquisite pavilions of Zy Nanshan, a resplendent glow radiated, with the subtle strains of silk and bamboo music wafting through the air, exuding a luxurious atmosphere distinct from other areas of the sect. As Chen Yi approached the entrance, intending to seek out Su Bailu's presence, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. The man, with a hint of arrogance in his gaze, was none other than Sun Zhengyuan, with whom he had crossed paths during the mission at Hefeng Mountain. It seemed that Sun Zhengyuan had just arrived and was preparing to enter. Senior brother's son. Chen Yi's face instantly lit up with a warm smile as he hurried forward to greet him. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Upon hearing the voice, Sun Zhengyuan turned to see Chen Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, soon followed by a smile. Ah, it is indeed Chen Shidi. What a fortuitous meeting. I have heard of your recent exploits, fighting against traitors, safeguarding yourself, and receiving commendation from a sect. Your diligence is commendable. Your cultivation speed nearly rivals my own. Now, having also become a team leader of the spirit fields, I might soon have to address you as senior brother. His words were half jest, half sincere reflection. Sun Jingyuan had attained the 6th level of qi refinement, a feat he had achieved after 4 arduous years of effort. In contrast, Chen Yi, having only been initiated for 2.5 years, had remarkably reached the 5th level, a pace that was undoubtedly among the fastest in the outer disciples. Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, adopting a modest demeanor. Senior brother, you flatter me. My modest accomplishments today are merely due to my benefactor's kindness and a stroke of luck, nothing more. I have always cherished the debt of gratitude I owe you for your assistance at Hefeng Mountain. Regardless of how my cultivation progresses, you shall always remain my senior brother. Upon hearing Chen Yi reminisce about the past with such reverence, Sun Jinjiyuan's smile grew more genuine, and he sighed. You, Shidi, are indeed like your benefactor, a person who values bonds of affection. Alas, though, I have an elder uncle in the inner sect, and it sounds impressive. The actual benefits I receive are far less than yours. My uncle has provided some care, offering me a decent cultivation method and securing this team leader position for me. But the spirit stones and elixirs I earn must be painstakingly accumulated through my own contributions. He insists on toughening me up. Even the minor breakthrough elixir that helped me advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement was obtained after I undertook several perilous tasks to gather enough contribution points. Unlike you, Shidi, who has the devoted support of a steward. While there was a hint of envy in his tone, it was mostly grounded in reality. Within the sect, the importance of one's background varied greatly, and it was evident that Sun Jingyuan was not the primary focus of his uncle's cultivation efforts. Chen Yi understood this well. Yet he displayed a sympathetic expression and boldly declared, "Senior brother, you speak too highly. Each has their own circumstances. Since we have encountered one another today, it is fate. If you are here to drink, allow me to cover all expenses as a token of my gratitude for your life-saving assistance." As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, the curtain of Zy Nanchun was lifted, and Su Bailu emerged with a cheerful demeanor, evidently having heard the latter part of the conversation. He quickly interjected, Chen Shidi, Sun Shidi, what are you saying? Today, my cousin is hosting, inviting several distinguished guests. How could we possibly expect our guests to pay? To divulge this would be tantamount to affronting my cousin's honor. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi and Sun Zhengyuan exchanged glances, their faces revealing a mixture of comprehension and surprise as they simultaneously inquired, "Oh, senior brother, junior brother, were you also invited by senior brother he?" It transpired that Sun Zhengyuan was likewise a guest at the banquet. The three men regarded one another, the atmosphere becoming subtly charged and tinged with realization. Chen Yi's mind raced. He promptly smiled, diffusing the tension and adopting a more deferential posture. "I see. Then today, junior brother shall not vie for the limelight with senior brothers He and Su. Senior brother Su, senior brother Sun, please lead the way." He thus positioned himself as a mere attendant and a latecomer. Su Bailu led the way, bypassing the ground floor hall without pause, ascending directly along the staircase draped with a plush carpet. Chen Yi followed, inwardly noting, the private chambers upstairs surely command a far higher expense than the scattered tables below. With even Sun Zhengyuan invited, it seems that tonight's repast holds considerable significance for this unfamiliar Hiyu day. Su Bailu halted before an elegant chamber named Ting Yuxuan, gently knocking before pushing the door open. Inside, the room was tastefully adorned, faint incense wafting through the air. Around a grand round table sat 3 individuals. Occupying the seat of honor was a young man clad in a pale scion robe, appearing about 27 or 28 years old. His features were handsome and refined, complexion fair. His narrow eyes shimmered with a subtle femininity and cunning beyond his years, yet his brows bore the sharpness and ambition characteristic of youth. This was undoubtedly Su Bailu's cousin, Hiyude. Flanking him on either side were a man and a woman. The woman, barely past her 20th year, wore a delicate pastel yellow Liaxian skirt, her waist slender and bearing a graceful poise. Her exquisitely sculpted face was as pure as snow, with large, enchanting peach blossom eyes that sparkled with a natural slyness and vivacity, as if they could speak. Her lips curled into a faint, playful smile, simultaneously inviting and inscrutable, inspiring warmth yet eluding comprehension. The man beside her was burly and sturdy, his honest and straightforward visage framed by simple brown attire stretched taut over well-developed muscles, undoubtedly a man accustomed to physical labor or rigorous training. His steady gaze and unpretentious demeanor contrasted sharply with the opulence surrounding them. Chen Yi was unaware of the identities of this pair, but noticing Sun Zhengyuan's lack of surprise upon seeing them, he surmised they were mutually acquainted. "Ha ha ha, junior brother Sun, at last you have arrived. Please, take a seat," Hiyude greeted warmly from the seat of honor, rising immediately and displaying evident familiarity. His gaze then shifted to Chen Yi, scrutinizing him carefully. A glint of insight flickered in his feminine eyes, though his smile remained undiminished. "You must be the newly appointed captain of the spiritual field team, junior brother Chen Yi. I have heard much about you from my cousin, who speaks highly of your sharp intellect and boundless potential. Meeting you today, your distinguished bearing and composed demeanor truly confirm these praises." Chen Yi promptly clasped his fists and bowed slightly, responding with respect. "Senior brother, his compliments are most generous. I am but a novice newly arrived. I humbly seek your guidance in times to come." As he spoke, a subtle shift in his consciousness allowed him to cautiously probe, immediately sensing the faint yet powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from Hiyude, which far surpassed that of the mid-stage Qi refinement, indicating at least the late stage, possibly even reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Well said, well said. "Junior brother Chen is too courteous. Please take a seat." He warmly gestured for Chen Yi to sit beside Sun Zhengyuan, then began the introductions. These two are Yi Shanshan, junior sister Yi, and Jiang Xiaolu, junior brother Jiang. They are both capable young leaders among our outer sex spiritual field management, each having attained the 6th layer of Qi refinement. You shall be colleagues in the future, so do get to know each other better. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi felt a stir in his heart. The names Yi Shanshan and Jiang Xiaolu had been mentioned by Zhang Zhug. Yi Shanshan's grandfather is a well-known first-tier alchemist within the sect, reputed to have already reached the 2nd tier in alchemical mastery. However, her cultivation remains at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, unable to break through to foundation establishment, positioning her akin to an ordinary foundation elder. Jiang Xiaolu's grandfather is a first-tier artifact craftsman, similarly formidable in stature and not to be underestimated. Though these two are merely leaders of the spiritual fields, their backgrounds are solid, making them figures that no outer sect disciple would dare to provoke lightly. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he nodded in greeting to the two. Senior sister Yi, senior brother Jiang, I am Chen Yi, pleased to meet you. Jiang Xiaolu merely acknowledged with a silent nod, his demeanor steady and words few. In contrast, Yi Shanshan beamed with a charming smile, her voice melodious akin to a yellow aureole, laced with a playful reproach. So, you are junior brother Chen? Quite handsome, I must say. Having been in the sect for so long, you haven't come to pay your respects to your senior sister. Are you perhaps only focused on your senior brother's son? Her sparkling eyes and charming smile appeared to scold, yet they carried an irresistible warmth. Chen Yi felt a twinge of caution, while she seemed lively and charming. Her ability to be drawn in by He in such a setting indicated she was no simple character. He immediately donned a fitting expression of modest embarrassment and flattery, replying, Senior sister is jesting. Your beauty is unparalleled, the fairest in the outer sect. As a junior with limited cultivation and numerous responsibilities, I feared I might inadvertently offend senior sister, which is why I have delayed my visit. I hope senior sister can forgive my oversight. Ha ha, junior brother. Your words are truly sweet. Like honey. Yi Shanshan laughed lightly, her demeanor lively. Now, please take a seat. We've been waiting for you and senior brother Sunday. Chen Yi complied and took his seat, casting a glance over the three present. Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shanshan, Jiang Xiaolu, alongside himself. A newly appointed leader at the 5th layer of Qi refinement with Zhang Zhug as support. The attendees were all leaders of the spiritual fields with considerable backgrounds. Chen Yi's mind was clear as day. His earlier suspicions had been largely confirmed. He's intentions were likely targeted at the vast resources of the outer sex spiritual fields. Once everyone was seated and the pleasantries concluded, He gently clapped his hands. The intricately carved wooden door opened silently, and several elegantly dressed maidens with delicate features entered in procession, their movements light and well-trained. They carried exquisite jade plates and porcelain cups, methodically arranging a series of fragrant and visually appealing spiritual dishes upon the table. Firstly, an exquisite platter adorned with intricately carved spiritual fruits, arranged in various floral designs, presents itself. The fruits, with their alluring hues, exude a captivating fragrance, infused with ethereal energy. Following this are several main courses, either succulent meat ribs from mystical beasts, perfectly crisp on the outside, yet tender within, their flesh subtly revealing the patterns of spiritual energy, or a rich spiritual stew, slow-cooked with a medley of spiritual vegetables and mushrooms, its essence steaming with vitality. Lastly, a few jugs of premium spiritual wine, adorned with the label of Then, yet evidently superior in quality compared to what Chen Yi had previously purchased, are served. Even unopened, the wine emits a robust aroma, mingled with pure spiritual energy. As Chen Yi's gaze sweeps across the lavish banquet before him, he cannot help but marvel internally. Based on his experience and knowledge of the marketplace, he estimates that the cost of these ingredients and spiritual wines, coupled with the labor and environmental costs of the private room on the 2nd floor of Then Shun, would easily exceed 700 or 800 low-grade spiritual stones. Indeed, He has spared no expense for this gathering. Dear fellow disciples, it is a rare occasion for us to convene today, so please do not hold back. These modest offerings are but a token of my appreciation. Indulge freely, as all expenses will be charged to my account, Hyude declares, raising a glass of the clear, amber-hued spiritual wine with a warm smile, his tone imbued with an undeniable air of generosity. Brother He, you are too kind. Thank you for your hospitality, responds the attendees, including Sun Jingyuan, Yishan Shan, Jiang Xiaolu, and the accompanying Su Bailu, all raising their glasses with smiles upon their faces. Chen Yi promptly lifts his own cup, expressing his gratitude. As the spiritual wine glides down his throat, it transforms into a gentle warmth that spreads throughout his limbs. It is devoid of the usual sharpness of common wines, instead nurturing his meridians and subtly invigorating his spirit, truly worth its value. After a round of toasts and a few bites of food, the atmosphere gradually becomes more lively. Su Bailu, as the intermediary and cousin of Hyude, naturally assumes the role of energizing the gathering. He engages in lively banter, sharing amusing anecdotes from their sect and guiding the conversation to encourage mutual introductions and exchanges of insights on cultivation. Sun Jingyuan shares the minutiae of managing spiritual fields and his cultivation bottlenecks, while Yishan Shan, with her charming demeanor, recounts tales from the marketplace and whispers of alchemical secrets. Even the seemingly reticent Jiang Xiaolu contributes a few words when the topic shifts to materials for refining. Chen Yi participates in the conversation, posing inconsequential questions and attentively listening, keenly capturing every phrase that might yield valuable information. Before long, he acquires several critical pieces of intelligence. Firstly, Hyude is a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement, possessing superior dual spiritual roots of water and wood, indicative of exceptional talent. He also has a master, an elder in the foundation establishment stage, responsible for logistics within the outer sect. Though this position may lack the grandeur of those in combat, it wields significant authority, particularly regarding the storeroom and resource allocation. No wonder Su Bailu is so well informed within the administrative hall. Additionally, Jiang Xiaolu's lineage is noteworthy. Not only is his grandfather a seasoned first-tier refiner, but he himself has also attained the rank of a first-tier refiner. According to Yi Shanshan, who spoke with a hint of admiration, Jiang Xiaolu has already mastered the stable production of mid-tier, first-grade magical artifacts, boasting a commendable success rate among peers of the same level. This explains his remarkably sturdy physique. Crafting artifacts is not merely a technical endeavor, but also a physically demanding one, requiring prolonged periods of hammering and manipulating the fire of the earth, thereby imposing significant demands on one's physical strength. Chapter 63. Methods to earn spirit stones after several rounds of spirit wine. The table had consumed a considerable portion of the spiritual feast, and the atmosphere grew increasingly congenial. However, each individual present was acutely aware that the true matter of importance had yet to commence. Hyude elegantly dabbed at the corner of his mouth with a silk cloth and gently set down his jade cup. This gesture served as a silent signal, prompting the voices of those engaged in conversation to gradually diminish, their gazes subtly shifting toward the principal seat. Su Bailu, ever perceptive, promptly rose and, with a smile, suggested he would go and urge the kitchen for the desserts, discreetly excusing himself from the private room while deftly closing the door behind him. Instantly, the atmosphere within the room fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the gentle fragrance of incense and the faint sounds of silk and bamboo instruments wafting in from outside. Hyude's gaze slowly swept over the 4 individuals present, and the customary warm smile on his face faded slightly, revealing a touch of appropriate gravity. He sighed softly, his voice not loud, yet distinctly audible to all ears. Dear junior brothers and sisters, as we embark on this path of cultivation, our desire is but for longevity and freedom, wielding power in our grasp. Yet, the most arduous challenge we face is not the bottlenecks in our techniques, nor the life and death battles we must endure, but rather the matter of spirit stones. They are perpetually necessary and constantly in short supply, flowing away like water. Earning them is a struggle, while spending them occurs with alarming swiftness. even with the support of my esteemed mentor. I find myself graying with worry over the resources for cultivation. Though his words appeared to be a lament, they precisely struck a chord with the hearts of those present. Sun Jingyuan recalled the embarrassment of painstakingly accumulating contribution points to exchange for meager foundational elixirs. Yi Shanshan considered her grandfather's profitable alchemical endeavors. If she could not directly squander the gains, Jiang Zilu was acutely aware of the exorbitant costs of crafting materials. The three of them simultaneously displayed expressions of deep resonance, whether solemn or resigned. Chen Yi also furrowed his brow slightly in agreement, portraying an expression that indeed reflected the truth of the matter. Noticing the reactions of the gathered individuals, Hyude recognized that the moment was ripe. He shifted the topic, his eyes rekindling with a glimmer of brilliance and fervor. It is precisely for this reason that I have taken the liberty today to invite several trusted junior brothers and sisters here. Not for any other purpose, but to brainstorm together, leveraging your positions as leaders of the spiritual fields, to devise a method to earn a bit of wealth and accumulate more spirit stones, thus facilitating a smoother journey along our path. Earn wealth? Sun Jingyuan was the first to speak up. His innate talent was the finest among them, and his background was no less formidable. Thus, he had fewer reservations. Intrigued by the proposition, though his tone remained cautious, he inquired, "Might I ask what kind of wealth you wish to pursue, brother? We are all responsible for the spiritual fields. While the yield of spiritual rice does possess some profitable margins, the rules are stringent, and the interests have long been delineated. I am curious as to where this wealth might originate." Hyude smiled slightly, refraining from answering directly and instead posing a question in return. "Junior brother's son, having reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, you must have noticed that the usual gathering elixirs have significantly diminished in their efficacy for your cultivation, have you not?" Sun Jingyuan's expression shifted subtly as he nodded in acknowledgement. It is an undeniable truth that as one ascends in cultivation, the demand for the quality of alchemical pills correspondingly intensifies. To sustain or even accelerate one's cultivation speed, only a superior grade Qinyuan pill, surpassing the Qi-gathering pill, can suffice. Hyude's voice was calm, yet imbued with a subtle persuasive power. However, a single bottle of Qinyuan pills retails for no less than 150 lower-grade spirit stones in the marketplace, containing merely 3 pills, and their potency only lasts for a day's cultivation. Calculated over a month, relying on them for cultivation would cost at least 1,500 spirit stones. Such an expenditure is beyond the means of anyone save for those exceptional geniuses with supreme spiritual roots whom sects invest in wholeheartedly. This blunt truth struck everyone like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. Their current monthly income, even factoring in the gray portions from spirit fields, barely reached 500 to 600 spirit stones, which also had to cover expenses such as artifact maintenance, talisman purchases, and social obligations. To depend on Qinyuan pills for cultivation was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Even Chen Yi nodded inwardly, after breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refining. He had clearly felt a diminished effect from the Qi gathering pills and was troubled by this predicament. Observing the solemn expressions, mingled with yearning and a hint of helplessness, Hyude knew the moment had come. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice, yet spoke with unwavering confidence. "If you, my fellow juniors, trust me and are willing to cooperate, I have my own channels. I can guarantee each of you an additional net income of over 1,000 spirit stones every month. With this sum, whether it be purchasing Qinyuan pills to hasten cultivation, acquiring superior artifacts and talismans, or saving towards the hope of future foundation establishment, all will be well within reach." The prospect of an extra 1,000 spirit stones per month caused Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shanshan, and Jiang Zilu to momentarily catch their breath. Even Chen Yi's eyes gleamed sharply. This would nearly double their current disposable income. "Senior brother, please be candid. What method do you propose?" Sun Jingyuan could not restrain himself from inquiring. Yi Shanshan, Jiang Zilu, and Chen Yi fixed their gazes intently upon Hyude, awaiting his explanation. Hyude ceased his teasing and lowered his voice further, almost to a whisper. "It is quite simple. Each of you is required to submit a monthly quota of 10,000 gene of spirit rice to the sect, correct? Together, that amounts to 40,000 gene. At market value, this spirit rice is worth approximately 20,000 spirit stones. He paused, scrutinizing their reactions before continuing slowly. I can purchase a batch of inferior quality spirit rice from the market for 5,000 spirit stones. Some even adulterated with ordinary mortal rice. Then I substitute this substandard batch for the rice you submit. Thus, the sect receives the full quota of 40,000 gene. Passes inspection, but the actual cost is only 5,000 spirit stones. The difference of 15,000 spirit stones is ours, passing off inferior goods as superior. Upon hearing this, except for Chen Yi, who maintained a composed demeanor, Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shan, and Jiang Zi's expressions turned grave, their eyes filled with shock and resistance. Sun Jingyuan immediately shook his head. Senior brother, this is far too perilous. The sect rigorously inspects the quality of spirit rice. Should the deception be discovered, substituting inferior for superior, the consequences range from cultivation annulment and expulsion from the sect to execution on the spot. The risk is simply too great. Yi Shinshin's expression subtly shifted, and she promptly concurred, indeed, senior brother, we cannot pass the inspection. Moreover, these spiritual rice will ultimately be allocated for the outer disciples' consumption. While the quality may diminish without immediate detection, over time, it will inevitably impact the disciples' cultivation, drawing attention from above, leading to inquiries that would implicate us all. Although Jiang Zilu remained silent, the furrowed brow and slightly reclined posture unmistakably conveyed his dissent. Observing that the moment was ripe, Chen Yi interjected with a tone of cautious inquiry. Senior brother He, both senior brother Sun and senior sister Yi have made valid points. The inspection is pivotal, and the subsequent ramifications pose a significant risk. This matter is of utmost importance. Might I ask what comprehensive strategy you have to ensure we navigate these two formidable hurdles unscathed? His question struck at the heart of the matter, resonating with the concerns of the other three. In the face of their skepticism and trepidation, He Yude appeared unfazed, donning a smile that suggested he was well prepared. Surely, I am aware of my junior brother's apprehensions. Since I dare to propose this, I must possess the confidence to see it through. His tone was resolute. Firstly, regarding the inspection. To be candid, among those responsible for the final verification of the outer disciple storage of spiritual rice, there are individuals who are well acquainted with my master. Coupled with the relationships I have cultivated over the years, I can facilitate the inspection process and ensure the smooth entry of this batch of spiritual rice. This should pose no significant issue. He continued, as for the subsequent implications, I have devised a solution. We can allocate the remaining 60,000 pounds of high-quality spiritual rice collected normally to the disciples of the Alchemy Hall, the Weaponry Hall, the Talisman Hall, and other sects, particularly those with connections. The 40,000 pounds of lesser quality spiritual rice can then be distributed among the ordinary outer disciples, given their larger numbers and faster consumption. Any occasional complaints about the rice's quality will likely create little disturbance. I will also manage the sentiments within the other halls to suppress any dissent from the outer disciples, ensuring the matter does not escalate. Upon this proposal's introduction, the resistance in Sun Jingyuan and the other's eyes visibly diminished, replaced by hesitation and calculation. The perceived risk seemed to have been contained within a manageable scope. Recognizing the moment for substantial negotiation had arrived, Chen Yi ceased to dwell on the risks and posed the most critical question, his gaze steady upon He Yude. Senior brother He, your planning is meticulous, and I commend you. According to this scheme, what specific amount of spiritual stones can the four of us expect to receive each month? With this question, the attention of Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shan, and Jiang Zilu converged upon him, their eyes glimmering with approval and anticipation. Chen Yi had a knack for articulating their most pressing concerns, those core interests that were difficult to voice directly. He Yude appeared to have anticipated this inquiry. Responding with a grin, Junior Brother Chen, your forthrightness is commendable. Based on our previous discussion, the monthly price difference is approximately 15,000 spiritual stones. However, facilitating the inspection, allocation, and managing various connections will incur considerable expenses. I will need to allocate at least 10,000 spiritual stones for these arrangements. The remaining 5,000 spirit stones shall be equally divided among us 5, granting each person 1,000 spirit stones. What say you all? One might think that a mere 10,000 spirit stones would suffice. Yet how naive to assume that I, a mere young master, would endure 5 years of servitude without recompense. Chen Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. He had witnessed this kind of middleman skimming off the top far too often. He knew that although Hyude claimed to take only 1,000, in reality, he would likely pocket at least another 1,000 or even more from the operational fees. Nevertheless, a facade of gratitude and concern graced his face as he spoke. Brother He, you are indeed generous to share the profits with us. However, is this 10,000 spirit stones truly sufficient? After all, there are numerous intricacies involved, and should any misstep occur, it could set off a chain reaction. With that, he discreetly shot a glance at Sun Jingyuan beside him. Sun Jingyuan, already harboring doubts about the 10,000 spirit stones, immediately grasped Chen Yi's hint and responded in kind. What Brother Chen says is absolutely correct. Brother, while this sum is substantial, we remain unaware of its allocation, where it is spent, and how much has been used. And this uncertainty is quite unsettling. Yi Shanshan and Jiang Zilu, not to be left out, quickly caught on. Yi Shanshan, with a playful smile, inquired with a hint of probing. Indeed, Brother He, since we are collaborating, transparency is paramount. Might we reconsider the details of these operational fees? Jiang Zilu, in his typically subdued manner, added, if we are to share the risks, the accounts should be clear as well. Hyude's smile faltered slightly. He had not anticipated Chen Yi's astuteness, nor the immediate support from Sun Jingyuan and the others, which formed a pressing inquiry. His ulterior motives had been publicly unveiled, leading to an awkward atmosphere. However, being the architect of this scheme and possessing a thick skin, he quickly adjusted his expression to one of feigned misunderstanding and grievance, then displayed a magnanimous concession. Oh dear, my esteemed junior brothers and sisters have misunderstood me. I harbor no intention of lining my own pockets. There are simply many areas that require attention. Since there are doubts, to demonstrate my sincerity, I shall take a step back. He extended 2 fingers. Thus, let us reduce the operational fees to 9,000 spirit stones. This is my final offer. Any less would render the endeavor unfeasible. Of the remaining 6,000 spirit stones, I shall take only 1,000, leaving the other 5,000 for you 4 to divide. This way, each of you will receive 1,250 spirit stones monthly. Surely, this should put your minds at ease? This revised proposal markedly increased the share for Sun Jingyuan and the others. However, upon hearing it, they did not immediately express their approval. Instead, they instinctively turned their gazes back to Chen Yi. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yi's calm analysis and incisive inquiries had unwittingly established him as a silent cornerstone within this newly formed group. Chen Yi's mind raced as he calculated. The 9,000 operational fees would certainly still allow Hyude to greedily retain at least another 1,000. Yet considering the significant operational risks he bore, and the fact that this plan would indeed afford them a stable increase of over 1,000 spirit stones each month, the risk remained within acceptable limits. This condition was agreeable. He met the gaze of the 3 individuals, gave a slight nod, and then turned to Hyude, calmly stating, Brother He, your sincerity is commendable and your arrangements meticulous. I have no objections. His straightforward agreement surprised Sun Jingyuan and the others. Was there no further contention? Seeing Chen Yi's nod, Hyude felt a wave of relief wash over him. Seizing the moment, he directed his gaze toward the still hesitant Sun Jingyuan and his companions. His tone now imbued with earnestness yet subtly laced with admonition. Brother Sun, I am aware of your remarkable talent and lofty aspirations. However, does your 3rd uncle not have a son? I have heard that his youngest child, though possessing inferior spiritual roots, has access to resources that may rival your own. Some resources must be fought for. He then turned to Jiang Zilu and Yi Shanshan. Brother Jiang, Sister Yi, your grandfathers are highly skilled masters. Yet they are advanced in age, and their cultivation may stagnate. They can offer you temporary protection, but can they safeguard you for a lifetime? The path ahead ultimately must be forged by your own efforts. Spirit stones are the cornerstone of cultivation. These words instantly pierce through the final hesitations and hopes of Sun Jingyuan and his companions. The weight of reality, the anxiety for the future, and the allure of substantial immediate benefits intertwined. Sun Jingyuan took a deep breath and was the first to declare, "Brother He, your considerations are thorough. I am willing to join." Yi Shanshan and Jiang Xiaolu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "We too consent." "Excellent." He Yude clapped his hands in laughter. His demeanor transformed from shadowy to vibrant. "Indeed, all of you are discerning and bold individuals. Is settled then. The specifics will be communicated separately between Bailu and each of you. All you need to do is prepare your share on time. The rest will be handled by me. Await the good news and prepare to receive your spirit stones." Thus, an alliance fraught with individual motives and entangled interests was quietly forged within the elegant chamber of Zy Nanshan. Chen Yi raised his cup and drank with the others. The liquid slid down his throat, its taste complex. He understood that this arrangement would inevitably come to light, and that there would certainly be consequences. Yet, for the sake of the monthly allocation of 1,250 spirit stones and a hastened cultivation pace, this risk was worth taking. Chapter 65. Chen Yi invites 3 aboard with a profit-sharing plan finalized. Hyude's face once again blossomed with a spring-like smile, as if the previous negotiations had never taken place. He stood, raised his cup for a final toast. "Dear brothers and sisters, may our collaboration be fruitful. The deadline for the spirit rice submission next month is approaching, and I must go and make the necessary arrangements. Upon your return, please ensure you are well prepared. Today's revelry has been most enjoyable, and all expenses will be on my account. Here as to brother He achieving swift success, we await the good news." Chen Yi and the others raised their cups in response. He Yude nodded in satisfaction and departed the elegant chamber with Su Bailu, who maintained a constant smile. As the door closed, only Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shanshan, Jiang Xiaolu, and Chen Yi remained. The unified front they had presented to He Yude quickly faded, replaced by a more nuanced atmosphere that required them to redefine their relationships with one another. After a brief silence, Sun Jingyuan took the initiative to speak. He turned to Chen Yi, his tone imbued with a newfound sincerity and warmth. "Junior brother Chen, today's events owe much to your meticulous thought and incisive insight. Had you not unveiled that subtle deception, we would have undoubtedly been stripped of even more resources. Henceforth, we shall be brothers weathering the storm together." Yi Sansan, with a charming smile, her gaze now lacking the prior skepticism, added with a hint of recognition, "Indeed, junior brother Chen, the sudden emergence of 250 spirit stones is a favor I shall remember. In the future, should you require any inquiries within the sect or matters that are best left discreet, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have connections in this alchemy hall." Jiang Zelu, maintaining his usual composed demeanor, softened his gaze towards Chen Yi considerably and spoke plainly. "Junior brother Chen, should you need any assistance regarding magical tools, feel free to approach me. For first tier, mid-grade, and below, provide your own materials, and I shall waive the labor fee to gift you one." In the face of their overtures, Chen Yi's wariness remained, though his expression betrayed a mix of astonishment and subtle concern. He refrained from taking credit, instead steering the conversation towards deeper concerns. "Senior brother Sun, senior sister Yi, senior brother Jiang, you flatter me. What I expressed was merely for our collective benefit. However," he paused, his tone turning somber, "the risks of this matter still loom. Though senior brother, he speaks with eloquence. Substituting quality with subpar goods and deceiving the sect is ultimately a perilous dance on the edge of a blade. Should this come to light, we would all be implicated as accomplices, and the consequences would be dire." Chen Yi's words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening the excitement of the trio who had just reached an agreement, their expressions shifting from ease to a renewed cloud of concern. "What you say is indeed true," Sun Jingyuan said, his brow furrowed, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Yet, having made our decision, there is no turning back. Junior brother, you are known for your astute mind and strategic acumen. How do you propose we navigate this to safeguard ourselves? Yishan Shan and Jiang Xiaolu turned their gazes towards Chen Yi, their eyes filled with inquiry and reliance. Unbeknownst to them, within this newly formed small circle, Chen Yi had garnered considerable trust and influence due to his calm analysis and pivotal negotiation skills. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi slowly articulated, "Respected seniors, I have some rather unrefined ideas that may help mitigate potential losses and penalties should the situation unravel. Pray do share." The trio responded eagerly. "Firstly, we must sever ties." Chen Yi raised a finger. "The four of us should refrain from directly handling the collection, replacement, or submission of the spirit rice. Instead, delegate these mundane tasks to trusted subordinates who are unaware of the full picture. We shall oversee the final acceptance and directives. This way, even if discrepancies arise in the subsequent processes, we can claim ignorance or mismanagement on the part of our subordinates, rather than being seen as the masterminds." Sun Jingyuan and the others' eyes brightened as they nodded in agreement. "Secondly, we must simplify the flow of funds." Chen Yi raised his second finger, suggesting that the spirit stones received monthly from Brother he should ideally not be collected separately by the four of us. "I propose that we elect one person as a representative to receive them collectively, followed by internal distribution. This approach simplifies our objective, minimizes attention, and reduces the trace of spirit stone transactions. Lastly, we must establish a defensive alliance." Chen Yi's gaze swept across the three, his tone grave. "Once this endeavor commences, we four will be akin to grasshoppers on the same rope. We must agree that regardless of the circumstances, our external statements must remain consistent, and we must protect one another. Under no circumstance should anyone sacrifice another to safeguard their own interests. Otherwise, should one encounter trouble, it will inevitably drag us all down." The essence of these 3 points he raised is centered on risk isolation and mutual interest binding. Delegating the specifics is akin to erecting a firewall. Unifying the flow of funds minimizes exposure, while demanding a defensive alliance firmly binds the others to a chariot, preventing any betrayal at crucial moments. After all, in comparison to Hiyude, these 3 colleagues are the key figures with whom he will have to coexist long-term, potentially restraining one another. Chen Yi found himself in a predicament. The intricacies within the sect were overwhelmingly complex. He needed to carve a path to earn spirit stones while also navigating the associated pains. A single misstep could lead him to a fate akin to Lindong, who had to betray the sect and risk his life outside for spirit stones. He must keep a watchful eye on Hiyude, remain wary of these 3, and also be cautious of the sect's swift blade. It is essential to seize the opportunity to amass spirit stones while also being prepared to withdraw when the sect raises its sword. Of course, if Chen Yi were to establish his foundation, such concerns would become moot, but that was still a distant prospect. Chapter 66. Brotherhood. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Sun Jingyuan slammed the table, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Junior brother Chen has considered everything thoroughly, cutting ties, simplifying matters, forming alliances. Each point is golden advice. To mitigate risks, I propose that the 4 of us take a vow of integrity. Should anyone betray one another or violate today's agreement of mutual advancement, let their cultivation be eternally stunted, plagued by inner demons, and their path to enlightenment severed. The vow of integrity holds substantial binding power for cultivators. Although it is not absolutely unbreakable, breaking such a vow can easily give rise to inner demons, severely affecting future cultivation, or even lead to a descent into madness. It is a commonly used and effective means to establish trust among cultivators. I have no objections. Yishan Shan was the first to respond, fully aware of the risks involved. The vow would provide her with peace of mind. Agreed, Jiang Xiaolu succinctly stated, also expressing his consent. Naturally, Chen Yi would not oppose. It was precisely what he desired. It should be so, seeing that everyone had no dissent. Yi Shinshin's beautiful eyes sparkled as she suddenly smiled and proposed. Since we are to take a vow of integrity, sharing risks and benefits, why not take it a step further? Today, we 4 are in harmony and have conspired for great matters. Let us become sworn siblings of different surnames. In our future journeys on the path of immortality, we can look out for one another and provide mutual support. What do you all think? This suggestion took Sun Jingyuan and Jiang Zilu by surprise, but they soon fell into deep contemplation. Brotherhood signifies a more profound bond, transcending mere alliances of convenience to encompass ties of camaraderie. In the intricate milieu of sex, such connections can often prove more resilient than simple interest-based relationships. Excellent. Sun Jingyuan mused briefly before readily acquiescing. The more brothers, the more paths available. I consent. Yet, Jiang Zilu remained succinct in his response, though his nod was resolute. The trio's gaze then turned to Chen Yi, who had yet to express his stance. Observing Chen's hesitation, Sun Jingyuan, half-jokingly yet earnestly, inquired, "What is it, Brother Chen? Do you perhaps find us unworthy of your brotherhood?" Chen Yi swiftly waved his hand, a fitting mixture of trepidation and humility gracing his features. "Brother Sun, you flatter me. I am but a humble disciple. To collaborate with esteemed brothers and sisters such as you is already a stroke of luck. How could I dare to elevate myself? To forge a bond of brotherhood might tarnish your esteemed status." His words, retreating yet advancing, served both as a probe into their sincerity regarding the brotherhood and as a means of preserving his own dignity. Yi Shanshan, perceptive and astute, immediately discerned Chen Yi's concerns and chimed in with a playful laugh. "Brother, such thoughts are unwarranted. Here, we speak not of origins or talents. Your wisdom and composure surpass many. Your future accomplishments may well eclipse our own. The honor of forging a bond with you may indeed lie with us. So please, do not decline." Sun Jingyuan and Jiang Zilu nodded in agreement, affirming Yi Shinshan's sentiments. Witnessing their genuine demeanor, devoid of mere formality, Chen Yi's thoughts raced. Initially, he had merely sought to ally with them, never contemplating a brotherhood. However, the advantages of such a bond were clear: tighter connections, broader channels of information, and potential mutual support in critical moments. Yet, such a bond also implied deeper entanglements, complicating matters should conflicts of interest arise in the future. Nevertheless, at present, they shared a common secret and mutual interests, akin to an arrow already drawn taut, ready to be released. Should he refuse, these three might well distance themselves from him. Realizing this, Chen Yi's countenance shifted to one of gratitude and resolve as he clasped his hands and declared, "I am deeply honored by your kindness, esteemed brothers and sisters. If I were to decline further, it would be an affront to your generosity. Thus, I am willing to forge a bond of brotherhood with you all, sharing both fortune and misfortune, steadfast and unyielding." With Chen Yi's agreement, the four exchanged smiles, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. The next matter at hand was to establish their order. According to the customary practices of the cultivation world, rank should typically be determined by cultivation level or potential. However, Sun Jingyuan possessed a superior spirit root, with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi training. Both Yi Shanshan and Jiang Zilu held medium spirit roots and the same cultivation level, while Chen Yi, with a medium spirit root, was at the 5th layer of Qi training. By this measure, Sun Jingyuan would undoubtedly be the elder brother. Yet, Sun Jingyuan proposed, since we are to be siblings, our time together will be long, and cultivation levels can fluctuate. Why not arrange ourselves by age instead? It would be fairer and more enduring, as well as foster closeness. This suggestion was met with agreement from Yi Shanshan and Jiang Zilu, and naturally, Chen Yi had no objections. The four then exchanged their birth dates, revealing that Jiang Zilu was the eldest at 23. Sun Jingyuan followed closely at 22. Yi Shanshan was 21, and Chen Yi was the youngest, having just turned 20 and a half not long ago. Thus, the order was established. The eldest, Jiang Zilu; the second, Sun Jingyuan; the third, Yi Shanshan; and Chen Yi, the fourth brother. With the hierarchy set, the four gathered in a private chamber, substituting spirit wine for blood wine, and solemnly pledged their heartfelt vows beneath the luminous moonlight. Heaven and earth, bear witness to our resolve. Today I, Jiang Zilu, Sun Jingyuan, Yi Shanshan, and Chen Yi, forge a bond of brotherhood despite our differing surnames. From this day forth, we shall share fortune and misfortune, stand united through trials, and remain steadfast in loyalty to one another. Should any of us stray from this oath, may our hearts be clouded, our cultivation stagnate, and may heaven and earth forsake us. Once the oath was uttered, an invisible bond seemed to sweep over their hearts. The four exchanged glances, sensing that their relationship had indeed transformed. It was now marked by less calculation and more genuine closeness. What began as a collaboration rooted in self-interest unexpectedly blossomed into a small fellowship reinforced by both heartfelt vows and brotherly ties. Chapter 67. Spirit Stones Acquired. Qing Yuan pills with the public endorsement of Jiang Zialu, Sun Jingyuan, and Yishan Shan. Chen Yi's ascension to the position of leader of the Spirit Field team progressed smoothly. Any potential doubts evaporated with Yi Shinshin's light-hearted remark, "Junior brother Chen is our sworn brother. Woe betide anyone who dares to oppose him." Her gaze flickered across the faces of other leaders, and the implicit threat in her words was unmistakable. Despite any lingering thoughts, the other leaders, observing the support behind Chen Yi and recalling the formidable Zhang Zhug, suppressed their intentions and congratulated him with clasped hands. "Junior brother Chen is young and talented. Congratulations." The power vacuum left by Cui Das' hand was swiftly filled. Chen Yi summoned Qian Xiao to his side, his gaze calm as he regarded this clever young subordinate. "Xiao, I have been appointed as the leader. There are matters that require someone to step up. I find you capable. Do you wish to take this position?" Qianzhou was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him, and he knelt with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement. "Indeed, I desire it. I dream of it. Thank you, senior brother Chen, for your support. I shall forever be grateful for your kindness." "Rise," Chen Yi said, offering a gentle yet firm hand. "The position is yours, but you must handle it well. I will entrust you with certain tasks moving forward. Put your heart into it, and rewards will surely follow." "Yes, senior brother, rest assured. I will dedicate myself fully and ensure there are no mistakes," Qian Zhaowu pledged, his eyes alight with gratitude and anticipation of climbing the ranks. Regarding the spiritual rice, Chen Yi adhered strictly to the predetermined strategy, ensuring he did not intervene directly. He delegated the specifics to Qian Zhaowu, knowing that if any issues arose, he could simply distance himself. Chen Yi was no altruist, having acquired the spirit stones. He was not about to risk his life for them. Such greed would be excessive. Although Qian Xiao found this somewhat perplexing, any doubts were quelled as he clutched the spirit stones that Chen Yi had generously bestowed upon him. He understood that if he hesitated, others like Zhou Dainiu and Zhao Si would eagerly step in. 10 days later arrived, marking the day for their first profit distribution. Su Bailu discreetly approached Chen Yi and handed him an inconspicuous gray storage bag, his face adorned with the usual smile. He lowered his voice. "Junior brother Chen, count it. 5,000 in total. Senior brother," he mentioned that the cooperation is pleasant, and it shall continue next month. Chen Yi scanned the contents with his spiritual sense, confirming the amount was accurate. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, senior brother Su. Please convey my gratitude to senior brother He." Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chen Yi wasted no time. Under the cover of night, he clandestinely visited Jiang Zialu, Sun Jingyuan, and Yishan Shan in succession. Outside the modest yet brightly lit forging chamber of Jiang Zialu, he presented a similarly styled bag. "Elder brother, this is your share." Jiang Zialu accepted it, weighed it in his hands, and simply remarked, "That's fine," before stowing the bag away and resuming his rhythmic hammering, the sound of metal ringing once more. In the more refined courtyard of Sun Jingyuan, upon receiving the spirit stones, a smile graced Sun Jingyuan's face as he patted Chen Yi's shoulder. "Fourth brother, you handle matters efficiently. Now, I've finally gathered enough to purchase that coveted magical artifact." At Yi Shunshin's abode, which wafted with it a subtle fragrance of herbs, she took the bag, peered inside, and her smile deepened. She affectionately pinched Chen Yi's cheek. "You are the most reliable fourth brother. Now, I can finally get that feathered attire I've had my eye on. Next time at the market, I'll bring you a share of the new blush and powders." Chen Yi chuckled helplessly. "Third sister, I have no use for those. Yisan-san, monsieur usui inkit." The entire process was succinct and efficient. The four shared a tacit understanding, merely confirming the amount without further ado. Each received an additional monthly allocation of 1,250 spirit stones, alleviating their burdens. Simultaneously, their trust and affection for Chen Yi, who managed the logistics and communications, grew stronger. Thus, this clandestine financial channel began to operate steadily, uninterrupted each month. Coupled with his regular salary as team leader and the routine management fees from the spiritual fields, Chen Yi's monthly disposable income of spirit stones stabilized above 1,700, far exceeding the earnings of his adoptive father, Zhang Zhug. Naturally, Chen Yi did not disclose this information to Zhang Zhug, fearing it might implicate him or risk being disallowed from continuing his endeavors. Regarding the acquisition of spirit stones, Chen Yi held a firm stance. As long as you do not gamble, do not hinder my pursuits. This sum of 1,700 spirit stones was an immense fortune for an outer sect disciple at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Chen Yi finally exhaled deeply, silently acknowledging, at least for the short term, I need not fret over spirit stones. Earning them this way is truly gratifying. With a substantial amount in hand, he felt no inclination to hoard. Rather, he became increasingly composed. He recognized the dubious origins of these spirit stones. As he caressed the storage bag, a sense of caution arose within him. He must swiftly convert these into his own strength, cultivation, techniques, elixirs, magical artifacts. Only tangible power could contain this unexpected windfall. Chen Yi's primary objective was crystal clear, the Qingyuan pill. He refrained from recklessly purchasing in bulk at any single shop, as that would be tantamount to broadcasting. I am wealthy and foolish. Come scrutinize me. Instead, he donned a hat to partially obscure his visage. Then, like an ordinary disciple, he lingered in several reputable small and medium-sized pill shops scattered across different districts. How much of the Qingyuan pill? He deliberately altered his voice and hoarsely inquired at a Baiko pavilion. The shopkeeper, sporting a goatee, glanced up at Chen Yi and leisurely replied, 155 low-grade spirit stones per bottle, no haggling. How many bottles would you like, esteemed guest? The price was somewhat higher than elsewhere, so he decided to purchase just one bottle to assess its quality. Chen Yi feigned bargaining, ultimately dragging his feet to buy a single bottle. At another shop, Dan Dingxian, he adopted a different approach. I have heard that your store's Qingyuan pill possesses a pure spiritual essence and is less likely to induce pill toxicity. I have come to procure 2 bottles. Thus, he successfully acquired 10 bottles of Qingyuan pill from 4 or 5 shops, expending a total of 1,500 spirit stones. As he gazed at the substantial depletion of spirit stones within his storage bag, even though he had anticipated this, Chen Yi could not help but feel a pang of regret. How long would it take to accumulate such wealth again? Yet he quickly steeled his resolve. One must be willing to risk for the sake of gain. With these pills, his cultivation speed could potentially double. After completing his purchases, he did not return to the sect immediately. Instead, he pretended to continue wandering, deliberately choosing bustling stalls to meander through. Suddenly, he turned into a narrow alley, winding through it, even employing a hint of lightness technique. Finally, he settled quietly in a concealed corner for a moment, his consciousness fully expanded, meticulously sensing the surroundings. Once he confirmed the absence of any suspicious auras, he removed his hat and ambled back onto the main street. Chen Yi prided himself on his caution. Chapter 68. The Death of Cui Xiaoyu. The minor completion of the shadowless sword. Upon returning to his residence after purchasing the pills, Chen Yi encountered a familiar face, Go Dongzi. At that moment, Go Dongzi bore none of his usual arrogance. He appeared somewhat disheveled, his brow furrowed in agitation. Chen Yi felt a stir in his heart and approached him with a warm smile. Ah, isn't this brother Go? It's been quite a while. Go Dongzi, taken aback upon seeing Chen Yi, quickly recalled that their statuses had shifted and thus could not maintain his previous airs. He forced a strained smile. No need to call me brother. Your cultivation now surpasses mine. I should be addressing you as brother. Ah, that's not the case. I have always held you in high regard, so it's only fitting to call you brother. However, brother, ugh, let us not discuss it. What a misfortune. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi invited him, It's better to meet by chance than to be formally invited. There's a decent tavern up ahead. Why not join me for a couple of drinks? I'll treat you, and we can chat. Go Dongzi, troubled and seeking distraction, readily accepted. The two arrived at an ordinary tavern, and after a few cups of spirit wine, Go Dongzi opened up, unleashing a torrent of grievances. It turned out that although his father, Go Lei, had evaded severe punishment from the sect, the situation with Chui Dashan was far from resolved. The compromise reached dictated that Go Dongzi must bear the basic care costs for Chui Xiaoyu for the remainder of her life, paying at least one spirit stone each month until her natural demise. Though the sum was not exorbitant, it served as a constant reminder of his disgraceful incident, gnawing at his dignity and leaving him in a state of distress. A spiritual stone may seem scarce, yet the thought of relinquishing one for a lifetime fills me with indignation, Guo Dongzi lamented, taking a hearty swig of his drink. Chen Yi, a glimmer of barely perceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. After allowing Guo Dongzi to voice his grievances, he spoke slowly, his tone imbued with sympathy and a hint of sincerity. Brother Guo, I comprehend your plight. Although one spiritual stone per month appears insignificant, over the years it accumulates into a substantial sum. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the inability to swallow this bitter pill. With Chui Xiaoyu in her current state, to be blunt, living is a torment, and it burdens you, Brother Guo. At these words, Guo Dongzi's inebriation began to wane, and he turned his gaze toward Chen Yi. What do you imply, Chen Yi? Chen Yi leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. What I mean, dear brother, is that should Chui Xiaoyu, burdened by her grievous injuries, tragically pass away, you would have tenderly cared for her for 2.5 years, fulfilling your moral duty. Who could then dare to utter a word against you? The monthly obligation would naturally dissolve. Guo Dongzi's pupils constricted, and his hand holding the cup stilled. He was not foolish. He instantly grasped Chen Yi's insinuation. A malicious thought sprouted within him like a venomous weed. Indeed, a bedridden soul, sustained solely by medicinal elixirs, encountering an unfortunate accident seemed entirely plausible. As long as it was executed with discretion, who could uncover the truth? He would be liberated entirely. The agitation in his eyes gradually transformed into a resolve tinged with ruthlessness, and his gaze toward Chen, he gained a new intensity. Your words, Shidi, bear some merit. However, fear not, Brother Guo. Chen Yi interjected with a smile, refilling his cup. I merely spoke in passing, reflecting on the matter. Come, let us drink. Some discussions are best left unspoken. Chen Yi understood Guo Dongzi all too well. The rest was for him to determine. 7 days later, news arrived that Chui Xiaoyu, who had been bedridden for recuperation, succumbed the previous night due to the recurrence of her injuries, despite attempts at salvation. This incident stirred little commotion. A mortal woman long forgotten, her life and death within the vast Qingyun sect were akin to dust. Guo Dongzi feigned sorrow and regret, and the matter was swiftly concluded. His father, Guo Lei, welcomed the outcome, smoothing over any potential repercussions. When Chen Yi received the news, he was in his quiet chamber, polishing the Qingfeng sword. He continued his task, though a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. With Chui Xiaoyu resolved, only Chui Dashan remained. He murmured to himself, his tone serene, yet laced with a chilling intent. If you do not perish, rest assured that when I achieve my cultivation, I shall personally see to your demise. Chen Yi was one to bear grudges. Chui Dashan must die. Having settled these trifles, Chen Yi plunged into frenzied cultivation. The ample supply of spiritual stones allowed him to consume Qingyuan pills without reservation. The effects of these pills indeed surpassed those of the gathering Qi pills, providing a continuous influx of pure spiritual energy that nourished his meridians and Qi Si, accelerating his cultivation speed nearly twofold. Aside from occasionally tending to captain duties or engaging with Jiang Zailu and the others, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation and the study of martial techniques. Chen Yi's mastery of the 5 elements mixed origin technique progressed steadily, and he was resolutely approaching the threshold of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. However, he understood that while the foundation of martial arts was vital, The means to defeat adversaries were equally indispensable. The shadowless sword technique, acquired at the cost of 300 contribution points, became his primary focus of study. Upon delving into its intricacies, Chen Yi discovered that the technique came with an enigmatic footwork that proved remarkably effective. The more he practiced, the more exhilarated he became, marveling at how this peculiar footwork was akin to a first-tier body technique. One day, 3 months later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Yi stood in a clearing beside the spiritual field. With closed eyes, he focused his mind and adjusted his breathing, allowing the mental mantra of the shadowless sword technique to flow through his thoughts. When he reopened his eyes, a cold, concentrated brilliance replaced any prior distraction. He moved without warning, without any formal stance, as if he had melded into the thickening twilight. His footwork reached its zenith, transforming his figure into an elusive wisp, swiftly carving through the air with an uncanny arc. The Qing Feng sword unsheathed silently, and in an instant, a sword shadow, moving at an astonishing speed, materialized alongside his fleeting silhouette. A soft sound echoed, akin to fabric tearing. Chen Yi's form solidified on the opposite side of a wooden post as he gradually sheathed his sword. The once sturdy hardwood post appeared unchanged on the surface. Yet, as a gentle breeze swept by, the upper third of the post silently slid off, its break smooth and mirror-like. That single strike had been executed with unparalleled speed and precision. The sword's edge did not rely on brute force. Instead, it achieved this immaculate cut through deft angles and refined sword energy, all while the prelude and execution were masked by his ghostly footwork and subdued sword intent. Only upon the completion of the strike did the lethal aura suddenly manifest. Observing the severed post, Chen Yi exhaled deeply, a hint of fatigue mingling with a sense of accomplishment illuminating his face. He had finally advanced the shadowless sword-s lethal technique from mere initiation to a significant level of proficiency. This signified that he now possessed a sword technique formidable enough to pose a threat to opponents of the same tier in close combat. Coupled with his rigorous training in lightness techniques and his increasingly refined golden blade technique, his combat capabilities had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Yet, he felt it was still insufficient, still not swift enough, still not elusive enough. Gently stroking the cool blade of the Qing Feng sword, he murmured to himself. He sensed that the shadowless sword still had room for improvement. Both the absolute speed of his strikes and the fluidity of combining footwork with swordplay had yet to reach the ideal state described in the technique, where the sword strikes without shadow and the practitioner moves without sound. Nevertheless, this was already an excellent beginning. Determined, Chen Yi turned and walked towards his meditation chamber. The path of cultivation was an endless journey. He was now prepared to devote himself fully to reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Chapter 69. The 6th layer of Qi refinement. In the tranquility of his chamber, Chen Yi sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy rising and falling like the tide before eventually settling into calmness. Gradually, he opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His aura had significantly deepened compared to 6 months prior. He had finally broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Chen Yi felt the distinctly pure energy reservoir within his danshan, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Over the past half-year, he had shown unwavering diligence. The Qingyuan Dan had been consumed bottle after bottle, and the spiritual fruits brought back by air Mao were devoured one per day. Through this relentless practice day and night, he had finally reached the 6th layer of the Qi refinement stage today. The effects of the Qingyuan Dan were indeed remarkable. Had he relied solely on the gathering Qi Dan and arduous training, it would have taken at least another 2.5 years to achieve such a breakthrough. Chen Yi mused inwardly. Then, with a flicker of thought, he delved into his storage bag and touched the well-preserved cold jade box. Inside lay the ice-blue 2nd-tier spiritual fruit, quietly exuding an alluring aura of spiritual energy. Gazing at this 2nd-tier ice soul fruit, anticipation surged within Chen Yi's heart. The reason he had refrained from using it directly at the 5th layer was due to concerns that its potent spiritual energy might disrupt his meridians. However, now that he had reached the sixth layer with a more solid foundation, he could indeed utilize it in conjunction with the breaking Dan to make a bold move during his advancement in the later stages of Qi refinement. Ah, Lin Zong, you truly are a benevolent soul, Chen Yi thought as he carefully stored away the second-tier spiritual fruit. His first instinct was to share this joyous news with his godfather, Zhang Zhug. However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he gently shook his head. It would be unwise to disturb his godfather, who had recently conveyed that he would be entering seclusion for a while. Moreover, the fact that it had taken him just over a year to progress from the fifth to the sixth layer felt rather rapid. To prevent his godfather from probing too deeply, it would be more prudent to wait until a year later when his godfather emerged from seclusion to reveal his sixth-layer cultivation. With this realization, Chen Yi felt a weight lift from his heart. Since he was not planning to be ostentatious in the near term, the subsequent year's planning became crucial. While pure seclusion and arduous practice could indeed stabilize his realm, it risked becoming excessively monotonous and could lead to stagnation. Chen Yi's mind raced as several directions began to crystallize. First and foremost, acquiring the necessary accompanying artifact for the soul pursuit needle was vital. Without suitable flying needles, this stealthy technique would be akin to a castle in the air. For this, he could visit his elder brother, Jiang Xiaolu, and request his assistance in crafting some. Secondly, having reached the sixth layer of the Qi refinement stage, his reservoir of spiritual power had vastly improved, allowing him to attempt cultivating the 100-foot sword. Lastly, the alchemical manuscripts and formulas obtained from Lindong had already been thoroughly memorized, and it was now time to translate that theoretical knowledge into practical ability. He did not aspire to immediately concoct rare elixirs, such as the returning Dan or bone growth Dan. Rather, he could begin with the most fundamental and economical pill of abstinence to accumulate experience. Should he succeed in mastering this, not only would he become self-sufficient, but in the long run, it would also pave a stable path to prosperity. For Chen Yi, delving into these techniques was not merely a means of diversifying his strength, but also a form of enrichment and expansion throughout his arduous journey, preventing the path of enlightenment from becoming overly monotonous. Resolving to take action, Chen Yi rose and made his way directly to Jiang Xiaolu's residence. Jiang Xiaolu did not reside in Lingtian, but rather in the refining room near the Sex fire vein. As he approached the door, a wave of intense heat rushed towards him. Upon entering, he beheld Jiang Xiaolu, bare-chested, revealing muscles as robust as iron, wielding a massive iron hammer to strike a glowing red metal ingot. Sweat cascaded down his bronze skin, dripping onto the heated metal, emitting a faint, sizzling sound as it evaporated instantly. "Is that you, fourth brother?" Jiang Xiaolu, without lifting his head, responded in a deep voice, "Please take a seat. I shall soon rid this iron of its impurities. I am at a crucial moment. No need to mind me, brother. You carry on. I am merely here to broaden my horizons and observe your craftsmanship," Chen Yi replied, finding a spot nearby where the heat was slightly less intense, and watched with great interest. Encouraged by Chen Yi's words, Jiang Xiaolu seemed to gain even more vigor, eager to showcase his skills before his brother. With a deep breath, he flexed his arm muscles, and the heavy hammer seemed to weigh no more than a feather in his hands, yet it bore an immense force. Bang, 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 bang. The rhythmic sound of the hammer striking was continuous, yet it was not chaotic. Rather, it possessed a unique cadence and rhythm. Each blow was swifter than the last, each strike heavier than the previous, akin to waves upon waves, with power penetrating deeper into the glowing metal. The hammer's precision was unparalleled. With every strike, the metal ingot slightly deformed, expelling minute black impurities. The hammer danced gracefully, and the control of force was impeccable, leaving the overall structure and the nascent internal patterns of the metal intact. Chen Yi nodded in quiet approval. Although he was not versed in refining techniques, he could discern that Jiang Xiaolu's hammering was not mere brute strength, but rather an intricate art. In less than half an hour, the previously modeled metal ingot transformed into a gleaming silver, radiating a delicate luster under the firelight, evidently freed from impurities. Jiang Xiaolu paused to wipe his sweat, placing the ingot into a nearby quenching pool, where a hissing sound accompanied the rising steam. Brother, this is truly remarkable. Your skill is formidable. Chen Yi praised at the opportune moment. Jiang Zilu responded with a hearty smile, tinged with pride. This is the ancestral hammer technique of the Jiang family, known as the 13-wave hammer. It emphasizes strength like waves, each layer stronger than the last. It not only forges materials, but also expels impurities and stabilizes the internal structure. As he spoke, he suddenly perceived a change in Chen Yi's aura, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait, fourth brother, have you broken through to the 6th level of qi refinement? Chen Yi humbly replied, it was merely luck. Relying on the Qingyuan pill to support my daily arduous training, I dare not be slack. Indeed, fourth brother lives up to the rumors. You are a diligent cultivator. Jiang Zilu praised, then pondered. You did not come today solely to show off your breakthrough, did you? Is there something you need? Chen Yi nodded solemnly and said, Brother, while my cultivation has improved, my combat skills remain quite rudimentary, relying only on a few basic sword techniques and spells to maintain appearances. I plan to hone my combat skills over the next year, and thus I seek your assistance in crafting a few useful magical artifacts. Magical artifacts? What exactly do you wish for, fourth brother? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zilu became intrigued. His primary weapon would naturally be a long sword, one that is sharp and lightweight, ideally suited to complement the newly acquired shadowless sword technique. Additionally, he sought a set of close-fitting defensive armor, and lastly, he required a special set of needle-like magical artifacts. With meticulous specifications, Chen Yi initially intended to request only the crafting of the needle-like artifacts. However, considering that his Qingfeng sword and Xiantai shield were both inferior magical artifacts, he decided to present all his needs. Not a problem, leave it to me, Jiang Zilu assured, thumping his chest. He then inquired, fourth brother, do you have any materials on hand? If so, it could save some costs. Chen Yi pondered for a moment and retrieved several items from his storage pouch. The tusks of a wild boar king beast, a few sturdy leg bones, and a mid-grade longsword that had been broken in two, acquired from Lin Dong's storage pouch. This is all I have. Can it be useful, big brother? If more materials are required, please do not hesitate to say, and my junior brother will supplement with spirit stones. The labor cost for crafting must not be overlooked. Indeed, fourth brother is quite generous. Jiang Zilu examined the materials and nodded. To be frank, the surplus of over 1,000 spirit stones I earn each month is mostly spent on purchasing crafting materials and practice. I have wasted quite a bit, but I have finally honed my skills. Now, I can barely attempt to craft a first-tier superior magical artifact with a success rate of about 30 to 40%. You truly are a natural talent in crafting, Chen Yi sincerely praised. To be able to craft superior magical artifacts suitable for the late stages of qi refinement at the 6th level is no small feat, showcasing both talent and diligence. Jiang Zilu calculated. With these materials, I can accept them, and they are worth approximately 300 spirit stones. I will handle them at the market, add some funds, and purchase suitable primary materials, such as refined iron and cold copper. I guarantee to forge a first-tier superior longsword for you. As for the armor and flying needles, suitable materials are scarce within the sect, and I currently lack the means to procure them. I fear I will need to seek them elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately produced a pouch filled with spirit stones from his bosom and pushed it forward. Big brother, you shouldn't say such things. How can I let you bear both the cost and the effort? Here are 500 spirit stones. I entrust the long sword entirely to you. My only requirements are that it be sharp, lightweight, and sturdy. The price for a superior magical artifact typically ranges from 500 to 800 spirit stones. Chen Yi's gesture not only relieved Jiang Zilu of any burden, but also demonstrated his genuine desire for a fine magical artifact, as well as his intention to strengthen their brotherly bond. Jiang Zilu accepted the pouch of spirit stones, weighed it in his hand, and without hesitation, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, fourth brother, I shall exert every effort to forge a sword that will satisfy you. Having finalized the longsword, Chen Yi began to inquire about the most crucial aspect, big brother, for the needle-like artifacts. I wish to use them not only as concealed weapons, but also to imbue them with poison. What materials would you suggest to ensure that the flying needles are both lightweight and sharp, while allowing the poison to remain stable and resist being washed away by spiritual energy? Jiang Zilu, a master of weapon crafting, pondered for a moment before stating, if one seeks ultimate concealment and toxicity, the finest materials are undoubtedly the venomous fangs or stingers of poisonous beasts. These materials inherently possess toxicity and, with slight refinement, can be transformed into exceptional toxin needles. For instance, the fangs of the green line snake or the stinger of the poison fire scorpion serve as excellent choices. He paused, considering the potential rarity and expense of these materials, and offered alternatives. If suitable venomous materials are unattainable, one may opt for specially dense metals. For example, shadow iron or refined black steel, when subjected to special tempering, can yield commendable results, albeit requiring more meticulous subsequent venom application and maintenance. Chen Yi took careful notes. Venomous beast materials are indeed rare, while shadow iron or refined black steel could be found in the sex market. As for defensive artifacts, Jiang Zilu continued to advise, it would be prudent for you to prepare 2 sets, each complementing the other's weaknesses. One should be close-fitting inner armor, ideally crafted from the leather or scales of a late-stage defensive beast, such as the skin of the ironback mountain rhino or the molting scales of the water-scale python. These materials, once softened and refined, are lightweight yet resilient, capable of withstanding most sharp strikes and blunt impacts without hindering movement. The second set should consist of a handheld or deployable shield, which has broader requirements. It merely needs to be sturdy enough to inscribe defensive formations. A combination of fine iron mixed with dark iron and red copper can accomplish this. The emphasis lies in its heft and durability, ensuring it can withstand powerful spells or heavy blows in critical moments. Jiang Zilu spoke with professionalism and attention to detail. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. Your clarity has given me a clear direction, Chen Yi expressed gratefully. Allow me some time to explore the market and other places for luck. The inner armor and shield are not urgent, but I must prioritize finding the materials for the flying needles. I hope you will keep an eye out for me. Rest assured, I will inform you at the first opportunity, Jiang Zilu replied. Thank you, elder brother. Jiang Zilu, feeling somewhat bashful at Chen Yi's understanding, scratched his head and said, Fourth brother, forgive me for not being able to assist you directly. You'll have to source the materials yourself. Such words are unwarranted. Chen Yi replied earnestly. Without your guidance, I wouldn't even know what materials to seek. Haphazard purchases would be a waste. Having the insight of a future master craftsman like you is a fortune sought by many. Splendid. Jiang Zilu, pleased by the compliment, declared enthusiastically, Fourth brother. Go ahead and search for the materials. As long as you gather them all, I shall craft a set of artifacts that will surely satisfy you. Agreed. Let it be so. Chen Yi rose and exchanged a firm handshake with Jiang Zilu to seal their agreement. This visit not only resolved the pressing matter of artifact crafting, but also deepened his understanding and trust in his earnest yet skilled elder brother. Chapter 71. Punishing Qian Ziaowu. Learning sword control techniques after parting ways with Jiang Zilu, Chen Yi did not immediately head to the market in search of materials. He recalled a minor matter that Tian Wenjing had privately reported to him a few days prior. Regarding Tian Wenjing, after Chen Yi was promoted to captain, he not only refrained from exploiting the quantity of spiritual rice, but also granted him ample autonomy. Of course, Chen Yi did not offer these benefits without reason. He instructed Tian Wenjing to keep a close watch on several other team leaders under his command, particularly on Huang San, who had previously mocked him, to prevent any treachery from behind. Tian Wenjing understood the underlying intent and performed his duties diligently. However, a few days ago, he reported that there had been no movements from Huang San's side. Instead, it was Qian Zhao, whom Chen Yi had personally promoted, who had recently become somewhat arrogant. Qian Zhao, oh Qian Zhao, I see your tempting fate. Chen Yi's gaze turned cold as he returned to his courtyard and immediately summoned Qian Zhao. When Qian Zhao arrived, he bore the lingering scent of alcohol and perfume. Upon seeing Chen Yi seated in the main position, his expression blank. He felt a tightening in his chest, sobering up considerably. "Senior brother, you called for me?" Qian Xiao asked cautiously. Chen Yi did not erupt immediately. Instead, he scrutinized him with a calm gaze before slowly speaking. "Xiao, have you been busy lately? I've heard from the subordinates that you frequently visit the market, making a number of acquaintances under my name. Is it true that you become involved with a mortal woman who sings at ZY Nanshan?" Qian Xiao's face turned pale, and he fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly bowing his head. "Senior brother, please forgive me. I was wrong. I was momentarily confused, led astray by those dubious friends, and that vile woman seduced me. I will cut ties with her at once and sever all connections with those friends." "Enough." Chen Yi interrupted his excuses, his expression still impassive but his tone growing colder. "I'm not concerned with how you spend your time or with whom. What I see is whether the spiritual stones I provide you each month are too plentiful, allowing you the leisure to squander. No, I dare not. Senior brother, I will never do it again." Qian Xiao was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware of Chen Yi's methods and the fact that his position was entirely due to Chen Yi's support. Chen Yi stood up and approached him. Looking down from a height, "Stop with the nonsense. I will give you 7 days. Regardless of your methods, ascertain the whereabouts of these specific items." He named several: the Baixian snake, primarily for its venomous fangs, the poisonous scorpion for its stinger, along with the ironback mountain rhinoceros and the water-scaled python. "I require information on the living, the dead, and even the general areas where they might appear." Qian Xiao promptly perked up his ears to take notes. "In 7 days. Chen Yi extended 2 fingers. "If you can uncover 2 or more pieces of useful information, you may continue in your role as team leader. As long as it does not interfere with your duties, I shall not object to your whimsical escapades with that disreputable woman." His tone shifted, his gaze sharp as a blade. "However, if you fail, do not think that your tenure as team leader will last. In 3 days, I will send you to the spiritual stone mines, where you can indulge to your heart's content." Qian Xiao trembled all over. He knew well what the mines entailed. Most disciples who ventured there faced near certain death. He bowed repeatedly. Yes, senior brother. I will accomplish it. I will. Now, go and get to work." Chen Yi waved his hand, dismissing him with a glance. Qian Xiao Wu, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted, hurriedly retreated. Chen Yi settled back into his chair, his gaze profound. Over the past year, Qian Xiao Wu had proven himself quite reliable in his tasks. This time, he was being granted an opportunity. Should he succeed, it would demonstrate his capability, allowing for continued collaboration after a gentle reprimand. After all, assigning the task of delivering the spiritual rice to someone new could easily invite unforeseen complications. However, should he fail, he would lose his value, and a fatal accident in the mines could serve to cleanse the ranks, preventing future hazards. After sending Qian Xiao Wu away, Chen Yi did not remain idle. He resolved to begin his practice of the 100 feet one sword technique. Yet, upon attempting it, he encountered an awkward predicament. This technique demanded a high level of proficiency in sword control. Diving straight into it proved to be fraught with challenges. He struggled to maintain even the most basic steady levitation, let alone swift movement. It became apparent that he needed to solidify his foundational skills in sword control first. Thus, he summoned Zhao Si, bestowing upon him 70 spirit stones to procure the most rudimentary manual on sword control from the sex market. Upon acquiring the jade slip, Chen Yi immediately commenced his studies. In the days that followed, he often practiced in a relatively open area beside the spiritual field. The azure blade hovered about a foot before him as he meticulously manipulated his spiritual energy, striving for stability. Initially, it wobbled erratically, rising and falling unpredictably. With the slightest miscalculation, his energy would spiral out of control, resulting in a rather undignified tumble. A soft, muffled sound broke the air. Chen Yi turned to see Air Mao perched on a stone, its little paw covering its mouth, eyes glimmering with mirth, 2 white tufts of fur bobbing atop its head. "What are you laughing at, you little rascal?" Chen Yi retorted, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance washing over him. "Practice makes perfect." Air Mao offered a merciless taunt. At this point, communication between the human and the mouse was almost seamless. "Curse you, golden blade technique. Chen Yi, exasperated, directed a golden blade towards Mao. The little creature reacted swiftly, darting into the ground, while the blade struck the stone, sending sparks flying. In the next instant, Mao emerged from several paces away, tossing a first-grade superior spirit fruit precisely at Chen Yi's feet before vanishing back underground. Damn you, Mao, your earth escape technique is becoming increasingly refined, Chen Yi muttered, picking up the spirit fruit, torn between amusement and irritation. He called out to the air, remember to return for dinner. Tonight, we feast on your favorite roasted beast meat. A faint, triumphant chirp echoed from a distance. Emboldened by this interlude, Chen Yi practiced with renewed vigor. He diligently pondered the essential insights from the sword control manual, continuously adjusting them in conjunction with the characteristics of his own 5 elements primordial skill. 3 days later, the azure blade hovered steadily 3 feet above the ground as Chen Yi gracefully leaped onto its surface. Initially, there was a slight sway, but he quickly stabilized his center of gravity and the flow of his energy. With a focused thought, the flying sword began to glide forward, albeit at a speed only slightly faster than a brisk walk. It was remarkably smooth. Ha ha ha, I've done it. I can now soar through the skies. Chen Yi could not help but burst into hearty laughter, feeling the gentle breeze caress his face, a newfound sense of freedom and strength swelling within him. Chapter 72, Blood Beast Pill. Just as Chen Yi maneuvered the flying sword, carefully circling at low altitude, a melodious and somewhat delicate female voice floated in from outside the courtyard. Chen Yi, are you home? Upon hearing the voice, Chen Yi hastily controlled the flying sword to descend, sheathing the Qing Feng sword. The visitor was his third sister, Yi Shanshan. Today, she donned a light purple outfit suitable for movement, accentuating her graceful figure, exuding a sense of poise rather than her usual charm, her face adorned with a bright smile. Sister, what brings you here? Chen Yi approached. What? Can't I come see my adorable fourth brother without reason? Yi Shanshan blinked, feigning displeasure. Of course you can. It is my honor that you have come, dear sister, Chen Yi replied with a smile. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Yi Shanshan composed herself and got to the point. I have come to ask for your assistance. What do you need? Please, sister, speak. I will do what I can. Chen Yi responded cautiously, refraining from making grand promises. What? I thought my fourth brother would agree immediately. Yi Shanshan pouted, and upon seeing Chen Yi merely smile in silence. She recognized that he was not one to make promises lightly, so she ceased her jesting. Actually, I need to venture to the Qingyan Mountains to hunt a late-stage first-tier demon beast as part of an advancement task for entering the intersect. What? Chen Yi exclaimed in genuine surprise, carefully sensing Yi Shanshan's aura, which indeed felt more solid and profound than before, faintly hinting at a breakthrough. Sister, have you broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement? He did not expect that the first to break through the late stage of qi refinement would be this third sister of his, rather than the most talented son Jingyuan. He surprised, aren't you? Yi Shanshan said with a hint of pride, lowering her voice, to be honest. It was my grandfather who used his unique secret formula to refine a blood beast pill for me, enabling me to effortlessly break through the bottleneck. Blood beast pill? Chen Yi's interest was piqued. He had not heard of it before. Was it akin to a Poiwan pill, an aid for breakthroughs? Poiwan pill? Yi Sansan's Jofit. Her tone laced with arrogance. That common commodity cannot compare to the blood beast pill. This is a secret formula my grandfather has researched for many years. With just one, a breakthrough in a small realm of qi refinement is guaranteed. Noticing the astonishment and curiosity flickering in Chen Yi's eyes, she added, of course, there are significant limitations. First, one can only consume it once in a lifetime. Second, the refining process is extremely demanding and costly. Typically, I wouldn't disclose this to anyone, but for you, my fourth brother. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping lower. This pill requires the fresh essence of 5 late-stage first-tier demon beasts that have died no more than a day prior, extracting their entire bodily essence, combined with dozens of precious spirit plants, to be successfully crafted. Merely acquiring those 5 suitable demon beast carcasses cost me over 2,000 spirit stones. With an additional 30% markup, the other materials cost my senior sister over 1,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for our extra income each month, my senior sister would hardly have agreed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was astonished to discover the existence of such a formidable elixir that could directly elevate one's cultivation by a whole realm. However, upon further reflection, he could comprehend the reasoning behind it. The cost of this elixir was exorbitant, amounting to over 3,000 spirit stones, not to mention the fees incurred for the alchemist's expertise. When calculated, the value of this blood beast pill rivaled that of a foundation establishment pill. Nevertheless, the foundation establishment pill's worth lay not merely in its monetary value, but rather in its rarity. Still, Chen Yi found himself curious as to why his third sister did not wait until she reached the 8th level of qi refinement before consuming it. Wouldn't the benefits be even greater then? My foolish little brother, Yi Shanshan sighed. Theoretically, that is correct. However, consider this. To break through from the 8th to the 9th level, what would be required in terms of late-stage first-tier demon beasts? It would likely necessitate at least 3 that are nearly second-tier, along with 2 late-stage first-tier demon beasts comparable to the 9th level of qi refinement. Such a price is beyond even my grandfather's means, let alone mine. Therefore, using it to break through at the late stage of qi refinement is the most cost-effective option. I see now. Thank you for clarifying, third sister. Chen Yi nodded and then inquired, since you intend to hunt late-stage demon beasts, why not involve eldest brother and second brother? Their assistance would increase our chances of success. A hint of helplessness appeared on Yi Shinshin's face. I did reach out to them. Eldest brother mentioned he is at a critical juncture in crafting a magical artifact and cannot leave. As for second brother, upon hearing that I had broken through to the 7th level, he was so stirred that he declared he must immediately enter seclusion and would not emerge until he reached the 7th level. There was no other option. Eldest brother suggested I seek you out, as you have just broken through to the 6th level and are in need of practical experience. Chen Yi was momentarily speechless, realizing that he was merely the last resort. Third sister, you truly wound my heart. Only when eldest and second brothers are unavailable do you think of me. Your little brother, he complained, half seriously. Oh, fourth brother, please don't be upset. Yi Shanshan quickly reassured him. Aside from you, I have also invited 2 friends to assist. They are Mo Qin from the Mo family and Xiang Hongyu from the Xiang family, both at the 6th level of qi refinement, and both are incredibly rare beauties. She winked at Chen Yi. However, Chen Yi was not swayed by the allure of beauty. Instead, he furrowed his brow and asked, third sister, what is the background of the Mo and Xiang families? What is their relationship with you, or more importantly, with our grandfather? Oh, fourth brother, you are excessively cautious. Yi Shanshan chuckled. Both families are well-established qi refinement clans in Qingyan Square, having maintained a good rapport with my grandfather for many years, often exchanging elixirs. As for Qing and Hongyu, we have known each other since childhood and are quite familiar with one another. I trust them completely. Chen Yi pondered for a moment. Yi Shanshan's breakthrough to the 7th level positioned her as the main force. Mo and Xiang were acquaintances with a relatively clear background, and as he had just reached the 6th level, he indeed required practical experience, providing an opportunity to observe his third sister's true combat capabilities and connections. The risks appeared manageable. Senior sister, I have no objections, Chen Yi ultimately agreed, though as a junior who has just broken through to the 6th level. I need about a month to stabilize my realm before I can fully demonstrate my strength. I wonder if there is enough time for this task. A month? Yi Shanshan pondered briefly before breaking into a radiant smile. That will not be a problem, just as I also require some time to prepare elixirs and magical artifacts. It is settled then. We shall depart in 1 month. Very well, it is a promise. Chapter 73, Superior Magical Artifact. The cold shadow sword Chen Yi proposed the need for a month's time to stabilize his own realm, though this was not his true intention. His cautious nature had already led him to fortify his realm when he broke through to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, using alternative reasons might inadvertently cause his beloved Yi Shanshan some discontent. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. From a young age, he had discerned that women are often enigmatic, It is unwise to engage in explanations or arguments with them. His true motives were twofold. Firstly, he wished to ascertain whether Qian Ziao had accomplished the task he entrusted him with. Should it remain unfulfilled, he would have ample time to address the matter, preventing Qian Ziao from absconding upon his return. Secondly, he awaited Jiang Zilu's completion of the superior flying sword he had commissioned. With such a formidable weapon at hand, he would feel considerably more secure in venturing into the depths of the Qingyun Mountains to hunt late-stage demonic beasts. In the ensuing days, Chen Yi practiced diligently while awaiting news. To his pleasant surprise, the awaited tidings arrived sooner than anticipated. On the 5th day, Qian Ziao rushed in, weary yet eager, to report. Senior brother, I have gathered information. There are leads on both the Baixian snake and the Shui Lin python. Qian Ziao's face bore signs of fatigue, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, do elaborate. Chen Yi responded, somewhat astonished by Qian Ziao's efficiency. It appeared that his previous admonitions had indeed borne fruit. Indeed, I learned about the Baixian snake from a friend who often runs errands in the inner sect. It is said that a senior brother skilled in beast taming recently captured one, harvested its gallbladder for medicinal purposes, and still possesses its fangs, intending to sell them. As for the Shui Lin python, the information comes from another senior brother who frequents the Qingyun market. Allegedly, someone spotted its trace in the depths below the Heilong Pool waterfall at the periphery of the Qingyun Mountains. However, sensing that the python had reached late-stage first rank, they dare not provoke it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi quickly weighed the options. The fangs held by the inner sect disciple would be relatively safe to acquire, provided the price was right. Conversely, hunting the Shui Lin python would involve risks and opportunities alike. Well done, Chen Yi commended, a rare praise that left Qian Ziao astonished. Continue to keep an eye on news regarding other materials, especially the ironback mountain rhinoceros. If you accomplish this task, we shall wipe the slate clean, he instructed. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Ziao will certainly do his utmost, Qian Ziao assured promptly. After sending Qian Ziao on his way, Chen Yi immediately contacted He Yude through Su Bailu. Upon learning of Chen Yi's need for the Baixian snake's fangs, He Yude readily agreed to facilitate the connection. The value of a late-stage Baixian snake lies primarily in its gallbladder, skin, and fangs. The flesh of the snake is of little monetary worth, with the total value approximately around 1,000 spirit stones. Generally speaking, the fangs would fetch no more than 350 spirit stones. However, Chen Yi directly presented He Yude with 500 spirit stones, successfully acquiring the pair of azure serpent fangs. The intermediary fee was a necessary expense. As for the water-scaled python, there was no rush for the moment. He made a note of its location, intending to hunt it down when his cultivation reached a higher level. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. One day, Chen Yi received a message from Jiang Zilu, summoning him for a visit. Intrigued, Chen Yi hurried over. Upon pushing open the familiar wooden door, which radiated warmth, he found Jiang Zilu standing at the workbench, cradling a sheathed long sword. His eyes were bloodshot, and fatigue marked his face. Yet he brimming with excitement and anticipation from completing his masterpiece. Fourth brother, you arrived just in time, Jiang Zilu exclaimed loudly upon seeing Chen Yi, handing him the long sword. Look, this is the cold shadow sword crafted specifically for you by elder brother. Chen Yi received it with both hands. The sheath was made of ordinary shark skin, yet a chilling aura permeated through it. He slowly drew the sword from its sheath. With a crisp sound, the blade sang like a flowing cold spring. The blade measured approximately 3 feet in length, exhibiting a profound dark silver hue. Near the spine, intricate patterns resembling ice fractures adorned it, characteristic of cold iron. The blade was as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a ghostly cold light under the furnace's glow, exuding an overwhelming sharpness just by gazing upon it. What a magnificent sword! Chen Yi marveled sinjere. He could sense the pure gold and water attribute spiritual power contained within the blade, along with a latent sharpness. This sword was forged primarily from cold iron, with a small amount of the powdered horn of a golden-armored rhinoceros repeatedly hammered into it. Jiang Zilu explained with pride, cold iron is cold and resilient. effectively stabilizing the output of spiritual power while reducing consumption and backlash during use. The rhinoceros horn imparts unparalleled sharpness and armor-piercing qualities. I can guarantee that in the face of this sword, an ordinary first-tier, mid-grade, defensive magical artifact is no more than paper. Even a superior defensive artifact would struggle to withstand its full force without timely activation of spiritual power. He patted Chen Yi on the shoulder. Fourth brother, why not try the feel of it? Chen Yi grasped the hilt and swung it a few times. The sound of slicing through the air was subtle yet fierce, and the infusion of spiritual power was remarkably smooth, almost as if it were an extension of his own body. He channeled a thread of spiritual energy and gently swept it across a piece of discarded refining material nearby. With a crisp sound, the material split cleanly in half, the edges smooth as a mirror. Elder brother, this sword is magnificent, Chen Yi exclaimed, his face alight with surprise and delight. He could hardly part with it. The cold shadow sword, in terms of material, craftsmanship, and compatibility with his own spiritual power, far surpassed his previous azure-edged sword, making it undoubtedly the most formidable weapon in his possession. However, this was understandable, as the crafting of the cold shadow sword had cost him a total of 800 spirit stones. Such a price could procure the finest top-tier magical artifact in the sex market, making its exceptional performance justifiable. Chapter 74. A sword of 100 feet enters the door. I'm glad you like it. Jiang Zilu beamed with joy, more delighted than if he had gained something for himself, his honest face radiating happiness. The successful forging of this sword not only validated his skills, but also honored the trust shared between brothers. Upon witnessing his elder brother's unwavering support, Chen Yi promptly produced the pair of venomous fangs from the green-line serpent and handed them to Jiang Zilu. Brother, these are the venomous fangs of the green-line serpent I entrusted someone to procure a few days ago. I entrust the matter of the flying needles to you. Jiang Zilu accepted the fangs, examined them meticulously, and nodded approvingly. The quality is superb, and the venom remains potent. These are excellent materials for forging toxic needles. Fourth brother, rest assured that with this primary ingredient, the auxiliary materials will be easy to acquire. I will surely craft a set of magical implements to your satisfaction. The two exchanged pleasantries briefly before Chen Yi expressed his gratitude once more and left 200 spirit stones as an additional token of appreciation and for future procurement of materials. Though Jiang Zilu initially declined, he accepted the gift, growing ever more impressed by this sensible and generous fourth brother. Such relationships must be handled with clarity and fairness. Even among blood brothers, accounts are settled transparently, let alone sworn siblings. Soon after, Chen Yi returned to his courtyard with the newly acquired cold shadow sword. Eager to begin his practice, he repeatedly rehearsed the shadowless sword technique, particularly the signature shadowless sword move. The sword's keen sharpness and nimbleness perfectly complemented the technique's pursuit of speed, cunning, and ruthlessness. As the blade flashed, its trajectory was nearly invisible, leaving only a chilling coldness in its wake and effortlessly cleaving the test stones. With this sword in hand, coupled with the shadowless sword technique's sudden strikes, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with confidence. Even a seventh-layer chi cultivator, if caught unprepared, would likely perish or suffer grievous injury from such an attack. Having become acquainted with the cold shadow sword, Chen Yi dedicated the following days to refining his sword control technique and attempting the intricate 100-foot one-sword maneuver. With such a superb magical instrument as his medium, the stability and responsiveness of his sword flight improved markedly. He honed the fundamental sword control technique to unparalleled mastery, wielding it as effortlessly as an extension of his own fingers. Subsequently, he endeavored to channel the more complex and exquisite spiritual power pathways and sword control incantations required by the 100-foot one sword. Thanks to his solid foundation and deeply ingrained theoretical knowledge, the attempt proceeded with remarkable smoothness. 3 evenings later, Chen Yi stood midair, treading upon the cold shadow sword. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his spiritual power and, following the method of 100-foot one sword, forcefully infused a highly condensed burst of spiritual energy into the sword's blade. Swiftly, The once steadily hovering cold shadow sword trembled slightly before unleashing astonishing speed. Chen Yi perceived the scenery rapidly receding behind him, the wind roaring past his ears as he transformed into a blurred streak of sword light skimming the ground, traversing 100-foot distance in an instant. Such velocity astounded him. Hastily, he withdrew his spiritual power and gradually decelerated. This swiftness was at least 3 times faster than ordinary sword flight techniques. Estimating further, if he exerted his full strength, even a typical 9th-layer Qi cultivator might find it impossible to catch him within a short span. Yet amid his elation, he immediately sensed an immense burden. That brief 100-foot sprint had consumed nearly 20% of his spiritual power. Maintaining such rapid flight would likely deplete his Danshan's spiritual energy within mere minutes. The consumption has been excessively high. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that the 100-feet sword could only serve as a means of escape or pursuit in critical moments, rather than a sustainable option. To support such consumption, he would need a pill capable of swiftly restoring spiritual energy. He recalled the formula for the recovery pill he had obtained from Lindong. Upon returning from the Qingyan mountain range, he would certainly begin to experiment with alchemy. The goal would be to refine the recovery pill, starting with the pill of abstinence. Only a pill that could rapidly replenish energy would sustain his use of the 100-feet sword and potentially other techniques that might require even more spiritual power in the future. With a clear understanding of his strengths and weaknesses, Chen Yi commenced his final preparations before departure. He returned to the marketplace to replenish his stock of pills and talismans, adhering to the principle of being well-prepared. This was not akin to his previous life, where he would stay up all night in the dormitory playing games, believing he could take risks with minimal equipment. Here, failure would be absolute. Several days later, the appointed time arrived and all preparations were complete. He adjusted his condition to its optimal state. Chen Yi tucked Air Mao into his embrace, slung the cold shadow sword over his shoulder, and filled his storage bag to the brim. Taking a deep breath, his gaze sharpened and steadied. It was time to set forth. He stepped out of the courtyard, heading towards the designated meeting point with his third sister, Yi Shanshan. His second venture into the world for training was about to commence. Chapter 75. The young brother is unskilled in combat. As Chen Yi stepped beyond the courtyard, his pace suddenly halted, and a frown creased his forehead. Something felt amiss. A warning bell echoed in his mind. Had he perhaps become a bit too complacent? Displaying a first-grade superior magical artifact so openly could lead to trouble. Was he not becoming a target for others? It was important to note that among the cultivators setting out to hunt late-stage, first-grade monsters, he was the only male. The other 3 were all female cultivators. This display might be a show of bravado, but it also meant he would shoulder the heavier burdens along the way. Chen Yi pondered. Even though Yi Shanshan was his sworn sister, he could not be certain that her 2 companions would not incite trouble. It would be prudent to conceal his capabilities a bit. With that thought, a self-mocking smile crept across his face. Without hesitation, he removed the cold shadow sword from his back and placed it deep within his storage bag. Instead, he retrieved the slightly worn first-grade inferior Qing Feng sword that had accompanied him for some time, re-slinging it over his shoulder. Although the Qing Feng sword was also a magical artifact, being of inferior grade, it was unremarkable in appearance and worth only a little over 150 spirit stones, a standard possession for outer disciples who were somewhat affluent, and thus, it would not draw attention. Having made up his mind, Chen Yi mused. I cannot rely on this Qing Feng sword to confront monsters. With resolve, he employed his sword control technique, stepping onto the Qing Feng sword, which transformed into an inconspicuous streak of light as he hastened towards the agreed-upon rendezvous point at the mountain gate with Yi Shanshan. Under the shelter of a secluded ancient pine outside the mountain gate, Chen Yi retracted the sword light and gracefully descended. Looking up, he beheld a slender figure clad in purple, standing elegantly. It was Yi Shanshan. Today, she had evidently taken great care in her appearance. Draped in a form-fitting gown of delicate lavender, adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, her attire accentuated her long, swan-like neck. Her dark tresses were elegantly arranged into a high bun, with a jade hairpin gently swaying in the breeze. Her slender waist, barely grasped by a silken ribbon, emphasized her enchanting figure. Bathed in the morning light, her skin radiated a snow-like purity, and her features were as picturesque as a painting, truly deserving of the phrase, as beautiful as a celestial being. Today, she appeared distinct from her usual charming and lively self, exuding an ethereal grace. Fourth brother, why have you only just arrived? Yi Shan turned upon hearing the commotion, her smile bright and inviting. She spun around, the hem of her gown billowing, and asked, "What do you think of my new attire? I prepared this specifically for our outing, to step out adorned in a new gown. Such is the relentless spirit of competition among women," Chen Yi mused silently. Yet his eyes betrayed a genuine admiration as he remarked, "Sister, your taste is undeniably exquisite. However, even the finest garment requires the presence of a breathtaking individual to truly shine. It is only with a sister as ethereal as you that this gown's splendor can be fully appreciated." Chen Yi's words bore a mixture of sincerity and flattery. Yi Shan was already strikingly beautiful, and her adornments only heightened her radiance. Upon hearing his compliment, her heart swelled with joy, yet she playfully raised an eyebrow. "Do you truly believe so, fourth brother, or are you merely trying to flatter me?" "Indeed, I speak from the heart," Chen Yi replied earnestly, a hint of regret lacing his tone. "Alas, as we are already bound by brotherly ties, I cannot pursue a celestial being like you, even if I were to sacrifice all my wealth in the endeavor." His words, though somewhat fanciful, served the purpose of drawing her closer. After all, sweet words cost nothing. Yi Shan, astute as she was, recognized that Chen Yi's compliments were likely meant to amuse her. Yet, who does not relish kind words, particularly when they come from a typically composed and pragmatic brother? She covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief, and teased, "Oh, fourth brother, your tongue is becoming ever more adept at charming me with sweet words." In high spirits, she pondered aloud, half in jest and half in earnest. "Considering your eloquence and willingness to aid me in vanquishing the beasts, upon our safe return, I shall beseech grandfather to forge a blood beast pill for you, should his mood permit." Chen Yi's heart raced at the mention of the blood beast pill. If she truly followed through, perhaps investing some spirit stones in pursuit of her would not be out of the question. However, he replied, "Thank you, dear sister. Do not celebrate just yet," Yi Shan said, tilting her head slightly, her gaze playful yet shrewd. "I merely said I would do my utmost to advocate on your behalf, but grandfather's temper is unpredictable. His agreement is not guaranteed. Furthermore, you must gather the 5 types of late-stage beast essence and other materials yourself." Is this merely a tantalizing dream? Chen Yi thought, vexed by her teasing. This cunning woman had indeed left no stone unturned, even in her jest. In Chen Yi's heart, a fleeting sense of being schemed against washed over him, yet he revealed none of it on his face, instead donning a semblance of a smile. Naturally, it was a tremendous favor for his senior sister to speak on behalf of her junior brother. Thus, the materials would be procured by him alone. With a sincere tone, Chen Yi deftly shifted the conversation, adopting a tone of modesty. "However, third sister, you must understand, I have been wholly engrossed in diligent practices to enhance my cultivation, and I find myself rather unaccustomed to the art of combat. The forthcoming hunt for late-stage beasts is fraught with peril, and I confess I feel somewhat uncertain. I hope you will keep a watchful eye on me, so I do not become a hindrance." This display of humility served as a prelude to his forthcoming evasion of responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yi Shan stifled a light laugh, her brows arching with a hint of confidence and pride. "You need not worry, dear brother. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the art of combat, and safeguarding you should pose no challenge." With that, she gracefully lifted her hand, elegantly plucking a seemingly ordinary jade hairpin from her coiffure. With a deft flick of her delicate fingers, she infused it with pure spiritual energy. A gentle hum resonated as the jade ornament responded to the wind, elongating into a magnificent flying artifact, approximately 10 feet long, glistening emerald green and resembling a finely crafted shuttle. It hovered gracefully a foot above the ground, emanating a soft and stable wave of spiritual energy. This flying artifact, although merely a first-tier superior grade, was unlike any ordinary artifact, requiring at least 2,000 spirit stones to acquire. How affluent must Yi Shanshan truly be? Even with an additional monthly income of over 1,200 spirit stones, it would hardly suffice for lavish spending. She was indeed the cherished granddaughter of a master alchemist. If only he could manage to procure a favor from this little heiress. As Chen Yi marveled, his yearning for the blood beast pill and his resolve to cultivate a favorable rapport with Yi Shanshan solidified even further. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up! Yi Shanshan, as light as a swallow, leaped onto the tip of the jade hairpin, glancing back to urge him on, her violet skirt tracing a captivating arc. All right. Chen Yi snapped back to reality, acknowledging her with a nod before leaping onto the pin, landing securely behind her. The interior of this jade pin clearly bore a simplified formation for spatial expansion, comfortably accommodating the two of them. However, space was ultimately limited, and the distance between them inevitably became quite close, allowing them to almost feel each other's gentle warmth. Yi Shanshan ceased further conversation, forming a hand seal, and the jade pin slowly ascended into the air. It transformed into a streak of emerald light, gliding smoothly towards the Qingyun mountain range. As their speed increased, the oncoming airflow was largely deflected by the faint green protective aura of the artifact, though a slight jolt still made its presence known. After flying for a while, Yi Shanshan did not look back, yet her voice, softer than usual, floated into Chen Yi's ears with the wind. Fourth brother, we have departed a little late. We must hasten to meet up. As the speed increased, it might jolt you more, so you can hold on to my waist for better stability. Chen Yi paused momentarily, his gaze falling upon Yi Shanshan's slender waist, delicately bound by a silvery veil, so thin that it could be grasped with a single hand. Oh! His eyes flickered slightly, and without hesitation, he reached out his arms and securely enveloped her. Through the soft, smooth fabric of her purple palace attire, he could distinctly feel the slenderness and resilience of her waist, along with the warmth and elasticity that belonged to a young woman, transmitted through her clothing. A faint, elegant fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, wafted from the nape of Yi Shanshan's neck, lingering at the tip of his nose. At that moment, as Chen Yi's hands came together, Yi Shanshan's body subtly stiffened, and a barely audible, near-whispered hum escaped her throat. The delicate skin at the base of her ears flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Even the spiritual energy controlling the artifact exhibited a slight, imperceptible disruption, causing the jade hairpin beneath them to sway gently in the air. What's the matter, third sister? Chen Yi feigned ignorance, his expression one of genuine concern as he leaned closer, his warm breath nearly brushing against Yi Shanshan's ear. His arms, far from loosening due to the motion, instinctively tightened, drawing their already intimate proximity even closer, his chest nearly pressing against her back. However, his mind remained calm and calculating, tinged with a sense of playful triumph. Ah, it seems I have struck a chord. Third sister's reaction is unexpectedly strong. It appears her bold demeanor in everyday conversation is merely a facade. Soon after, a more pragmatic thought crossed Chen Yi's mind. Third sister, it is not that I lack humanity, but rather that the blood beast pill is too tempting. Do not blame me for employing the charms of a handsome man. The allure of the blood beast pill, coupled with Yi Shanshan's wealthy background, deeply captivated Chen Yi. Moreover, he reasoned that he would not suffer any loss in this exchange. If she were to be disinclined, he could simply maintain a respectful distance. And no, it's nothing. Yi Shanshan took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the unfamiliar flutter in her heart and the warmth rising to her cheeks. Her voice unconsciously rose a pitch as she attempted to mask her subtle disarray. It was merely a slight misalignment in the flow of spiritual energy. Fourth brother. Hold on tight. I need to accelerate. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, as if to disguise her embarrassment or to escape the unsettling intimacy, she altered her hand gestures, channeling her spiritual energy into the artifact beneath them. Whoosh! The jade hairpin erupted with a brilliant green light, its speed increasing manifold in an instant. The sound of breaking air resonated as the jade hairpin, carrying the closely positioned duo, surged toward their meeting point, leaving behind a swiftly dissipating trail of spiritual energy and an ambiguous atmosphere that subtly thickened in the air. Chapter 77. My green tea senior sister. The luminous trail of the jade hairpin gradually descended at the edge of a relatively open woodland on the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range. A colossal gray-white rock stands as a natural boundary marker. Beside it, 3 individuals await, not the anticipated 2 women, but rather 1 man and 2 women. The man, in his early 30s, is clad in an immaculate moon-white robe, a resplendent sword adorned with jewels hanging at his waist. He stands with an intentional straight posture, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, his gaze is fixed intently upon Yi Shan, unable to divert his attention. Among the 2 women, one dons a fiery red palace dress with a slightly low collar, revealing a swath of porcelain skin and delicate collarbones. Her striking features radiate a captivating allure, imbued with a fervent charm. The other is attired in a soft azure palace outfit, far more conservative, embodying a gentle and refined grace. To be fair, both women are rare beauties, possessing slender figures and exquisite appearances. However, perhaps due to preconceived notions or personal aesthetic preferences, Chen Yi finds himself believing that the ethereal elegance and vivacity of his third sister, Yi Shan, in her pale, purple attire, surpasses the others. Nevertheless, such thoughts flit through his mind momentarily. Chen Yi remains unperturbed. In this life and the last, beauty no longer sways his heart, having lost its allure. Instead, he is more attuned to the subtle shift in the dynamics of the gathering. Why is there an additional man among the 2 promised female cultivators? Yet, he maintains a composed demeanor, standing quietly half a step behind Yi Shan, knowing that it is her place to inquire. As the 2 women land and stow away their magical tools, the man in white immediately focuses his attention on Yi Shan, his eyes betraying a longing and an unmistakable desire for possession. However, when his gaze shifts to Chen Yi, that fervor swiftly cools, morphing into a barely perceptible hostility. Chen Yi remains oblivious to it, understanding fully. This must be a suitor of Yi Shan. Shan, why have you taken so long? We've been waiting here for quite a while. The woman in red speaks first, her voice crisp and tinged with a familiar complaint and playful petulance. As she strides forward, Hongyu, Qing, I apologize for making you wait. Yi Shan replies with a smile, exchanging knowing glances with the 2 women. Chen Yi comprehends that the woman in red is Hongyu, while the one in blue is Mo Qing. Shan, it's been ages. You appear even more radiant than before. The man in white interjects eagerly, donning what he believes to be an irresistibly charming smile. Yi Shan glances at him, her eyes devoid of warmth. A flicker of embarrassment crosses his face, quickly masked by a smile. Sister Shan, why do you ignore Brother Xiang? Monta King softly chimes in. Brother Xiang has missed you dearly. Upon hearing you were coming for the intersect advancement task, he immediately decided to accompany us. Such dedication. Indeed, Hongyu adds, seemingly prompted, her tone laced with mischief. Shan, my brother is quite concerned for you, and it has made both Qing and me quite envious. At this point, Chen Yi fully understood that the additional figure in white was named Xiang Liang, the elder brother of Xiang Hongyu, an uninvited suitor, evidently harboring intentions towards Yi Shan. Observing the 2 women engage in their banter, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in the depths of Yi Shan's eyes. It was as if she had only just noticed Xiang Liang's presence, turning towards him with a polite smile. I see. Thank you very much, Brother Xiang Liang, for coming to assist. Sister Shan, you are too gracious, Xiang Liang exclaimed, his spirits lifted at the prospect of conversing with Yi Shan. He quickly pledged his loyalty. For you, such a trivial matter is nothing. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames, I would gladly do so. Oh, is that so? Yi Shan blinked her enchanting, peach blossom eyes, adopting a look of innocence and expectation. In that case, I happen to desire a foundation establishment pill to prepare for the future. I wonder if Brother Xiang Liang could provide one for me? If so, I would be immensely grateful. A foundation establishment pill. Xiang Liang's smile abruptly froze, akin to a rooster caught by the throat, his face reddening as he stammered. This, Sister Shan. How precious is the Foundation establishment pill? Our Xiong family. After struggling for a while, he could not articulate a coherent response. His earlier grandiose declarations now appeared pale and ludicrous in the face of the reality of the Foundation establishment pill, causing his spirit to deflate entirely. Chen Yi observed the scene with a cold eye, a sudden clarity dawning upon him, nearly eliciting laughter. Well, it turns out my third sister is quite the high-level schemer. She wields this tactic with finesse, clearly treating Xiong Liang as a mere tool for her own ends. Moreover, it seems she had anticipated this devoted admirer would come knocking. Connecting this with Yi Shinshin's earlier confidence, everything became clear. I had thought, how could she, a newly ascended practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, possess the audacity to lead several 6th-level practitioners in hunting late-stage demonic beasts? It appears she had already calculated that this late-stage Qi refinement sycophant would willingly step forward as her main enforcer. Truly remarkable. Chapter 78. The Red-Haired Giant Scorpion Yet. Xiong Hongyu, seeing her brother in a predicament, quickly intervened to change the subject. Oh dear, Shan, please do not tease my brother. A Foundation establishment pill is beyond the reach of families like ours. Our entire clan doesn't even have a single Foundation establishment practitioner. As she shifted the conversation, her gaze fell upon the quietly composed Chen Yi, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. By the way, who is this handsome young junior brother? She inquired. Shan, you should introduce him to us. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Shan continued. This is my sworn fourth brother, Chen Yi. He has just recently broken through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. I brought him along this time mainly to broaden his horizons and gain some experience. He is still young and relatively inexperienced, so I hope that Hongyu, Qing, and brother Xiong Liang will take good care of him when we enter the mountains. In her introduction, she deliberately emphasized Chen Yi's nascent cultivation, indicating that he would require assistance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's previous disdain for the so-called green tea dissipated like smoke, replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. What green tea? This is clearly my dear sister, who has arranged everything so clearly that I need not feign ignorance. He immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the three, adopting a lowly posture, his face adorned with just the right amount of youthful innocence and reverence. I am Chen Yi, honored to meet Sister Hongyu, Sister Qing, and Brother Xiong Liang. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, and I look forward to your guidance. Upon meeting him, although Hongyu noticed that Chen Yi dressed modestly, his handsome features, sweet tongue, and respectful demeanor immediately endeared him to her. She playfully patted his shoulder, her bosom rising and falling. Your words are truly sweet, dear brother. When we enter the mountains, should danger arise, just hide behind your sister, and I shall protect you. Mo Qing also smiled gently, nodding in agreement. There is no need to be nervous, Brother Chen Yi. Just follow us. Chen Yi quickly expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Sister Hongyu. And thank you, Sister Qing. Xiong Liang, observing Chen Yi merely as Yi Shinshin's sworn brother and noticing his humble demeanor, felt much of his initial hostility wane, replaced by a sense of superiority as a senior. He puffed out his chest, adopting a reliable appearance. Rest assured, Brother Chen Yi, since you are Shinshin's brother, you are my brother as well. With me here, you shall be well protected. Oh, is he really that simple? Chen Yi pondered, though his face radiated gratitude and admiration as he offered a generous compliment. Brother Xiong Liang is indeed profoundly skilled, with a heart of chivalry, truly magnificent. With you here, I feel at ease, relying entirely on your prowess for this mission. This flattery pleased Xiong Liang, causing his smile to become more genuine. Yi Shan, observing the rapid camaraderie between her two close friends and Chen Yi, particularly noting Hongyu's affectionate demeanor toward him, felt an inexplicable flicker of mild discomfort, as if something that belonged to her was being shared. She cleared her throat gently, interrupting the harmonious atmosphere. All right, we are all here, and the pleasantries have been exchanged. It is getting late. Let us depart and venture into the outskirts of the Qingyun mountain range to seek suitable targets. The task is of utmost importance. Upon her words, the group naturally composed themselves. Xiangliang promptly agreed. Shan is right. Let's set off. I will lead the way. With that, he strode confidently toward the densely wooded entrance of the mountain, striving to exhibit his manliness. Chen Yi quietly retreated to the rear of the group, walking alongside Mo, Qingqing, and Hong Yu, perfectly embodying the role of one in need of protection. The party departed from the rendezvous point, delving deeper into the mountains. Xiangliang volunteered to forge ahead, exuding the charm of a gallant protector, his jeweled sword gleaming brilliantly under the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Not far along, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead, accompanied by a foul, beastly wind. Suddenly, a massive scorpion, its body covered in crimson hard bristles and towering half a man's height, crawled out from the shadows. The two pincers opened and closed, producing a sharp clicking sound, while the venomous stinger at the rear was raised high, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, its aura unmistakably reaching the mid-stage of the first tier. It was a red-haired giant scorpion. Xiangliang's eyes brightened, realizing that an opportunity had presented itself. He immediately stepped to the side, positioning himself in front of Yishanshan, and declared in a clear voice, Shanshan, Hong Yu, Qingqing, step back. This mere mid-tier beast is no match for me. Without waiting for a response, he shouted and lunged forward, drawing a beautifully adorned gemstone longsword. The sword glimmered with ethereal light. Though it appeared ornate, it was indeed a solid mid-tier magical weapon. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi and the others instinctively took several steps back, leaving the battlefield to Xiangliang. Beast, behold my blade, Xiangliang boasted, showcasing his swordsmanship with exquisite flair. The sword light flashed as he executed 3 powerful and precise slashes, targeting the junction of the giant scorpion's hardened carapace and pincers. The sudden ferocity of the attack left the scorpion dazed, causing it to stagger backward. What a splendid opportunity! Xiangliang felt a surge of pride, and, gathering his energy once more, swung his sword, unleashing a pale, white sword aura that carved deep gashes into the scorpion's shell, severing its crimson hairs and causing bright red fluid to ooze forth. The excruciating pain utterly enraged the red-haired giant scorpion, eliciting a piercing shriek as its venom gland contracted sharply. In the next instant, a cloud of foul, pitch-black poison mist shot towards Xiangliang like an arrow. Anticipating this, he deftly altered his footing, evading the toxic fog with ease. Simultaneously, he flicked his wrist, drawing the sword in a cunning arc, releasing a denser sword aura that struck true at the scorpion's mouthparts. With a piercing sound, the sword energy penetrated its brain. The massive creature's body stiffened abruptly before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The battle was concluded. Xiangliang flicked his wrist, sheathing the sword with an elegant flourish, his movements fluid as if rehearsed countless times. Brother Xiangliang is truly formidable. His mastery of sword energy is exceptional, effortlessly slaying a mid-tier beast. Chen Yi remarked, surprised to hear the first words of praise come from Mo Qingqing. Her gaze towards Xiangliang held unabashed admiration, even a hint of reverence. However, Xiangliang's attention was immediately drawn to Yishanshan. Noticing her calm demeanor and lack of overt approval, he felt a pang of disappointment, yet quickly regained his composure. He strode over to the giant scorpion's carcass and swiftly dismantled the impressive pincers and the lethal stinger. After cleansing them with a purification spell, he approached Yishanshan, hands cradling the items, and donned his most gentle smile. Shanshan, though this red-haired giant scorpion is merely mid-tier, these pincers are composed of sturdy material, ideal for crafting claw-like magical implements or shields. The stinger is particularly venomous and quite valuable. Together, they are worth at least 300 to 400 spirit stones. I present them to you. Yishanshan glanced at the pair of pincers and the tail stinger, still dripping with clear water, then cast her eyes upon Xiangliang's eager countenance. Only then did a faint smile grace her lips, her tone still tinged with reserve. Is this quite proper? Brother Xiang? You hunted it yourself. Naturally, the spoils belong to you. To speak of yours and mine, Shanshan, as long as you fancy it, that suffices. Upon seeing her smile, Xiang Liang's heart leapt with joy. Hastily, he extended the items toward her. If you refuse, it would seem you scorn your elder brother. I shall go inspect over there to see if any monstrous beast materials were overlooked. Saying so, he thrust the spoils into Yi Shanshan's hand and turned back to the giant scorpion's corpse, feigning meticulous examination. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he furtively observed Yi Shanshan's reaction. Nearby, Xiang Hongyu was already accustomed to such behavior, curling her lips in disdain, unwilling to comment on her elder brother's clumsy attempts at ingratiation. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqing, witnessing Xiang Liang's unhesitating gift of war trophies worth 300 or 400 spirit stones to Yi Shanshan, and seeing Shanshan accept them with pleasure, felt the admiration and reverence on her face swiftly fade. In its place crept a subtle trace of jealousy and resentment. She lowered her head slightly, her fingers unconsciously clutching the hem of her garment. Every nuanced shift in expression was seized upon by Chen Yi, who habitually surveyed his surroundings. An alarm bell rang in his mind. Mo Qingqing's reaction seems off. Her gaze toward Xiang Liang is far from innocent. And jealousy over Yi Shanshan accepting a gift? Weren't they childhood friends? Could she harbor feelings for that inept Xiang Liang? What is this? A love triangle? Instantly, his vigilance toward Mo Qingqing heightened. Regardless, this woman's intentions toward Yi Shanshan likely were not entirely benevolent. In such a perilous place, latent jealousy within the team could become a destabilizing element. He resolved to remain cautious of Mo Qingqing, wary lest she strike from behind. Soon, Xiang Liang returned, satisfaction illuminating his face. Yi Shanshan, seizing the moment, tucked the pincers and tail stinger into her storage pouch, her smile deepening slightly. Very well, a mere minor incident, she declared, clapping her hands. Let us continue our journey and seek out suitable late-stage monstrous beasts. At this juncture, Mo Qingqing spoke softly, her face bearing a perfectly measured anticipation. Sister Shanshan, Sister Hongyu, I recall that not far ahead lies the Black Dragon Pool, beneath which a few mature crystal lotuses flourish. They serve as the principal ingredient in crafting the beauty-nourishing pill. Since our path leads that way, why not gather some en route? It would not delay us much. Crystal lotuses, beauty-nourishing pills? Upon hearing this, Xiang Hongyu's eyes sparkled, her enchanting face alight with interest. Those are precious indeed, capable of rendering the skin more supple and radiant, delaying the ravages of time. The pills fetch a high price on the market. Qingqing, do you remember the exact location? Since it is along our way, let us hasten to collect them. Yisansan pondered briefly, her gaze sweeping over the eager Xiang Hongyu and the expectant Mo Qingqing, then flickering toward the indecisive Xiang Liang. Finally, Chen Yi's calm visage lingered for a moment. Noticing his lack of reaction, she smiled sweetly and said, very well. The beauty-enhancing elixir is indeed rare. Since Qingqing knows the location, and we are headed that way, let's first visit the Black Dragon Pool. After we gather the crystal lotus, we can continue our quest. Shanshan declared their destination without hesitation, and Xiang Liang promptly expressed his agreement. However, a flicker of concern crossed Chen Yi's mind as he pondered. The Black Dragon Pool. Is that not the place where Qian Xiao Wu informed me of the presence of water-scale pythons? He mentioned that these creatures might have already reached the late stage of the first level. When Mo Qingqing suddenly proposed to go there, was it truly for the crystal lotus, or was there another motive? Observing the seemingly harmless Mo Qingqing, he glanced at Xiang Hongyu and Yi Shanshan, and chose to suppress his doubts for the moment. Very well, let us proceed and assess the situation. If the water-scaled python truly exists, it would provide an opportunity to confirm its presence and strength, aiding in my future material collection endeavors. As for the danger, with Xiang Liang, who is at the 7th level of Qi training, leading the charge, and the seemingly delicate yet astute third sister by my side, the risk should be manageable. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant regarding Mo Qingqing. The group then adjusted their course towards the location of the Black Dragon Pool. Chapter 80. The Crystal Lotus. The party continued their journey towards the Black Dragon Pool. Along the way, they encountered several waves of demonic beasts, all of which were of the inferior or intermediate first level, posing little threat. Xiang Liang consistently took the lead, his swordplay precise and decisive, swiftly concluding each battle. This time, however, he refrained from piling all the spoils before Yishan Shan, instead thoughtfully distributing some among the others. To avoid giving the impression that he was merely reaping the benefits without contributing, Chen Yi felt compelled to participate. When they came across a rugged and sluggish earth-armored bear, he drew his Qingfeng sword and bravely advanced to strike. His sword movements were assertive and powerful, yet the impact was consistently misdirected, landing on the bear's thickest armor with little effect. Ultimately, it was Xiang Liang who could no longer bear to watch, delivering a precise sword chi that pierced the bear's vital eye socket. Alas, my younger brother's combat skills are rather ordinary, and I apologize for the spectacle. Chen Yi sheathed his sword, a fitting expression of humility and a hint of fatigue etched upon his face. No worries, Xiang Liang waved his hand, casually distributing a few worthless bare bones to him with a tone of seniority. It is perfectly normal for a young lad like you, Chen Yi, who comes from a background of rigorous training, to lack experience in combat. With more practice and exposure, you will surely improve. Indeed, Chen Yi, Xiang Hongyu chimed in teasingly, her eyes sparkling. With my elder brother here, his strikes are swift and accurate, and the spoils are shared fairly. You should just stay back, learn well, and collect some materials along the way. How delightful. Sister Hongyu speaks wisely. Chen Yi, feeling grateful yet slightly embarrassed, smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Xiang Liang. I shall shamelessly bask in my elder brother's glory. Thank you for your guidance along this journey. Haha, no need for formalities. During this interval, Xiang Liang grew increasingly pleased with Chen Yi's demeanor, thoroughly soothed by the impeccably timed compliments. Patting his chest, he declared, "Fear not, brother Chen Yi. With me by your side, this journey will not only yield abundant riches, but also grant you invaluable experience in the art of combat." Yishan Shan observed silently with a gentle smile, choosing not to speak. In her eyes, Chen Yi was a brother who understood boundaries, possessed wisdom, and made everyone feel at ease, though his prowess in battle left much to be desired. Mo Qing, meanwhile, mostly remained silent and followed quietly, rarely intervening. Only when Xiang Liang generously shared profits and flaunted his skills did her gentle gaze linger on him a moment longer, her lips curving slightly in a smile that was at once joyful and tinged with something more enigmatic. Half a day later, as the terrain descended and the mist thickened among the trees, a damp, earthy chill pervaded the air. Emerging from the last cluster of gnarled ancient woods, a vast, tranquil pool suddenly appeared nestled in a mountain hollow. The water was an unfathomable shade of deep emerald, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the surrounding charred rocks and extraordinarily lush vegetation. It resembled a colossal, uncut jade slab, heavy and enigmatic, exuding an indescribable depth and eerie stillness. The rocks encircling the pool were jet black, as if scorched by fierce flames, creating a stark and unsettling contrast with the vibrant plant life at the water's edge. Most striking were the few enormous lotus leaves sparsely floating near the shore. These leaves were unusually large, seeming carved from jade, thick and lustrous. At the center of each leaf stood a lotus blossom, not the ordinary pale pink, but translucent and crystalline, as if sculpted from the purest blue crystal. Under the dim light, they emitted a faint, moist luminescence from within. These were crystal lotuses, and judging by their size and clarity, they were at least a century old. Xiang Hongyu's eyes brightened instantly, her enchanting face filled with delight and longing, and she instinctively stepped forward half a pace. The color of the pool was unnatural. Xiang Liang's brow furrowed deeply, his right hand instinctively resting on the sword hilt as a sharp gaze swept over the unervingly placid water. Too deep, too still. A faint, metallic scent lingered in the mist, subtle but unmistakable. Something lurked beneath the surface, and it was decidedly malevolent. Big brother Xiang's intuition is sound. Yishan Shan nodded solemnly, her eyes shifting between the alluring crystal lotuses and the unfathomable depths. Crystal lotuses naturally gather water spirit essence and inherently attract aquatic beasts. Given the unusually dense spiritual energy here, it would be stranger if no beast guarded this place. We must proceed with caution, she urged. It's best to first investigate and ascertain the truth before taking any action. Oh, Sister Shanshan, Brother Xiang, you're being overly cautious, Qing laughed softly. Her voice still gentle, but tinged with the impetuous eagerness characteristic of youth. After all our hardships to reach this place, the miraculous herbs lie right before us. Are we truly to turn back, empty-handed over mere suspicion? That would be such a pity. She pointed toward the nearest lotus leaf. No more than 10 or 12 yards from shore. Look, it's not far at all. My agility is quite commendable. Allow me to fetch it swiftly. Once gathered, everyone shall partake. Without waiting for further persuasion, she unfurled her form and leapt towards the nearest expansive lotus leaf. With a delicate touch of her toes upon the leaf, she propelled herself upward and landed beside the first crystalline lotus, her graceful hands cautiously beginning the harvest. Observing this, Yi Shanshan furrowed her brow slightly, yet having spoken, she could not hinder the action without potentially complicating matters further. Quickly regaining her composure, she intoned gravely, "In that case, we shall stand guard for Qing. Hong Yu, keep a vigilant watch over the water's surface and the shadows along the pond's edge. Alert us at the slightest sign of disturbance. Brother Xiang, I entrust you with monitoring our rear and the dense thickets on either side to guard against any possible ambush or interference." Chen Yi, she turned toward him, her tone softening, "Stay close to my side. Should anything occur, we can support one another." "Yes, third sister," Chen Yi replied, though his gaze subtly drifted towards Qing's retreating figure before returning to the unfathomable depths of the emerald pond. Meanwhile, within his sleeve, Ermao's tiny head peeked out, its vigilant eyes scanning the depths of the water. Ermao then gestured to Chen Yi, conveying a message. "The water is quite deep. There is a sizable creature. Its presence faint, seemingly in slumber." This was another ability Ermao had acquired after advancing to mid-stage of the first tier, enabling it to sense nearby demonic beasts. A jolt of realization surged through Chen Yi. Indeed, something lurked below, strong enough for even Ermao to perceive it, likely at least late-stage first tier, if not stronger. He pondered whether it was the water-scale python that Qian Xiaowu had inquired about. Steeling himself, he summoned his internal spiritual energy, allowing his right hand to rest by his side, fingers subtly curling. In an instant, a sharp thread of golden spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, transforming into an almost transparent, pale golden blade, poised for action. How audacious of Qing to venture into harvesting. Could she truly be unaware of the lurking demonic beasts? His doubts intensified rather than abated, and his vigilance peaked. After all, anyone could discern that this area was likely home to demonic creatures, if one were to harvest. A preliminary reconnaissance was essential. At this moment, Xiang Hongyu swiftly drew her own artifact, a long whip entirely crimson, with faint fiery patterns swirling across its surface. Gripping the whip tightly, her gaze scanned the water-esque surface with the intensity of a hawk. Xiang Liang took several steps back, turning his back to the pond. Facing the direction from which they had come, his sword half drawn, his senses extended, as if bracing for a formidable adversary. Time passed gradually as Qing, with deft and gentle movements, had already harvested for crystalline lotuses and placed them into a specially designed jade box. A smile of delight graced her face as she gracefully leapt towards the fifth and largest lotus, its luster radiant. Just as her fingers were about to touch the stem of that lotus, a tremendous commotion erupted. The once tranquil emerald pond erupted violently. Enormous waves surged skyward. A colossal shadow emerged, accompanied by a pungent wind and mist, breaking through the surface of the water. Chapter 81. Water-Scale Python. Not good. Qing, retreat quickly. There is a demonic beast beneath the water. Yi Shenshin's pupils contracted abruptly, her voice trembling with urgency. Almost simultaneously with her outcry, the true form of the shadowy figure emerged. A monstrous python's head, as large as a millstone, broke through the dark green pond, sending towering waves aloft. The serpent's body was a deep, verdant green, cloaked in dense scales the size of palms, their edges shimmering with an eerie azure glow. Each scale resembled meticulously polished metal, reflecting a chilling radiance under the dim light that sent shivers down the spine. The python's portion visible above the water exceeded 30 feet, its massive girth rivaling the trunk of an ancient tree, casting a suffocating shadow over the shoreline's flora. An icy, brutal aura emanated from this apex predator, tangible as a tidal wave, forcing the surrounding grasses and trees to bow in submission. This formidable presence unmistakably belonged to a late first-tier demon beast, its power comparable to that of an 8th-level Qi cultivation practitioner. This was the late first-tier aquatic scale python. Xiang Hongyu's complexion paled, her voice quivering as she instinctively tightened her grip on the fiery whip in her hand. The python's icy, vertical pupils glowed like twin ghostly green flames, instantly locking onto Mo Qing, who perched precariously on a nearby lotus leaf. In the next instant, the python's cavernous maw snapped open, revealing interlaced rows of gleaming white fangs, while its scarlet tongue flicked like a venomous whip through the air, stirring a gale tinged with the stench of decay and death. The strike was swift as a black lightning bolt, ruthlessly enveloping Mo Qing's petite form. Go! In a critical moment, Yi Shanshan's sharp command rang out. Her right hand, which had hung calmly by her side, formed a blade-like gesture with her slender fingers, for which a burst of spiritual energy surged forward. A silver-white streak shot from her sleeve with such velocity that it left only a blurred trace in the air. This streak was, in fact, an exquisitely crafted slender flying knife, fashioned in the shape of a swallow's fork-tail feather, measuring merely 2 feet in length. Its blade shimmered with a menacing, razor-sharp chill, its spiritual pressure palpably oppressive, unmistakably a superior first-tier magical artifact. The swallowtail blade arrived, just in time, cleaving precisely at the junction of the python's neck as its jaws were about to close. A thunderous clang, akin to a Chen Yi felt a jolt of shock. But the urgency of the situation allowed no time for contemplation. The water-scaled python, having sustained a grievous injury, suddenly had its icy vertical pupils flood with a terrifying crimson hue, its hatred instantly shifting and firmly locking onto Yi Shanshan on the shore, the one who had harmed it. With a violent sweep of its tail beneath the water, a thunderous sound erupted. The entirety of its upper body surged forth, accompanied by a tumultuous wave of murky water and a foul wind, charging fiercely towards Yi Shanshan and her companions on the shore. Binding spirit technique. Xiang Hongyu suppressed the surging fear within her, letting out a sharp cry as her 10 fingers danced swiftly before her like fluttering butterflies, leaving trails of afterimages. A complex, pale golden glowing rune rapidly took shape in the air. The rune then disintegrated into dozens of fine, resilient golden threads of spiritual energy. These golden threads wove together to form a vast net, descending upon the water-scaled python in an attempt to restrain its charge. However, the python's physical strength was formidable. Its momentum only paused slightly before it forcefully struggled against the bindings. The pale golden threads snapped like the strings of a musical instrument, the spiritual net failing to endure even for a breath, completely dissolving into a flurry of luminous particles. This left Xiang Hongyu momentarily breathless, creating a brief lapse in her connection to her spiritual energy, and her complexion turned pale. Xiang Hongyu, it seems your usual practice of precision and control in spellcasting has led to a setback. Xiang Liang observed the situation and called out, both as a reminder to his sister and to gather strength for his impending spellcasting. His movements were steadier and more powerful as he traced his fingers through the air, conjuring runes that were more solid and radiant. The threads of spiritual energy he summoned were noticeably thicker, more resilient, and shimmered with a metallic luster, forming a larger, more tightly woven light net that again descended upon the water-scaled python. Binding spirit technique. The python's charge was once more obstructed, its fury manifesting as it twisted its massive form, the friction between its hardened scales and the spiritual net producing a cacophony. The pale golden net trembled violently, its brilliance flickering uncertainly. Although Xiang Liang's spiritual net endured longer than Xiang Hongyu's, it too succumbed after just a couple of heartbeats under the python's brute force. The recoil from the disruption caused Xiang Liang to stagger back a half step, his expression growing increasingly grave as beads of sweat formed on his brow. The forced dissolution of his spell caused a tumult within his own reservoir of spiritual energy. Chapter 82. The intent to kill resolved eldest brother, if the spells fail. Let's try this. By Luo Silk Go. Xiang Hongyu bit her lip, seemingly ignited by her brother's competitive spirit. With a flick of her wrist, a jade green, soft, and smooth ribbon artifact slipped from her sleeve. This by Luo Silk was a mid-tier binding artifact of the first rank. Upon infusing it with spiritual energy, it appeared to come alive, weaving through the air with astonishing speed. Swish, swish, swish. The by Luo Silk, like a vibrant green serpent, swiftly coiled around the python's massive body, encircling it tightly, and with Xiang Hongyu's continuous infusion of spiritual energy, it kept constricting. The python's furious momentum was immediately hindered. Its colossal form forcibly held back as it struggled and writhed, desperately attempting to break free. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiang Hongyu immediately intensified her spiritual energy output. The azure silk shimmered with brilliant light, emitting faint yet tense sounds, clearly under immense pressure. Yet for a moment, it successfully bound the raging giant python in place. "Well done, Hongyu!" Xiang Liang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Now is the time. Chen Yi, who had been stealthily guarding behind Yishan, suddenly flashed a cold glint in his eyes. His right hand, poised and ready, shot forth like a slingshot. Golden blade technique. A finely condensed yet astonishingly sharp pale golden energy blade was unleashed, accurately targeting the python's somewhat vulnerable abdomen. With a soft yet disquieting thud, the energy blade encountered little resistance, effortlessly piercing through the solid layer of scales, embedding itself deep within the python's belly. The python emitted a shrill, anguished roar, far more intense than before, its massive body arching in response to the searing pain, thrashing wildly in a frenzy of desperation. The azure silk, entwined around it, flickered violently, producing a brittle sound as if it might snap at any moment. This strike inflicted significant damage and agony, evidently exacerbating the python's injuries. Yet it only fueled its rage further. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Qingqing executed her agility to retreat to the shore, taking refuge behind Xiang Liang. At that moment, everyone on the bank turned their gaze towards Chen Yi, who had just made his move. No one anticipated that this brother, who had been coddled and had performed modestly in battle, could unleash such a lethal blow with a basic golden blade technique. Chen Yi, your golden blade technique is quite impressive. Yishan was the first to regain her composure, her eyes deeply scrutinizing Chen Yi. Her tone remained calm, but the fleeting glimmer of inquiry and appraisal did not escape the perceptive Chen Yi. "You're too kind, third sister," Chen Yi replied with an embarrassed smile, instinctively scratching the back of his head. His tone was sincere yet tinged with a hint of luck. "It truly is just the most basic spell, nothing more. Just familiarity through practice. I am aware of my ordinary aptitude, so I can only diligently hone the foundational spells, hoping to master them so as not to hold everyone back in critical moments." He sighed subtly, redirecting the focus of the conversation towards Yishan. "In comparison to your remarkable feat of wielding a superior-grade flying knife to severely injure the monster, my little trick amidst the chaos is hardly worth mentioning. I'm truly humbled." A look of admiration and curiosity crossed his face. "By the way, third sister, your flying knife was absolutely marvelous. The ability to manipulate a superior-grade magical artifact for such intricate attacks from a distance, is it possible that you possess a treasure that enhances your spiritual awareness?" He intentionally trailed off, feigning astonishment. Yishan seemed to accept his explanation and demeanor, smiling gently as she waved her hand. "Fourth brother, you overthink. I do not possess such formidable spiritual prowess. The reason I can barely wield this tail blade during the chi refining stage is due to a small piece of rare magnetic spirit jade embedded within it during its crafting. She patiently explained. This magnetic spirit jade possesses an extraordinary ability to attract and direct metallic spiritual energy, significantly reducing the mental consumption and spiritual maintenance required for its use. However, even so, the consumption remains considerable, and its attack trajectory is relatively fixed with little variation, rendering it a clever contrivance rather than a true artifact of mastery. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi felt a sudden clarity. It was indeed reliant on the special efficacy of the magical tool. Nonetheless, it sufficed to illustrate the considerable wealth of this third sister, unmatched by ordinary individuals. In the midst of their brief exchange, the water-scaled python, in a frenzy of pain and desperation, finally managed to forcibly sever the dimming spirit silk. With a sharp rip, the spirit silk broke into several pieces, losing its essence and falling to the ground. Xiang Hongyu's face paled. The damage to her artifact left her mentally tethered, further depleting her energy. The python's cold, blood-red vertical pupils fixated on the 5 individuals on the shore, particularly locking onto Chen Yi and Yi Shanshan, whom it perceived as having inflicted the most harm, emitting a low, menacing growl that sent shivers down their spines. Returning to the shore, Qing managed to regain a semblance of composure, taking several deep breaths before retrieving a verdant bamboo flute artifact from her storage pouch, positioning it at her lips. The 5 of them gradually fanned out slightly, confronting the water-scaled python, half of its grotesque body emerging from the water, bleeding profusely yet exuding an overwhelming ferocity. Shanshan, what do you propose? Xiang Liang inquired urgently, gripping his long sword tightly, its spiritual light shimmering, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This beast has sustained severe injuries and is bleeding profusely, yet its ferocity has been thoroughly awakened. Should we seize this opportunity to strike decisively, or should we retreat and strategize? Though he wished to impress Yi Shanshan, he was acutely aware of the danger and tenacity of a late-stage first-tier beast in a frenzied state, especially one as resilient and powerful as the water-scaled python. Upon hearing this, Yi Shanshan quickly scanned the python's abdomen, where blood continued to gush from its wound, and assessed her own depleting energy. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind. Then, glancing at Chen Yi, she noticed his unwavering calmness. Thus, she gently bit her lower lip, her eyes flashing with calculation and resolve. This beast was already gravely injured, its breath unsteady and its blood flowing without cease. Its combat capability would surely be compromised. This moment presented the optimal opportunity to eliminate it. She raised her tail blade, her voice cool and resolute, leaving no room for dissent. If we allow it to recover or retreat back to the depths of the pool to heal, our chances of slaying it will become exceedingly difficult. Chapter 83. All cards revealed kill. As soon as Yi Shinshin's words fell, the tail blade transformed into a silver streak, once again slashing towards the python's neck wound. Simultaneously, she issued commands with remarkable speed and clarity of thought. Xiang, brother, you and I will take the lead in the assault, engaging it directly. Qing, use your melodies to disrupt its movements and perception. Hongyu, focus on supporting the attack while ensuring your own safety. When Chen Yi was mentioned, Yi Shanshan paused briefly before speaking. Junior brother, you must act according to the situation. Your foremost priority is to safeguard yourself and avoid recklessly advancing. Understood. Chen Yi and Xiang Lianjiu nodded in agreement. Leave it to me, Shanshan. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang was invigorated, as if he had received immense encouragement. Holding a gem-encrusted sword in his right hand, he swiftly produced a bull-bone shield glowing with earthy light in his left. With a powerful shout, he swung the sword, sending forth a slender, pale white sword chi to strike at the head of the water-scaled python. As the haunting melody of a flute drifted from Mo Kinking's lips, a note imbued with soul-disturbing power echoed through the air. This melody burrowed into the ears of the water-scaled python, exacerbating its already chaotic state of pain and fury. One opportunity. Xiang Yu's eyes brightened as she seized the fleeting moment of the python's hesitation. She flicked her fire whip, which transformed into a fiery serpent, striking fiercely at the wound on the python's abdomen that had been opened by Chen Yi's golden blade technique. The moment the flames made contact with flesh, a sizzling sound reverberated, and the intense pain elicited a more anguished roar from the water-scale python. Enraged, the python opened its mouth wide and unleashed a thick, grayish-white mist upon the crowd. The noxious fumes quickly spread, carrying a pungent, sweet smell. This mist is poisonous. Xiang Liang, with his keen sense of smell, immediately held his breath and warned the others vocally. Wind Fury Talisman. Chen Yi, who had been lingering at the periphery of the battle, sprang into action almost simultaneously with the release of the toxic mist. Without hesitation, he retrieved a common Wind Fury Talisman and activated it instantly. The talisman ignited without wind, conjuring a fierce whirlwind that roared toward the encroaching poison. Although the gale could not completely disperse the toxic vapors, it successfully diverted most of the mist, significantly reducing the threat to the group. The water-scaled python, seeing its poison thwarted, became even more ferocious. Its body trembled, and moisture rapidly condensed around it. In the next moment, dozens of pale blue water arrows formed from the pool's water, shot towards Yishanshan and Xiang Liang with piercing velocity. Block! Xiang Liang shouted fiercely, raising the bull-bone shield before him. The shield glowed brightly, creating an illusory barrier. Most of the water arrows struck the shield, producing a dull thud as the spiritual light flickered violently. Xiang Liang was pushed back repeatedly, his arm numbed, but he managed to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Yishanshan skillfully maneuvered her swallowtail blade, causing it to whirl rapidly in front of her, slicing through several water arrows with arcs of silver light. However, the sheer number of arrows and their speed proved overwhelming, and ultimately 2 arrows slipped through her defenses. One grazed her left shoulder, drawing a line of crimson, while the other, more cunningly aimed, penetrated her hastily assembled spiritual barrier, plunging deep into the upper right side of her chest. Yishanshan gasped as her body jolted violently, her face turning as pale as parchment. Vivid red blood quickly soaked through her light purple gown, spreading a shocking stain across her chest. Shanshan, are you all right? As Xiang Liang caught a glimpse of the glimmering light, his heart raced with urgency, and he shouted desperately, "Fight first, don't worry about me." Yishanshan gritted her teeth, her voice trembling with pain, yet imbued with a fierce determination. Drawing upon her spiritual energy, she struck her storage bag with her left hand. Buzz! A beam of golden light emerged, revealing a palm-sized, resplendent metal ring adorned with an eagle motif. The ring expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a diameter of several feet, unmistakably another first-tier, superior magical artifact. Golden Eagle Ring, go! Yishanshan spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the ring, causing it to radiate with brilliant golden light, accompanied by an almost imperceptible cry of an eagle. It then morphed into a streak of golden light, darting towards the water-scaled python, whose neck had elongated slightly due to its attack. Crack! The golden eagle ring precisely ensnared the python just below its vital point, tightening abruptly. The ring shimmered with golden light, and the eagle carved upon it seemed to come alive, its claws digging deep into the python's scales. Roar! The water-scaled python let out a furious cry of pain. Its massive body was ensnared by the golden eagle ring, struggling violently. Yet it found itself momentarily unable to break free, its movements becoming sluggish and stiff. Quick! Attack its vital point. That's its weakness. I can't hold on much longer. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Shinshin's mouth, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Clearly, the simultaneous use of 2 superior artifacts was draining her immensely. Her spiritual energy was nearing depletion, and she was at her limits. Demon beast, perish! Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiang Yu saw the water-scaled python trapped by the golden eagle ring and, believing the moment had come, recklessly brandished the fire whip and charged forward. Yu, don't. It's dangerous. Xiang Liang shouted in horror. But it was too late. Although the python's neck was restrained, its tail remained incredibly agile, wielding its residual ferocity as it lashed out at the incoming Xiang Hongyu. Bang! A heavy thud echoed. Xiang Hongyu was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, spewing a mouthful of blood mid-air, crashing into a pile of rubble more than 10 feet away, motionless, her fate uncertain. Sister. Xiang Liang watched helplessly as his sister was gravely injured, his eyes turning crimson in an instant as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Ah, cursed beast, I will make you pay. He recklessly channeled the dwindling spiritual energy within him, even teetering on the brink of exhausting his very essence. With both hands tightly gripping his jeweled sword, its brilliance surged, an astonishingly sharp aura coalesced. Before him, a phantom of a massive golden sword, formed from pure spiritual energy and sword intent, slowly materialized, measuring over 10 feet in length. Though the phantom was not solid, it emanated a devastating aura that sent shivers down the spine. Slash! Xiang Liang, consumed by rage, swung his sword down fiercely towards the water-scaled python's vital point, where it was firmly ensnared by the golden eagle ring. The pale golden sword phantom followed suit, crashing down with tremendous force. At the moment Yishan Shan called out to attack the vital point, Chen Yi had already begun to condense the golden blade technique once more. This time, his golden blade was even more solid and compact, almost compressed into a thread of gold, silently trailing behind the massive sword phantom as it shot forth. Boom! The massive sword phantom struck the water-scaled python's vital point first. The scales at the position of the golden eagle ring shattered, flesh and blood flying, revealing stark white bones. The water-scaled python emitted a deathly wail, its colossal body struck back by an immense force. In that fleeting moment as it fell, Chen Yi's meticulously refined golden thread precisely penetrated the gaping wound created by the giant sword, weaving through the gaps in its bones and striking at its vital points. Thud! The last remnants of the water-scaled python's struggle seemed to be instantaneously drained, its grotesque head crashing heavily into the murky waters, sending up a tremendous splash, the blood rapidly staining the area crimson. It twitched a few times before finally falling still. Chapter 84. Killing the water-scaled python with the water-scaled python dead. Yi Shinshin's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, the breath she had been holding escaping her in an instant. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her, her delicate form collapsing sideways. Third sister, Chen Yi, who had been vigilantly observing the battlefield, reacted swiftly and stepped forward, firmly catching Yi Shinshin's limp body in his arms. The softness against his touch jolted his heart, yet the blood swiftly spreading across her chest was even more alarming. Seeing this, Chen Yi immediately retrieved a jade vial from his storage bag, extracted a healing pill, and carefully administered it to Yishan Shan. Simultaneously, he unhesitatingly hurled the entire jade vial towards the staggering Xiang Liang, who was rushing toward his sister. Brother Xiang, Sister Hongyu should only have superficial wounds. Quickly give her the pill. Also, take one yourself to stabilize her injuries. Xiang Liang clumsily caught the jade vial, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. He was frantic, rushing to the unconscious Xiang Hongyu and hurriedly feeding her the pill. Following that, he swallowed a pill himself, managing to steady his nerves slightly, though his face remained etched with sorrow. Brother Xiang, Junior Brother Chen, at that moment, Mo Kinking's feeble voice emerged. Though she had not ventured far, her complexion was pale, her breath slightly erratic as she forced herself to speak. You must take Sister Shan Shan and Hongyu away from here. The stench of blood is overwhelming and will soon attract other beasts. She coughed a couple of times before continuing. My cultivation may not be high, but I am in a somewhat better state. Let me stay behind to deal with this python carcass and try to conceal its scent. Then I will catch up with you. With that, she took out a pill to restore her spiritual energy, consumed it, and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to recuperate, clearly determined to recover swiftly and take on the responsibility of handling the aftermath. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liang's gaze swept over his unconscious sister. then to the faintly breathing Yi Shan in Chen Yi's arms. Finally, he looked down at his still trembling arms and the dwindling spiritual energy within him. Fully aware of the truth, in M.O. Kinking's words, he took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and solemnly clasped his hands towards Chen Yi, junior brother Chen. Thank you for your pill. I, Xiang Liang, will remember this favor. He paused, his voice hoarse. With Hongyu unconscious and my spiritual energy nearly depleted, I entrust Shinshin's safety to you. You lead the way and be sure to exercise caution. Please protect Shan well and prevent her injuries from worsening. Rest assured, brother Xiang. At this moment, Chen Yi no longer harbored the initial disdain he had felt for Xiang Liang. Instead, he found a newfound respect for the man's fortitude. Nodding slightly, he carefully lifted Yi Shan into his arms. The girl was exceedingly light, her breathing faint yet steady, which brought a measure of calm to his heart. Without uttering another word, Chen Yi turned to find his way out. However, just as he pivoted, a shadow flickered from his sleeve. Air Mao darted forth like a silent bolt of lightning, skimming along the ground shadows, and in the blink of an eye, vanished beneath the massive corpse of the water-scaled python. During the fierce battle, Chen Yi had noticed that several scales on the python's abdomen bore distinct patterns, arranged in an inverted manner. These were none other than the most precious reverse scales of the beast, renowned for their extraordinary resilience, making them ideal materials for crafting protective artifacts, their worth far surpassing that of ordinary scales. At this moment, with the group's minds agitated and their attention diverted, it was an opportune moment to seize the treasure. Indeed, while Chen Yi felt that Xiang Liang was a man of substance and, at present, regarded the group with a modicum of goodwill, he would have allied with Air Mao to eliminate them and claim the treasure had it not been for his concern for Yi Shan, his sworn sister. He believed that the cost of killing her was too steep and not worth the risk. Furthermore, the ever-uneasy feeling he harbored regarding Mo Qingqing held him back from taking action. Nonetheless, this did not imply that he would forego the treasure within reach. Air Mao moved with astonishing swiftness, its sharp incisors and diminutive claws working in perfect harmony to deftly pry away 3 palm-sized reverse scales, shimmering with a ghostly blue metallic luster from the python's abdomen. With the scales secured in its mouth, Air Mao transformed into a barely visible gray line, silently darting back into Chen Yi's embrace. The entire process transpired in the span of 2 or 3 breaths, unnoticed by anyone but Chen Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor. Chen Yi cradled Yi Shan and swiftly made his way back in the direction they had come. Xiang Liang, mustering his strength, hoisted the unconscious Xiang Hongyu and followed closely behind. The 4 figures soon disappeared into the dense foliage. Once Chen Yi and the others had completely distanced themselves, until their presence was no longer felt, and Mo Qingqing, who had been meditating, slowly opened her eyes. The once gentle and graceful gaze now radiated an icy coldness, with an eerie dark red glint lurking within. The fragile, dignified, and slightly timid expression that had adorned her face moments ago vanished in an instant, replaced by an unsettling mixture of mockery, greed, and cruelty. Gracefully rising, she approached the colossal corpse of the water-scaled python, seemingly indifferent to the overwhelming stench of blood and decay. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a pitch-black banner, adorned with a grotesque visage of a demon and emanating a chilling aura, materialized in her grasp. The flag fluttered without wind, faintly emitting a mournful wail from its surface. A late-stage first-tier beast, freshly slain, its soul yet to dissipate, and its blood essence still abundant. An ideal material for crafting a corpse puppet. I have gone to great lengths to lure Yi Shan and her companions here, Mo Qingqing murmured to herself, her voice hoarse yet brimming with exhilaration, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Suddenly, her aura shifted dramatically. A pure yet malevolent, violent black, demonic energy surged forth from her body like a tidal wave. The dark energy exuding from her was markedly distinct from the previous manifestation of her waterwood elemental spiritual power, suffused with connotations of depravity and destruction, unmistakably indicative of demonic arts. Mo Qingqing formed an ominous gesture with one hand, while fiercely plunging a black flag into the ground beside the corpse of the water-scale python. The flag fluttered ominously, and a surge of malevolent energy coalesced into a faint black halo, enveloping the lifeless serpent. With my essence, I shall summon souls and refine this corpse. She licked her lips, a murderous glint igniting in her eyes. Once this first-tier, late-stage demon corpse is perfected, neither that wretched Yishan nor the heartless Xiang Liang shall escape alive from this forest today. Upon concluding her words, she commenced a low chant of esoteric incantations, her hands weaving intricate gestures. Tendrils of inky, demonic energy extended from the flag, entwining the water-scale python's remains, initiating a vile process of refinement. As dusk descended, the woodland grew increasingly obscured. Xiang Liang, bearing the unconscious Xiang Hongyu, staggered, his steps faltering and breath becoming labored. "Chen Yi, my younger brother," he gasped, fatigue and anxiety evident in his voice. "My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. I can scarcely continue. Shanshan and Hongyu cannot withstand this tumultuous journey. Perhaps we should seek refuge for the night and recuperate?" Chen Yi furrowed his brow at this suggestion. Spending a night deep within the perilous Qingyun Mountains, rife with demonic beasts, was hardly prudent. However, observing Xiang Liang's condition and the increasingly pallid visage of Yi Shanshan in his embrace, the peril of pushing onward seemed greater. He quickly weighed his options before nodding in agreement, an expression of understanding gracing his features. "You speak wisely, Brother Xiang. Nonetheless, my abilities in combat are rather modest. Should we encounter another late-stage demon beast at night, we might find ourselves in dire straits." Xiang Liang's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon recalled something. "Fear not, Brother Chen. Do we not slay a soil-armored bear on our way here? I remember its lair lies not far ahead, well concealed with a narrow entrance. If we can obscure our presence at the cave's mouth, we should manage until dawn. By then, my spiritual energy will have replenished sufficiently to safeguard us all." After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Yi appeared persuaded. "Very well, let us proceed to the cave you mentioned." Without further delay, the two swiftly navigated their way to the soil-armored bear's den, hidden behind a fissure in the mountainside. Inside, the cave took a rightward turn, with a narrow entrance approximately 2 meters in diameter, making it somewhat cumbersome even for the robust soil-armored bear to traverse. Once around the bend, the space opened up considerably, ample enough to accommodate 3 or 4 bears comfortably. However, the stench within was unbearable, a nauseating blend of the bear's characteristic odor, the foulness of excrement, and the faint decay emanating from unknown beastly remains. Most conspicuous was a large, semi-dried pile of soil-armored bear dung in one corner, quite substantial in size. Coughing due to the noxious air, Xiang Liang's pallor worsened. "Brother Chen Yi, I must trouble you to clean this cave. I find myself utterly depleted of spiritual energy, and the surrounding aura is hampering my recovery. I venture near the cave entrance to gather some stones for concealment while I recuperate. It is best that I focus on regaining my strength. I shall take care of the cave's maintenance and watch over Sister San and Sister Hongyu," Chen Yi assured. "Very well, Brother Chen Yi, I appreciate your efforts. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call for me," Xiang Liang responded, cautiously placing the unconscious Xiang Hongyu in a somewhat cleaner corner of the cave before hastening his departure. Chen Yi watched him leave, gently laying Yishan beside Xiang Hongyu. His gaze then fell upon a large pile of bear dung in the corner, and rather than feeling disgust, a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. While others might have retched at the sight, Chen Yi, having grown up as a beggar, was no stranger to filth. He deftly retrieved an empty storage bag from his waist, one he had specifically prepared for storing unsightly items. After all, while out in the world, he could not guarantee he would not be tempted by greed and engage in unsavory deeds. Wrapping the dung in spiritual energy, he carefully stored it away, then thought better of it and placed it in a cloth bag before sealing it. Such a thing could serve as an excellent tool for mischief. A faint smile graced Chen Yi's lips. When the time came to unleash it, it would be interesting to see whether the target was prepared or not. This was a classic ploy. If the opponent was taken off guard, they would be in for an unpleasant surprise. If they sensed it, The foul substance would surely disrupt their focus and tarnish their magical artifacts, creating an opportunity for him. After all, no matter how formidable the enemy, even the most invulnerable could fall prey to psychological attacks. The damage might be minimal, but the disgust it elicited would be profound. With this secret weapon secured, Chen Yi commenced the thorough cleaning of the cave. He employed several basic cleaning spells to dispel much of the foul odor and gathered the scattered bones into a corner. Next, he drew his Qingfeng sword and carved a suitably sized boulder from the inner wall of the cave, pushing it into a corner. This boulder effectively divided the internal space of the cave from the entrance, leaving only a narrow gap above for passage. Now, even if something were to happen to Xiang Liang outside, I shall have some time to prepare. Once everything was in order, he retrieved several thick, soft beast hides from his storage bag and laid them on the ground, moving Yishan and Xiang Hongyu onto the blankets for comfort. He first extended his consciousness to probe Xiang Hongyu. Her abdomen was torn, with multiple gashes inflicted by sharp rocks. Though the wounds were not critical, she had lost considerable blood, and the disruption of her spiritual energy due to her damaged artifact had rendered her unconscious. Fortunately, the healing elixir she had consumed earlier was beginning to take effect, stabilizing her condition, and now all that was needed was to wait for her to awaken naturally. However, when his consciousness reached Yi Shan, his expression turned grave. Her injuries were far more severe than they appeared. Not only had she overexerted herself by forcibly activating two superior artifacts simultaneously, but the most troubling aspect was the wound near her collarbone on the right side of her chest. The wound, though not extensive, had been infiltrated by a chilling demonic energy, the coldness lingering and obstructing the medicinal properties of the healing elixirs, thereby hindering the recovery of the injury. If this frigid essence were not dispelled, the condition was bound to deteriorate further. However, the solution was not overly complex. A fire attribute spirit herb could neutralize and disperse the cold poison, allowing the previous elixirs to take effect and facilitate gradual healing. For Chen Yi, this was not a daunting task, as he possessed a first-tier premium fire spirit fruit within his storage bag. Yet, his gaze flickered, and he refrained from retrieving it immediately. The question lingered: on what grounds? His third sister had been painting grand visions for him, and should he offer her the spirit fruit, it was highly probable that it would be a fruitless endeavor. Yet, not aiding her was not an option if Yishan were to perish. His own blood beast pill would be rendered unattainable. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Yi. Indeed, there was an unsuspecting fool outside. He could inquire whether Xiang Liang had any such spirit herbs. After all, who else could be the target of his sister's whims but him? Resolute in his decision, a facade of concern and urgency emerged on Chen Yi's countenance. He briskly approached the cave entrance, lowering his voice, and solemnly addressed the meditative Xiang Liang. Brother Xiang, the situation is rather dire. My sister's injuries are more severe than anticipated. The wound has been eroded by the cold poison of the water scale python, rendering ordinary elixirs ineffective. We urgently require a fire attribute spirit item to dispel the cold, lest there be dire consequences. Might you possess any such medicinal herbs or materials? Upon finishing his plea, he maintained his worried expression while closely observing Xiang Liang's reaction. Readers who understand me know well that arriving early means feasting, while arriving late results only in ellipses. Let me clarify, it is not my lecherous nature, it is merely the whims of my brothers. Chapter 86. Addressing the injuries upon hearing that Yi Shinshin's condition had worsened, Xiang Liang's already pallid face drained of color. Brother Chen, please wait. I believe I have something. As he spoke, he grasped his storage bag at his waist and rummaged through it with his spiritual sense. After some time, he extracted a small, somewhat dull red flower, its center only faintly pulsating with fire spirit energy. Brother Chen, this is what I found. A first-tier inferior flame blossom. Take it and try it out. If it still proves ineffective, I shall think of another way to search nearby. Xiang Liang's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with concern. Chen Yi accepted the diminutive flower, internally rolling his eyes. A first-tier inferior herb was of little use. The water-scale python's cold poison was at the late first tier. Nevertheless, he displayed no outward signs of his discontent. Instead, he solemnly nodded, carefully stowing the flower away. Thank you, Brother Xiang. I shall give it a try. Please focus on your recovery. I will keep an eye on my sister and Hong Yu. Very well. I rely entirely upon you, Brother Chen. Xiang Liang wiped the sweat from his brow, uneasily returning to his meditation. Chen Yi turned and walked back into cave, casually tucking the flame blossom into a corner of his storage bag. Well, if it was offered freely, why not accept it? The depths of the cave appeared even dimmer, the scant light obscured by the massive stones at the corner. Chen Yi approached Yi Shan, crouching beside her, and gently reached into his bosom, prodding the warm, fluffy little creature nestled within. Mao curled into a ball, sprawled out in slumber, his little belly gently rising and falling with each breath. Suddenly disturbed, he let out a disgruntled sound. With great reluctance, he opened a narrow slit of an eye, sleepily glaring at Chen Yi, his expression clearly conveying a sentiment of utter bewilderment. Wake up, there is an important matter at hand. Chen Yi lowered his voice, poking the soft belly of the creature once more. Keep an eye on the entrance. Don't let that lumbering fool outside discover that I've taken his herbs. Yet, Mao merely twitched his ears, burying his head deeper into his plush fur, evidently displeased at being yanked from his dreams. Chen Yi, undeterred, flipped his wrist, revealing 3 azure essence pills resting in his palm. The pills glimmered with a faint azure light in the dim surroundings, exuding an enticing aroma. As the fragrance wafted through the air, Mao's little nose twitched vigorously, almost as if drawn by an invisible string. Instantly alert, he forgot his previous displeasure. Scrambling over with all 4 limbs, he grasped Chen Yi's wrist with fervor, nuzzling his small head against his palm, chirping eagerly, his demeanor seemingly saying, "Rest assured with me. Mao, on guard. Not even a fly dares to sneak a glance." Chen Yi chuckled and scolded, "Away with you." As if I were about to sneak into a widow's chamber. Hurry and take the pills to watch the door. I wonder who you learned this sycophancy from? Upon receiving the pills, Mao transformed into a blur of gray, silently vanishing into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had concealed himself in the shadows near the entrance, only his vigilant black eyes visible. Once satisfied that Mao was in position, Chen Yi reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a small J-box. As he lifted the lid, a pure and intense essence of fire permeated the air, warming the surrounding chilly atmosphere. Inside the jade box lay a fruit the size of an egg, its skin a fiery crimson, adorned with intricate, scale-like patterns reminiscent of miniature serpentine scales. Indeed, it was a first-tier premium fire serpent fruit. Gingerly, he cradled the fruit, feeling the boundless yet gentle power of fire within. He then gently parted the pale lips of Yishinshin, placing the fire serpent fruit in her mouth, using a strand of spiritual energy to assist in releasing its medicinal properties. In mere moments, the chilling aura that had enveloped her right chest wound began to dissipate visibly, retreating at a remarkable pace. The frown that had knitted her brows seemed to ease slightly. Her breath, though still faint, grew significantly steadier. Indeed, it proved effective. Chen Yi felt a measure of relief and proceeded to tend to the external wounds of the two. His gaze shifted to Hong Yu, noticing the girl's abdomen was torn, with deep gashes etched by sharp stones, the flesh raw and bloodied. Immediate attention was imperative. Extending his right hand, he murmured an incantation, summoning the water sphere technique with precision. He then retrieved a clean cloth, deftly and gently cleansing the bloodied area around the wound. Naturally, during this process, his fingers inevitably brushed against her delicate, taut skin at her waist. Ah, what a slender waist it is. Once finished, he evenly sprinkled a hemostatic powder over the injury. His gaze inadvertently drifted upward, skimming over the slightly parted neckline, where a patch of snow-white, delicate skin and a faint curve came into view. Chen Yi hesitated momentarily, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing. The cavern was so silent that only the few breaths could be heard. His eyes lingered briefly on that captivating scene before he murmured inaudibly, "Sister Hong Yu, forgive me. I am merely inspecting to see if there are any hidden injuries near your chest, nothing improper." Speaking thus, he extended his hand, fingertips wavering slightly, yet gently hooked the fabric at her collar and slowly drew it aside. More alabaster skin was revealed in the dim light, the soft undulations becoming ever clearer. Then, quite inadvertently, his fingers came to rest upon it. The sensation was indescribable. Suddenly, Chen Yi instinctively glanced toward the cave entrance, alert to any risk. Ermau's half-buried figure remained motionless in the earth, only his head exposed as his vigilant eyes darted from side to side, dutifully watchful. Safe. Chen Yi turned back, inhaling deeply as if steeling himself. His fingers, no longer content with mere touch, began to press with measured force, exploring. He felt astonishing suppleness and warmth. Damn! It was so incredibly soft. He caressed for quite some time before snapping back to reality, reluctantly withdrawing his hand. Enough of this. Time to attend to the matter at hand and not delay further. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to Yi Shanshan. He first tended to the wound near her right shoulder, close to the collarbone, cleaning, applying medicine, and carefully binding it with a clean cloth. When he reached the injury on her chest, he cautiously loosened part of her garment. "Third sister, forgive me, but this wound must be treated," he whispered. Yet his hand carelessly tugged her undergarment down a little further, revealing a more breathtaking expanse of snowy, rounded contours. He steadied himself before diligently applying ointment and bandaging, though accidental glimpses were inevitable. Good heavens, third sister's proportions were no less impressive. Once the dressing was complete, Chen Yi's gaze settled on Yi Shanshan's exquisitely beautiful face, still serene in slumber. His calculating mind stirred anew. A first-grade superior fire serpent fruit was no trifling price. Saving her was a favor, yet interest must be exacted first. Otherwise, if she slipped away, would he not suffer a grievous loss? Clearing his throat, he spoke solemnly to the unconscious Yi Shanshan. "Third sister, your wound is complicated. Let me examine you carefully once more, to see if there are any other hidden dangers." Before the words had fully fallen, his left hand moved deliberately upward, precisely grasping that warm, full softness. 5 fingers closed, his palm receiving a rich, resilient yet tender touch that stirred his heart profoundly, nearly compelling a sigh of pleasure. Yet, just as Chen Yi was lost in this sensation, a pair of eyes, initially hazy with awakening, then swiftly sharpening with clarity, opened without warning. Locking squarely upon his face, mere inches away, Yi Shanshan had awakened. She gazed at him silently, her eyes deep and unreadable as they fixed upon the hand that still lingered mischievously upon her chest. Chen Yi's muscles tensed instantly, his heart skipping a beat. Yet, his reflexes were swift. The shock that flashed across his face was fleeting, soon replaced by an expression of utter sincerity. With lightning speed, he drew the azure-edged sword that had rested by his side and gently placed it within reach beside Yi Shanshan's hand. Meanwhile, his left hand remained steadfast, pressing even more resolutely in the same spot. "Third sister, you see clearly," he said in a calm tone, his gaze unwavering. "My sole purpose here is to tend to your wounds and examine them. There is no improper intent, nor any disrespect. This sword bears witness to my honor." He gestured toward the azure sword. "If I utter a single falsehood or overstep in any way, third sister, you may take this sword and claim my head. I shall not resist." Having spoken, he withdrew his left hand, replaced it with his right, and naturally returned it to the same place, pressing gently once more. "Of course, should you require anything, I shall never refuse." Yi Shanshan's complexion shifted visibly, from pale to a vivid blush that rapidly crept to her ears and neck. She was utterly stunned by Chen Yi's unabashed confidence. She had caught him red-handed, yet not only did he refuse to withdraw, but he brazenly switched hands to continue, even proffering the sword as proof of his innocence. Strangely, the anticipated fury and indignation did not fully consume her. Beneath his warm palm, a tantalizing tingle coursed through her body, electrifying every nerve. Gazing upon his handsome face so near, eyes brimming with sincerity and responsibility, tinged with a subtle roguish charm, her heart pounded fiercely and her breath quickened. She parted her lips, only to find words failing her, the chastisement caught in her throat, dissolving into a soft, trembling murmur of coquettish reproach. "Chen Yi, The distance between them was negligible, their breaths nearly mingled. Yi Shan could even detect the faint masculine scent of herbs mingled with sweat emanating from him. As he seemed about to lean closer, her eyelashes fluttered anxiously. She closed her eyes, her fingers unconsciously clutching the leather blanket beneath her. Yet, the anticipated touch never came. At the very moment their noses almost met, Chen Yi abruptly withdrew, his errant right hand swiftly retreating to rest properly upon his knee. The missed contact left a subtle trace of disappointment in Yi Shan's heart. Opening her eyes to meet Chen Yi's now clear and steady gaze, she felt a wave of embarrassment and irritation, biting her lips softly as she muttered, "Bastard." Her voice was tender and unthreatening. Chen Yi grinned, revealing his immaculate white teeth, rubbing the fingers of his previously offending right hand with a hint of lingering amusement. "Third sister, you wrong your brother grievously. In order to dispel the deadly chill plaguing you, my dear brother, I have generously offered my treasured first-grade fire serpent fruit. This life-saving grace, I implore you to remember and ponder how best to repay it." Upon hearing this, Yi Shan's cheeks flushed, yet she huffed softly, turning her face away as if to avoid his smug expression, extending her hand instead. "Another recovery pill, and make it a superior one." Chen Yi, rather agreeable, retrieved a more exquisite, small jade vial from his storage bag and tossed it beside her. He then inquired casually, "By the way, third sister, you seem to have awakened rather swiftly, don't you think? I expected you to be in a deep slumber until dawn." Emepe, Yisansan repeated, glaring at him with mild annoyance as she accepted the pill. "If I hadn't awakened, would you have waited for me to be bullied to death by you?" She paused, seemingly aware that her words carried an ambiguous undertone, her face growing warmer as her voice softened. "I possess a soul nourishing jade gifted to me by my grandfather in his youth, which nurtures one's spiritual consciousness. When my spirit was depleted, it naturally transferred a trace of soul energy to awaken me a bit earlier." Chen Yi raised his eyebrows, revealing just the right amount of curiosity. "What exactly is our grandfather's background?" Logically, a ninth-layer Qi practitioner and alchemist, regardless of wealth, shouldn't possess so many treasures, right? From the blood beast pill formula to the soul-nourishing jade. Yi Shan consumed the recovery pill, feeling the medicinal effects unfold, and her complexion improved slightly. She cast a glance at Chen Yi, her tone returning to its usual detached calm, though upon closer inspection, it seemed to lack some of its previous wariness. "In his youth, my grandfather forged a life bond with a golden core master within our sect, becoming sworn brothers. Most of these treasures were bestowed upon him by that esteemed elder or granted as favors due to his connection. Otherwise, do you think the domineering formula for the blood beast pill could be safely entrusted to a mere Qi practitioner alchemist? So that was the root of it." Chen Yi's mind clicked into place, linking together a plethora of prior uncertainties, and everything suddenly made sense. No wonder this third sister was so extraordinarily affluent, her confidence unwavering. "Enough," Yi Shan declared, closing her eyes once more. "I need to concentrate on recuperating my spiritual energy. You shall guard me." After a brief silence, just as Chen Yi thought she had entered a meditative state, she added swiftly and softly, her voice barely audible yet distinctly reaching Chen Yi's ears, "Your eyes do not wander aimlessly." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately straightened his back, sitting cross-legged and placing his hands neatly on his knees, a serious expression adorning his face as he solemnly replied, "Rest assured, third sister, I, Chen Yi, have always been a man of integrity." Yi Shan offered no further response, her closed eyelids fluttering imperceptibly for a moment. Chapter 88. The blushing skeleton, seeing that Yi Shan not only refrained from anger, but also displayed a hint of indulgence amidst her flushed embarrassment. The tension in Chen Yi's heart eased slightly. He realized that he had indeed made the right gamble. This third sister appeared to be susceptible to the charms of rogues and scoundrels, and the subsequent blood beast pill would likely not prove to be a challenge. In truth, Yi Shan's attraction to Chen Yi's demeanor was not without precedent. Having long dwelled under the protection of her grandfather, Yi Shan had grown accustomed to deferential flattery and calculated obsequiousness. Yet, this brazen and audacious affront, laced with the rawness of the common folk, stirred within her a novel and clandestine thrill, what one might call a striking contrast. Chen Yi's countenance remained ostensibly unchanged, yet a glint of icy clarity flickered deep within his eyes. "Third sister," he silently mused, "though my wager was correct, your reaction just now has spared your own life." With that, the murderous intent in his heart receded. Indeed, if upon awakening Yi Shanshan's gaze had revealed genuine killing intent, disdain, or that aloof, frosty scrutiny, Chen Yi would have hesitated not for a moment to slay her on the spot, then swiftly dispatch Xiang Hongyu beside her and Xiang Liang at the cave's mouth, perhaps even violating and then killing her, as he had done with Zhang Kuo before. Finally, he would have fabricated a tale of a beast's attack to conceal the truth. Such measures, though ruthless, were sometimes unavoidable. Had Yi Shanshan been merely the favored granddaughter of a first-tier alchemist, Chen Yi would have been confident in negotiating with her, gradually weaving their relationship to his advantage. With his godfather Zhang Zhug as an ally and the incriminating evidence of corruption among the four siblings, he could have patiently spun his web. But a golden core cultivator, those two weighty words crushed everything beneath their gravity. Were Yi Shanshan harboring ill will toward him? A mere hint of it before that golden core master, without even his direct intervention, could unleash boundless calamities, even annihilation. Chen Yi could not afford such risks, nor would he entrust his life to the whims of another's favor or ire. A beauty, delicate as jade and coyly enchanting, so near now with her tender warmth, undeniably captivating. Yet the soul that had clawed its way from the mire of Luo City issued a colder, sterner decree. Beauty, allure, and peerless charm are but a crimson skeleton, mere outward semblance. After a century, all return to dust. How could such ephemeral things compare to the eternal path of immortality? Nonetheless, Chen Yi harbored no regret for his recent actions. They were the truest expression of his heart. He did not tread the path of ruthlessness, nor could he instantly regard the living, vivid presence before him as naught but dry bones. The passions of the heart and desires of the flesh still remained. Craving beauty was but human nature. Most importantly, Chen Yi refused self-deception. What was done. Whether it had been prior flattery and smooth-talking or now hollow pretenses and indulgence in lust, all conformed to his true intent, his pursuit of the immortal way. His mind was exceedingly lucid,